Hey, great to have you here. If you're enjoying the content, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating, so we can keep delivering more exciting videos. Now, let's jump into the story of Against the Heavens right here on GMT Recap. This young man was fortunate enough to be reborn on the fateful day of his life. In his previous life, when Linfan's girlfriend, Lin Cece, managed to hook up with the rich heir Zhang Kuang, she immediately kicked him out like trash. But what was unexpected was that she was actually pregnant with Linfan's child at the time, and once Zhang Kuang found out, he had her dealt with ruthlessly. After dying on Earth, Linfan's soul was transported to another world. Fortunately, he obtained the 9-heaven divine stone, which rapidly boosted his cultivation, allowing him to break through to the peak divine general level and reign supreme in that world for 1,000 years. However, his cultivation eventually hit a bottleneck. During his final tribulation, he was consumed by inner demons, failed to ascend, and his divine soul was destroyed. Yet, as fate would have it, a remnant of Linfan's soul defied the heavens, rewrote destiny, reversed time and space, and returned to Earth. Moreover, Linfan not only returned to the exact fateful day of his past life but also brought with him the 9-heaven divine stone. With thousands of years of experience and a priceless treasure in hand, he was confident that he could start over from the beginning. After regaining his composure, Linfan went to confront the despicable couple and settle the old score. The moment Lin Cece saw him walk into the private room, she looked at him with utter disdain and casually tossed a wad of cash at him like it was charity. "Linfan, just give up already. Someone like you doesn't deserve someone like me. These 30,000 are for you to disappear. From now on, stay far away from me. Don't glare at me like that." After saying that, she immediately turned to act coquettishly with the rich guy. Her attitude was completely different from when she was with Linfan. Not stopping there, to humiliate Linfan, Lin Cece also flaunted the diamond ring worth over 10,000 that Zhang Kuang had just given her and claimed that being with a poor man like him was such a waste. Normally, Linfan definitely wouldn't have been able to hold back and would have caused a scene. But after being reborn, he couldn't be bothered to argue with such insignificant people. Seeing that he remained calm, Zhang Kuang immediately lost his temper. "What if I force you? A piece of trash like you dares to say those words to Cece? Apologize to her now." At that moment, one of Zhang Kuang's large, dark bodyguards stepped forward to intimidate Linfan and apply pressure. But our young man wasn't fazed. He didn't even bother to look at them, turning his back and walking away. Even so, Zhang Kuang seemed unwilling to let Linfan go. Instead, he ordered his lackey to block the door and force him to kneel and apologize. What was even worse, the old man wanted to humiliate him by making him lick his shoes and eat the disgusting filth on him. Logically, Linfan should have taken action and dealt with them. But after thinking it over, he realized it wasn't worth it, so he decided to let it go, just this once. However, before Linfan could leave in peace, Zhang Kuang's bodyguard thugs blocked his way. As soon as the black-skinned man's name touched Linfan's body, he was immediately intimidated by the murderous glare in Linfan's eyes and had to step back right away. And it wasn't just him, both Zhang Kuang and Lin Cece were equally stunned by the overwhelming aura Linfan exuded. If they had been wise enough to stop here, there wouldn't have been any more issues, but the foolish Lin Cece provoked Zhang Kuang at this very moment. "How can I be scared by something as useless as this? Mr. Zhang, just look at how obnoxious it is, so full of itself." With a girl by his side, this old man with golden hair was extremely arrogant. Not only did he shout at Linfan, but he also boldly declared that he would end Linfan's life right here and now. However, before he could take any action, the stupid Zhang tripped over his own feet and fell flat on his back. To make matters worse, the crystal of essence on his body fell straight into Lin Cece's mouth, causing her to feel disgusted and nauseous. At this point, Linfan no longer cared to watch the spectacle and simply walked away. After all, the most pressing matter right now wasn't dealing with them, but instead, quickly focusing on cultivating and earning money to show filial piety to his parents. As he walked, he began to reflect on his future plans. After so many thousands of years, he wondered if he would cry when he reunited with his family. The fact that Linfan had been reborn was surely destiny. Since that was the case, Linfan was determined to live joyfully and surpass the cultivation level of his past life, standing at the pinnacle of this vast universe. On the way home, Linfan suddenly remembered his younger sister, Xiaodai, who often fell ill due to tuberculosis, which led to the greatest regret of his past life being helpless and watching his sister die from a serious illness. Reborn into this life, Linfan was determined that he would never let that happen again. Thinking of it, he immediately stopped by a traditional medicine shop and emptied his pockets to buy a top-grade FOTI root. In fact, for Linfan at this point, the minor ailments of human beings were nothing more than a mere annoyance. All he needed was the FOTI root, combined with the 9-heaven divine stone and the high-level cultivation techniques in his mind. By using his inner chi to aid circulation, he could completely cure his sister's lingering illness. Soon after, the young man arrived home, but waiting for him wasn't his sister, but a group of hooligans loitering in front of the door. Although they tried to intimidate her, Xiaodai inside stubbornly refused to open the door for them. It was only when she heard Linfan's voice that she ran out to seek her brother's protection. The thugs, still thinking of him as a useless person, openly bullied and oppressed the two siblings without hesitation. Normally, Linfan wouldn't care how others insulted him, but once they touched his sister, these thugs had just made a grave mistake. They were about to face the consequences, and their wind of misfortune would soon turn cold against them. "How dare you bully my sister? Which son of a b thinks they have the right to bully my sister?" The bald-headed guy noticed that Linfan's attitude had suddenly become tense, and he was slightly intimidated. However, he still kept his defiant tone. It wasn't until he was relentlessly pressured by Linfan's intimidating presence that he started to feel uneasy. "You think just by acting tough you can scare me, huh? I already warned you a week ago to move out. If not, don't blame me for being rude. Seems like you don't take me seriously." Just some ridiculous nonsense from a bunch of street thugs. Linfan was itching with anger. He clearly remembered that this house was where his parents had once lived after getting married. Now, the real estate company of Zhang Quan wanted to develop the area, so they had sent some thugs to come here and cause trouble, hoping to force a lower settlement price for the house. The mix of old grudges and new hatred pushed Linfan to the edge, and he almost couldn't control himself from turning these thugs into nothing. Thankfully, Xiaodai was there to hold him back and keep some of his humanity intact. "Stop it, we can't fight them. Xiaodai, don't be scared. Look at what those bald-headed guys have done to you. He tried to take your clothes off, but he couldn't. He only managed to touch you a few times." By this point, Linfan had completely lost his temper. He was livid. He swore to not let anyone who dared to harm his sister off the hook. Before the thugs could even react, Linfan struck the bald-headed guy in front, quickly snapping his arm. "How dare you touch my sister? Ah, it seems like your mouth isn't really that relaxed either, huh? Let me break those last few teeth of yours." Don't. My mouth hasn't even been kissed yet." Only after receiving a good beating did the bald-headed guy realize the situation. Linfan was no longer the useless, easily bullied, and oppressed person he once was. Immediately, he hastily knelt down and begged for mercy in the most pathetic manner. Even his lackeys behind him were left dumbfounded, no longer daring to approach and cause trouble with Linfan. Seeing these despicable, spineless people made Linfan even more irritated, so he couldn't be bothered to lift a finger and simply ordered them all to leave. Once everything was settled, he took Xiaodai into the house to care for her. After asking, he found out that she had missed school for a whole week due to her illness worsening. In his past life, his little sister had been seriously ill, but Linfan, still haunted by heartbreak, had clung to Lin Cece and neglected her. Looking back now, he truly felt unworthy of being a human. Given the chance to live his life again, he became even more determined to make up for and correct the mistakes of his past. He then took out a piece of FOTI root for his sister and asked her to sit with her back to him so he could treat her illness. Although Xiaodai didn't understand why, she obediently followed her brother's instructions. Next, Linfan combined the FOTI root with healing techniques from a different realm, such as gathering vital energy, absorbing essence, and clearing the blood vessels to eliminate toxins, in order to treat Xiaodai's illness. Finally, after a while of practicing his cultivation technique, Linfan successfully cured his sister's illness. Fortunately, throughout the entire process, there were no mistakes, so all he had to do was wait for her to wake up, and after a period of recovery, the illness would be completely gone. Not stopping there, Linfan even continued to use his own blood to make a protective talisman for Xiao Dai. After ensuring his sister was safe at home, he went out to take the next step in his plan, which was to quickly figure out a way to make money to fill the empty stomachs of the two siblings. Take risks, get rewards, don't take risks, get nothing. The young man finally decided to use the remaining $100 to participate in a high-risk sport at the casino. A penny earned is $1,000 won. After all, cultivators like Linfan had the ability to see through everything, so this time when he went to the casino, it was like releasing a tiger into the forest. The big bosses leading the gambling world were about to have a confrontation with the young man. Soon after, Linfan arrived at one of the most luxurious casinos in the city. Although his arrival was not warmly welcomed by the staff, since every guest was important, they couldn't stop him. A poor guy like him dares to come here? As expected, the poorer they are, the more they come, and the more they come, the poorer they get. Well, let's let him taste the bitterness of losing everything. As soon as he stepped into the casino lobby, Linfan immediately targeted a bustling table with a very high win rate to quickly make a lot of money. However, when a young man with a fresh, boyish face, radiating the scent of a poor, struggling youth like Linfan, sat at the table, both the staff and the guests who were already engaged in their games were left utterly speechless. A man from the underworld couldn't help but speak up to warn him. "Hey, buddy, where are you from to dare sit in this place? There's no more than 10 seats here. I'll let it slide because you're young and don't know better, but don't think I won't hold it against you." Despite that, Linfan remained unbothered, casually pulling out a cigarette and lighting it like a seasoned player. Clearly, he didn't care one bit about the man's warning. Soon enough, a few others who were displeased with Linfan began stirring, planning to teach him a lesson and kick him out of there. Among them, a fat guy loudly cursed Linfan, saying he had no right to sit there. However, if we're talking about rights, then probably no one had the right to speak in front of Destruction God General Linfan. Even though they insulted him like a stray dog, from beginning to end, he remained calm, almost modest in his responses to the troublemakers around him. "So, what would I need to do to have the right to play around with you all?" It was precisely this demeanor of Linfan that caught the eye of a perceptive individual. Not only that, but the man also sensed a fluctuation of inner energy in Linfan that was even stronger than his own. This was the first time he had encountered such a powerful young person, and he couldn't help but be astonished. Even the man predicted that Linfan's future achievements would be immeasurable. If he could recruit him to work under his banner, it would be the ultimate victory. On the other hand, the one-eyed gangster had challenged him to stake $1 million to play a hand of cards, and clearly, the young man couldn't come up with such a large sum of money at that moment. Seeing this, the crowd that had been watching couldn't help but laugh and mock him. Linfan is just a broke loser, even the card dealer regretted not kicking him out sooner. But it didn't stop there. The one-eyed man then yelled loudly at the staff, forcing them to kick Linfan out. To please the customer, the casino staff quickly took action. At that moment, the man who had been observing Linfan all this time suddenly spoke up in his defense. He even generously offered Linfan $3 million to play cards. Immediately, everyone around them changed their attitudes 180 degrees, flipping faster than flipping a pancake. So, that young man, who was so boring to look at, has Boss Wei backing him. So, he's the friend Boss Wei invited. In that case, feel free to play. Exactly. If he's one of ours, let's all play together. Feeling that Boss Wei had shown such goodwill, Linfan didn't hold back and immediately accepted the $3 million stake, promising that he would repay him with both principal and interest in just one round of cards. In response to the young man's arrogant attitude and defiant words, the one-eyed man immediately demanded that the cards be dealt so they could go all in with him. Right from the start, this group of people had conspired together, manipulating the game with sleight of hand to target Linfan. However, they had no idea that their petty tricks had long been seen through by Linfan. As a result, Mr. Wei, the man they had intended to rig the biggest hand for, unexpectedly folded and refused to continue. Meanwhile, both Linfan and the one-eyed man decided to stay in the game to the very end. The one-eyed man even boldly raised the stakes in this round. Partly because he was confident that he held the strongest hand, and partly because he was certain that Linfan was just a broke hustler with no money on him. And just as he predicted, aside from the rare book worth 3 million that Linfan had wagered earlier, he truly didn't have a single coin left. But that didn't stop him from taking a risk. Instead of betting money, I'm wagering my life on this do-or-die game. I'll raise 2, but I don't have enough cash right now. If I lose, I'll leave it to you to decide my fate. Not just the one-eyed man, but everyone present was witnessing for the first time a young man daring to gamble so recklessly. Moreover, Linfan's opponents were all seasoned, hardened veterans of the gambling world, so naturally, not a single soul believed he had any real chance of winning this hand. However, at the moment both sides revealed their cards, the reluctant staff member had no choice but to announce that the fat man had been completely defeated by Linfan. Although he was extremely displeased with the result, in front of Boss Wei and under the watchful eyes of many people, he had to swallow his anger and accept the loss without being able to do anything. Fine, I can't believe I lost today to a brat who still reeks of milk. I have to place another bet to see what kind of cards you've really got. At the same time, the one-eyed man, holding a pair of 2s, was already praying silently in his heart. Life and death are fated, wealth is granted by the heavens. I refuse to believe I'll lose to a little punk like you. Who gets that kind of luck? Every card this kid lays down is an ace. With that kind of hand, how the hell was the one-eyed man supposed to win? In the end, Linfan humbly accepted a total prize of over 200 million from the one-eyed man, the fat man, and the casino, then swaggered out as everyone around watched in utter shock and disbelief. Of course, seeing Linfan so pleased with himself drove the one-eyed man absolutely mad. More importantly, he couldn't understand why such a big shot like Boss Wei would personally step in again and again to back Linfan. In the end, not daring to offend Boss Wei, the one-eyed man had no choice but to swallow his anger and didn't dare lay a hand on Linfan. As for Linfan, after making a substantial profit, he naturally didn't forget to return the 3 million he had previously borrowed from Boss Wei. Seeing that Linfan was not only talented but also righteous, clearly a man capable of great things, Boss Wei did not hesitate and immediately handed Linfan his personal business card, expressing his goodwill and desire to form an alliance. With the experience of 2 lifetimes, Linfan instantly recognized that this man's background was far from ordinary, despite his modest appearance. After all, those who could live in the Tiandu, Motto district were all retired senior state officials. Nevertheless, Linfan politely declined Boss Wei's offer. "Thank you, sir. Today, I owe you a great favor. If I ever get the chance, I will surely repay it." Both being astute individuals, Boss Wei immediately understood his intention upon hearing this. It was clear that Linfan had no desire to work under him. Left with no other option and unwilling to force the matter, he asked his assistant Xiao Ning to escort Linfan home. On the way, the assistant couldn't help his curiosity and struck up a conversation with the young man. Boss Wei had said, "Mr. Lin is a man of great ability. He told us to learn from you." Linfan replied humbly, "You flatter me. I am but an ordinary man of the mortal world." It seemed both of them were exchanging polite pleasantries, trading one courteous line after another. At that moment, Xiao Ning suddenly received a phone call from a subordinate. It turned out the man had just been beaten up and wanted Xiao Ning to come and stand up for him, seeking justice. As soon as Xiao Ning received the news, he was furious, his temper flaring instantly, and without hesitation, he made up his mind. Which bold fool dared to hit him? Give me that person's address. I'm dropping off a customer, I'll come find you soon. But little did he know, this was the biggest self-destructive move he could ever make. The person his underling wanted him to take charge of was Zhang Kuang, Linfan's sworn enemy. On Zhang Kuang's side, he was blissfully unaware of the disaster he was about to cause and was still innocently reporting to him. "Mr. Ning, you have to come quickly. I've brought some people and we're blocking the door of that brat's house, but we haven't dared to go in yet. It's so embarrassing, we're blocking the door and still can't go inside. Just leave it to me. I'm on my way. Boss Wei asked me to pick up someone, and it just so happens that it's him. Soon, Xiaoning's car with Linfan pulled up in front of the house, and the moment Zhang Kuang saw him, he immediately began threatening with a warning. Facing this foolish idiot, Linfan couldn't be bothered to say a word. To make matters worse, Lin Cici's treacherous ex-girlfriend was also there, further draining the young man's will to speak. Seeing that they had protection backing them up, they immediately started reporting to him, not only taking the opportunity to escalate things but also blatantly twisting the truth. Mr. Ning, this brat right here. Hurry up and beat him until he's crawling, help me out. Xiao Ning, when he saw that the person he was about to confront was actually the esteemed guest of Boss Wei, was utterly bewildered. He had originally intended to inquire about the details of the situation, but before he could say anything, Linfan cut him off. Don't let him finish speaking just yet. Shang, thinking that he was making a good point, kept going. Meanwhile, Lin Cici didn't forget to add more fuel to the fire and expose Xiao Ning further. To sum it up, these two were like a perfect duo, one throwing and the other catching. After a while of listening to their nonsense, Lin Fan's ears had finally reached their breaking point. Are you done talking yet? It's both loud and grating. Not yet. I still have more to say. Mr. Ning, you should make your move now. Indeed, it's time for me to act. I can't hold back any longer. Xiao Ning said, rolling up his sleeves, making them all think he was about to teach Linfan a lesson, which gave them a sense of smug satisfaction. But life is never as beautiful as it seems, because immediately afterward, Zhang Kuang was knocked out by his own senior, his eyes dizzy with pain, feeling like his ancestors were being tortured. Before he even understood what was happening, Xiao Ning revealed Linfan's true identity. Are you blind? You even dare to offend Mr. Lin? Mr. Lin here is an honored guest of Boss Wei. Who do you think you are? It seems like you're asking for trouble. Xiao Ning's intention was extremely clear, which was that Linfan was now in a new position, a new level that he could not offend. However, Zhang Kuang still didn't believe that Linfan could get acquainted with and cling to a senior figure like Boss Wei. It wasn't until Xiao Ning raised his voice and quickly kneel down and apologized to Mr. Lin, that both he and Lin Cici accepted the reality. However, Linfan had long stopped caring about them, and moreover, he wasn't in the mood to argue. So, he told Xiao Ning, just make them leave. Immediately, Zhang Kuang and Lin Cici quickly disappeared from Linfan's sight. On the other hand, Xiao Ning was a bit worried since he had once scolded Linfan over the phone and feared that Linfan would hold a grudge, so he proactively apologized first. For someone as sensible as him, Linfan naturally wouldn't make things difficult. It's fine, you can go back now. This small matter doesn't need to be concerned about. A person of high standing must be generous, and this generosity really makes others admire. At that moment, Xiao Dai was sitting quietly and drawing inside the house. When she saw her brother come back, she happily ran out to greet him. Seeing his younger sister healthy and lively like that, Linfan felt even happier. Although he clearly knew that his actions at the casino today would definitely offend quite a few people, protecting her smile made all of this insignificant to him. Because the current location of the house is quite poor, a mix of fish and dragons, which is not suitable for Xiao Dai to develop, Linfan decisively bought a villa at heavily seen lake on Xueling Mountain for his sister as soon as he had the money. Of course, when they moved to the new place, Xiao Dai was very happy and excited. But while she was running around in the garden, she suddenly told Linfan that she wanted to go back to the old house. Sis, I know this villa is definitely very expensive, but we shouldn't waste money, we should save it. Hearing his little sister say this, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow, his nose a little stuffy. While other children were still innocent and carefree, she had already started worrying about making ends meet, the price of salt, oil, and rice, the firewood at home. She was so mature it was heartbreaking. It's okay, I've made money now. A villa like this is nothing. Really? Really? Have I ever lied to you? Then I'll go to bed now. If I want to get better soon, I need to rest more. Hearing her brother's reassurance, shout I finally felt at ease and went inside to rest, which made Linfan very satisfied. In this life, he now had the power to protect those he cherished, and he would never leave any regrets like in his past life. The very next morning, the young man personally went to the kitchen to prepare his sister's favorite breakfast to nourish her. After finishing up in the kitchen, Linfan decided to pay a visit to the school. At this point, he was still a student at Manhwa Medical University. Although Linfan no longer needed to continue studying the shallow knowledge on Earth, he was still quite interested because the university had some items that could level up his cultivation. Just as Linfan stepped through the school gate, some teacher suddenly called him over to ask him to take some items to the remedial classroom for him. Of course, the young man had no time for such trivial matters, so he bluntly refused. Seeing this, the teacher immediately got angry and tried to intimidate him by using his authority. I'm a teacher in the medical department here. Asking you to move some items is a sign of respect. You don't need to make this mistake. Despite that, Linfan ignored him completely and turned away. Perhaps this was the first time the teacher had met such a tough and unyielding young man like Linfan, so he felt insulted. Unable to hold himself back, he grabbed Linfan and threatened to expel him. Alright, listen up. You're going to move those items today whether you like it or not, or you can consider yourself expelled. At this moment, the young man was the type to think, oh, I'm so scared of you, and didn't even bother to respond to him. But the teacher was relentless, sticking to him like a leech, continuing to pester him and even yelling loudly as if he owned the world. With no other choice, Linfan decided to shut him up with a few swift moves. After all, in the world of a cultivator, even a single step could be the difference between life and death, and he had already shown immense restraint by not sending this teacher to his ancestors. In his previous life, Linfan had been a true pushover, and just because of an issue with his ex-girlfriend, he had taken a leave of absence from school. Looking back on that now, he could only feel how immature and ridiculous he had been, giving up his education for a gold-digging woman like Lin Cece. Reborn in this life, the young man naturally wanted to go through the procedures to return to school. Later, Linfan went to the faculty office to meet with the homeroom teacher to complete some necessary formalities. However, while he was explaining the reason for his return, the annoying teacher from earlier suddenly barged into the faculty office to accuse a student of having committed a physical assault. Mr. Chen, the students these days are truly outrageous. Professor Liang, what is going on here? Is the injury serious? These students are just like thugs, even daring to hit a teacher. A student like this must be expelled, and furthermore, other schools should be warned never to admit this kind of unruly student. Although Mr. Chen did not fully understand the situation, he sensed that the matter was not simple based on Professor Liang's words. He instructed Linfan to go to class first. Hearing this, Linfan had no objections and obediently followed Mr. Chen's instructions. However, as Linfan walked past, Professor Liang immediately recognized him as the student who had physically confronted him on the playground earlier. I never expected you would dare to come to me on your own. This time, if I don't make you drop out of school, I'll change my last name to Liang. Seeing that the teacher was clearly targeting his student, Mr. Chen quickly intervened, asking what exactly was happening between them. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Professor Liang accused Linfan in front of Mr. Chen, even going so far as to demand his expulsion, placing his records on the blacklist, and sending him to a youth re-education camp for corrective training. But Director Chen stepped forward to defend Linfan, as he believed that Linfan was merely temporarily provoked. As teachers, they should give students who have made mistakes a chance to correct themselves. Instead of imposing such a heavy punishment, Director Chen suggested that Linfan apologize so that Professor Liang would overlook the matter. However, Linfan, being proud and arrogant, had long since stopped regarding people like Professor Liang, who abused their power, with any respect. Therefore, he clearly rejected Director Chen's suggestion, thinking that even with him, there was no need for him to apologize. At this point, the professor was seething with anger and demanded an acceptable result from Director Chen. Although Director Chen wanted to save his student this time, under the pressure from Professor Liang, he reluctantly had to suspend Linfan from school for 1 year for physically confronting a teacher, while also returning Linfan's earlier application form. Seeing the malicious professor so pleased with himself, Linfan couldn't hold back his frustration and directly showed his dissatisfaction in front of Director Chen. Not only did Linfan slam the table, but he also declared his disagreement with the handling of the matter. This shocking act clearly left both teachers mentally shaken. Linfan, have you rebelled? How dare you speak like that to a school leader? Don't even think about it. No one, not even the principal, would dare to show me such disrespect. You little brat, I've never seen anyone so arrogant and reckless like you before. Yet, despite being threatened, the young man wasn't scared at all. In fact, he turned around and challenged the two teachers. Ha, this isn't even considered arrogant or reckless. I'm sorry, but from now on, I'll show you what true arrogance and recklessness look like. The wise teachers would quickly bring the procedure to request my return to school and make up for the missed time. After saying that, the young man turned around and walked away, leaving the two teachers fuming with rage but unable to do anything. The reason Linfan acted so arrogantly was that he had someone backing him. He didn't expect that this connection would be called upon so soon. Hello, Mr. Ning, I have something to trouble you with. This time, both Professor Liang and Director Chen were certain that they had to deal with the young man directly. With just one phone call from Linfan, Mr. Wei had contacted the president of the university where Linfan was studying. While waiting for the results, Linfan went to find Xiao Dai, his first true love. In fact, their relationship had been very good, but for some reason, ever since Lin Cece appeared, Linfan had seemed possessed and ended up neglecting Xiao Dai. So, when fate gave him a second chance at life, he was determined not to let go of a good girl like Xiao Dai. Fortunately, when Linfan returned and expressed his feelings, she was still willing to forgive him, even running into his arms with uncontrollable joy. However, just as the two sparrows were in their sweet and affectionate moment, an arrogant old man suddenly barged in and broke the pink atmosphere. From the words of the people in the class, Linfan learned that the man was Siyu Hanxing, a bully who was pursuing Xiao Dai. Who didn't know that Siyu Hanxing liked Xiao Dai? Linfan had actually dared to compete with him for the girl right in the open, under the bright sky and the warm sun. This time, Linfan was in deep trouble. Seeing the dramatic love triangle unfold, everyone became extremely interested. Many even eagerly wanted to see how Siyu Hanxing would deal with Linfan. Meanwhile, Siyu Hanxing's name seemed to be filled with rage, to the point of almost striking Linfan. It was only when he saw others nearby that he managed to retain some semblance of sanity. Xiao Dai, you go out for a moment, I have something I want to discuss with you privately. However, Xiao Dai wasn't stupid, despite her beauty. Who could know what this crazy man would dare to do if they were alone? So, Xiao Dai quickly hid behind Linfan and flatly refused him. As expected, this old man was far from normal. Just because Xiao Dai didn't want to follow him, he immediately revealed his thug-like nature, shouting loudly and attempting to drag her out forcefully. Fortunately, Linfan reacted in time and stopped his filthy hand from touching Xiao Dai. Not stopping there, while Siyu Hanxing was still stunned by Linfan's reaction, the young man warned him to leave quickly and stay out of their sight. Clearly, these words struck a nerve with the old man. You're the one who doesn't have the right to speak here. Humph, Xiao Dai, don't think I'm showing you respect when I like you. If you're ungrateful, I'll make sure you know your place. Watch out, I'll throw you into some cheap, lowly place. In front of Linfan and their classmates, this scoundrel was already so bold, threatening to kidnap a female student. One could only imagine how terrible he was behind the scenes. No wonder Xiao Dai was so scared. To calm her down, the young man promised to protect her fully, ensuring that not even a single strand of her hair would be harmed by him. At this moment, Siyu Hanxing was about to publicly insult and tarnish Xiao Dai's reputation, but was suddenly frightened by the sharp, cold glare from Linfan, frozen for a brief moment. But that didn't stop the old man from pushing forward. Instead, he took a step deeper into the earth, turning to attack and challenge him. Hey, you little brat, you look pretty tough, huh? But with a shrimp like you, how could you even touch me? Useless piece of trash. If you're so brave, come and try to take me on. At this point, the old man was beyond saving. And as we predicted, the young man finally couldn't hold back and landed a kick that sent him flying 10 meters, crashing straight into a wall. Even to this day, Siyu Hanxing still couldn't believe that Linfan was also a martial artist, and on top of that, so strong that he almost crippled him. That's why he still harbored thoughts of revenge. In front of Linfan, he pretended to be scared, as though he had accepted defeat, but in reality, he was just trying to mislead and set up an ambush for his opponent, hoping for an easier strike. Of course, with his years of combat experience, Linfan saw through all of his tricks long ago. The moment he saw the old man preparing to strike, Linfan immediately counterattacked. This time, it wasn't just a punch, he added a combo of knee strikes, elbow jabs, crippled both of his legs, and finally delivered a devastating blow, nearly sending him on a one-way trip to the afterlife. Truly someone who didn't know his own limits. After the fight ended, Xiaodai quickly rushed over to Linfan to check on him. "Linfan, you scared me. Are you hurt anywhere?" Of course, a few thugs with their pathetic skills wouldn't even come close to laying a finger on the protagonist. Seeing that his love for her remained unaffected, Xiaodai felt a sense of relief. However, before she could feel fully relieved, the class president, Zhong Jingxian, suddenly spoke up with a warning. "Do you guys know what kind of people Siyu Hanxing's parents are? Do you realize how your actions could affect all the students in our class? Oh, what kind of people are the parents of this big idiot? His parents are high-ranking officials, not the kind of people a small student like you should offend. As the class president, I can't just ignore this situation. Here's what I suggest: although Siyu Hanxing is unconscious, you should apologize to him to smooth things over." Hearing this four-eyed idiot speak nonsense made Linfan's irritation reach its peak, and he couldn't help but retort. "Apologize? Who do you think you are to order me to apologize?" Zhong Jingxian was completely caught off guard by Linfan, who was usually so mild-mannered, speaking so sharply to him. He was stunned. On top of that, Linfan even told him to move aside because he was getting on his nerves. Though Zhong Jingxian was humiliated, he could only simmer in his anger and go back to his seat, unable to do anything further. Just then, their homeroom teacher, Qin Jing, entered the classroom to prepare for the lesson. Immediately, Zhong Jingxian stood up to accuse Linfan of using violent martial arts to knock Siyu Hanxing unconscious. The homeroom teacher turned to Linfan to confirm the story, but he denied it, acting as if he had no idea what had happened. Of course, the class president wouldn't let this slide, so he pointed out the scene of the fight to the homeroom teacher and showed her the unconscious Siyu Hanxing, hoping to prove Linfan's wrongful actions. As a sensible person, the homeroom teacher Qin Jing naturally did not listen to just one side. Instead, she turned to ask the students in the class. However, before anyone could speak up, Linfan shot them a warning glance, clearly signaling that no one was allowed to get involved in this matter. As a result, no one in the class dared to go against his will. Although Qin Jing saw through the scene, she still wanted to give Linfan a chance to make amends, so instead of exposing him, she invited him to the office. Of course, Linfan was quite satisfied with the way the homeroom teacher handled things and obediently agreed. Before leaving, he couldn't resist throwing a jab at the class leader, causing him to glare in frustration, unable to do anything. However, even a small snake would eventually show its fangs. After several times of being humiliated by Linfan, Zhong Jingxian finally reached his breaking point. Unable to tolerate it any longer, he decided to call a gangster to report it. "Bye bro, Miss Qin just took that little Bai kid up to the office." It turned out that the one backing him was Bai Huang, a well-known figure at Mado Medical University. Notably, none of the girls in their class, not even the school beauty, were on his radar because he only liked to pursue young female teachers. Furthermore, Bai Huang was far from a good person. He had once caused a young teacher to get pregnant and then abandoned her without care. But because of his extremely solid family background, even the school administration had no power over him, allowing him to continue his reckless behavior in the university. What's more, his next target was Qin Jing, the homeroom teacher. Taking advantage of the fact that Qin Jing often showed concern for students from difficult backgrounds, like Linfan, class leader Zhong Jingxian had exaggerated the situation and reported it to Bai Huang, hoping to use him to take revenge on Linfan. At the same time, in the teacher's office, Qin Jing did not mention the noise in the classroom. Instead, she asked Linfan about the situation at home and how Xiao Dai had been doing recently. Xiao Dai and you have both started going to school again. That means you have to shoulder the tuition fees for both of you, which must be really difficult, right? The cost of living in Mata is very high, even renting is expensive. Linfan, you seem to have no place to stay. How about you stay with me for now? Actually, in her past life, Qin Jing had taken in the two siblings for a while. But in this life, Linfan was capable enough to take care of himself and his sister, so he didn't want to rely on her anymore. Just as Linfan was about to decline, the bell signaling the start of class suddenly rang, interrupting their conversation. Before he could say a word, Qin Jing handed him a note with her address written on it and quickly ran off to her class. Left with no choice, the young man had to wait until she had time to explain things later. As soon as Linfan left Qin Jing's office, Bai Huang barged in after picking the lock. He seemed like he was going to leave when he found no one inside, but to his surprise, this old man had a treasure from the immortal cultivation world in his possession. It didn't take long before he managed to find Linfan's trace. After seeing the handsome avatar of the protagonist and thinking about the beautiful teacher he had been eyeing being snatched away by him, Bai Huang immediately lost his mind and started smashing things in the room. Not stopping there, this old goat of a man even went to Qin Jing's seat and inhaled the lingering scent of her until he was satisfied and blissful. On another side, Linfan had arrived at the school's library to carry out the next step of his plan. From what he remembered in his past life, the school newspaper had once reported on a professor who was researching the creation of a medicinal substance with particularly effective properties. Although Linfan hadn't paid much attention to it back then, he now guessed that it was something similar to the elixirs of cultivators. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was rather thin nowadays, making cultivation slow and difficult. Therefore, if he could find that medicinal substance at the school, his progress in cultivation would be much faster compared to doing it the hard way. While Linfan was lost in thought, Xiao Dai unexpectedly appeared before him. Linfan, so you're here. What did Miss Qin want with you earlier? It was nothing, she was just talking about some study issues, he replied. However, just as the two of them were chatting happily, some of Siyu Hanxing's lackeys suddenly appeared to cause trouble. One of them, a large and confident guy, was sure he could take Linfan down and immediately made a move without hesitation. However, before he could do anything, Linfan grabbed his arm and warned him. Stop it. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Although the thug sensed the danger coming from Linfan, instead of stopping, he got even more arrogant and daring, challenging him back. You're bold, you dog. I'm just dying to see how you'll be rude. After saying that, he attempted to lift his leg to kick Linfan, but Linfan quickly dodged to the side, causing him to miss. Before he could react, Linfan continued his attack, landing a punch that sent him flying past the forward line. The younger brother, seeing his older sibling being taken down so quickly, had no confidence left to even think about jumping in to fight Linfan. Luckily for him, Linfan didn't bother with someone as insignificant as him, giving him the chance to escape. Otherwise, even his ancestors wouldn't have been able to save the two of them from this vengeance. Although the troublemakers weren't on Linfan's level, the continuous stream of issues had started to wear him down. Even when his mood had improved slightly, others kept ruining it. Perhaps because Linfan had suddenly become so formidable, Xiao Dai couldn't help but feel suspicious. She even thought he seemed somewhat distant, no longer the same as before. Of course, he couldn't explain everything from his past life to Xiao Dai, so he had to come up with a random excuse to cover it up. From the sound of it, it seemed like an obvious lie, and she didn't completely trust him. But since he clearly didn't want to talk about it, she didn't press him any further. Later, Xiao Dai wanted to invite Linfan to have a meal together, but he had to find the class advisor to settle some work, so he declined. Seeing her a bit disappointed, he promised that he would treat her to a meal the next day to make up for it. After soothing the girl, the young man went to Qin Jing's house to explain the situation with the two brothers, hoping to avoid any misunderstandings. What he didn't expect was that she was cooking at that moment and even warmly invited him to stay and eat with her. In reality, he had only intended to quickly explain and leave, but given the circumstances, it was inconvenient for him to decline, so he agreed to stay. Anyway, in the previous life, only she had been kind to both Linfan and his brother, but sadly, Qin Jing suddenly decided to end her life by jumping off the top of the Jingmao building, which made him deeply sorrowful. Therefore, in this life, he was even more determined not to let such a thing happen again. Lost in his thoughts, Linfan appeared somewhat absent-minded and only snapped back to reality after Qin Jing called him several times. Later, while they were having their meal, the young man lied and said that he had recently found a job. The boss there felt sorry for me, so he arranged a staff room for me. So, you don't need to worry about that anymore. However, Qin Jing still advised Linfan to let her know if he encountered any difficulties, promising that she would do her best to help him. After finishing the meal, Linfan asked for permission to leave. "Miss Qin, if there's nothing else, I'll head off now. Or would you like to walk me a little way, just for some digestion?" Seeing how enthusiastic the head teacher was, the young man reluctantly agreed to her suggestion. Then, the two decided to take a walk in the park beneath the apartment building, but while chatting, Linfan suddenly noticed someone secretly following them. Without hesitation, he quickly picked up a stone from the roadside and threw it directly into the bushes. It turned out that the person tailing them was none other than Bai Huang. The moment Qin Jing saw him appear, she immediately felt scared, especially when the old man made a repulsive face and sneered, "Of course, I came to find Teacher Qin. I didn't expect you were still looking for a lover. You're really desperate, aren't you?" Then, taking advantage of the fact that neither of them had time to react, Bai Huang suddenly approached Linfan and used him to threaten Qin Jing. However, just a few seconds later, Linfan quickly dodged out of his control and took Qin Jing's hand, walking away as if nothing had happened. This time, the young man acted too fast and dangerously, to the point where Bai Huang couldn't even see his movements clearly and stood frozen for a moment before he could catch up. Perhaps because he was too embarrassed, the old man went crazy and rushed to attack in retaliation. But at the critical moment, Linfan effortlessly delivered a powerful punch, sending him flying, spitting out syrup. But this seemed insufficient to completely defeat Bai Huang. Because right after taking the blow, he still managed to get back on his feet. Moreover, he realized that Linfan was also from the cultivation world and had reached the level of body refining. He didn't expect Linfan to possess the strength of a body refining cultivator. No one in this entire medical university could be his opponent. Unfortunately, he had crossed paths with me. Clearly, Bai Huang was not at all intimidated by Linfan's power. Therefore, Linfan was certain that he must be hiding some sort of protective treasure. And sure enough, the old man had a magical weapon of a cultivator, and he used it skillfully, quickly landing a hit on Linfan. Seeing that Linfan didn't react after taking the blow, Bai Huang naturally felt extremely pleased with himself, unable to resist boasting about his treasure. "To make me use the chanting the 9 demon pearl, you should feel honored to die by my hand. This was actually the birthday gift given to me by the ancestor of the Bai family. By nurturing it with essence blood, it can awaken the eerie flame hidden within. I've relied on this very technique to execute countless body refining masters like you." Receiving the 9 demon pearl sounds impressive, sure, but it still doesn't even come close to the 9 heaven divine stone of the main character. While Bai Huang was basking in smug satisfaction, thinking he had Linfan cornered, Linfan suddenly spoke up and crushed what was supposed to be Bai Huang's ultimate move. "So this is your ultimate technique? Truly disappointing. And you even dared to fantasize about destroying the soul of a venerable immortal? Where did you get that kind of courage, huh?" Even though the gap in strength and level between the two was as clear as day, this delusional old man still stubbornly charged at Linfan in a desperate move. Seeing that Bai Huang was clearly beyond saving, Linfan no longer hesitated and decided to end his existence once and for all. Naturally, faced with the absolute power of a divine lord, all of his resistance and struggle was as futile as poking at stainless steel with bare hands. In the end, he was forced to face the consequences of his own actions. Truly a case of youthful ignorance of all people. You had to provoke the strongest main character in the entire server? Yeah, you were doomed from the start. Not only that, after dealing with Bai Huang, the the young man casually looted the artifact chanting the 9-demon pearl from him. From what he knew, spiritual energy on Earth was nearly depleted, so acquiring a magical artifact like this was no easy feat. Although its quality and grade were a bit lacking, it was still better than nothing. Linfan decided to make do with it for the time being. Afterward, he said goodbye to the homeroom teacher and quickly returned home. After all, Xiao Dai was waiting for him at home. Sure enough, when he arrived, Linfan found his sister still nodding off in the living room, even though it was already very late. Immediately, he reminded her to go to bed so she could be ready for school the next day. But before heading to her room, Xiao Dai hesitantly told him about the class's upcoming outing next week. "Brother, our class will go on a field trip next week." Seeing that his sister was eager to go, Linfan didn't think twice and readily agreed. "All right, you can go." With everything settled, he finally returned to his room to focus on studying the magical artifact of that by Huang Gai. However, what Linfan didn't expect was that, while channeling his energy, an unusual wave of spiritual energy suddenly surged up and escaped from the Nian Pearl. At this moment, he finally understood why Bai Huang had been able to use spells, even though he hadn't entered the qi refining stage. It turned out that the Nian Pearl contained such a strange spiritual force. In reality, the world of cultivators is divided into 9 major realms, starting from qi refining all the way up to foundation establishment, qi condensation, void transformation, nirvana, immortal platform, shattering void, Dao fusion, and finally, creation. These 9 realms are marked by the immortal platform stage. Those below the immortal platform are considered mortals, while those above are regarded as immortals. Specifically, the immortal platform realm, as its name and meaning suggest, refers to the cultivation of the 9-tier immortal platform, the first stage in the heavenly 9th stage immortal platform completion. When heaven and earth descend together, the cultivator's lifespan becomes immortal, and that is why the immortal platform realm is also known as the immortal realm. In his past life, Linfan had reached the Dao fusion realm. His immortal name was known throughout 3,000 worlds. Relying solely on the Great Evolution Dao technique, he had defeated countless opponents, dominated the immortal realm, and had never suffered a defeat. He was revered by other venerable immortals as the Heavenly Emperor, known as the number 1 Emperor of all eternity. However, after obtaining the 9 Heaven Divine Stone, he was ambushed by other venerable immortals, who sought to snatch it away from him. In the end, on the peak of the immortal realm, Linfan could only face off against 36 venerable immortals alone, battling them in a cataclysmic fight that shook the heavens. But who could have expected that, in his desperate moment, he unexpectedly managed to elevate the Great Evolution Dao technique to the highest level, simultaneously creating an immensely powerful force that pulled the other venerable immortals into his immortal kingdom. As a result, all of them were completely annihilated, and Linfan, as a consequence, fell into divine punishment, returning to the ordinary Linfan of this life. On the other hand, now that he was reborn, he was even more determined to cultivate every realm to its absolute limit before returning to the other world to dominate once again, so that his pride could be satisfied. The first step in Linfan's resurgence was to subdue the mysterious Dao spirit before him. Soon after, he continued to use his magical techniques to absorb it into his body. Fortunately, after a bit of struggle, he succeeded and was able to reach the first realm, the qi refining stage. In fact, at the beginning, Linfan had been too busy dealing with others and hadn't seriously started cultivating the techniques from the 9 Heaven Divine Stone. Now, with this second life, he had more than enough time to master everything. And just as expected, after a mere hour, Linfan fully realized the power of the 9 Heaven Divine Stone. No wonder the other venerable immortals were willing to turn against me to seize this priceless treasure. With it in hand, the protagonist would be able to confidently dominate the entire world without fearing anyone at all. At the same time, in some hidden realm, the patriarch of the Bai family, who had given the magical artifact chanting the 9-demon pearl to Bai Huang, seemed to sense something unusual. Therefore, while cultivating, he was suddenly struck by a backlash, coughing up a mouthful of syrup. After the shock, he immediately realized that the aura of the Nian pearl had vanished. This also meant that his beloved grandson, Bai Huang, had been erased from the Earth server by someone. In a fit of anger and sorrow, the patriarch of the Bai family risked everything to use forbidden techniques to track down the person behind this, seeking revenge for his grandson. In a separate development, Linfan had officially returned to school, seeing the young man still in one piece, chatting cheerfully with girls. This made Zhong Jingxian furious. Why was he here? Had Bai Huang failed? Was his life really that tough? Where was class director Chen? Why hadn't he been expelled yet? The younger brother, who had been with the big guy the day before, now began to explain the events of the library incident. Don't mention it. Yesterday, over a dozen of us surrounded him, intending to gang up on him, but he ended up sealing our acupoints, forcing us to stand in the library all night. Just now, I went to find class director Chen, but I was kicked out. Really? That poor bastard Linfan actually has connections? The guy obviously practices martial arts, yet when he encountered me before, he'd either bow his head or smile. These days he's been showing off, even daring to touch my goddess. Speaking of Xiao Dai, the two old men quickly devised a sinister plan to get back at Linfan. They will wait for the moment when Xiao Dai is alone to harm her, unable to act against someone as capable as him, so they target those close to him instead. Meanwhile, the two of them are still engrossed in their conversation, completely unaware of their despicable plot. Suddenly, Linfan mentions wanting to go to Xiao Dai's family restaurant for a meal. But instead of being happy, Xiao Dai hesitates a bit, because in the past, when he was still poor, her parents had forbidden them from being together. To be honest, back then, Linfan also felt very inferior, thinking that he wasn't worthy to be with Xiao Dai. But now, our young man has returned, stronger and better than before, so there's no need to worry about her parents anymore. Soon enough, they arrived at Xiao Dai's family restaurant. Her mother was busy working, but as soon as she saw Linfan, her attitude immediately changed. She couldn't hold back and pulled her daughter aside to lecture her. Didn't I tell you to stay away from him? Why did you bring him home? Although Xiao Dai tried to explain that they were just friends, her mother wouldn't believe it. What's worse, she kept defending Linfan, speaking well of him. Bottom line, I'm still firmly forbidding you from having anything to do with Linfan. Xiao Dai, listen to your mother, don't date him anymore. I'm doing this for your own good. Our family may not be wealthy, but we can't just let people who don't have any decency or class step into our lives. So don't let those sweet words deceive you. Because of the harsh words from her mother, Xiao Dai could no longer hold back and retorted immediately. At that very moment, a group of thugs on motorcycles suddenly stormed in and began smashing everything in the restaurant. It turned out that Xiao Dai's father had borrowed money from them, and now they were here to collect the debt. Although he begged for a few more days to come up with the money, they refused to listen and even resorted to violence. You dared to borrow money from Wang Long and not pay it back. You don't want this life anymore, do you? Brothers, this guy doesn't want to pay us back. What should we do with him? After saying this, the thug turned to look at Xiao Dai and her mother, revealing his sinister intentions. Your wife and daughter are so beautiful. What a shame for you to keep them. Why not give them to me for a few months? I'll let you off the hook for a few days. Immediately, the father shouted for the two to run, but before he could finish his sentence, the thug threw him aside like a dog. Then, the thug turned to deal with Xiao Dai and her mother. Fortunately, Linfan was there and quickly intervened. Are you Wang Long? Kneel down and apologize right now, and I might spare your life. It could be said that Xiao Dai and her mother were the two most important women in Linfan's life, and they were the absolute limit of his tolerance. So, allowing these thugs to kneel and apologize was already the greatest concession he could make. But these fools were too ignorant and deliberately provoked him. Not only did they insult the young man shamelessly, but they even laid their hands on him. At the critical moment, Linfan swiftly counterattacked, causing the shards of glass to fly back and embed themselves directly into the old man's face. Seeing their boss in such a state, the other two panicked and immediately charged in to brawl. But these guys were nowhere near Linfan's level. He effortlessly blocked one of their punches with just a single finger, then without giving the guy a chance to react, delivered a kick straight to his face. Witnessing this, everyone present was utterly stunned, especially Xiao Dai and her parents, who were completely thrilled by the scene. Meanwhile, the leader, who had just been hit in the face with shards of glass by Linfan, couldn't endure the humiliation any longer and pulled out a gun, intending to settle the score. However, before the bullet could reach Linfan, he was already one step ahead and skillfully dodged it. Not only that, he smoothly turned around, grabbed the old man, and prepared to crush his filthy mouth. By this point, it was far too late for any regrets. "Who the hell are you? I've walked the martial world for years and never heard of anyone dodging bullets. Who I am doesn't matter. All you need to know is that in front of me, you're nothing but insects." With that, Linfan turned and ordered the younger brothers to kneel down and apologize to Xiao Dai's family. Naturally, overwhelmed by his sheer presence, they didn't dare disobey. They immediately dropped to their knees and kowtowed an apology. Taking the opportunity to discipline the thugs, the domineering young man also gave a piece of advice to his future father-in-law. "Uncle, if you keep gambling like this, you won't be so lucky next time." Only after seeing Xiao Dai's father ensure that he wouldn't gamble again did he continue to deal with the commotion, scaring the thugs so badly that they almost wet their pants and had to flee in a hurry to save face. On the other hand, through this incident, Xiao Dai's mother began to view Linfan differently and even started speaking more respectfully to him. "You really are our family's benefactor. Xiao Dai is lucky to know someone like you." However, this sudden change made Linfan feel somewhat disheartened. It turned out that people only valued him when they saw some benefit to themselves, but otherwise, their view of him was different. With this thought in mind, the young man lost his appetite and decided to leave right away. At the same time, the class leader and his younger brother were on their way to Xiao Dai's family restaurant to carry out their wicked plot. But life isn't always as expected. While they were excited, they ran into the thugs who had just been beaten by Linfan. "Isn't that Boss Wang? What are you doing here?" "Boss Wang, I wasn't trying to set you up with a beautiful woman. That girl is a hot girl from our school, and I guarantee she's better than the ones I introduced to you before. However, there's a guy who doesn't know his place and took her away, so you have to get revenge this time." After hearing Zhong Jingxian's words, Wang Long immediately thought of the young man with white hair who had beaten up the whole group at the restaurant earlier. As soon as he confirmed the target, he couldn't hold back and slapped Zhong Jingxian hard. "Damn it, I don't know you. Get lost." After cursing, he ordered his two underlings to take him away to another place. While Zhong Jingxian was still bewildered, not understanding why he was being beaten, his younger brother quickly grabbed him and dragged him away, just because he saw the appearance of the devilish figure. Linfan, fortunately, they ran fast, otherwise, this time, it would have definitely been the end for the young man. At that moment, Linfan suddenly received an urgent call from his assistant Xiao Ning, informing him about a special case concerning one of his friends. "To be honest, I have a friend whose body is suffering from a strange illness. No expert, whether domestic or international, has ever encountered such a disease, so I hope you can lend a helping hand." Hearing Xiao Ning's request for medical assistance, Linfan was quite surprised, as he had never revealed his medical skills to anyone before. He couldn't help but ask directly about the reason behind it. "Why do you think I have the ability to help?" Xiao Ning then frankly told him the reason. "It was Mr. Wei who pointed me in your direction. He said you have great medical abilities, and although the doctors are baffled by the illness and have no solution, he is certain that you will have a way to treat it." Upon hearing this, the young man easily guessed Mr. Wei's intentions. It turned out that Mr. Wei just wanted to test the depth of his abilities. Feeling the need to confirm, Linfan decisively agreed to Xiao Ning's request, and before long, he was picked up and taken to the private hospital where his sworn brother was receiving treatment. There, Linfan was able to observe the patient's condition firsthand and quickly figured out the problem. "Can you tell what kind of illness this is?" "It's just a minor ailment." "Let me take a closer look, and I'll figure it out." Just a few minutes after entering the patient's room, the young man made a remark that completely stunned everyone, causing the so-called experts present to feel insulted. "Xiao Ning, where did you bring this snot-nosed kid from? Is this how you talk so recklessly?" "Exactly, who does he think he is, calling it a minor illness? This kid is starting to get pissed off now." In particular, when Linfan tried to step forward to check on the patient's condition, one of the so-called experts deliberately tried to stop him. The result was that Linfan gave him a punch, sending him to the side, where he remained obediently. Linfan then proceeded to check the patient, and after understanding the full situation, he wasted no time and directly began the treatment. However, the shocking part was that the patient's electrocardiogram suddenly went flat, causing everyone present to panic. They even thought that Linfan had killed the patient and immediately ordered the bodyguards outside the villa to subdue him. Despite the situation, the young man remained calm, as if nothing had happened. Just a few minutes later, the weak man, who everyone thought had passed away, suddenly sat up and began coughing, with his heart rate gradually returning to normal. Witnessing such an unbelievable resurrection, the so-called experts could not accept it for a moment. Seeing this, Linfan didn't even bother to continue. It seemed that they didn't believe in him, so forget it. This person wasn't meant to be saved by him, so he walked away. He said. Then the young man intended to turn around and leave, but the son of the patient quickly stopped him and begged him to save his father. "Please, you must save my father. Divine Dr. Lin, earlier, my Kim family was blind and disrespectful towards the divine physician. If the divine physician wants to blame someone, blame me. I leave it up to you, divine physician, and I hold no resentment. I only ask that you save my father." Upon witnessing this scene, everyone present in the room was extremely shocked, as they did not expect Mr. Kim, the most influential person, to kneel and beg so humbly. Moved by his filial piety, Linfan was also swayed, and in the end, he no longer wished to argue. At that moment, another private doctor from the Kim family, Liang Guodong, rushed over to check on Mr. Kim after hearing the news that his heart had stopped. Upon seeing his ally arrive, the old man with the golden hair immediately began to complain about what had just happened. "Dr. Liang has finally arrived. Please look here, there's a little brat who doesn't know his place, treating patients in such a reckless way that he nearly sent Mr. Kim to join his ancestors." However, as soon as Dr. Liang saw Linfan, he hurried over to shake hands and introduced himself, even going so far as to express his respect and admiration for finally meeting his idol. "Master Lin, I have admired your name for a long time. I am Liang Guodong. To meet you here today is the greatest luck of my life." The ones who had just loudly scolded Linfan when they saw this chaotic scene were now completely rattled. In fact, even Linfan didn't expect this outcome, nor did he know who the man standing in front of him was. It was only when Liang Guodong mentioned Boss Wei that he suddenly recalled the doctor, Mr. Liang, whom he had been introduced to by him earlier. Since they were all acquainted, Linfan immediately set aside any doubts and rolled up his sleeves, ready to get to work. However, aside from asking Dr. Liang to assist him during the treatment, the young man didn't forget the grudge from earlier, so he ordered the two quack doctors who had doubted his abilities to be kicked out. After the unrelated people were dismissed, Linfan officially began the treatment. First, he asked Dr. Liang to apply pressure on Mr. Kim's juk acupoint. Then, he personally took over, pressing on the key acupoints on Mr. Kim's body one after another. The entire process was so intense that Dr. Liang had to exert great effort to keep the initial acupoints intact. Meanwhile, Linfan had to concentrate with all his might to avoid making any mistakes. This was the most critical moment of the entire process, and any slight misstep from either of them could send Mr. Kim straight to his end. Fortunately, after a struggle that left them both drenched in sweat, they finally completed the treatment and successfully released the energy trapped inside Mr. Kim's body. In reality, this was the evil energy that had invaded Mr. Kim's body, and the sinister disease was caused by it. According to Linfan, now that the evil energy had been dispelled, Mr. Kim was no longer in critical danger. And just as he predicted, it didn't take long before he was able to wake up after a long period of unconsciousness. Immediately, Mr. Kim couldn't contain his emotions and hugged his father tightly. The two of them then shared a moment of tender affection. It wasn't until some time later that Mr. Kim remembered to thank his lifesaver. At first, he thought that Dr. Liang was the one who had treated him, and only when others explained did he fully understand the situation. "Benefactor, I am Jin Baiyun. I am deeply grateful to you. This life-saving grace, I will never forget for as long as I live. If, in the future, you need anything, please don't hesitate to ask." Even if it's climbing a mountain of swords or crossing a sea of fire, I will not hesitate to help. Had it not been for Mr. Kim's current weakness and his son stopping him, he surely would have jumped off the bed to bow to Linfan. In truth, Linfan didn't care much for these ceremonial gestures. At that moment, he just wanted to know how Mr. Kim was feeling so he could assess the situation. Only after confirming that Mr. Kim no longer showed any signs of danger did Linfan feel at ease enough to leave. However, before he left, Mr. Kim handed him a bank card with a balance of 1 million. Divine Dr. Lin, this humble sum is my token of appreciation. I hope you will accept it. If this had been the poor Linfan of the past, he might have rushed to accept it, but now that he was at a different level, he no longer needed such mundane material things. He flatly refused the 1 million from Mr. Kim. Instead, Linfan expressed that what he truly needed were spiritual herbs, spirit gems, or magical artifacts. Therefore, if they came across any of these, they should let him know. Hearing Mr. Kim talk about the magical artifacts, Mr. Kim suddenly remembered that there had once been an association specializing in auctioning such items. He had intended to participate in the past, but due to illness, he missed the opportunity. Therefore, he wasn't exactly sure about the details. He only knew that it was organized by the feng shui masters from the north, who were highly skilled, and that Yuan Donghuang would also be attending. Upon hearing the name Yuan Donghuang, everyone in the room expressed their astonishment, which piqued Linfan's curiosity. He wondered what kind of extraordinary figure this person was. Seeing that Linfan didn't know, Xiao Ning began to tell him about his legendary story. It is said that this person named Yuan Donghuang truly possesses immense abilities, vast supernatural powers, and is a remarkable figure from the Tang dynasty. He once intervened to change the fortune of the Li family, helping them rise from the brink of bankruptcy and reviving them. In short, Yuan Donghuang is a highly influential figure with the talent to command the wind and summon rain, to alter fate in a miraculous way. His powers are extraordinary, and his skills are top-notch. The more Linfan listened, the more intrigued he became. He then asked Mr. Kim about the time of the auction. Bei Yun immediately responded, I will keep an eye on it. Once the time comes, I will inform you right away. He then changed the subject with a sincere attitude. Lin Master, the fact that I survived such a great calamity today is a great blessing. Tonight, I will host a celebratory banquet. It will be held at the Imperial Dynasty restaurant, where I will invite a few old friends. You, being the savior of my life, I hope Lin Master will honor me with your presence. Linfan turned around and waved his hand to say goodbye while declining. No, I have something else to do today. I'll leave now. Mr. Ning also politely bowed his head. Mr. Kim, we'll take our leave now. Bei Yun stopped insisting. All right, then, take care both of you. The two walked side by side as they left, and outside, the bodyguards were stationed carefully. Mr. Ning stopped for a moment, slightly bowed, and thanked Lin Master for his help, promising to bring a grand gift to express his gratitude another day. Linfan responded politely. No need, you can go now. He nodded in agreement. All right. A while later, at Linfan's house, he opened the door and stepped inside. First, he glanced around and announced. Dai, I'm back. Suddenly, a fluffy dress floated through the air. Xiao Dai, wearing a beautiful outfit, turned around to greet him. Big brother, you're back. Linfan smiled happily. This girl has grown up. He gently ruffled her head. By the way, didn't you want to eat the meal I made? Aren't I back now? I'll go cook for you right away. She puffed her cheeks and pouted as she reminded him. Big brother, did you forget something? Linfan's movements stiffened, and cold sweat poured out. Huh? What is it? Xiao Dai immediately knew he had forgotten. She angrily reminded him. Big brother, tonight I want to go to a gathering with my classmates. I've already told you about it. Did you forget? Linfan awkwardly scratched his head. Oh, right? I forgot. She looked at him with sparkling eyes. Come with me, or you'll be so lonely at home. Linfan immediately responded, all right, I'll go with you. Xiaodai happily jumped up, Big Brother is the best. The warm sunlight shone down on the towering buildings, the streets bustling and lively, the sound of wheels grinding against the pavement ringing in the air. The loud laughter was full of joy. Ha ha. The three of them sat together in the sports car. Lu Hen and Hui Qing enjoyed this refreshing feeling, while Chen Yiluan steered the car with one hand. After a while, she asked, Brother, when will we get to the Imperial Dynasty restaurant? He casually replied, Don't you still have a friend? Lin Xiaodai, let's go pick her up first. She wasn't pleased and complained, Brother, she's just a girl from the poor neighborhood. Why does she have to come along? He smiled, pretending to be friendly, after all, you two are classmates. If there's an event, you should participate together. But in reality, Yi Luan's expression was cunning. A beautiful girl like her, a gem, of course, I should personally be the one to uncover her. After a while, the sports car stopped in front of a villa. Lu Xian gaped in surprise, and he was equally stunned. Hui Qing, you said Lin Xiaodai lives here? Hui Qing looked confused, stuttering, the address she gave me is here, but this is a villa district. At that moment, someone stepped out. Linfan and Xiaodai walked side by side. He gave her a soft smile. Well then, let's get ready to go. The girl hugged his arm and replied, yes. Upon seeing them, Hui Qing immediately sneered. Look over there, that's Lin Xiaodai, and next to her is her dirt-poor older brother. Xiaodai frowned in displeasure and faced her, while she deliberately taunted. What are you doing here? This is a villa district, you know. Although annoyed, the girl still responded politely. This is our home. My brother and I have already moved here. Hui Qing still didn't believe it and ridiculed with a scornful tone. Oh, don't tell me you were living in the slums just a few days ago and suddenly won the lottery to buy a villa. Xiaodai stuck out her tongue in reply. I don't need to win the lottery, I have my awesome big brother, Lulu. Just as the tension was escalating, someone stepped in to stop it. All right, Hui Qing. Yi Luan struck a dignified pose. My apologies, I'm the brother of En Hui Kan. From what I know, villas in this area are worth tens of millions. I really admire you. Though he was smiling, his words were laced with condescending mockery. By the way, we all drove here to the restaurant. Where's your car? Surely someone living in a place like this wouldn't be without one, right? Linfan deliberately ignored them. Just stay like this. Can we go now? Hui Qing was irritated by his reaction. Her companion pretended to speak kindly in persuasion. Don't be mischievous, Hui Qing. You two, get in the car. The car door closed with a loud thud. The sports car sped off down the road. A while later, they arrived at the Imperial Dynasty Assembly restaurant. A foot slowly stepped out of the car, and Yiluan took the lead with a regal air. Linfan quietly observed the scene before him. The restaurant looked rather impressive. How come I never knew a place like this existed before? The security guard immediately stepped forward and greeted warmly, Mr. Chen, you've arrived. Please, come in. As they passed each other, the two exchanged a subtle signal with their eyes. The security guard raised his hand to stop Linfan and Xiaodai. Sir, please wait a moment. He frowned and seriously requested, this is a high-end restaurant. Could you please show me your ID? Embarrassed, Linfan pointed to the figure ahead. That person, we came together. Upon hearing this, the security guard smirked. Oh, he smiled mockingly, so you're just the attendant accompanying Mr. Chen. Go ahead. His na-ve actions left Linfan speechless. This kid was making things difficult for him everywhere. If it weren't for Xiaodai's special day today. Ha ha. Yi Luan deliberately turned away, pretending not to notice the awkward situation behind him. They all followed one by one to their destination. Suddenly, a figure flashed by, catching Linfan's attention. His eyes widened in surprise. Was that someone he recognized? Seeing Linfan in a daze, Xiaodai gently tugged his hand and urged, "Big brother, what are you doing? Let's go." Linfan's mind was still preoccupied with Xiaodai, but now wasn't the right time to investigate. Okay. The group moved toward the entrance of the luxury room. Iluan raised his voice and announced, "We're here." He then pushed the door open with a smile, trying to appear polite. "Sorry for being late." Everyone inside the room warmly greeted them. "We've been waiting for you. Please, have a seat." A girl waved her hand and called loudly, "Xiaodai, over here, over here." The little girl cheerfully responded, "Xiao Xiao." Xiaodai walked over and sat down gently. Xiao Xiao's cheeks flushed as she looked at Linfan and complimented, "Is this your brother? He's so handsome." She felt proud. "Thank you," he smiled warmly, as a greeting in return. He. Hui Qing shook the glass of wine in her hand, simultaneously curling her lips in disdain. "Humph, what's the use of being handsome?" Iluan frowned and reminded her in a low voice. "Hui Qing, pay attention." Hui Qing crossed her arms, visibly annoyed. "All right." He stood up to draw attention. "Everyone, let's raise our glasses and stir up the atmosphere. I'd like to offer a toast to everyone, thanking you for taking care of my little sister." The crowd eagerly joined in, raising their glasses to toast, except for Linfan, who silently stared at his glass. His mocking smile was reflected in the surface of the liquid, ha. Noticing this strange reaction, Iluan felt uneasy, thinking that his plan had been discovered. "What are you laughing at?" Linfan pretended everything was fine, not wanting to give anything away. "It's nothing, just continue." At that moment, Xiaodai, looking flustered, handed her glass to him. "Brother, I don't know how to drink." Upon hearing this, he turned slightly. Hui Qing immediately became displeased, raising her voice to question. "Lin Xiaodai, what do you mean by this? Are you disrespecting everyone?" Xiaodai, irritated by her attitude, retorted. "Humph, I never said I wouldn't drink." Iluan laughed and explained. Although it's called wine, it's actually a type of fruit juice with almost no alcohol content, so you can drink it without worry." Linfan remained calm, whispering to the girl. "It's fine, Xiaodai, this is light enough for you to drink." He discreetly raised his finger, and in the blink of an eye, the wine changed color, becoming clear. His face grew colder as he silently raised his guard. This Chen Iluan really had bad intentions, adding a sleeping drug to the wine. It seemed this gathering wasn't as simple as it appeared. Linfan's expression turned cunning, but it was just a sleeping pill, which wouldn't affect him at all. "Let's see how I'll deal with you." Linfan and Xiaodai did not hesitate for a moment as they raised their cups and drank it all. This was the moment Iluan had been waiting for. He grinned with excitement. Yes, it's a success. His expression at that moment resembled a wolf plotting to trap its prey. At the same time, outside the door, everything remained calm and undisturbed. A line of people walked in succession, and one of them spoke with delight. "Mr. Chen is truly our lucky star." Jing Yu, with his strong build and imposing appearance, led the group, followed by 10 beautiful young ladies. He licked his lips hungrily, especially eyeing Lin Xiaodai. "If she would become my girlfriend, that would be perfect." Sima laughed lecherously and reminded him. Don't even think about it. She's the one Mr. Chen likes." Meanwhile, in the private room, Iluan raised his cup, taking control of the atmosphere. Come on, let's keep drinking." Everyone was dizzy, their heads spinning, eyes rolling. "Ugh, I can't take it anymore." Linfan lowered his voice and whispered. "Xiaodai, wait a bit, let's pretend to be drunk later." The young girl nodded seriously in agreement. "Yes. My head is spinning." He pretended to be completely drunk, as if he had drunk too much. Ugh. Xiao Dai swayed in response, her voice slurred. I drank too much. Ugh. He had already noticed them on this side. The two people lost consciousness, slumped over the table, Yiluan's face sinister. Hee, the result the guy wanted has finally happened. Hui Qing was still conscious, irritated as she reminded him. This is the last time I'll help you do something like this. He chuckled, reassuring her. Don't worry, Hui Qing. I promise. After this is done, I'll take care of your paperwork to go abroad. Her previously unpleasant attitude immediately became friendly. Thank you, big brother. Yiluan clapped his hands. Then, the door to the private room opened. The group of thugs entered, excited. Jingyu spoke up first. Mr. Chen, sorry to have kept you and the brothers waiting. He gestured toward the unconscious girl. Here's the personnel. Brothers, take a look. His tone carried a hint of boastfulness. Everyone's drunk already. Yiluan's expression was now filled with disgust. Let's start. Yiluan grinned with excitement, slowly approaching Xiao Dai, who was unconscious, slumped over the table. He reached out with a lecherous expression. Kid, let me handle this. His disgusting hand crept closer to the girl. Just then, someone quickly grabbed Yiluan's wrist, stopping him. The sudden event caused the pupil to contract, astonished. Linfan's cold demeanor and gloomy voice echoed, If you want to touch my sister, shouldn't you ask for my permission first? He exposed all the dirty tricks. I had already sensed that you weren't simple, but I never expected you to be this much of a beast. This isn't the first time you've done something like this, is it? The man widened his eyes in shock. Are you okay? Yiluan's body began to tremble. This can't be. I saw you drink it with my own eyes. Xiao Dai suddenly slammed the table, stood up, and shouted, You guys are truly disgusting. Her emotions were stirred up, her eyes brimming with tears of disappointment. I treated you all as friends, but you all. She shifted her attention to Hui Qing. I really misjudged you. Hui Qing stood there, stunned, speechless. You. Yiluan struggled to break free, shouting in anger, You brat, I actually underestimated you. He lightly rubbed the bruise left by Linfan's grip, but even if he wasn't knocked out, what could he do? His henchman behind him immediately moved forward. His attitude was the epitome of shamelessness. If you're awake, that's even better. I'll bully your sister right in front of you. Bloodshot veins spread across Yiluan's pupils. I really want to see what kind of expression you'll have. Linfan cracked his knuckles, a warning in his movements. As for what kind of expression I'll have, I'm not sure, but I know you'll have an expression of living a life worse than death. He thought that you were just bluffing, confidently giving orders to your subordinates. Is that right? On the contrary, I want to see how you'll make me wish I were dead. Come at me. All three of them lunged toward Linfan at once to attack. He calmly instructed his sister, Xiao Dai, close your eyes. The little girl trusted her brother and nodded in agreement. Okay. Xiao Dai followed her brother's instructions, obediently closing her eyes and even raising her hands to cover them. Jingyu tightened his fists and charged forward, Dai. Linfan's foot stomped the ground as he calmly took a stance. Really don't know your limits. Sima angrily retorted, the one who doesn't know their limits is you. As soon as he finished speaking, Linfan landed a punch straight to his cheek. His face distorted, and blood spilled from his mouth. The three thugs couldn't even struggle against the overwhelming force. Their bodies were sent flying in three different directions. Linfan delivered the final blow, knocking them far away, and Yiluan lost consciousness, collapsing in front of Yiluan. The sight left the thug horrified, cursing in shock, damn it. At that moment, he finally realized he had picked the wrong person to mess with. His face turned pale as he turned to question, Who the hell are you? A loud smack echoed, and Yiluan's eyes rolled back, turning completely white. Linfan delivered a strong kick to his groin. The thug froze in place, the searing pain overwhelming his mind. Triple A. The agonizing scream echoed through the room, Triple A. Iluan hugged his lower body, rolling back and forth on the ground. Ah, you dare kick me? You dare kick me? Triple A. He continued to stomp on the head, pressing the man down in one spot, bam. The man's face twisted and contorted. Linfan smiled down, mocking, "Didn't you like to play with the schoolgirls? Then I'll make you a woman, so you can experience what it's like to be a woman." He decisively stomped that spot again, increasing the damage. Iluan couldn't resist, tears of resentment streaming down his face. This pain is worse than death. The pain that pierced through his heart caused Iluan to lose consciousness and collapse to the ground, his hands still clutching his lower body. Linfan turned his attention to the only person left. "And you, what should I do with you?" Hui Cheng jumped in shock, stuttering, wait a minute." Her face turned pale, cold sweat pouring down her face as she quickly pleaded, I was forced. It's all my brother's fault, it was Chen Iluan who forced me. Please, let me go with you, let me be your sister, I'll do anything." Linfan's tone remained cold, "You're still young, but so vicious. Your future can't be limited." He quietly passed by her, raising his hand, "What a pity. If I were from the evil sect, I would gladly take you as my disciple." Finishing his words, he struck her on the back of the head, knocking her unconscious. Hui Qing fell heavily to the ground, unable to react. After taking care of everything, Linfan took out his phone and pressed it to his ear, instructing the person on the other end, "Xiaoning, I'm at the Imperial Dynasty Assembly restaurant, come over here." Mr. Ning, wearing headphones, received the order from him and quickly responded. "How about the Imperial Dynasty Assembly restaurant?" "All right, I'll head there immediately." Linfan put his hands in his pockets and calmly reminded, "Xiaodai, let's go." The little girl nodded in agreement. "Yes." Her eyes sparkled, and she weakly tugged at his sleeve, asking softly, "Big brother, why are they so wicked? I clearly treated them like friends." Linfan gently held his sister's hand, his expression serious as he explained, "Xiaodai, you must remember this. People have both good and evil in them." The little girl seemed to have some difficulty understanding. Good and evil? Linfan narrowed his eyes coldly as he thought about the matter. They might have been born bad people. Xiaodai then smiled brightly and advised, "Then you must have been born a good person." Her words made him freeze for a moment before he laughed bitterly, mocking himself. "Am I a good person? Ha ha." Linfan's figure was swallowed by the darkness, a beam of light shining down, but still unable to reveal his features. The two siblings walked toward the entrance of the restaurant, and Linfan noticed the familiar figure he had seen earlier. Zhu Zi. She was leaving in confusion, unaware of the gaze behind her. Linfan followed her with suspicion. "What's wrong with Zhu Zi?" Xiaodai, noticing Linfan's odd reaction, asked curiously, "Big brother, what's wrong?" Linfan quickly snapped out of it and turned to her. "It's nothing, let's go." The little girl's mood had improved, and she demanded, "Make me something delicious when we get home." Linfan immediately teased in response, "All right." A short while later, a luxurious black car stopped in front of the Imperial Dynasty restaurant. Mr. Ning led the way out of the car with a serious expression. They moved towards the private room's door, and he scanned the surroundings to confirm, "This room?" Then, he pushed the door open, creak. Immediately, the scene before him made Mr. Ning's pupils shrink in shock. Iluan was unconscious on the floor, tears all over his face, his expression frozen in a deadened state. His voice wavered, unable to believe what he was seeing. This is. Hui Qing was also unconscious, and the atmosphere was eerily strange. Mr. Ning stood still, assessing the situation, his mind in disbelief. The attack was too brutal. What on earth? What kind of situation is this? At that moment, a bodyguard stepped forward to check and discovered Iluan's identity. The bodyguard, flustered, reported, "Mr. Ning, this person seems to be the son of Chen Deming." Mr. Ning's emotions were a chaotic mess. He hoped this wasn't true. "Are you sure this is the son of Chen Deming? There's no mistake?" The bodyguard nodded firmly. "Absolutely no mistake. It's definitely the son of Chen Deming." He hadn't expected the issue to be this complicated. Muttering to himself, "Linfan, you've really stirred up a big mess this time." Mr. Ning quickly composed himself and proposed a solution. "Take them away first. I'll go find Old Wei." The bodyguard immediately obeyed, understood. He stepped outside and tapped his earpiece to make a call. On the other end of the line, Yuan-san was leisurely sipping tea. He picked up the phone with a smile, asking curiously, "What's up, Xiaoning?" Mr. Ning lowered his head and spoke in a low, tense voice. "Old Wei, Linfan might have caused trouble. He's disabled the son of Chen Deming." Mr. Ning hesitated for a moment before adding, "Moreover, from his appearance, his injuries are very serious." This information made Yuan-san startle. "What did you say?" He placed the teacup he was holding onto the table. Yuan-san fell silent, stood up, and began pacing. Seeing this strange reaction from him, Kaifeng was surprised. "Oh." Yu Chung chuckled, full of curiosity. "Is there anything left that could be called troublesome in front of us old men?" He glanced behind him briefly, his expression turning serious as he announced, "He crippled Chen Deming's son." The two men froze, cold sweat immediately dripping down their faces. "What?" Yuan-san's mood was extremely tense at this moment. "So now you understand why I am in such a hurry, don't you? That's Chen Deming." Yu Cheng sincerely advised, "Old Wei, what kind of relationship do you have with him? If it's not particularly close, then this matter is best left alone." Yuan-san closed his eyes and sighed helplessly. "Sigh, I'll take care of this matter myself." He furrowed his brows, thinking about the root of the issue. Linfan, I'm afraid this old man will have to clean up after you. But it's also a good opportunity to see just how much ability you really have." At that moment, his phone rang, signaling an incoming call. Yuan-san paused for a moment, then, with a flash of concern, said, "What?" "That's coming. Chen Deming's call. Cannot escape." Yuan-san had no choice but to answer the phone. "Hello, Mr. Chen." The voice on the other end was deep and resonant. "Old Wei, you must have heard about my son's matter by now, right?" Deming sat in the meeting room with a dark expression, emphasizing, "I want to throw that Linfan guy to the bottom of the river and feed him to the fish." His tone suddenly shifted, and he restrained his anger to warn, "On this matter, I hope Old Wei won't interfere." Though Yuan-san was hesitant, the arrogance in Deming's tone provoked him. He responded, "Mr. Chen, your tone is a bit too harsh." Deming didn't give him any face, threatening, "If you interfere, don't blame me for being rude." With that, he immediately hung up the phone. Beep beep beep. The cold, mechanical sound made Yuan-san's face darken. He gritted his teeth in fury, his body trembling as he hissed, "So, it's like that, huh? Chen Deming, you really think you're something." He had been wavering, but after this call, he made his decision. "You really think you can do whatever you want? You're strong, but this old man isn't one to be trifled with. I'll definitely get involved in this." Kaifeng was startled and tried to stop him. "Old Wei, this matter." Yuan-san interrupted, expressing his resolve. "As for this, I will definitely get involved. Never mind the rest, just the arrogance of Chen Deming, I can't stand that tone." Kaifeng sighed, stood up, and did not want to get involved in the troublesome matter any longer. "Since that's the case, we won't advise you anymore. We'll be leaving now." The two quickly left, leaving Yuan-san standing there. It was only then that Yuan-san realized he had been slightly shaken. However, the arrow had already been knocked, there was no turning back. As for Chen Deming, he wasn't sure whether he could confront him. Truly, he was getting old and acting foolishly, offending Chen Deming over a mere youngster. Linfan, I hope I haven't misjudged you. In the office, a man bent forward, standing before the desk with a tense expression, respectfully listening to Deming's reprimands. What are you all doing? His tone grew heavier. You let people like you protect the young master in the shadows? The faces of the two subordinates turned ashen, but they dared not offer any excuses. His expression cold and furious, Deming shouted loudly. This is how you protect him? The subordinates struggled to suppress their fear and reported the situation. The young master sustained heavy injuries, but his life is not in danger. It's just that the future functionality of his body might face some issues. Deming immediately stood up, irritably taking a puff from his cigar. It doesn't matter. With the cultivation methods passed down in my Chen family, he can fully recover in the future. Now, turn back and give them one last chance to redeem themselves. Today, I want to see Linfan kneel before me. Can you do that? The two subordinates quickly affirmed. We will certainly accomplish this. Deming commanded, go. They seem to have been hurriedly granted amnesty, leaving in haste, and the door slammed shut with a loud bang, bang. Thinking of his wayward son, he felt a sense of discomfort. Chun Iluan, you useless thing. If you had even a fraction of your older brother's ability, would I still need to worry like this? At that moment, someone entered and called out. Dad. Hearing the familiar voice, Deming's mood brightened. Oh, Kai, is that you? Chen Kai's expression remained indifferent as he inquired, has my little brother caused trouble again? Mentioning the man made him irritated. Caused trouble? No, he was crippled by someone. Chen Kai, curious about who would dare to touch their family, asked, who was it? Deming no longer cared about that issue. I've already arranged for someone to take care of it. You don't need to worry about that. The reason I called you over is to discuss something else. He raised an eyebrow. What is it? Deming furrowed his brow and told Chen Kai, the matter with you and Old Wei's granddaughter. It's failed. Finally, his calm was shattered. Failed? Dad, what's going on? Deming clenched his fist tightly. It had been a long time since anyone had provoked him like this. The one who crippled your little brother is named Linfan. And that Old Wei seems to be determined to protect him, even willing to offend the Chen family to do so. Chen Kai found this hard to believe. He began analyzing the situation in detail. This can't be true. Wei Yuan-san could never have reached his current position without knowing the game. He knows full well the power of the Chun family, yet he's still willing to stand against us. Dad, could it be that Linfan has a powerful backer behind him? Deming was shaken by this speculation. Are you saying that there are forces in Mei Yuan stronger than our Chen family? He regained his composure and thought carefully, but his child's words made sense. Wei Yuan-san was already over 70 years old, definitely not as impulsive as younger people. Could it be that Linfan really had a powerful backing? Chen Kai stroked his chin in deep thought. Dad, Linfan's surname is Lin. He frowned seriously. Although he hadn't finished his sentence, Deming understood immediately. You mean he's from the ancient martial arts Lin family? Chen Kai nodded in confirmation. Exactly. If he really is from the ancient martial arts Lin family, it would make sense that Wei Yuan-san would offend our Chun family just for him. Deming shook his head, rejecting the baseless conclusion, but the ancient martial arts Lin family had not shown itself in over 10 years. Chen Kai did not overlook any potential threat. We still need to be cautious. Leave this to me, I will personally investigate. Deming immediately agreed. All right, I'll listen to you. But even if he's from the ancient martial arts Lin family, Chen Deming won't be afraid. He shifted to a more important issue. Kai, what realm level are you at now? Chen Kai smirked confidently. Don't worry, Dad. I've reached the peak of the internal energy realm. My master also said that I'm a once-in-a-thousand-years martial arts talent. Chen Kai proudly declared. If nothing unexpected happens, I should reach the legendary chi refining cultivation level within 3 years. Finally, his mood was somewhat comforted. Not bad, not bad. If you can truly reach the realm level of chi cultivation, not only Mei Yuan, but even this nation H, the Chen family will have its own place in the world. De Ming placed his hand on his shoulder, showing that he had great trust in his son. Leave your brother's matter to you. After investigating thoroughly, if that Linfan has no backing, bring him over immediately. Then he widened his eyes, angrily shouting, I want him to die in front of your brother. Chen Kai solemnly agreed. Yes, father. He smiled with satisfaction. I'll leave it to you. Go ahead. Chen Kai felt a sense of anticipation. I'm actually curious to see who you really are. That night, at Lin Fan's house, the soft moonlight illuminated and enhanced the elegance of the villa. Xiao Dai had already fallen into a deep sleep, even snoring. After checking the room and his sister, he quietly backed out and closed the door. Click. At that moment, the sound of a phone ringing echoed. Ring ring ring. Lin Fan was surprised to see the name on the screen. Old Wei. Curiously, he picked up the call. Hello, Old Wei, what's up? Yuan San's tone was serious. Lin Fan, are you free right now? We need to talk. He replied, I am. That was the answer Yuan San had been waiting for. Good. I'll let Xiao Ning come pick you up. A while later, the screeching sound of tires against the road was heard, and the car stopped in front of Lin Fan's house. He had already been waiting outside. Mr. Ning opened the window and reminded, Mr. Lin, let's go. He nodded in acknowledgement. He glanced behind him slightly. Mr. Lin, this time you've really caused quite a big trouble. Mr. Ning's expression was filled with concern. That Chen Deming is not someone to mess with. Lin Fan calmly smirked. So what if it's not easy to provoke him? He casually waved his hand. Hasn't he been provoked by me already? His attitude left Mr. Ning speechless. You're really optimistic, aren't you? In the end, what's done is done. Worrying won't change anything. Mr. Ning sighed helplessly. They quickly made their way to Old Wei's house. Lin Fan got out of the car first. He politely said goodbye. Well, Mr. Lin, I won't go in with you. Lin Fan smiled politely. Thanks for coming all the way. Inside Old Wei's room, he was sitting quietly on a chair, waiting. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. He needed to discuss countermeasures with Lin Fan in more detail. Lin Fan pushed the door open and called out to Old Wei, calmly informing you, I've arrived. Yuan San's expression was grave as he waved his hand, gesturing for him to sit. Lin Fan, sit down quickly. Once Lin Fan sat down opposite him, Old Wei went straight to the point. Lin Fan, do you know who you've offended? Lin Fan's attitude remained indifferent, as though he were talking about someone not to be messed with. Yeah. He explained to him the status of that person. Chen Deming, the largest magnate in the business world of Mei Yuan, controls 1/5 of the entire Mei Yuan economy. Under the Chen family, it can be said that in Mei Yuan, as long as Chen Deming is displeased, he can, in the blink of an eye, make 1/5 of the people in Mei Yuan unemployed. Lin Fan casually commented, that's pretty impressive. Yuan San immediately added, these things aren't even the most important. The most terrifying thing is the inheritance of the Chen family, and their elder Kaching. This information piqued his curiosity, and Lin Fan asked, Old Wei, please elaborate. His expression turned serious as he revealed, the ancestor of the Chen family participated in the war 70 years ago. Lin Fan frowned in surprise, what? Yuan San took a sip of tea and continued, although they only participated, you must understand the significance of that war. Moreover, the Chen family started their cultivation practice from that point on. Lin Fan, you should understand what I mean. When you won money from the gambling match earlier, you must have relied on some cultivation techniques, right? He awkwardly scratched his cheek, accepting this assumption, and thought to himself, cultivation? If I told him I practice immortality, I'd probably scare him to death right here. He continued to recount the history of their family. In the more than 70 years since, the Chen family has accumulated rich cultivation experience. Chen Deming himself is already a master of internal energy, just one step away from reaching the qi refining level. Furthermore, there are rumors that their elder, Keqing, is already a cultivator at the qi refining stage. Linfan smiled and said, "Qi training, it's somewhat interesting." Yuan San furrowed his brows, feeling that, your knowledge is still shallow. You're being too arrogant. What do you mean by somewhat interesting? Do you even understand the significance of qi training? He crushed the teacup in his hand and emphasized, what I mean is that normal weapons are useless against them. If they want, they can kill anyone at will, unseen. To them, a human life is no different from that of an insect. Linfan closed his eyes and calmly nodded. I agree. This indifferent reaction left Yuan San stunned. Is that all? Linfan confirmed confidently, that's all. Yuan San was so angry that his body was trembling. He began to doubt the risky decision he had made earlier. This brat. His emotions stirred, and he stood up abruptly, slamming the teacup on the table as he questioned, "Do you even understand what I'm saying?" Linfan maintained his calm demeanor and raised a hand, asking, "Old Wei, do you have a weapon?" Yuan San was confused, stammering, "Huh? A weapon?" Linfan nodded, clarifying his purpose. Just need to borrow one." Though confused, Yuan San still rummaged through his sleeve. "Well, I have one, but..." He then pulled out a handgun, reminding him, "I've already said, weapons are completely useless against them. Don't even mention this toy in my hand, even if..." Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. "Ha?" The gun that was once in Yuan San's hand had disappeared at some point. Linfan observed it and assessed, it looks like the real deal. This action caused Yuan San to panic. "Linfan, what are you trying to do?" Linfan smiled and raised the barrel of the gun. "Don't rush." Next, he pressed it against his temple with a calm expression. "Take a good look." Yuan San was startled and terrified. He quickly tried to stop him. "What are you planning? Stop right now." However, Linfan decisively pulled the trigger, click, crack. The sound of the gunshot echoed, shaking the eardrums. Yuan San squeezed his eyes shut, unwilling to witness the horrific scene. Poof. To his surprise, the bullet was easily stopped between Linfan's two fingers. His pupils contracted in shock. What is this? The bullet between Linfan's fingers was still smoking, proving it was no illusion. Yuan San felt as if his understanding of the world had crumbled. He actually stopped a bullet with his hand. Linfan calmly set the gun down on the table. "Old Wei, have you seen enough? You don't need to worry about me." His expression became serious as he requested, "But, I do need your help with something." Yuan San was still in shock from what had just happened. What? What is it? His mind was in turmoil. Where did this kid come from? Only a strong man at the qi refining stage would be able to disregard thermal weapons like this. Could it be? Could he? His suspicions grew stronger. This kid must be a descendant of the Lin family. Linfan spoke with humility, revealing his request, "I have a younger sister. I hope Old Wei can ensure her safety. After all, my cultivation is still too weak, and I'm afraid I won't be able to protect her properly." His expression was indescribable as he pointed at the gun and said, "Cultivation, your cultivation is still poor." "You call this cultivation?" Yuan San's face grew serious as he assured him, "From the very beginning, I knew you were no ordinary person, but I never expected you to be a grandmaster of qi refining. Don't worry, I will make sure to protect your sister, no matter what." Linfan expressed his gratitude. Thank you, old Wei. At that moment, someone pushed the door open, making a loud noise, interrupting their conversation. Grandpa, you're killing me, came the shout. The noise caught their attention. Wei Lingair stormed in, shouting loudly, Grandpa, you need to give me an answer. Upon seeing the scene inside, she suddenly felt embarrassed. Oh, are these your guests? Yuan-san, furious at being provoked by his granddaughter, trembled with anger. He slammed the table and scolded, Nonsense! What's with the roaring and fussing? How disrespectful in front of our honored guest! Lingair put on an innocent look. Oh, how was I supposed to know there were people here? Yuan-san awkwardly smiled and introduced, Linfan, this is my granddaughter, excuse her, she can be a little careless. Please, don't mind her. Linfan calmly responded, it's all right. He gave her a brief glance, evaluating her, careless and reckless, but not bad, right? His words made Lingair uncomfortable. What did you say? She angrily questioned, what kind of attitude is that? Yuan-san immediately delivered a slap to her head, warning, stop talking nonsense. This is an honored guest. Lingair winced in pain but couldn't retaliate. She muttered, honored guest? He's just a kid. The interaction between the two made Linfan laugh. Ha, old Wei, your granddaughter is interesting. He felt embarrassed. I'm sorry for making you laugh, it's all because I spoiled her. Yuan-san's expression became serious as he admonished, Lingair, I have something to do today. We'll talk about your issue later. Lingair, dissatisfied, expressed her desire, no, today you must give me a clear answer. Why are you doing this behind my back? Sneaking around to arrange a blind date for me. Let me tell you, I'm not interested in anyone except Shinkai. He widened his eyes, angrily shouting, nonsense. Have you lost all manners? She shrank back in fear. In the end, Lingair didn't dare to say anything more and obediently fell silent. Humph. Suddenly, the phone rang. Rang, rang, rang. Linfan checked to see who was calling, but the screen displayed an unfamiliar number. Curiously, he held the phone up to his ear and answered, hello, who is this? The man on the other end introduced himself, is this Linfan? I'm Chen Kai. Linfan was taken aback upon hearing the familiar name, Chen Kai. He frowned and turned to look at Lingair, who was still sulking. A thought crossed his mind, could it be? He moved his finger to the options and decisively pressed the reject button for Chen Kai's call. The sound of the machine rejecting the call rang out, tut tut tut. The expression on Chen Kai's face was stunned, unable to believe it, this brat actually dared to hang up on me. Linfan called Chen Kai again and pressed the speakerphone button. He wondered, what's the matter? Why are you looking for me? Chen Kai frowned arrogantly and demanded, set a place to meet. What you did to my little brother makes me very uncomfortable. The familiar voice caused Lingair to turn around in surprise. She hesitated before leaning in to confirm. Chen Kai immediately froze. Lingair? A sense of danger rose within him. Why was Lingair with Linfan? Linfan's plan had succeeded, as expected. His tone was teasing, Chen Yiluan is your little brother, right? This time, I've been merciful. His tone was once again playful. Linfan feared that he still didn't understand the situation within the Chen family. Tonight, at the Imperial Dynasty Assembly Restaurant, in the same private room. I'll be waiting for you. With that, he hung up the phone, not giving him a chance to refuse. Beep beep beep. Linfan expressed his intentions. Old Wei, did you hear that? The matter just mentioned, I'll leave it to you. Yuan-san still hesitated a bit. This. Lingair angrily interrupted, what exactly is going on here? He raised his voice, angrily warning, it's not your place to ask. She puffed her cheeks in dissatisfaction. Oof. Finally, Yuan-san made up his mind. Linfan, I'll go with you tonight. Linfan trusted his own abilities, Xiao Dai is the one we should worry about. It's unnecessary, I can handle it myself. Old Wei also urged him to take care of his sister. You'd better bring her here right now. He immediately nodded in agreement. Alright, I'll take care of it right now. Ling was ignored by the two, one hand rubbing her chin thoughtfully, a series of questions flashing through her mind. Who is this Linfan? Why is Grandpa so polite to him? And why is Chun Kai involved in this too? No, I need to investigate this thoroughly. Seeing that there was nothing else to be done, Linfan stood up and turned to Yuan-san to say goodbye. Well then, Old Wei, I'll take my leave now. He reminded me to be cautious. Alright, take care of yourself. Linfan quickly turned and left. Ling smiled mischievously, then, Grandpa, I'll be leaving too. Yuan-san sighed helplessly. Sigh, this little girl. Suddenly, a spark of light flashed through Yuan-san's mind. Wait a minute, Linfan is still unmarried. If he could be with Ling. He chuckled excitedly. Ha ha. He imagined a future scene. If there really is a descendant of the Lin family as my son-in-law, it would be a blessing for generations. No, I need to arrange a match for them. Yuan-san's mood was incredibly cheerful at that moment. Haha, he didn't even notice Ling secretly hiding behind the wall. She was on the phone, making a request. Hello, investigate a person named Linfan for me. I want to know everything about him. Ling face showed a cunning expression. I will definitely find out what you've been hiding from me. At the Imperial Dynasty Assembly Restaurant, where Chen Kai and Linfan met. Inside the private room, Chen Kai took a drag from his cigarette. Boom! His expression was gloomy, and his patience was wearing thin. Why hasn't he arrived yet? He thought to himself. All my life, people have always waited for me. This Linfan guy really doesn't know his place. Just then, someone stepped and thud. The person he had been waiting for finally arrived. Linfan. Chen Kai looked at him, voice full of irritation. Linfan didn't respond. He simply sat down coldly across from him. Reaching into his inner coat, his suspicious movement made Chen Kai wary, and Baldy quickly drew his gun. But Linfan only pulled out a can of drink and calmly popped it open. Click! Linfan casually tilted the can and gulped it down with loud slurps. Chen Kai was speechless, having just been spooked, while Baldy was so startled he fell backward. Linfan felt incredibly refreshed. Ha, now it was time for his first friendly smile. So, what do you want from me? Linfan finally spoke. Chen Kai awkwardly got to the point. Linfan, I came today to talk things over with you peacefully. Linfan's attitude remained indifferent, but he agreed. Alright, so what do you want to talk about? Is it about your younger brother? His eyes suddenly gleamed with cunning, his words laced with implication. Or is it about Xiao. Chen Kai flinched, stunned. You! Chen Kai barked. Linfan grinned mischievously, teasing. What's wrong? The great young master Chen can't find the words? His eyes sparkled with sly amusement, as if daring him. Let's see if I can drive you mad. Sure enough, Chen Kai was already riled up. He took a deep breath, calming his emotions. Phew. Let's temporarily set aside unrelated matters and get straight to the point. Linfan, let's talk about my little brother first. You hurt him, so what are you going to do about this? You should know that he is my flesh and blood. Linfan remained indifferent. So, I should pay you money? Chen Kai frowned in disdain. You think money is enough for you to make up for it? He revealed some information he had found out about Linfan. I've investigated you. You're dirt poor, with a weak foundation. You're just a poor guy, but you've managed to intrigue me. You come from a poor family, so how did you get the courage to harm my little brother? Based on my deduction. Chen Kai had an ulterior motive as he probed. Did you accidentally acquire some cultivation techniques or something? He slammed his foot down on the ground, venting his anger. You think just because you've learned some cultivation techniques, you can disregard everyone? Then, in a cold tone, he warned, let me tell you something, there's always a higher mountain, and there's always someone better. Chen Kai waved his hand toward the side, eh? The tea table nearby was immediately sent flying, the leg snapped in two. It fell to the ground, shattered. He slammed his hand down on the table, listen clearly. Chen Kai approached, grabbed Linfan's collar, and threatened, I could crush you. It's easier than crushing an ant. After assessing the situation, he stepped back, confident that he had made his point. You were not the least bit flustered by Chen Kai's actions, still smiling cheerfully. It seemed like that might actually be a good choice. Now, let's talk about Xiaoling Air, he declared angrily, raising his voice to assert his claim. What exactly is your relationship with her? Wei Ling Air is my woman. Linfan deliberately feigned innocence. She's her mother's daughter. Chen Kai gritted his teeth in frustration. What did you say? Linfan pretended to be embarrassed, scratching his head and sighing. Feelings are something no one can control. When my son is born, you're welcome to come and drink to celebrate. Chen Kai stomped down hard, shattering the floor beneath him. His face contorted with rage as veins popped out, his clenched fist smashing the table. Then, he quickly regained composure, lit a cigarette, and took a drag. Linfan, I'll admit that you've managed to anger me, but this trick won't fool me. You're saying that just to provoke me. Linfan pretended to praise him. He wasn't that foolish, much stronger than his younger brother. He took a sip from the can, raising his finger symbolically. I'll join your Chen family, but I have one condition. Chen Kai furrowed his brow in discomfort. What is it? Linfan smiled arrogantly, emphasizing each word. I want Chuning to bow down and submit, to see me as the master. Before Chen Kai could react, the bald man clenched his fist in fury, shouting loudly, You're dreaming, kid. I'm giving you face, but you don't even appreciate it. He casually placed one foot on the footrest and suggested indifferently, You think about it. Chen Kai's face grew colder and colder, then there's no need to talk anymore. Linfan took a sip of water and confidently declared, As long as your Chen family is willing to acknowledge me as the master, we can continue talking. The monk lost his composure and charged forward, throwing a punch at Linfan's face, his words laced with menace. Chen Kai quietly observed the scene, his excitement palpable. Old Fifth, the bald monk, is a peak internal strength expert. Even if I wanted to neutralize his punch, it would require some effort. Linfan, show me your skills. Just as the punch was about to land, Linfan calmly raised one finger. He sat still, flicking his finger lightly, and bang! The bald monk was sent flying past Chen Kai's face, his heavy body crashing into the wall behind. The ground and rocks were immediately shattered by the powerful force, and the monk's expression remained dazed. Linfan blew the dust off his fingertip, then scornfully remarked, watching the unconscious monk lying in a pile of debris, while Chen Kai's face turned pale, sweat pouring down his face like a river. What? What did you do? Linfan sneered, I thought your Chen family was a family of great cultivation, but turns out you're all this weak. Chen Kai, on the other hand, was silent, staring at the bald monk who had been incapacitated with just one punch. Then, he suddenly turned around and laughed loudly. Ha ha, ha ha. He stood up and, with a satisfied look, gave his evaluation, very good. As expected from the descendants of the Lin family, with such cultivation, you couldn't possibly come from an ordinary family. Linfan felt confused and was left speechless. Then, he bowed respectfully and said, As a descendant of the Lin family, I indeed acted disrespectfully earlier, and I will apologize to you. He smiled insincerely, as if trying to be friendly. I hope we didn't have too many unpleasant moments in the past. This action made Linfan start to think. Chen Kai had indeed been pretending the whole time. This person had a deep, hidden agenda and shouldn't be underestimated. Linfan smirked as he calculated his next move. But what was the Lin family? Why had he never heard of them before? Could it be some hidden, powerful cultivation family from Nation H? Since that was the case, he decided to play along and pretend to be a descendant of the Lin family. Once the thought crossed his mind, he immediately affirmed it. That's right, I am indeed a descendant of the Lin family. This immediately made Chen Kai grin in satisfaction. It was just as he had expected. If he could gain the support of someone from the Lin family, it wouldn't take long before he was handing over a thick envelope. Mr. Lin, this is a small token of my appreciation. I know cultivators don't value such things, but life still requires these items. I've also added some other items, and this spirit jade is a gift from my mentor, and I'm giving it to you as well. However, Linfan showed a refusal towards the thick bundle of green leaves. It truly made him feel a little moved, but he couldn't accept a gift without doing anything in return. Chen Kai, understanding the situation, quickly changed his approach. You're overthinking. This is just a token of my apology. Finally, he got to the main point, but there was indeed one matter he hoped Mr. Lin could help him with, which made Linfan exclaim in surprise. His voice dropped as he made the request, I hope Mr. Lin will take action and help us kill a person. After the job is done, there will be rewards. The boy calmly asked in return, who do you want to kill? Chen Kai's eyes were filled with hatred as he gritted out the name Wei Yuan-san, immediately causing Linfan to be startled. Old Wei. Then suddenly, he shifted the topic. Mr. Lin, both of us are cultivators, so you must be aware of the depleting spiritual energy era. Spiritual jade is incredibly valuable, isn't it? It turned out he was trying to inform him of the potential benefits. If you help me, I can offer you 30 pieces of spiritual jade to assist in your cultivation. Moreover, should you ever need any cultivation resources in the future, my Chen family will offer unconditional support. This only made Lin Fan more suspicious. Why didn't he take action himself? With the strength of the Chen family, killing an old Wei should be nothing difficult, right? Chen Kai slowly admitted that, indeed, it wasn't difficult, and didn't mind revealing a little. It's just that the forces behind Old Wei are very complicated, but for Mr. Lin, with your powerful background. He smirked, mocking as he continued, it's just like an ant to you. The long hair nearly concealed the expression on Lin Fan's face, which was indeed true. But suddenly, Lin Fan slammed his fist down, breaking the table into several pieces. Chen Kai was horrified, his pupils trembling, as he now faced Lin Fan's eyes filled with murderous intent. For me, the Chen family is nothing but ants. Chen Kai's anger caused him to furrow his brows tightly. Mr. Lin, you. Before he could say anything, Lin Fan reprimanded him. What the hell was he? He even dared to ask me to work for him. But he still tried to remain calm. Mr. Lin, I hope you will think carefully about my proposal. In return, there was a tone of mockery and indifference from him. I've already said, the Chen family is nothing but ants in my eyes. Do you think I would cooperate with an ant? Immediately, he stomped his foot, creating a sharp sound. Chen Kai, provoked, raised his voice, Mr. Lin, even if you are a descendant of the Lin family, you've been a bit too dismissive. Our Chen family may be worldly, but my master is a cultivator. Honestly, he's no less than you, Lin Fan. I hope you will carefully consider my final proposal. However, Lin Fan didn't even bother to respond. His face darkened in anger. It seems there's nothing more to say. Since you're unwilling to cooperate, then let's settle this between the two of us. Recalling that Chen Yiluan had been completely wrapped up, his face unseen, he continued, what should we do about the fact that you injured my younger brother? Lin Fan simply replied, that bastard is lucky I didn't kill him. Of course, Chen Kai couldn't accept this. Even if he's inferior, he's still from the Chen family. It's not for you to control. He calmly asked in return, so, what can you do to me? Suddenly, he sneered and confidently stated, right, we can't deal with you, then with a slight chuckle, he added, but you have friends, and that's certain. Chen Kai threatened each word in Lin Fan's ear. Even though his cultivation was profound, he couldn't always be there to protect them, could he?
The same went for Wei Yuan-san.
Finally, he patted Linfan on the shoulder, reminding him.
Mr. Lin, you'd better inform your friend first.
After all, you shouldn't go out in the future, or else you might lose your life without realizing it. Oh, by the way, I heard Mr. Lin has a little girlfriend.
He sneered.
Linfan's face immediately darkened at the thought of Zhu Zi. Chen Kai, however, laughed more and more excitedly.
Mr. Lin, you better be careful.
Ha, who would have thought that? Before he was satisfied, Linfan cut him off, finally lifting him like a toy.
No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't escape. Let me go. Linfan's eyes narrowed as he declared.
I hate being threatened by others. His fist slowly clenched tighter.
The Chen family wasn't even worth a single coin in his eyes. He spoke in a low, cold voice, emphasizing every word. Don't challenge my patience, or else.
His gaze emanated murderous intent.
I can kill you any time.
Finally, he threw Chen Kai far away with force, sending him flying. But Chen Kai quickly landed on his feet, though he couldn't escape and had to drag himself for quite a distance before he came to a stop. His face turned pale as he felt. Humph, his internal organs were severely injured. The strength was terrifying. Then, Linfan made a firm declaration. I advise you not to lay a hand on my friends, or else I won't hesitate to wipe out your entire Chen family. Then, he coldly turned and walked away. Chen Kai waited until the person left before taking out his phone, his face darkening as he reported, Dad, this Linfan is not a descendant of the Lin family. Chen Deming furrowed his brows and instructed, if he's not a descendant of the Lin family, then handle this matter yourself.
Do whatever you think is best. He raised his brow, wanting to confirm, but how did you deduce that he isn't a descendant of the Lin family?
Chen Kai answered solemnly, Master once told me a bit about the Lin family's situation. He began to present his reasoning. The clearest point is that all descendants of the Lin family have a special mark on their arm.
But Linfan clearly doesn't have it. That's the first point.
Then, recalling the actual situation, the second point is that I've investigated all the information about Linfan. He grew up in Mei Yuan since he was a child, and his parents are ordinary people.
Moreover, the possibility of him being adopted is extremely low.
His eyes grew cold as he continued, so, I deduced that Linfan merely stumbled upon some kind of opportunity by chance. Deming had no further comments. Alright, in that case, handle Linfan as you see fit. A while later, a voice rang out from somewhere, Hello, young master. Chen Kai, on the other end of the line, asked for clarification on what had happened. The kidnapper confidently reassured him, Please rest assured, young master. He slowly ran his fingers through his smooth hair. Xiao Dai, trembling in fear, was bound and helpless under his touch. I've tied her up. Chen Kai laughed maniacally upon hearing it.
Ha, well done, wait for me.
After hanging up, his hands were trembling with excitement. His face broke into a vicious grin full of excitement. Linfan, I want you to witness your girlfriend being humiliated.
Glaring in satisfaction as you think of it, and then dying in agony. Unexpectedly, Linfan, whose name had been mentioned, suddenly spoke, Oh, really?
This caused Chen Kai to panic immediately. Linfan, you. Why are you back? Linfan grinned slyly, Of course, I'm here to clean up your people lurking outside. The men outside had completely rolled their eyes.
They were too weak, and Linfan's finger pointed forward like a demon reaching out for its next victim. Your turn. But Chen Kai showed no fear. My turn? Ha ha ha. Suddenly, he took off his coat. It seems I underestimated you. Spiritual power surged through his body, but did he truly think he could defeat me?
He then decisively threw aside the object in his hand. My true cultivation is not like what you saw. Now that you're back, I'll start by crippling your limbs, and then slowly humiliate your little girlfriend.
Linfan responded with nothing but disdain. Am I mistaken? Your cultivation is indeed much stronger than it was before. His arm began to rise, readying itself, the standard threatening pose not forgotten, not much. I'll show you.
The tornado swept past at an incredible speed, and in no time, Chen Kai appeared right behind him. So this is what they mean when they say that no matter how high a mountain is, there's always a higher one. Even he was astonished. Too fast. With just one move, the guy had drawn blood, igniting his fury. Fine then, if it's power you want to compare. His body tensed as he exerted his strength. One powerful thrust from his back sent Chen Kai flying. I'm not going to be any weaker than you. Chen Kai was flung away in pain, his whole body seemingly swept up in a whirlwind. The main reason was the burst of spiritual power erupting from Linfan, though of course, he wasn't someone who'd be defeated that easily. This isn't over yet. His feet landed lightly on the ground, and then he shot forward with superhuman speed toward him. Chen Kai's face twisted in ferocity as he declared, I'm going to cripple your meridians. Linfan, however, calmly blocked him literally. Come on then. Just that one headbutt was enough to leave him dazed, while Linfan seemed like he had just taken a hit of adrenaline. Chen Kai, still stubborn, continued to roar, don't you dare look down on me. Despite his wounds, he kept charging in recklessly, only to receive a light kick from Linfan that sent his whole body spinning in a full circle. At that exact moment, Linfan had already assumed his stance, eyes sharp and filled with killing intent as they locked on. Take this. Chen Kai's vicious expression immediately collapsed under Linfan's hand. Chen Kai was like a ball shot in this direction, then bounced off to the other side, to the point of cracking the thick wall. Linfan snorted coldly, but still forced himself to call out, Lamb, Linfan. Unbelievably, he held his stomach and said, You actually destroyed my energy core. He slowly took a step forward, and he wasn't wrong. Linfan nodded, returning Chen Kai's words. Indeed, this mountain is high, but there's always another mountain higher. However, there's still something you don't know. His sharp eyes gleamed with determination. When I do something, I will definitely see it through to the end, so I apologize in advance. His foot was raised, causing Chen Kai to turn pale with fear. Wait, don't hit me. Quickly pulling out his trump card, he said, if you don't, your girlfriend will definitely die. You must be very clear about that, right? As expected, Linfan stopped him at this piece of information. What did you say? Despite the pain, Chen Kai still wore a mocking smile. If you want to save her, you'll have to do as I say. Suddenly, he broke out in a cold sweat, as if struck by lightning. AAA. It turned out that Linfan had severed all escape routes, leaving him screaming in panic. No, I still want to have kids. Linfan gritted his teeth and continued to grind his teeth. You probably don't know this, but I hate being threatened. In the end, Chen Kai could only curl up, trembling. AAA, you. The figure of Chen Yiluan appeared coldly, along with the wicked smile on Linfan's face. Family members mostly resemble each other, right? But Chen Kai persisted in threatening. Linfan, think carefully, your girlfriend is in my hands. Suddenly, he changed the subject. Do you know a technique called soul extraction? Linfan didn't respond quickly. Soul extraction, Chen Kai continued, then he lowered his voice, explaining its capabilities more clearly. That's right, it's called soul extraction. It allows the user to find someone else's soul and enables them to read that person's thoughts. Linfan grabbed the spiky ends of Chen Kai's hair, lifting his head up close as he emphasized each word. So you think you can threaten me? Unexpectedly, the man shuddered and burst into laughter. Linfan ignored him and kept going. You're about to meet the king of hell. But Chen Kai didn't seem the least bit worried. Yeah, Linfan, my body is shaking with excitement. Do you know how I got to this point? It's because I've carefully planned everything with that mind of mine. His eyes narrowed with contempt. So even if you can read my thoughts, you still won't know where your girlfriend is. Linfan's expression immediately darkened. Why is that? Chen Kai declared smugly. Because I'm not the one who's holding your girlfriend captive. He let out a long, carefree laugh. Ha ha ha.
You thought you could beat me? Dream on.
The image of Xiao Dai, being tortured, flashed before Linfan's eyes as part of the threat. And today, she would definitely be tormented to death, stripped of all her clothes, filmed, and the video would be posted for everyone to see, ha. Linfan's hand tightened so much that the veins on his neck stood out.
Damn it!
In contrast to him, Qinkai's body trembled with fear. Even if he could lie, if what was being said was true, it showed that Qinkai had no intention of taking risks and was ultimately forced to step back.
Fine, you've got some moves. So, what do you want now? Qinkai once again let out that annoying laugh. Ha, let's get to the point.
I don't need much, just 3 conditions. Linfan gritted his teeth as he spat each word.
3 conditions?
He started to raise his voice.
The first and most important thing that Qinkai needs right now is for you to heal my injuries. Then, don't you dare try to take Linfan's stuff.
Second, you must teach me all your combat skills and your methods of cultivation. Qinkai's face gradually darkened with every word he said. Third, you must work for my Chen family for 3 years. Linfan's eyebrows furrowed tightly.
This bastard.
Qinkai maintained his smug attitude.
So, what do you think? I think you should agree.
If not, your girlfriend will suffer greatly. Linfan's face darkened like the darkest night. He looks pretty excited seeing how helpless you are.
Ha, you're at your wit's end, aren't you? Linfan suddenly spoke in a deep voice. Just remember. Spiritual power erupted, surrounding his body. I really hate being threatened. Got it? Of course, Qinkai wasn't the least bit afraid, so what if I'm threatening you? What can you possibly do to me?
Linfan furrowed his brows, caught in a difficult situation.
Damn it.
Sure, he could control and read other people's thoughts. But his current strength probably wasn't enough to wield it proficiently.
Looks like he needed help from Old Wei for this one. And yet Qinkai continued with his arrogance. What now? Think carefully. Your only option is to accept my 3 conditions.
By now, Linfan had already taken the opportunity to text while Qinkai kept rambling on about how Linfan couldn't possibly beat him. Linfan sighed as though he had no other choice, just to buy time.
Looks like I have no choice but to accept your conditions. Qinkai's eyes still gleamed with confidence. Do you even have any other option?
Linfan decided to fulfill the easiest demand. I can heal your injuries, but as for the other 2 conditions, I can't make any promises. However, Qinkai still acted like he was in full control.
3. No less.
Linfan, you have no other choice. At that exact moment, Linfan successfully sent the message. Old Wei, I'm in a dangerous situation right now.
Please hurry and find Xiao Dai for me. He nervously put his phone away. Now, all he could do was stall for time and hope Old Wei would figure it out.
At the Wei residence, Wei Yuan-san had just received Linfan's SOS. Startled after reading the full message, he didn't hesitate for a second before shouting out.
Someone, come here. Immediately, a group of people from the Wei family appeared in an orderly fashion. Old Wei, do you have any instructions?
Yuan-san, with a serious expression, commanded, use all available manpower, and within half an hour, find the location of this girl. In unison, they shouted, understood. Then, they quickly disappeared in front of him.
Yuan-san walked back and forth anxiously.
Linfan spoke in a low voice, all right. His sharp gaze turned toward Qinkai, I agree to your request.
Qinkai, thinking it was true, continued to command arrogantly, that's more like it.
Linfan, a true hero, knows how to adapt to the situation.
You should focus on treating my injuries first.
Linfan snorted in displeasure and had to step behind.
Qinkai prepared for treatment.
2 powerful hands slapped his back, and in an instant, the spiritual power between the 2 erupted, making Qinkai panic as he directly felt it. Incredible, the 8 extraordinary meridians in the body are recovering rapidly.
Unable to hold back, he eagerly asked, Linfan, what's the origin of this combat skill of yours? But Linfan didn't give a clear answer, only vaguely responding, just a small training technique, don't bother me. Chen Kai went silent, focusing on receiving the treatment. After a while, the spiritual power mist gently dissipated. Linfan spoke, it's done. He indifferently followed up with the routine question, do you feel better now? Chen Kai felt completely refreshed, truly miraculous, I get it now. At this moment, Linfan's face grew tense with urgency, it's been quite a while, why haven't we received any news yet? On a certain street, a member of the Wei family instructed, listen up, we must make sure to find that girl in time. The others shouted in unison. At last, they arrived near the deserted, abandoned factory. Someone suddenly punched the wall in fury. Damn it! It was Mr. Ning, gritting his teeth. In a sea of endless people like this, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. How are we supposed to make it in just half an hour? He couldn't hold it in and roared, damn it! Just then, he heard a broken, muffled sound from somewhere. A look of surprise flashed across his face. That sound Mr. Ning knew it well. He immediately gestured silently to the subordinates to approach. Once they were close, he said, let's go. The others obeyed. Yes. Each one held a gun in hand, and at last, they stood in front of the rolling door. Mr. Ning signaled them with a stern face to pause, then pressed his ear against the door to listen carefully. It was truly Xiao Dai's muffled cries from inside. Sweat formed on his forehead as he confirmed with his men, there's definitely someone inside. Let's break the door down. They all responded in unison, got it. Meanwhile, the kidnapper was still snoring peacefully. Suddenly, a loud bang startled him awake. Ah! Mr. Ning had already aimed his gun at him. Hands on your head. Of course, the man didn't comply willingly. Damn it! Furious, he grabbed Xiao Dai and threatened, don't move, or I'll kill her. Yet Mr. Ning showed not the slightest fear. He merely gave a cold snort, his eyes gleaming with defiance. Do you think your knife is faster than my gun? The kidnapper panicked and shouted wildly, shut up. Don't move. Mr. Ning ordered sternly, drop your weapon. The kidnapper went berserk, screaming, you forced me to kill Xiao Dai. A gunshot rang out, grazing him directly, leaving him helpless as he cried out in pain, AAA, my hand. Smoke still rose from the barrel of Mr. Ning's gun. He said, if you don't behave, suffer the consequences. Then, he swiftly commanded, tie him up. His subordinates obeyed, yes, sir. What followed was a chaotic scene between the kidnapper and the two members of the Wei family. Seeing him tightly bound on the ground, they let out a sigh of relief, it's done. Meanwhile, Mr. Ning had already freed Xiao Dai. He asked, are you all right? Still frightened, she responded, I'm okay, thank you so much. He smiled in reply, that's great. At the same time, Chen Kai was still enjoying his healthy body in the private room, as expected of you, your recovery is really fast. Linfan remained silent, listening to his hearty laughter, ha ha ha. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, catching his attention. Linfan's eyes narrowed, revealing tension. They're here. Chen Kai, still unaware, spoke up, Linfan, it's time to teach me some combat skills next. But the scene before him made him freeze. Linfan suddenly let out a terrifying laugh, ha. Startled, Chen Kai asked, what are you laughing at? Unbothered, he replied, Chen Kai, I admit you're strong, but in the end, I'm the one who won. Chen Kai still stubbornly believed that he was the one holding the knife's hilt. What are you planning to do? Don't you care about your girlfriend's life anymore? Linfan was not bothered by the trouble and casually brought the screen over, looking both disdainful and almost gleeful as he declared, take a look for yourself. When he saw clearly, he was instantly horrified and shouted, what the hell? Before he could finish, Linfan cut him off with a hand to his throat.
By this point, Linfan was already calmly sneering again.
Did he really think he had done everything perfectly?
Unfortunately, he was just a little short of luck. His sharp eyes narrowed. Chen Kai, remember to take care on your way to the Yellow Springs. Chen Kai, panicking, immediately begged, please, don't, let me go. Of course, Linfan would not give him any chance to cause trouble again. In the end, he discarded Chen Kai's body as if throwing away garbage. Even so, Linfan still hadn't fully vented his anger.
He said with a cold voice, making a decision. The Chen family must be completely eradicated. If not, the consequences will be unimaginable.
A while later, Mr. Ning's wireless earphone rang. He immediately answered and reported, hello, Linfan, she's fine now.
You can rest assured. As for the kidnapper, he's been apprehended by the Wei family.
Suddenly, Chen Kai's corpse began to smoke, and Linfan hadn't noticed.
All right, thank you so much.
It wasn't until he hung up that he casually glanced over, Then Chen Kai's body ignited like a torch. This is.
For some reason, Linfan was stunned. Chen Kai, is that really you?
The burning fire revealed a completely unfamiliar face. Linfan looked down at the corpse on the floor with contempt. Chen Kai, you're truly a coward, sending a substitute in your place. His long hair covered his expression. I didn't even need to use a fraction of my strength to test you filthy work, really. Then he muttered in a low voice, Chen family, remember this well. Finally, all his loathing was poured into one sentence, one day, I will wipe out the entire Chen family. At that very moment, in Chen Kai's residence, a loud crash echoed. Chen Kai clenched his fists in fury, oomph. His tone was heavy as he assessed the situation. Though the substitute only had peak-level inner strength at the beginner tier, he couldn't withstand even one move from Linfan. His eyes narrowed seriously at the thought.
Looks like I'll have to call in Master.
A stream of spiritual energy enveloped a piece of jade. As it cracked, a wisp of smoke erupted, and Chen Kai's master materialized like a 3D projection.
He calmly called out, Disciple.
Chen Kai immediately bowed, Master. Though he hadn't said anything yet, the man burst into laughter.
My good disciple, you've come to me because of someone named Linfan, haven't you? Chen Kai was taken aback by the unexpected remark, Master, how did you know?
He replied slowly, did you think you could hide something like this from me?
Chen Kai had nothing more to say. Master, your abilities are indeed extraordinary.
Then, Chen Kai's master casually swirled a cup of tea in his hand. Judging by the look on your face, I suppose you lost to this Linfan. However, if Linfan was able to get the better of you, it seems he is far from ordinary.
He immediately reported, Master, I suspect Linfan is a descendant of the Lin family.
But in return, he was met with the sound of his laughter.
Disciple, you are mistaken.
Linfan is definitely not a descendant of the Lin family. Although it had been clear from the beginning, he couldn't help but raise the question.
Why is Master so sure?
He didn't answer directly but suddenly changed the subject.
Disciple, let me introduce you to someone. Someone walked up behind Master Chen Kai.
That distinctive mark appeared on the screen as he introduced the person.
This is the true descendant of the Lin family.
The real deal has stepped forward.
Lin Yuan Tian. Lin Yuan Tian directly acknowledged it. It's all right. I am a descendant of the Lin family.
Master Chen Kai showed no doubt, with the mark on his arm confirming it indeed, he was a descendant of the Lin family. Master Chen Kai smiled and advised.
Disciple, be good. Lin Yuan Tian and I will be heading to Mei Yuan today. During this time, you must not act recklessly.
He nodded kindly as if to say goodbye, wait for me to return, and we'll handle things then. The disciple obediently bowed his head.
Yes, Master.
The screen disappeared, and the jade fragment turned a darker color, leaving him silently standing there, not afraid, but grinning excitedly.
Yes, Linfan.
He thought about the reinforcements coming to back him up, filled with excitement. No matter how strong Linfan was, with both the master and the Lin family descendant personally taking action, he would be nothing more than a candle flickering in the wind, unable to withstand even a single blow.
Chen Kai couldn't help but think of Linfan's troubled situation.
Elsewhere, Mr. Ning took the lead and said, "Mr. Lin, Miss Ji has been waiting for you for a long time."
As soon as he entered, Linfan anxiously asked, "Xiao Dai, are you okay?" Without hesitation, she immediately ran over and hugged him happily.
Linfan patted her head as a form of comfort, saying, "I'm sorry, I'm late."
"It's all fine now."
Xiao Dai wiped away her tears and replied, I'm fine." Next, he smiled and suggested, "That's great.
Let me take you home first." She nodded eagerly,
Then, Linfan didn't forget to express his gratitude, saying, "Thank you this time."
Mr. Ning replied earnestly, "Mr. Lin, you're too polite. This is something I should do."
Linfan didn't forget to put his jacket on Xiao Dai, then said goodbye and led her away. "Well, Mr. Ning, I'll take Xiao Dai home first," Linfan said.
He answered, "All right, be careful on the way." A moment later, the black car sped down the road.
Suddenly, Xiao Dai hesitated before speaking. "Linfan, there are a few things I've always wanted to say to you." He grunted in response, as if acknowledging her words.
She brought up a question that had been on her mind for a while. "You probably aren't an ordinary person, right?"
His gaze drifted elsewhere, and he slowly continued, "Ever since you returned to school, a lot of unimaginable things have happened. Thinking about those wicked people, whether it was Brother Bai from before or the kidnapper just now." Xiao Dai's cheeks flushed with happiness. "Yet, even so, every time, Linfan, you showed up right on time to help me. I'm truly, truly grateful to you." Suddenly, he blurted out, "You fool." And followed it up with a declaration straight out of a boyfriend's playbook, "No matter what happens, I'll always be by your side, because I'm your Linfan." That instantly made Xiao Dai's face turn red as she shouted, What nonsense are you talking about?" He paled and stopped her, "Don't move around recklessly." The car finally sped along the long road, and by the time they arrived at Linfan's house, it was already late. At last, he could sit down after such a tiring day. There was nothing better than relaxing on his beloved bed.
"Ugh, I'm exhausted."
Suddenly, the phone rang several times. He turned his face to look at it.
"Oh, it's Teacher Qin."
Linfan immediately answered the call.
"Teacher Qin, it's so late, why are you calling? Is something wrong?" For some reason, Qin Jing's face looked slightly flushed. "Linfan, are you free tomorrow? There's something I'd like to ask you to help with."
He instantly replied in a serious tone, "Teacher Qin, go ahead and say it." But Qin Jing seemed hesitant, not saying clearly, "It's something I'll explain tomorrow." Linfan didn't mind at all. "All right, then see you tomorrow." She seemed pleased as she set up the meeting. "Okay, let's meet at noon tomorrow, at the Dixia shopping mall."
"Don't turn me down, you have to come."
After hanging up, he tossed the phone aside and sank into his soft bed.
So tired. Time to sleep.
The next morning, you arrived at the entrance of Dixia shopping center. Linfan was sweating profusely. That woman, she clearly said noon, and now it's already been half an hour, and she still hasn't arrived.
"It's so hot, I'm dying."
Suddenly, a bright purple car drove up, catching his attention. The sound of high heels echoed as Qin Jing, looking perfectly dressed up, stepped out. "Linfan, I'm sorry, there was some traffic on the way. I must have kept you waiting for too long."
Of course, Linfan would be polite. "It's fine, I just got here too." She let out a relieved sigh. "Is that so? That's great." Then, Linfan got straight to the point. "By the way, Miss Qin, did you want to talk to me about something?"
Qin Jing seemed a bit hesitant when she spoke, twisting and turning for a long time before finally avoiding the topic.
"Actually, it's not anything serious, it's just..."
She hesitated, making Linfan even more confused.
What could it be?
Suddenly, a black car sped up and stopped right beside them. The door opened, and a bald head reflecting the sunlight appeared, with a shining gold watch.
Wang CEO, arriving and immediately starting with flattery. Ah, you must be Miss Qin, right? You look even more beautiful in person than in the pictures. CEO Wang walked up cheerfully and struck up a conversation. Hello, Miss Qin.
Xin Jing's face darkened, and she didn't look at him.
Ahem, let's go inside first. He didn't realize he was being avoided.
Alright, Miss Qin, really, it's so embarrassing, you're paying attention to Linfan.
That's right, because Qin Jing introduced me, she's my student, and you just smile. Hello. Hearing this, CEO Wang didn't forget to praise her. Wow, Miss Qin is a teacher? That's not bad. After that, Xian Gang moved straight towards the shopping mall. Alright then, Miss Qin, let's go.
Linfan was confused.
What's going on with you, Qin?
Xin Jing hesitated.
Here.
Then she reluctantly said.
This is the person my family forced me to meet for a blind date. Looking up at CEO Wang, Linfan could only comment on what he saw.
The quality of this blind date really was high. A Rolex watch and an expensive car worth several million yuan.
Xin Jing then spoke frankly.
Linfan, the reason I called you today is to help me get rid of him. Then she explained more clearly. This person was introduced by a very kind relative of mine. I couldn't directly refuse, because if I did, my relative would be embarrassed, so I had to go along with it.
I see. Finally, the group entered the mall. CEO Wang stood very close to Qin Jing. Miss Qin, just look around, anything you want, it's all here. She could only force a smile. Aha! Yet that filthy hand of his still couldn't stay put. Come on, this way.
He acted without the slightest bit of shame. With a sleazy look on his face, he muttered, "Oh, thank goodness my hands are so sensitive, this feels amazing." At some point, Qin Jing had somehow been mistaken for Linfan.
CEO Wang, you don't have that kind of fetish, do you?
Which made him hurriedly withdraw his hand.
Damn it, why is it you?
He flew into a rage.
You damn bastard.
Then, as if flipping a switch, he broke into a bright smile like spring in full bloom.
Miss Qin, there's a new Hermes store that just opened recently.
Then he made a suggestion, let me take you over there for a look. His sausage-like finger pointed toward the Hermes store, right over there.
CEO Wang chuckled and urged, come on.
Which startled Qin Jing.
Hey.
Linfan, standing beside her, suggested, let's go check it out.
She could only nod in response. Eventually, they all entered the Hermes store.
The store clerk immediately welcomed them with joy. Welcome, CEO Wang. With warm enthusiasm, the clerk exclaimed, it's such an honor to have you visit our store again. He laughed heartily, which caught Linfan's attention. Oh. Then he raised an eyebrow at Qin Jing. Looks like this chubby guy is actually a regular here. Suddenly, the store clerk looked surprised, not the slightest bit insincere. Oh, and this young lady is. Quickly correcting herself, your wife, of course, welcome. Qin Jing, flustered, replied, no, that's not it, we just met for the first time today.
CEO Wang burst into hearty laughter. Haha, Miss Qin is embarrassed again. Now let's shine with the brilliance of money. Alright, I'm in a good mood today, bring me the cheapest bag in the shop.
The store clerk's eyes lit up instantly and rushed off to fetch it.
Not only that, he turned around with an air of smug confidence. So, Miss Qin? Are you dazzled by my generosity?
Unexpectedly, Linfan quickly shielded both their eyes.
Miss Qin, protect your eyes. Then CEO Wang spoke again, let's do this, Miss Qin. I'll gift you the cheapest bag first. As for the rest, take a look around. If you find anything else you like, feel free to choose.
Linfan immediately jumped into character, playing the role of the generous customer, then bring out a bag for me too.
I'm planning to make a purchase.
Wang put on a generous front. Alright, since you're Miss Qin's student, you should get something too.
Take whatever you want. Linfan smirked cunningly, then I won't hold back. He waved his hand and picked out a few more bags, this one, and this one. CEO Wang's face turned pale with fear as Linfan continued with emphasis, and this one too, this one's good.
The green bag was placed on the counter. In just a single breath, Linfan had picked nearly 10 bags.
Phew! These should be enough. Now, CEO Wang was grinding his teeth, realizing this guy was deliberately messing with him. The total for all those items was already over $1 million.
Linfan, clearly satisfied, nodded, I'm done choosing.
The store clerk hesitantly turned to CEO Wang for confirmation.
He was drenched in cold sweat but still tried to maintain his pride.
She immediately packed everything cheerfully. Ho 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 ho.
Suddenly, Linfan slammed his hand down to stop him, waiting for a moment, causing CEO Wang to panic and stammer.
So, what now? Is this not enough for you?
You've taken one step after another.
CEO Wang, I think you've misunderstood.
What I meant was the sly look when giving the instructions more clearly.
Besides these, I want everything else in this store. At this point, CEO Wang was so furious he was shaking. You brat!
Unable to control himself, he flipped his middle finger in Linfan's face.
Don't push your luck. Who do you think you are?
Linfan raised an eyebrow sarcastically.
Oh dear, CEO Wang, isn't it all about money? Can't you afford it? If you can't, then don't try to pretend you're rich. It's so embarrassing.
CEO Wang, still furious, grabbed him by the collar and jabbed his finger in his face.
You're talking nonsense. Why the hell should I pretend? I earn several $100,000 a year. Look at you, what are you even worth?
He didn't forget to scold Qin Jing. Teacher Qin, your student here really doesn't know the sky from the ground. But she sternly reminded him. Mr. Wang, Linfan is my student. Her gaze became sharp.
Please be more polite.
Linfan smiled again, intending to add fuel to the fire.
Teacher Qin, it's fine, it's fine. CEO Wang can't afford it, so he's not bothering with you this time. Then pretending to be generous, CEO Wang said, trying to show off in front of Teacher Qin, huh?
I won't stoop to your level, kid.
Then he turned and gave a fake laugh.
Ha, Teacher Qin, let's just ignore him for now.
You choose whichever one you like, and I'll give it to you as a gift.
But this time, Qin Jing firmly refused. No, I can't accept your gift.
He squinted his narrow eyes. What did you say? You're pretending to be noble with me? CEO Wang sneered in disbelief. Pretending to be noble with me? There's no woman who doesn't like handbags.
But Qin Jing had taken a firm stance. Mr. Wang, please show me some respect. For some reason, he suddenly shouted, wrap it up for me.
The store staff began sweating nervously. Why yes, sir.
Qin Jing sternly called out, that won't be necessary.
Her sharp eyes stared straight at him. CEO Wang, I feel like you're humiliating me.
Maybe the women you usually deal with are all gold diggers, but I, Qin Jing, am definitely not one of them.
However, CEO Wang still stubbornly maintained his scornful tone, playing hard to get, are we? Trying to go big now? Just name your price. How much do you want?
I'll transfer it to you directly.
She was rendered speechless, not knowing what to say.
Without another word, she decisively grabbed Linfan's hand. Linfan, let's go.
Wang, the CEO, angrily shouted, all right, get the hell out of here.
With a mocking expression, he added, if you're going to leave, don't pretend to be so noble. This caused Linfan to stop in his tracks.
He turned around with a stern face and growled, what did you just say?
His eyes narrowed in anger. Say that again, if you dare.
Wang, the CEO, pointed at them both and sneered, clearly, you're the ones who want to leave, but still pretend to be all high and mighty. I've finally figured it out. This guy isn't even your student, he's just your little toy. Qin Jing, irritated, screamed, "You're talking nonsense." But was stopped by Linfan. "Teacher Qin, allow me to speak with a calmer tone and raise some doubts." "Wang CEO, do you think that just because you have a few dirty coins, you can do whatever you want?" The man responded defiantly, "So what? I can do whatever I want, what are you going to do about it?" Then Linfan simply smirked and asked, "I see now, so, what you're saying is, anyone with money is a big shot?" Wang, the CEO, immediately became arrogant. "Is that even a question? Money is everything." He nodded knowingly, "I see. Got it." And suddenly, pointing at the handbag, he called out, "Serve me." His eyes, filled with confidence, declared, "This store, everything from east to west, I want it all." Linfan pointed at the shelves behind, "Wrap everything up for me." The expression of CEO Wang and the store staff was one of astonishment. Suddenly, the man burst into laughter, coughing violently. CEO Wang's whole body trembled. "Ah ha ha," he scoffed. "To buy everything in this store, at least several million. Do you even have the money? You'd probably have to sell yourself, and it still wouldn't be enough." The store staff, seeing this, joined in. "The youth these days really have no brains, speaking so arrogantly. If you can actually buy it, I'll jump off the building right now." Linfan, who had been silent until then, suddenly responded, "You said it yourself." With that, a black card appeared in his hand, and he swiped it. The store employee's face could no longer hide her shock. "Are you sure there's money in this card?" He coldly reminded, "I won't say it again." Swipe the card. With trembling hands, she took it. All right. The store employee hurriedly turned to leave. "Sir, please wait a moment. I'll go get the store manager." Qin Jing pulled at his sleeve, advising, "Linfan, you're crazy. Where are you getting the money from?" "You didn't turn back," she said. "Miss Qin, don't worry, I'm not the person I used to be anymore," he replied. She was slightly startled. Linfan. CEO Wang, standing behind, was anxious. "Impossible, it can't be, no way." Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached. Zhang Chao, holding a card, called out loudly, "Mr. Linfan." Linfan assessed the person in front of him and asked, "You are the manager? How do you know me?" He was panting heavily, breathless. Zhang Chao's expression was somewhat fawning. "Zhang Chao, Mr. Lin, it's an honor to have you here. Our humble shop couldn't welcome you from afar. This shop is owned by Old Wei, and we've all heard of your esteemed name." Linfan replied indifferently, "I see." CEO Wang's expression turned furious. CEO Wang, "Zhang Chao, do you see this? You don't even greet me. Have you forgotten how many business deals I've helped you with?" Zhang Chao's gaze turned uncomfortable. "Zhang Chao, so it's you. I heard it was you who provoked Mr. Lin. From now on, all the stores here are banned from letting you in." He pointed directly at the man. "Zhang Chao, you can leave now." The man was stunned. "What did you say?" CEO Wang's face was filled with fury. CEO Wang, fine, you will regret this." After finishing his words, he turned around and left. "Retreat, you wait there for me." Then, Zhang Chao cheerfully continued, "Mr. Lin, please take your card and handbag. As you said, I'll have everything delivered right to your doorstep. I hope you feel comfortable today." Linfan remained calm. "It's fine, then just give everything to this guest." Qin Jing looked somewhat worried. "Linfan." She watched his back. "What exactly happened to you?" Inside the supermarket, someone was repeatedly tapping on the screen, as though venting some frustration. Wang, the CEO, issued orders to the other end, "Stop sitting there, bring everything here for me." A moment later, a group of people rushed in and stopped in front of Wang, who was sitting and smoking. He raised an eyebrow, "Boss, what's going on?
With a grim expression, the man barked orders, "Wait a moment for that kid to come out, follow him." Bloodshot veins appeared in Wang's eyes. "Find a secluded place and break his legs." "Haha, daring to mess with me. So what if you have money?" "In this world, the brave eat the most. If you're not brave, then you'll eat shit." Guo Qi immediately received the order, "Don't worry, Wang brother, leave it to us." Xin Jing was strolling through the supermarket with Linfan. "Linfan, what exactly happened earlier?" Her face showed worry. She knew very well the family situation of her younger brother. Her younger brother suddenly interrupted her. "Qin master." Linfan's expression became deep. "Sometimes, you can't judge a person based solely on their outward appearance. The person I am now is not the same as I was before." Xin Jing was a little surprised. "Linfan." Suddenly, she slapped his head a few times. "You little brat, still trying to act all cold and aloof?" Linfan shyly rubbed his head. "Ha, it's already obvious to everyone." Xin Jing didn't press further. Since he didn't want to talk about it, she wouldn't ask. Her gaze seemed a little distant. After all, everyone has their own secrets, don't they? He stared blankly at Xin Jing, seemingly having understood everything, and responded with a relaxed tone. "You're right, everyone has their own secrets." She hadn't forgotten about the matter earlier, but she still couldn't get those handbags. "You absolutely mustn't let them give those to me. If they do, I'll be really angry." Linfan smiled happily. "It's fine, it's up to the person." In his heart, he silently thought, "Qin master, in the past life, you took such great care of me. These handbags could never repay your kindness." Xin Jing didn't forget to lecture. "What's this? Do you want to become someone who only knows how to buy handbags with money?" He burst out laughing. "Huh, sometimes being a simple country bumpkin still feels pretty great." Suddenly, Linfan's face darkened. "Xin master, I still have some urgent matters to deal with later, so I won't be able to go with you now. I'll wait for you at another entrance." She tilted her head, looking around. Another entrance? Why didn't he explain further? But knowing that was enough, she'd see him later, Xin master. Xin Jing turned around. "Ah, all right." She thought to herself, "There are some mysterious figures watching you from behind the bushes along the road. They are Bougie men trailing that kid." Oh Yang followed the order, understood. Linfan's eyes sharpened. "Humph, just as expected, an ambush. Come on then." The group quickly followed him. They saw Linfan turning into an alley. Bougie was even more excited. "Ha, this kid's found himself a good spot, we've caught up." Linfan suddenly stopped, now standing in front of a dead end. Bougie was closing in. "Kid, there's a road to heaven but you refused to take it, and now you've charged right into hell." The expression on his face was full of viciousness. "You've offended our boss, and our boss wants your leg. Don't blame us for that." Linfan commented thoughtfully, "There were always those ants who were greedy for money, and they were countless." No sooner had he finished speaking than the whole group lunged at him, weapons drawn. "Brothers, attack!" Suddenly, Linfan spun around to face them, his mouth dropping open in fear. They were all suddenly thrown high into the air, as it was Linfan who had used his power on them. The group fell to the ground in disarray. Linfan let out a faint sigh, feeling somewhat disheartened. He seemed lost in thought. "I am a mighty immortal emperor, yet every day I am fighting with these thugs. It seems I really need to focus on my cultivation and make the most of my time." Linfan set a goal for himself to break the void as soon as possible and return to the immortal realm. Afterward, he left, leaving the group lying scattered on the ground, and went to check on Zhu Zi. Linfan arrived at Ji Xiaodai's house. He was taken aback by the scene in front of him. Zhao Xiao was carrying a bag and walking down from the car, looking quite pleased. Linfan suddenly remembered, wasn't this the guy who was with the group that took Zhu Zi away at the Imperial Dynasty Hotel? Zhao Xiao walked leisurely, wearing a bright smile. "Hello, aunt and uncle." Mrs. Xiao Dai was holding a tray of items in both hands. Please, come in, come in. She then noticed the bag Zhao Xia was carrying. You even brought a gift, how thoughtful. He acted politely. Aya, it's just a small token of my appreciation. Zhao Xia got straight to the point. Last time when I met Xiao Dai, I was certain I had found the other half of my life. So today, I came to ask for your opinions, uncle and aunt. Suddenly, Xiao Dai came out of the house. What are you doing here? Her expression was a little annoyed. I already told you last time that I only met you because my parents tricked me into it. I'm not interested in you. Get out of here, quickly. His face remained unchanged. Aya, you can't refuse me like that, can you? I hope you can understand me a bit better. I'm a very good man. Her mother spoke up, reproaching her. Look at Xiao Xiao, dear. He's polite and humble. He's handsome, and even if you don't agree, you should at least not reject him. Xiao Dai didn't care at all. I don't need him. Her mother's face showed frustration. Does this child even understand what's going on? Her father quickly stepped forward to advise. Dear, you know very well that the person your daughter likes is Linfan. You can't act like this. Xiao Dai's mother's voice lowered. I admit that the boy has helped us, but Zhao Xia is the CEO of a market company, with money and power. I want my daughter to marry someone like him to have a happy life. Zhao Xia, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Uncle, aunt. He placed the bag he was holding on the table and continued, the reason I'm here today is to formally discuss the matter of my future with Xiao Dai. Zhao Xia spoke as if negotiating a partnership. Everyone knew he was the CEO of a market company now, and time was tight. So, he hoped that right after Xiao Dai graduated, they could get married. After finishing, he extended his hand and presented the items. The betrothal gift I mentioned has been prepared. Please have a look. Both of Xiao Dai's parents looked shocked. This is. The ceremony included a Tianlong courtyard villa and 5% of the shares in the Zhao family conglomerate. His gaze seemed somewhat confused. Mr. Zhao, is this reasonable? Suddenly, the paper was violently snatched away. Xiao Dai threw it straight to the ground. Who would want your dirty thing? Zhao Xia, get out. The corner of Zhao Xia's mouth curled up slightly. He remained calm. Miss Ji, marriage is a serious matter. I believe it's best for the parents to make the decisions. Without their blessings, there's no way to be happy. Immediately, Zhao Xia's eyes took on an intimidating look. Am I wrong? Zhao Xia clasped his hands together and placed them on the table. Aunt, uncle, what do you think? Just then, Linfan appeared, interrupting. I think you're talking nonsense. The Xiao Dai family stared at him in disbelief. He turned around in shock. Who are you? Linfan's face darkened. Are you really asking me who I am? Xiao Dai hurried over. Linfan. She seemed a bit awkward. Linfan, don't misunderstand. Let's go ahead. I'll explain to you later. Linfan kept his hands in his pockets. It's fine. After all, pretty flowers will always attract foolish bugs. Zhao Xia stood up and shouted loudly. Who are you calling a bug? His eyes flared with force. I'm calling you. Zhao Xia suddenly felt a wave of fear and pain. His whole body collapsed onto the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Inside, the man muttered, What's going on? I can't move my legs. Linfan looked down arrogantly. A mere insect dares to compete with a dragon or a tiger. Zhao Xia gritted his teeth, you. He was still trying to use his status to intimidate. Damn it, don't you know who I am? Ba Xiaodai anxiously asked, Mr. Zhao, are you alright? Ignore his threats, don't care about it, just leave. Finally, Zhao Xia managed to force himself to stand.
I didn't expect this.
Truly didn't expect it, you're a cultivator, no wonder you're so arrogant. Kid, even though I'm not a cultivator, behind the Zhao family corporation is the Chen family. He bared his teeth in anger. Even if you are a cultivator, so what? As long as the Chen family acts, your bones will be ground to dust in an instant.
Linfan's gaze showed disbelief. Chen family?
Zhao Xia grinned with self-satisfaction.
What's wrong? Are you scared now?
His face twisted into a sinister grin. If you kneel down and apologize now, I might still forgive you. Otherwise. Suddenly, Linfan exuded a killing intent.
Otherwise, what?
Zhao Xia's eyes were full of terror.
He was trembling in fear. What? What's going on?
This guy's killing intent is overwhelming.
If I keep talking, I might.
Before he could finish, Linfan lunged at him, slamming him to the ground, and landed a series of punches on his face. Zhao Xia's heart seemed to be breaking.
I'm going to die. He stuttered incessantly. The spiritual energy was radiating all over Linfan, otherwise, what would happen?
Right now, the two words I hate the most are the Chen family, Zhao Xia, and it's because you brought this upon yourself. Xiao Dai quickly reached out to stop him.
Linfan, don't.
She gritted her teeth. Linfan's gaze was filled with anger.
Get out of my sight, don't let me see you again.
Zhao Xia, confused, ran away.
I won't let you off. The Chen family won't let you off, just wait to die.
He clenched his fists tightly.
And Ji Xiao Dai, you will definitely be mine.
Then Zhao Xia hurried off without daring to look back. Xiao Dai's mother was somewhat confused. Why did Zhao Xia kneel in front of you? Who knows, maybe he just had trouble moving.
Ha ha.
Suddenly, Linfan pulled Xiao Dai close to him. By the way, uncle, aunt, I'm taking Xiao Dai out for a walk.
He and she left.
Uncle, aunt, you two just keep doing your thing. Xiao Dai's parents were still in a daze. Linfan and Xiao Dai were sitting on a bench in the park. He tilted his head, puzzled. By the way, Zhu Zi, how are you connected to Zhao Xia? She sighed in frustration.
AI, don't even mention it. Didn't my mom trick me into going there?
She said she was looking for an internship for me, but in the end, it was just a setup for a blind date. One hand, Linfan gently patted her head to comfort her, who told Zhu Zi to be so outstanding like this.
Ha ha.
Xiao Dai's face flushed red.
That's not it.
She seemed a little flustered and then said, Linfan, why is it that when Xiao Dai suddenly leaned towards you, you don't seem like the same person anymore?
She tightly clutched the hem of her dress.
Even though he had become much stronger now, he was no longer the Linfan she was familiar with. His eyes closed in deep thought, and Linfan's reply was somewhat ambiguous. Zhu Zi, there will come a day when you'll know the answer. Xiao Dai muttered softly, Linfan, her gaze full of understanding, I know now.
No matter how you change, I will always trust you.
She draped her arm over him and leaned on him, I will always support you. In his heart, Linfan quietly whispered, thank you, Zhu Zi. A month later, at Linfan's school, someone was resting their chin on their hand, sighing. At that moment, Linfan was absent-mindedly gazing outside. The past period had been calm, with no news from Old Wei that was worth paying attention to.
The brat Chen Kai hadn't shown any signs either. It was starting to feel a little boring.
Suddenly, he slumped his head onto the desk. Then the sound of high heels echoed. Qin Jing smiled and opened the door. Classmates, today our class will have a new student transferring from another school. Immediately, the entire class began to murmur.
Some people were wondering whether he was male or female.
She extended her hand towards the door.
All right, come in.
A voice replied.
Yes.
the new student entered with a tattoo of the Lin family on one arm.
Yuan Tian smiled confidently. Hello everyone. I am Lin Yuan Tian, and from now on, we will be classmates. A female student suddenly exclaimed. He's so handsome.
But Lin Fan's eyes suddenly widened.
Yuan Tian was secretly releasing his spiritual power to probe.
Please, fellow students, I hope you will guide me.
He was also releasing his spiritual power to counteract Yuan Tian's strength.
The man flashed a challenging smile. Please, Lin Fan, I hope you will guide me as well.
Their gazes met.
Lin Fan observed with interest.
Your face lit up with excitement. Yuan Tian was approaching Lin Fan's desk and extended his hand.
I am Lin Yuan Tian of the Lin family.
Yuan Tian's face broke into a fake smile. From now on, I hope you will teach me a lot.
Lin Fan happily shook his hand.
Okay.
Qin Jing seemed quite surprised.
You two know each other? Yuan Tian's spiritual power emanated again.
You could say we've been close for a long time. At this moment, the two were silently clashing their powers. Their hands were gripping tightly, exerting such force that the sound of cracking could be heard. Lin Fan's expression remained calm. Not bad, we really have known each other for a long time.
Speaking of which, we're from the same family, aren't we? Yuan Tian was so angry that he gritted his teeth.
Then he quickly pulled his hand back.
From now on we're classmates.
I hope we'll have a pleasant exchange.
Yuan Tian then sat down at the table next to him. Alright, teacher, we can start the class now.
His face still wore a gentle smile.
But when Yuan Tian's gaze briefly flicked downward, he noticed the tremendous strength of this person.
He hesitantly withdrew his injured hand from his pocket. Yuan Tian recalled what had just happened. His internal energy had flowed into the other person's body, but it was quickly dissipated, leaving nothing behind. He tilted his head slightly. It seemed that Lin Fan actually had some real skill. Lin Fan's lips curled into a faint smile.
In his heart, he silently thought, so, you're Lin Yuan Tian, huh?
Let me see just how many paths your so-called Lin family has in the secular world.
There were quite a few people walking back and forth in the corridor.
Lin Fan stood leaning against the railing. Suddenly, someone approached, breaking the silence.
Lin Yuan Tian extended his hand politely. Lin Fan, are you free? Let's talk for a bit. Although unsure of his intentions, Lin Fan didn't hesitate to agree. All right. The two of them walked off, one after the other.
The girls hiding behind the wall couldn't stop praising, so handsome. Outside the schoolyard, Yuan Tian surprisingly led Lin Fan to a secluded spot with dense trees, away from the crowd.
Suddenly, he stopped and didn't move any further.
Standing in front of Lin Fan, Yuan Tian asked clearly, I heard that you've been pretending to be a descendant of my Lin family.
Lin Fan sneered as if he had just heard a ridiculously absurd story. Do you think you are worthy of me pretending to be one of you?
Yuan Tian didn't take Lin Fan's words to heart, no matter how he tried to make excuses. After finishing his sentence, he unleashed a powerful aura around him along with a challenge.
Right now, there's no one around us. Do you understand my meaning? Lin Fan didn't pay attention to the strange changes under his feet.
At that moment, he noticed and looked down, realizing that a surge of power was rapidly forming into a large circle, engulfing both of them inside.
Yuan Tian spoke to explain the nearly invisible barrier that had trapped them in this reflective sphere, one that could completely isolate sound.
Although the Lin family has never been one to cause trouble, you've offended someone you shouldn't have.
You still see yourself as strong, using threats to converse, so I can't let you go.
Remember this beneath the 9 springs, don't ever impersonate a descendant of the Lin family. Listening to him boast so endlessly, Lin Fan was so bored that he yawned, almost dislocating his jaw. Alright, I get it.
Stop talking so much.
Yuan Tian continued to set up his formation, and Lin Fan still had no idea what was about to happen.
Suddenly, a bagua formation appeared beneath his feet. Yuan Tian flaunted his strength once more, saying with confidence that in this formation, Linfan would not be able to move.
Then, a sharp object made of earth and rock began to rise from the ground, slowly breaking through the surface. He continued to unleash his ability, the mountain script earth technique, which quickly and thoroughly controlled Linfan's movements. A series of control techniques took Linfan by surprise, but there was also something quite intriguing about them. Not stopping there, Lin Yuan Tian aimed directly at him and cast the Yang Flame Fire technique, with blazing flames shooting out, seemingly capable of burning everything in its path. It surged toward him with an undeniable force. Facing the perilous situation, Linfan not only showed no fear but even gave a faint smile. A loud, deafening sound echoed, and nothing could be seen but the thick, billowing smoke. After the flurry of attacks, only a cloud of white smoke remained, making it difficult to discern what had happened. Lin Yuan Tian still stood there, panting heavily, but he was likely to be disappointed. Linfan's figure slowly emerged from behind the smoke, his tone laced with mockery.
This kind of magic can only fool children.
He brushed the dust off his robe and continued to complain.
Are you looking down on me?
Yuan Tian saw that Linfan had no injuries, as if the attacks just now were of no concern. Indeed, the ordinary swordplay had no effect on him. His eyes revealed determination, but what came next was uncertain. With that, he began to perform the earth technique. The ground shook violently, cracking open. Immediately after, a massive monster from Taishan Prefecture was formed. To Linfan, it looked no different from a tiny ant. Without any hesitation, it clenched its hand into a fist. Without a single unnecessary movement, Taishan Prefecture swung its enormous fist upward with terrifying speed. Linfan was no less determined, using his own fist to meet it head-on. Despite the massive difference in their sizes, the recoil from their collision caused the ground around them to shake. Upon closer inspection, Linfan had used spiritual energy to shatter the monster's arm into chunks, while muttering under his breath, "Shameless." Suddenly, a mysterious green flame erupted beneath his feet, the power of which was unclear. By the time he noticed it, it was already too late. The flame combined with electric sparks, producing a sizzling sound that sent a jolt through his entire body. He immediately leapt up to avoid contact with the deadly force, but it was still unavoidable, leaving him in utter astonishment.
"Blue flame, this guy," he muttered. Yuan Tian called forth more violet lightning to surround his position. This wasn't over yet. Golden Heaven Thunder Art.
His eyes gleamed with murderous intent, as though determined to strike Linfan down to the point where no trace of him would remain. Dark clouds gathered at his call, and a bolt of lightning ripped through the sky, charging toward Linfan with unstoppable speed. Linfan couldn't react in time, and the force of the strike sent him flying high into the air. Yuan Tian ground his teeth, his voice laced with hatred. "Linfan, take another hit from me." Zhou Tian Thunder Art unleashed a continuous barrage of lightning, both large and small, denying Linfan any opportunity to retaliate. At this moment, static electricity surged throughout Linfan's body, rendering him temporarily unable to respond. But Yuan Tian had no intention of stopping and continued chanting the fire spell.
The flow of energy erupted as he shouted "Blue flame," and flames accompanied by electric sparks shot forward, yet Linfan showed no signs of movement.
Waves of energy poured down like the wrath of heaven and earth, the destructive power so immense that it created an enormous explosion. The dust gradually dispersed, but it was still difficult to see what was happening inside. He couldn't help but ask himself, is it successful? But things couldn't possibly be that easy, could they? From within came Linfan's faint voice, his uniform already torn.
There wasn't a single serious injury on him.
However, Linfan still offered him a compliment, but being able to control Blue Flame is already quite good in this secular world.
Yuan Tian was astonished, not believing what he had just heard. Secular world? How do you know that term?
Linfan slowly advanced forward.
I know, and I know much more. He remained highly alert to every movement of Linfan. Damn it!
A long vine shot toward him, but Linfan showed no intention of resisting. He allowed the vines to bind him while Yuan Tian did not give the opponent any chance to counter, continuing to perform his water-based techniques.
Enormous columns of water dragon pillars, surged toward him from all directions.
The pressure from the water was so immense that it seemed it could crush solid steel. Linfan's entire body was drenched, like a drowned rat. The voice carried a full measure of seriousness.
"Are you done playing yet?"
Just a simple command was enough to nullify all the formations that Yuan Tian had painstakingly created up until now. Linfan's entire body exuded murderous intent, and his gaze was sharp like a hawk hunting its prey.
"Have you exhausted all your tricks? It's my turn now, right?" Yuan Tian took several steps back, widening the distance between them, his body trembling in fear.
Deep in his heart, he struggled to remain calm, recalling the words his father had once said: "The Lin family is the last descendant of the martial arts world on Earth.
If you can reach the Foundation establishment realm, you will be able to break the void."
But even my father, at present, only possesses peak-level chi cultivation. He broke out in cold sweat as he looked at Linfan, his heart filled with dread. At this moment, even if he unleashed all his cultivation, combined with the secret techniques of his family, he still wouldn't be a match for him. Linfan cracked his knuckles, the smile on his face slowly turning sinister.
"Have you used all your tricks? Well, then it should be my turn now, shouldn't it?"
Suddenly, Yuan Tian swung his hand to dispel the protective barrier, leaving Linfan standing there, confused and still not understanding what had just happened. Yuan Tian unexpectedly raised his hand to wave at someone behind him. Linfan instinctively turned around, only to find 3 female students standing there, having appeared out of nowhere. This swift action left Linfan powerless, accepting the situation as if nothing had happened.
Yuan Tian took slow, deliberate steps toward him. He gently leaned close to the side of his ear and said, "Tonight, I have a banquet at D1 Hotel, I hope you can come."
Linfan was slightly surprised, his gaze flicking toward him, signaling him to continue speaking. He quickly added, "The Lin family has never caused trouble, and the only reason we're seeking you out this time is because the Chen family has done us a favor. But I am not your opponent, and I don't think I can stand against you, so I hope to turn hostility into friendship." Linfan bluntly rejected, "Impossible, Chen Kai must die." It seemed like a rejection, but to his surprise, he said, "Maybe." Linfan felt speechless with this person.
"You are truly heartless." He responded with absolute confidence, "If I weren't like this, to someone in my cultivation path, you would just be a mere mortal, no different from an ant, wouldn't you?" With that, he extended his hand, "This spirit stone is my gift to you." After he decisively left, it left Linfan deep in thought. This person had the scent of the immortal realm, treating others like ants, with no kindness in his heart. Lin Yuan Tian behind him smiled, having achieved some goal. In the conference room, soft light filtered in, reflecting off the tea table, making the room feel even more dignified. A teacup fell to the floor, splashing tea everywhere. Chen Kai was stunned by what he had just heard. "What did you say?" Yuan Tian sat, leisurely enjoying his tea, and offered a warning, "Chen Kai, Linfan, you can't afford to offend him. Back off, or my Lin family won't be able to protect you." Chen Kai's face grew increasingly pale. He awkwardly turned to ask for his master's opinion. "Master, what do you think?" The master fell silent, as if contemplating something of great importance. He placed his hand on his chin and thought for a moment before offering a solution. "Kai, I think this is someone we can't afford to offend." Chen Kai was stunned and considered the matter in his heart. Even the master thought this way. He wasn't satisfied, and gritted his teeth. "I understand." Yuan Tian set his teacup down and leisurely spoke. "Well, today, I invited Linfan to join us at the Grand Guardian's assembly tonight." He then stood up and, while walking, gave his instructions. "When the time comes, I'll try to speak on your behalf. The conflict between the two of you needs to stop, but the Chen family must pay some price. Do you understand?" Chen Kai took a deep breath and replied, "I understand." Thinking of the danger Linfan posed, Master Chen Kai solemnly reminded him,
Kai, you need to understand that in this world, there will always be existences that we cannot resist.
And Linfan is one of them.
He was reluctant, but still forced the words out.
Yes, master.
That was the end of the conversation.
The master stood up and left.
All right, Kai, before I leave, he left one more thing for you.
Next, you need to prepare well. Chen Kai reluctantly responded.
Yes. He angrily punched the wall to release some of his frustration. His eyes were filled with resentment. Gritting his teeth, he cursed under his breath.
Damn it.
Thinking of Master Chen Kai and Yuan Tian again, his face grew even more furrowed with displeasure. Master Lin Yuan Tian, two people from afar were already being watched, with a trace of anger and the squeaking sound of Chen Kai.
Damn it.
The person chuckled with satisfaction. So it was Wang Wu. He must have overheard the entire conversation earlier. The old man looked at him with a sinister expression, sizing him up.
Linfan is indeed unusual.
The old man Xiaobu Fan and the descendants of the Lin family couldn't deal with him. The old man's gaze was fixed on Chen Kai like a predator, but in turn, Chen Kai could still exploit a bit of the situation.
Wang Wu flew away, his laughter echoing, ha ha. At the D1 Hotel, the name itself exuded class and luxury with its grand and imposing architecture.
A crowd had gathered outside the hotel.
What's going on? Why are they using red ropes to block the entrance?
Someone nearby replied, I heard there's a big event tonight. Amidst the bustling crowd, a still figure stood, observing everything. It was Linfan, assessing the situation and making his judgment.
The spiritual energy is so dense.
This hotel must have quite a few treasures.
Looks like Lin Yuan Tian isn't just organizing a simple dinner tonight.
Linfan, suave and confident, walked past the people crowding around, making them look back in surprise. He stopped in front of the hotel entrance but was stopped by a security guard.
Go, don't you see that this place is only for those with status?
Why are you still here?
Go away.
Linfan ignored him, leaving the two guards stunned. One of them grabbed his collar and shouted loudly.
Didn't you hear what I said?
Suddenly, Chen Kai's voice rang out.
Get lost.
His cold, piercing gaze fixed directly on the guards. He is a distinguished guest. The guards immediately lowered their heads and hurriedly apologized.
Sorry, young Master Chen, I didn't know.
He politely stepped aside, gesturing for Linfan to enter, but his eyes held a subtle, knowing look as he said,
Please, come in.
Linfan didn't say anything, simply walking inside with indifference.
Chen Kai, standing behind, pondered. Linfan, who exactly are you?
The guests were scattered around, each participating in a special event. 3 guests approached the two of them, courteously suggesting something, inviting Chen Kai to join them at a gathering.
An arm reached out from somewhere to speak. Oh, it was Linfan.
Today, Master Chen Kai was dressed in formal attire and took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Truly a young hero, with extraordinary talent. He must have known that tonight was not just a regular banquet. Linfan shook hands in response, not bad.
The man smiled brightly, his excitement becoming even more apparent.
As expected, the young man had a sharp eye.
Surveying the surroundings, Linfan suddenly spoke.
This place must be filled with many rare and precious treasures. Master Chen Kai nodded in agreement.
Indeed, tonight there is an auction.
While the treasures here may not be numerous, they are certainly not few. Suddenly, he extended his hand toward Linfan.
I've also prepared a few interesting items.
I hope they will catch your interest. Master Chen Kai quickly introduced, inside this box is a piece of top-quality spirit stone, which I obtained during my travels abroad over a decade ago. Today, I will be giving it to young Master Lin. Linfan's expression showed a hint of surprise, and he casually opened the box. As soon as the lid was revealed, a surge of spiritual energy emanated from the spirit stone. Linfan couldn't help but compare it to the treasures he had received before. This spirit stone contained spiritual energy that surpassed several of the spiritual treasures he had previously obtained. Naturally, if a good thing was being offered, it would be foolish not to accept it. He pretended to reluctantly take it. "If that's the case, I will graciously accept." The old man smiled broadly, his eyes squinting in delight. "Good, good, good, the auction will start soon. Young Master Lin, please follow me." He led the way, saying, "Please, this way." Suddenly, someone rushed over from somewhere, their voice filled with anger. "You brat, is it you?" Zhao Xia, standing behind, shouted loudly in the crowd. "So we meet again, do you remember me?" He was furious about what had happened earlier. "I want you to pay for the humiliation you caused me last time." In stark contrast to the other man's rage, Linfan was completely confused. Who are you?" The man, like a mad beast, ignored Linfan's question. "You little brat, I don't know how you managed to get in here, but now that you're here, don't even think about leaving easily. Go on, call someone to back you up." "Young Master Chun." Hearing someone call, Chen Kai frowned and shot a sharp glance in their direction. He walked over and spoke with a hint of impatience. "What's going on? Yelling and calling out like that?" The person who had just arrived immediately accused. "It's this guy." He bitterly complained, as if he himself were deeply wronged. "It's him who ruined my plans, and he even slandered me behind my back." Chen Kai noticed the figure seemed somewhat familiar, and he was momentarily taken aback. Linfan didn't even bother denying it. "Yes, it was me." "So what?" Zhao Xia, seeing that Linfan still wasn't aware of his own limits, became even more smug. "You're about to be finished, and you're still acting so fierce. Young Master Chen, you should look at this guy. Right now, he doesn't even consider you." Before he could finish, a slap landed on his despicable face. Zhao Xia stumbled and fell to the ground, clutching his face in pain and screaming like a chicken being slaughtered. Chen Kai's hand remained clenched in the position of the slap. "Get out of my sight." Zhao Xia was stunned, his mouth agape. "Young Master Chen, I." Chen Kai had no intention of explaining. He impatiently repeated the order. "I said, get out." Not daring to stay a second longer, Zhao Xia scrambled to run off. Chen Kai approached and bent down respectfully. "Linfan, I'm really sorry. It's my fault." Linfan paid no attention to them and walked off in a cool, composed manner. He sat down at the VIP table and then spoke. "Why are you two still waiting here?" Hearing that, Master Chen Kai turned to his disciple and smiled softly. Let's go join them then." Chen Kai didn't hesitate at all and immediately agreed. The three of them sat at the same table, but none of them had any intention of speaking to each other. Suddenly, a figure appeared from outside. The person slowly entered, walking at a relaxed pace as if time was still in abundance. His gaze swept over the room, and upon seeing that everyone had arrived, Yuan Tian showed no sign of surprise. "It's almost time to begin." As soon as he finished speaking, he gently pulled out a chair and sat down. "Sorry for keeping you waiting." Barely sitting down, he immediately turned to ingratiate himself. "Linfan, the small-scale auction is going to feature a lot of good items. If there's anything you fancy, just tell me, and I'll buy it for you." Linfan, intrigued, confirmed. "Are you sure?" Yuan Tian didn't think much of it and answered with certainty. "Of course." Hearing such a decisive answer, Linfan felt no need to be polite anymore. "In that case, I want everything." Hearing this, Yuan Tian broke into a cold sweat, but didn't hesitate for too long. He laughed a few times in a somewhat forced manner. All right." Then, he probed him a little. "I noticed Lin brother doesn't seem to have any magic items on him." Linfan casually replied. "Poor, can't afford them." Taking advantage of the moment, Yuan Tian quickly extended his hand, offering a suggestion.
Lin brother, how do you like this ring?
Seeing the item before him, Linfan was slightly surprised. It was a ring that could store things.
Noticing his expression, Yuan Tian quickly seized the opportunity.
Although the quality might be a bit low, it's still a good item in the end. I'll give it to you, Lin brother.
Linfan took the item without any hesitation, as he happened to need one. He began channeling his spiritual energy to refine it.
A brilliant golden light enveloped the ring, and without wasting any time, it was immediately worn on his index finger.
Yuan Tian watched the entire process in amazement.
In the blink of an eye, Linfan had refined it. This was impossible. Even a foundation establishment realm cultivator would need at least 15 minutes.
Suddenly, an idea flashed in Yuan Tian's mind, and he hesitated. Could it be? Could it be him? Yuan Tian stared at the ring on Linfan's finger, speechless.
Seeing this, Linfan turned to him and asked, "What's wrong?"
Yuan Tian snapped out of his trance and quickly replied, "Nothing." At that moment, the MC stepped forward, enthusiastically starting the event. "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. First, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to all the guests here tonight for taking the time out of their busy schedules to join us. The auction is about to begin." He gestured with his hand and excitedly announced, "Now, please welcome Master Chen Kai, who will be hosting tonight's auction." As he finished speaking, the stage lights immediately focused on Chen Kai. With each confident step, he climbed the stairs and stood before the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you all know that tonight is an auction. I won't waste any more of your time with small talk, as I know your time is valuable. Now, let the auction officially begin." With that, Chen Kai clapped a few times, signaling for the people behind the scenes to step out. They held mysterious wooden boxes in their hands. Chen Kai calmly announced, "Everyone, please be ready."
First, the object that will be revealed, and then he raised his voice with great authority. "Please take a look." The box lid was flipped open. A piece of jade, shimmering in the stage lights, appeared. This jade pendant, kept by the Chen family for 20 years, is authentic Lingyu, with a set price of 25 million.
Without wasting any time, Chen Kai loudly declared, "Let the bidding begin."
As soon as the announcement was made, the guests seated below immediately began to chatter excitedly.
Yuan Tian turned and asked with a smile,
"So, what do you think, Lin brother?
Are you interested?" Yuan Tian wasn't particularly fascinated by the item. It wasn't anything special, and he wasn't very interested. Upon hearing this, Yuan Tian simply nodded without asking anything further. "All right, let's continue then." When the gavel struck, it was like a signal that the item had been successfully sold. Chen Kai turned his gaze to a smug-looking, overweight man and continued, "Congratulations to this gentleman, who exchanged 40 million for the jade, along with another wooden box. Now, let's move on to the second item." Inside was a round pill.
This medicine could help martial artists strengthen the vital energy in their bodies, with a set price of 60 million. Linfan's eyes widened in surprise. This kind of high-grade elixir can be sold for as much as 60 million? Yuan Tian observed the expression on his face. "What's the matter, Lin brother? Do you know how to refine pills?" Linfan replied briefly, "Just a bit, I have a basic understanding." Looking up at the stands, he couldn't help but wonder, so, this pill meets the standards, but is Lin brother confident in refining it? Linfan casually replied, as if it was as easy as flipping a coin. His indifferent words took him by surprise. What? He didn't know how to react. Lin brother truly is impressive. At that moment, someone suddenly interrupted the auction with a cold voice. "Ha, you're auctioning something you've stolen and didn't call me?" The voice belonged to a middle-aged man dressed in traditional attire. He calmly walked in, drawing curious gazes from everyone. Chen Kai, standing at the podium, looked the uninvited guest up and down. "I don't remember inviting you," he said,
his face showing clear disdain. Brat Chen, just because you didn't invite me, does that mean I wouldn't come?
The uninvited guest then turned his attention to the people around, greeting them with a fake smile.
Everyone, it's been a while.
Suddenly, he stopped in front of a guest table, folded his arms, and struck up a conversation with a provocative tone.
Aya, young Master Lin?
The man looked at Lin Yuan Tian sitting across from him and asked casually, I didn't expect you to be here.
Is your father still doing well?
Lin Yuan Tian maintained a polite attitude with him, not at all concerned about his question.
My father is still in good health. The man then quickly noticed Linfan sitting beside him and, without missing a beat, asked, And this gentleman?
Linfan raised a hand to introduce, This is my esteemed guest. He looked at the boy with admiration and introduced himself. I am Zhang Kai-shan, a member of the Zhang family. Upon hearing his background, Linfan was extremely surprised but did not show it on the outside. Instead, he quietly thought to himself, the Zhang family. I remember this is likely one of the few families in the secular world with cultivators in the foundation establishment realm. I heard this name in my previous life. Yuan Tian quickly spread the information in his mind. The Zhang family is even more powerful internally than our Lin family, but the Zhang family acts strangely, so no one likes them. Upon hearing this, Kai-shan was not angry at all. Instead, he was quite proud, tilting his chin and responding arrogantly.
If you don't like it, so be it.
Then he turned to address the other guests at the auction, speaking with a proud and challenging tone, showing no regard for anyone.
Right, I am here today to tell all of you to stop organizing any more auctions. I want all of these items.
The guests looked at Zhang Kai-shan, who arrogantly threw down his challenge in the middle of the auction.
I want all the auctioned items.
They were extremely shocked and whispered among themselves.
Who is he? I don't know.
Lin Yuan Tian sat with his arms crossed, his brows furrowed in dissatisfaction.
Zhang Kai-shan, I'm still here. Do you really think my Lin family is invisible?
He was not only unafraid but instead mocked, saying, Aya, young Master Lin, my apologies. Kai-shan leaned in close, his face radiating a murderous intent, and whispered provocatively to irritate him.
But to me, you are as invisible as air. What can you do to me? Yuan Tian's gaze instantly turned cold, revealing his rising fury. You're threatening me? Don't push your luck.
Linfan, who had been silent up until now, suddenly spoke up and asked,
Are you Zhang Kai-shan?
The man reluctantly shifted his attention towards him.
Yes, and what of it?
Linfan didn't look at him, instead waving his hand as if dismissing him.
If you want something, take it. Whatever I don't need, you can have. Kai-shan raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. You're not lacking in arrogance, are you?
Linfan let his white hair fall partially over his eyes. He smirked, warning him. I don't like people talking nonsense in front of me, so get out of my sight, now. Unfazed, the man continued to stand there, pointing at him in mockery.
I'm not going anywhere. What are you going to do about it?
By now, Linfan was seething with rage and threatened him directly. I'll say it one last time, take what you want, but leave, now. The man stood there, casually laughing.
Kid, I'm actually curious to see what you're going to do to make me leave.
Linfan furrowed his brows and glared at him, his violet eyes emitting an overwhelming pressure. The force behind his gaze was enough to intimidate anyone who met it. Kai-shan immediately flinched, his face freezing in shock. He slowly took a few steps back, sweat pouring down continuously.
This kid. Yuan Tian had been watching the drama unfold and felt immensely satisfied by the man's predicament. Zhang Kai-shan, encountering Linfan, it's like you've stepped on a nail. Kai-shan's face turned pale.
Although he was unwilling to admit it, he had to acknowledge the disparity between them. This guy was very strong. Just one look, and he could feel that he was absolutely no match for him. After weighing the pros and cons for a long time, he decided to give up and forced a smile to brush it off.
Ha ha ha.
Kaishan shrugged, signaling his desire to make peace. So that's how it is, then I must have misjudged.
Maybe. I'll leave. I'm leaving right now. He quickly made his exit without once looking back, though he was polite enough to say goodbye. Bye. Yuan Tian watched his retreating figure and muttered derisively. This guy really is a tough nut.
Kaishan stepped out of the auction room but suddenly stopped. He glanced back inside, a sly smile playing on his lips, his eyes filled with interest. This kid's abilities are unfathomable, he suits my needs perfectly. He gently stroked his chin, seemingly plotting something not so noble if he could get the boy to work for him. After the chaos, Chen Kai finally got a chance to speak. Let's continue the auction. Linfan's expression remained neutral, and he bluntly stated,
I have no interest in this pill. Yuan Tian beside him gently waved his hand, then there's no need.
Kaishan did exactly as he had stated, in that case, I want 80 million. This amount of money truly left the other guests in astonishment.
80 million. The sound of the gavel echoed, signaling the end of the bidding.
Chen Kai once again confirmed, if no one bids higher, then this item belongs to you.
He quickly introduced the jade bracelet.
Next was the third item, which immediately caught Linfan's attention. As he observed it, he was somewhat surprised this item even included a defensive shield, and then he thought of his beloved younger sister. I could buy this for Xiao Dai to protect herself.
It will definitely be useful in the future.
Linfan made a cold decision, I want it.
This made Yuan Tian momentarily pleased.
Lin brother, you're finally interested. Without hesitation, he placed a bid, then will bid 100 million.
This enormous sum once again made the guests uneasy. 100 million?
Chen Kai didn't ask further, but crisply announced, then congratulations to both of you.
It's yours. Now, let's move on to the next item. The fourth item was now presented. Please take a look.
A short sword with a gleaming appearance was quickly introduced.
This item was a dagger unearthed from the ancient tomb of the Qin family, extremely valuable for preservation, with a minimum price of 50 million. The bidding starts now. Yuan Tian immediately turned to ask Lin brother for his opinion. He said, what do you think?
Lin brother only received a curt reply from him.
I don't want to. Kaishan, waiting for this opportunity, immediately shouted loudly. I want it. Maybe no one will compete with me, right?
His attitude really annoyed Chen Kai. Zhang Kaishan, this old immortal, he thought to himself. However, Chen Kai still managed to suppress his emotions and declared. Then congratulations to this old gentleman. In a bad mood, the sound of his shoes stomping on the floor seemed heavier as he walked. He moved toward the center of the stage, his voice slightly more solemn.
Next will be the final item.
Holding the item in his hand, he spoke slowly. I will personally announce this. The chest opened just a little, but the aura rising from within made Kaishan freeze immediately. This was when Chen Kai, holding the item, spoke with dignity. Please, take a look. He gazed at the object radiating a brilliant light as he slowly introduced it. Inside this steel scroll is the record of a rare cultivation method, and naturally, the price goes without saying. He said in a serious tone. Therefore, this item can only be traded for another item. Despite this, it did not catch Linfan's attention.
It's useless. I don't want it. His domineering response made Yuan Tian a little wary.
Even this cultivation method didn't interest Linfan. Judging by his demeanor, the cultivation method he possessed must be quite formidable. Kaishan raised something in his hand while hastily speaking up.
Good stuff, I want it.
He declared loudly. I am willing to trade a portion of Zhang family's body training techniques in exchange for this Qi training technique.
Chen Kai's eyes immediately lit up with excitement at this offer.
He then closed the item, signaling his acceptance of the trade.
Alright, the Zhang family's body training techniques, I can trust them. This item is yours. The item was temporarily put away as he made his final announcement. Well then, today's auction ends here. Please feel free to continue on your own. One of the guests stood up and left, clearly dissatisfied. What is this?
No opportunity to even participate. Someone next to him quickly reassured him.
Let's go, let's go.
Linfan had no intention of staying longer either.
Let's go. Yuan Tian remained seated and replied.
He had barely taken a few steps when Kaishan blocked his way.
Wait, brother, I wonder if I may have the honor of speaking with you for a moment?
Linfan didn't say much and bluntly refused.
Not interested. But Kaishan kept following, persistently talking.
Rejecting so decisively, having more friends leads to more opportunities. Besides, the Zhang family does have some real skills. Seeing that Linfan still had no intention of changing his mind, Kaishan sighed and gave up.
Fine then.
A moment later, he shifted his attention elsewhere. By the way, Lin Yuan Tian, I heard that the Mu Rong family from the imperial capital will be coming to Mado in the next few days. His expression immediately changed.
What did you just say? His legs were firmly planted, surrounded by a fierce aura, and his voice suddenly became tinged with anger. Both Yuan Tian and Kaishan looked toward the direction of the overwhelming pressure, shocked.
At this moment, Linfan's killing intent surged fiercely as he questioned.
Did you just say Mu Rong family is really Mu Rongxing?
Linfan's body was emanating killing intent as he turned around to confront him.
Is that true?
Kaishan was so frightened that he trembled and stammered.
Why yes it is. A strange smile immediately appeared on his face.
In the next moment, Linfan threw his head back and laughed heartily.
Ha ha ha. Alright.
From this attitude, Yuan Tian vaguely guessed that Lin brother had some past grievances with the Mu Rong family. Thinking of an old enemy, he gradually began to lose his composure.
Mu Rongxing? What a Mu Rongxing?
The heavens gave you a path, but you didn't take it.
Hell didn't have a door, but you still forced your way in. The grudge from the past is about to be settled. Kaishan seized the opportunity to ask. Little buddy, you don't get along with the Mu Rong family?
But Linfan coldly splashed a bucket of cold water on him.
What does that have to do with you?
Despite this, the man still didn't stop chattering in his ear.
Ha, you don't want to talk? Fine.
But you know, the Zhang family isn't exactly on good terms with the Mu Rong family either.
If you ever need help, just give me a signal. Hearing this, Yuan Tian couldn't help but sneer. Zhang Kaishan, you dare say that?
If you've got the guts, go tell it to the Mu Rong family's face. But Kaishan also mocked me in front of everyone, badmouthing me. I can't take it.
But your Lin family's relationship with the Mu Rong family doesn't seem to be that good, right? How about we wait a bit and discuss it together later?
Master Chen Kai beside them suddenly laughed.
Sure.
This made Yuan Tian feel a bit displeased, and he muttered softly, Mr. Zhao. Not only did he ignore Yuan Tian's attitude, but he also went on with his own story. Linfan, the Mu Rong family is truly unreasonable and domineering. They indeed have many enemies, but unfortunately, their strength is too overwhelming, and no one can do anything about it. Then he directly extended an invitation.
If you really have a grudge with them, we should talk about it.
Since he had made up his mind, Chen Kai, his disciple, naturally supported him. Linfan, I think you should consider our proposal. But it seems you have your own agenda.
Our Chen family also has some conflicts with the Mu Rong family. If you need it, we will fully support you. This is the Chen family's sincere offer of reconciliation.
Faced with their united front, Linfan no longer reacted sharply but smiled in response.
Sure.
His words brought immense joy to Kaishan.
Great. Coincidentally, I've bought a villa nearby. How about coming to my place? What do you all think?
At his invitation, Master Chen Kai softly spoke.
Well, I guess it would be disrespectful not to accept. Yuan Tian, who was standing beside them, frowned slightly and seemed reluctant. Let's go.
Kai Shan smiled with squinted eyes and quickly led the way.
Gentlemen, please follow me.
Linfan shut his eyes tight, saying nothing, and left the hall with them. The sky outside was clear and blue, with fluffy white clouds drifting lazily.
Not far away, a luxurious villa basked in bright golden sunlight.
Inside the living room, Yuan Tian got straight to the point once everyone was seated. The Mu Rong family's strength had been growing increasingly powerful, and then he firmly asserted, even if we unite, we're not sure we can shake them even a little. Upon hearing this, Linfan felt it was absurd. Your Lin family, the Zhang family, plus the Chun family and Zhao Fan, and you still can't make a dent in them at all? Chen Kai spoke up to explain, given our current strength, we truly can't stand against them. Looking at everyone's expression now, it seemed that Linfan had been too overconfident. The Mu Rong family was far more formidable than in his past life. Yuan Tian's face grew more serious, and his voice became deeper. That's right. The Mu Rong family has countless top-tier elites in their peak Qi training stage. The members of other families are not even 1% of their strength. In his mind, he recalled those elite figures who were always silently by their side, and the Mu Rong family's power was now likened to a brilliant gem breaking through all limitations. Not stopping there, Yuan Tian couldn't help but express his concern, using Mu Rongxing as an example, pointing out that two powerful individuals had already approached the Foundation establishment realm. As he spoke, his grip tightened. To fight against them, we need even more top-tier experts. Linfan was more cautious than ever in his heart. It seemed that in order to write the name Mu Rongxing, he truly needed to devise a careful plan. The urgent task at hand was to quickly increase his cultivation level. Suddenly, Kai Shan spoke up, breaking the tense atmosphere. Speaking of this, I have some news. Originally, I was going to keep it to myself, but since you all have gathered here together, I won't hide it anymore. He then revealed a shocking piece of information. The Mu Rong family came to Mei Yuan this time because of the 9 treasures Snow Lotus. Chen Kai and Yuan Tian were both stunned, shouting in unison, "What?" Only Master Chen Kai chuckled sarcastically. The 9 treasures Snow Lotus is currently appearing in motto. This is impossible. Yuan Tian then calmed down and began to reconsider. The 9 treasures Snow Lotus matures only once every 30 years, and the time since the last maturation hasn't even been a decade. How could it appear this time? Kai Shan quickly provided an answer. What you don't know is that the 9 treasures Snow Lotus this time did not grow naturally, it was artificially cultivated. What he meant was that there was a mysterious person secretly using magic to nurture it into a treasure. The more Yuan Tian listened, the more ridiculous it seemed. Zhang Kai Shan, if you're going to deceive us, at least do it with some skill. The 9 treasures Snow Lotus is a divine treasure of heaven and earth, it can only form naturally. If someone really managed to force its creation. Master Chen Kai also chimed in with a sarcastic tone. As expected, not a word of what Zhang Kai Shan says is trustworthy. However, Kai Shan remained resolute in his stance. I know you don't believe me, but this news is extremely accurate. The 9 treasures Snow Lotus, although born of heaven and earth, was cultivated by a man named Motto. Since he was 12 years old, he began researching how to use human effort to nurture a divine treasure of heaven and earth. The image of that extraordinary child appeared in his mind. Then, the image of the 9 treasures Snow Lotus shining brilliantly made Kai Shan even more excited. Just last month, based on intelligence gathered by spies from the Mu Rong family, he successfully cultivated the 9 treasures Snow Lotus. Although it was still a bit inferior compared to the one born of heaven and earth, the flaws were not enough to hide its brilliance. And now, at the age of 92, he had only spent 80 years on this endeavor. His words caused Master Chen Kai's expression to immediately change, and he spoke in a deep voice. Are you saying the person you're talking about is that old beggar? Kai Shan maintained a friendly smile on his face and defiantly confirmed.
That's right, it is that crazy old beggar.
Master Chen Kai sighed repeatedly upon hearing this.
Unbelievable, truly amazing. I never thought he could actually succeed.
After a moment of silence, Linfan finally spoke up.
Who is this old beggar?
Kai Shan then explained to him that the old man came from a prestigious martial arts family, with outstanding talent since childhood. The image of that gifted child emerged in Master Chen Kai's mind, and he began recounting the story. It was said that by the age of 10, he had already reached the Qi cultivation realm, making him one of the most exceptional geniuses of the past 80 years. His voice suddenly became mysterious, and no one knew what had happened. When the beggar was 12 years old, he actually abandoned the path of martial arts cultivation and became absorbed in nurturing heavenly and earthly spiritual treasures. Afterward, he contemptuously said, "At that time, everyone thought he was crazy, and the truth has proven it.
In the blink of an eye, 80 years have passed.
You were once a genius, and now you've become a useless beggar, living off begging for the rest of your life."
Unlike Master Chen Kai's attitude, Linfan showed more respect.
If that was the case, he was, on the contrary, a person of great willpower. He then turned to ask Kai Shan with curiosity.
But how did you get the information about the Murong family, Zhang Kai Shan?
He received a rather smug reply.
Of course, I have my own ways. After verifying everything, Yuan Tian finally spoke up.
If that's the case, he hesitated for a moment before suggesting boldly, why don't we just directly seize the 9 treasure snow lotus? But Kai Shan immediately countered.
Sounds easy, but do you know the cultivation level of that beggar?
He, a bit overly confident, spoke up. Not to keep everyone waiting, he said in a deep voice, clearly and precisely, that beggar has already reached the foundation establishment realm. These words truly shocked both Chen Kai and his disciple.
What? Yuan Tian, too, was now surprised.
He hadn't expected that beggar to have already reached the foundation establishment realm. Kai Shan, after observing their reactions, hesitated and said, "It's not just that." Then he revealed some important information. Currently, the foundation establishment realm experts from the Murong family are lurking around that beggar.
Now, how are we going to seize it?
At this point, he began to show his true intentions. I originally planned to take advantage of them mutually injuring each other and seize the 9 treasure snow lotus. Now, I've shared this news with everyone. His expression turned sinister as he proposed, once we get the 9 treasure snow lotus, the snow lotus will belong to me, and we'll share its seeds among us.
What do you think?
Naturally, Master Chen Kai, ever calculating, couldn't accept such a proposal.
I can't give you the lotus, but the seeds can be shared.
But Kai Shan, don't be so greedy, I was the one who told everyone about this, one cannot be too greedy.
The snow lotus must belong to me.
Master Chen Kai then put forward another idea, how about this, we share the seeds equally, and we refine the snow lotus into pills, then divide them up as before.
How does that sound? The materials needed for refining will be provided by me, what do you think?
This suggestion seemed reasonable, so most of them agreed, saying, okay, that works. Only Linfan remained silent.
With such unanimous consent, Kai Shan appeared eager. All right, since everyone has reached a consensus, now we need to make a plan. How can we make them kill each other? We'll sit back and reap the benefits, and my scouts.
Linfan suddenly interrupted him, I refuse. Kai Shan turned around abruptly, glaring at him in surprise, only to be met with Linfan's domineering declaration, each of you gets 1 seed, snow lotus can be used to refine pills, and you will still get 1 each, the rest belong to me. These words struck him like a bolt of lightning.
What did you say?
Linfan paid no attention to their reactions and proposed, all you need to do is help me deal with the foundation establishment realm cultivator, and the rest I'll handle. His indifferent attitude made Kai Shan grit his teeth in rage.
You. Not only him, but Yuan Tian, sitting across from them, was also deeply shocked. Lin brother, you?
Linfan immediately regained his imposing aura, repeating his previous words with a hint of displeasure. I said, there's no need to make them kill each other. Just help me deal with the Foundation Establishment Realm powerhouse, and I'll take care of the rest.
This confidence made Yuan Tian vaguely realize something.
Lin brother, are you really? Before he could finish his sentence, Linfan sneered arrogantly, you guessed right. As soon as the words left his mouth, an invisible force surged, causing Yuan Tian to jump in shock, then hesitantly spoke, so that's how it is. He quickly changed his mind, in that case, I have no objections.
I agree.
He turned to Master Chen Kai and raised his voice, Mr. Zhao, what do you think? Before Lin Fan's imposing presence, the man dared not oppose.
I also agree.
Chen Kai, being a disciple, naturally complied as well.
I agree too.
Only Kai Shan seemed reluctant.
You all.
His mind was in turmoil.
Could Linfan also be a cultivator at the Foundation Establishment Realm? Impossible. Could they have teamed up to trick me?
Noticing that Kai Shan was still hesitant, Linfan spoke calmly.
What's wrong? You don't believe me?
Caught off guard by the question, Kai Shan froze for a moment, then awkwardly scratched his face with his finger.
Well, this.
In the blink of an eye, Kai Shan's finger was instantly encased in ice.
Yuan Tian hurriedly glanced at the seat behind them.
These ice patches also appeared on Master Chen Kai. It turned out that this was due to Lin Fan's aura erupting. Chen Kai quickly hugged his frozen arm and exclaimed in panic.
My body, I can't move.
The swirling aura around them froze everything within it. Soon after, Lin Fan's cold voice echoed.
Do you believe me now?
Kai Shan trembled from head to toe, his lips quivering as he stammered.
Yes, I believe.
Lin Fan snapped his fingers, and everything returned to normal, though the lingering effect made Kai Shan let out a soft exclamation.
Yuan Tian beside him also breathed heavily, unable to hide his shock.
After demonstrating his power, Lin Fan himself was slightly surprised. The strength I just released was the peak of my current abilities.
Although it's still far from the true Foundation Establishment realm.
The next moment, he tightened his grip with determination, but the spiritual energy was not something that the power of an ordinary mortal could compare with. Linfan then casually announced, in that case, we will depart tomorrow. We will seize the 9-treasure Snow Lotus.
Yuan Tian, who was sitting opposite him, replied without hesitation, all right.
The evening of the following day, at the abandoned temple, the wind howled, and thunder roared as raindrops poured down, streaming through the cracked roof of the cold, desolate temple. Inside, Rongwu, wearing old, tattered clothes, was sound asleep when suddenly a flash of lightning tore through the sky, followed by a booming sound that seemed to signal an omen of misfortune. The loud thunder startled the old man awake, and he glanced warily in one direction. At the same time, a car sped along the wet and slippery road. Despite the unrelenting rain, it continued to race through the secluded forest.
Chen Kai, gripping the steering wheel, observed the road while asking, did you see the beggar in this remote mountain area?
Kai Shan, sitting in the passenger seat, firmly responded, my information is never wrong. Lin Fan, sitting silently in the back seat, crossed his arms and listened without saying a word. Before long, the entrance to the abandoned temple appeared before their eyes. Lin Fan and the others got out of the car one by one. He immediately froze, slightly surprised. The aura was so strong that he could feel it from such a distance. Indeed, the strength of the bamboo peak expert had not ended there. He also detected something unusual, it wasn't just the aura of the beggar. Lin Fan now began to believe Kai Shan's words, indeed, a cultivator from the Foundation Establishment realm of the Mu Rong family was nearby, and their cultivation was slightly higher than that of the old beggar.
A proud smile immediately appeared on his face. Given his current cultivation, he could easily defeat the two of them. Was that all?
Ha ha. Kai Shan, standing to the side, eagerly asked.
When will we strike?
He received an immediate and decisive response from Lin Fan. The moment the words were spoken, Linfan instantly moved with such speed that no one could see him clearly. In the blink of an eye, he had already discovered Rongwu, who was sitting solemnly in front of the Buddha statue. Two blurred figures suddenly appeared behind him, seemingly having predicted the move. Rongwu let out a soft chuckle. "Ha, as expected, you came." He calmly sat in front of Linfan's group, his voice steady as he spoke. 80 years ago, I understood what Rongwu meant, that those who are talented and make achievements are often framed and charged with crimes. Kai Shan, with no respect, mocked him. "Old beggar, if you understand this principle, then hand over the 9 treasure snow lotus and avoid further trouble." Hearing this, Rongwu sneered disdainfully and replied, "Just you lot?" He then turned serious and added, "There's no need for the Murong family member to hide anymore, come out." The person hiding behind the pillar moved, their legs elegantly crossing. Rongshu, graceful and enchanting, stepped forward, along with the floating orb beside her, both having been discovered. "Greetings, everyone." Master Chen Kai was the first to recognize her, Mu Rongshu. This special visit amused Rongwu a bit. "The Mu Rong family, the Lin family, the Chen family, the Zhang family, the old beggar, I am truly honored. However, the 9 treasure snow lotus is definitely not something that can be obtained just by wanting it." The old man's eyes immediately flashed with a vicious gleam as he glanced behind him. "If you want it, you'll have to step over my dead body first." Kai Shan, upon hearing this, immediately assumed a martial arts stance. "Young Master Lin, leave the expert of the Mu Rong family to you. The old beggar will be taken care of by us." Linfan smirked confidently. "No problem." At the same time, Rongwu angrily widened his eyes. "Stop wasting words." The next moment, he charged out, unleashing sharp bursts of energy, but Kai Shan's group skillfully dodged them. The old man screamed wildly like a madman. "Come on." Inside, Linfan glanced at the scene outside, surrounded by a cloud of dust, and sneered coldly. He then appeared gentlemanly and said to Rongshu, "Now that it's just the 2 of us left, let's prioritize the lady. Please." Rongshu gracefully took a martial arts stance. "Then I won't be polite." Linfan, still facing her, smiled warmly. "Please. No need for pleasantries." Before she could finish her sentence, he was kicked from below. Seeing that he didn't react, Rongshu gently reminded him, "Please don't get distracted." A scratch appeared on one side of Linfan's face, but he merely sighed lightly. "Your speed is very fast, but your gaze is focused on something else beneath Rongshu's white dress." The thick heel barely touched the ground before it spun in a circle. A horizontal kick was launched, but this time Linfan was able to dodge it, and he couldn't help but let out a delighted shout. "Behind you, another magic ball is launching an attack. Although its power isn't great, it still caught you by surprise. There's also another ball." Her teasing attitude made him feel disrespected. He had already warned not to distract himself. After a brief moment of hesitation, Linfan finally mustered all his strength to block her punch, a smug grin appearing on his face. His strength wasn't bad at all. Rongshu responded lightly, "I'm being mocked." Then, Linfan's eyes widened in shock after hearing her ambiguous words. Because both of them were standing within the Bagua demon array that Rongshu had just summoned. The young lady would use all her strength to engage in a fight with the young master. Her beautiful jade-colored eyes gleamed with a cold glint. "Young master, please be careful." Taking advantage of his momentary lapse in focus, she twisted her arm to break free from his grip, then unleashed a series of Bagua's linked fists towards him. Linfan, with his body covered in scratches, was sent flying far away. The sudden impact made him let out a soft gasp. But it didn't stop there. Rongshu, with a graceful flick of her finger, activated Yang Bagua, and Bagua pushing hands immediately followed. A barrage of punches struck Linfan simultaneously. One wave followed after another, relentlessly launching towards him as she chanted her incantation. Yang Bagua's supreme ascension to power the first punch landed heavily on his shoulder, while the second slammed into his back. Rongshu's eyes were filled with a savage cruelty, and his cold voice followed immediately after.
Finish it.
A moment later, he snapped his fingers decisively, and the Bagua seal exploded. The Bagua demon array where Linfan was standing also detonated.
Rongwu, witnessing this, became even more agitated.
The fight inside is also quite intense.
On this side, Yuan Tian took a brief moment to rest.
Despite the long battle, this old beggar hadn't exhausted a bit of his strength.
Truly, as expected of a powerhouse at the Foundation establishment realm. He arrogantly pointed at Kai Shan and mocked. With just you lot, you want to steal the 9 treasure Snow Lotus?
Then, he screamed wildly.
Dream on! Kai Shan seized the opportunity to jump backward.
Then we'll steal it right in front of you. But Rongwu easily grabbed his arm.
Is that so?
His bare foot twisted and spun, then he kicked Kai Shan into the air.
Get lost.
Yet, Kai Shan smiled slyly.
Gotcha, old beggar.
It turned out that a strange ball was speeding toward them, and upon contact with Rongwu, it lit up, causing the old man to be taken aback. A cloud of white smoke instantly enveloped his body. Kai Shan gently landed on the ground, standing still as he watched the white smoke before him, a smug grin clearly visible on his face.
So, what do you think, old beggar? The specially concocted poison bullet from the Zhang family. How does it taste? A harsh coughing sound echoed. Cough, cough.
At the same time, a pool of deep red blood appeared on the ground. Rongwu clutched his chest tightly with both hands, his eyes fierce as he cursed at the man. Zhang Kai Shan, you despicable scum. You deserve to die. Those words didn't shame him, on the contrary, he took the opportunity to strike.
It was at that moment that everyone attacked together. Chen Kai took the lead, releasing a purple aura as he shot into the air.
Next came Yuan Tian, who struck the ground with his palm, instantly creating a swirling vortex of energy. The two forces then combined seamlessly in a coordinated assault against Rongwu. He channeled his internal energy while crossing his arms in front of his chest to defend, but even so, he was still overwhelmed by the sheer power of the attack. On the other side, Rongshu stood leisurely watching after having just detonated the 8 trigrams formation. She suddenly burst into laughter, her eyes squinting in delight.
Young master, you're still alive, aren't you?
Linfan gently brushed the dust off his arm and patted his chest. His voice rose with a trace of eagerness, indicating he was unscathed. He had infused his inner energy into the 8 trigrams palm, and each strike now had the potential to explode with multiple times the force. He bowed his head slightly, acknowledging Rongshu's strength with a hint of unwillingness. Though she had only recently reached the Foundation establishment realm, she was impressively powerful. Yet she responded modestly. Young master, you're strong as well.
Even with all that, I couldn't cause you any harm.
Rongshu's jade green eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp glint.
Since when did Mei Yuan have a Foundation establishment cultivator like you?
Even so, Linfan ignored the question. It wasn't important now.
Now that you're done, isn't it my turn?
However, Rongshu continued to gather her energy and then extended her hand forward. Young master, not yet, and soon after, she shifted into another stance that looked incredibly powerful, signaling the beginning of the main event. The intensity of this aura surprised him slightly.
A loud sound immediately followed, attracting the attention of everyone outside.
Chen Kai, with a glance, vaguely guessed that it was Rongshu's slender legs swiftly cutting through the air as she propelled herself forward. The further she advanced, the quicker Linfan retreated. In an instant, he easily blocked her attack with his elbow, pressing his knee onto Rongshu's leg below, and then continued with a mocking attitude.
8 trigram fist, not bad.
The speed is impressive as well, he said as he applied force to her elbow, his voice a soft whisper.
Pity.
He flicked Rongshu's hand away, loudly criticizing, the force is too weak. Her brows suddenly furrowed tightly, and a look of panic flashed in her eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Linfan grabbed Rongshu's hand and pulled it upwards, closing the distance between them. Linfan leaned close to her face and whispered,
Don't you know that 8 trigram fist excels in close-range combat? Once you lose that advantage, your whole body will be controlled by your opponent?
Rongshu's cheeks flushed slightly, and her voice, tinged with annoyance, rose before she coldly delivered a punch that sent him flying.
There's no need for the young master to remind me. However, this still couldn't stop Linfan's playful attitude.
Her 8 trigrams fist was indeed the result of her meticulous training, but if we were to compare martial arts, Linfan lightly landed on the ground, causing water droplets to splash everywhere. He gracefully moved his hands and then lowered his stance.
I'll use Tai Chi to test your 8 trigrams fist. Rongshu didn't hesitate and continued to jump forward to attack.
Then I look forward to your guidance, young master. A punch came down heavily, but it was easily dodged by Linfan. It was only then that Rongshu was startled to realize the Tai Chi force. Linfan, hearing this, had no intention of hiding anything.
That's right, it's Tai Chi force.
His eyes immediately grew cold, and he decisively spoke. Feel it, the power that uses softness to overcome strength. In the next moment, he delivered a powerful strike that sent Rongshu flying. The oppressive force around him grew fiercer by the second. Linfan snapped out of it and hurriedly shouted,
"Damn, I hit too hard."
Then, he took a leap to try to salvage the situation. His body tore through the air at such speed that no one could see clearly, and he quickly embraced her waist gently. He smiled with his eyes squinted, feeling guilty as he looked at Rongshu, who was now securely in his arms. "I'm so sorry, I didn't expect your waist to be so soft." Teased by Linfan, she became enraged.
"Damn you!" A thick, gloomy aura emanated from the other side.
It turned out Rongwu was simultaneously fighting against 3 different forces. Despite his body being covered with scratches, he still resolutely defended himself. Kaishan felt a great sense of satisfaction seeing the difficult situation that Rongwu was in.
"Stop struggling, you beggar.
You've been poisoned by my Zhang family, and with this formation of ours, you have no chance of winning." These words immediately provoked the old man.
"Don't act so arrogantly."
In the next moment, Rongwu clenched his fists, his aura exploding violently, illuminating the entire space. With a burst of strength, he stomped the ground and immediately shot toward Kaishan with a hostile attitude, flying like a madman.
"Zhang Kaishan, die!"
Chen Kai, realizing the situation, shouted.
"We're doomed! Protect Zhang Kaishan, don't let him ruin the formation."
Master Chen Kai's expression immediately changed as he followed Rongwu's movements with his eyes.
Rongwu not only glared terrifyingly, but also loudly declared, "You despicable fools, even if I die, I will drag you all down with me."
The 2 of them, master and disciple, rushed forward to shield Kaishan, shouting in response,
"Dream on!"
Rongwu didn't even spare them a glance, only continuously shouting,
"Die!"
Zhang Kaishan and Master Chen Kai responded again,
"Dream on!"
Under the overwhelming pressure of Rongwu, Kaishan did not react at all, except for narrowing his brow, as if frozen in place. A white mist immediately enveloped his body. But in an instant, Kaishan's body shot out at an incredibly fast speed. The force of the strike caused him such pain that he coughed up blood and fell to the ground not far away. On this side, dark red blood poured out in torrents. Rongwu continuously coughed up blood, but still exuded a fierce aura.
Master Chen Kai was stunned by this sight.
The beggar actually had internal energy to protect himself. Dark, gloomy clouds gathered, making the sky even more overcast. Rongshu, after decisively launching a punch toward Linfan, sternly reminded him, "Please, young master, show some respect." He scratched his head, looking flustered.
"Sorry."
This attitude only made her even more furious. He had no shame, and then she immediately glanced in a direction, seeing that Rongwu was in a difficult situation.
Anxious thoughts ran through her mind.
It seemed the beggar wasn't going to last much longer, and there was a real possibility that Snow Lotus couldn't be protected. She had to quickly deal with the opponent. Moments later, Rongshu spoke coldly.
"Young master, I don't have time to waste with you anymore.
Linfan, slightly discouraged, tried to hold on.
Don't, let's keep playing.
In an instant, the white clones appeared. Rongshu released her killing intent and skillfully controlled them with her hands. This move caught him off guard. The clones, infused with Rongshu's aura, charged forward to attack. Immediately after, two powerful kicks were launched at Linfan. Yet, he was not intimidated in the slightest. Even though there were many of them, the force still. Before he could finish his sentence, he took a kick to the face. The immense power sent Linfan soaring through the air. Suddenly, Linfan broke into a mischievous smile and said, "Thank you for seeing me off for a little while." Rongshu was stunned by this, exclaiming, "What? You're only now starting the battle plan by shouting at the group over there to make a move?" Master Chen Kai seized the opportunity to speak up, "Lin Yuan Tian, it's now." Rongwu, in a panic, realized that he had overlooked someone, and Lin Yuan Tian was struck with a powerful blow to his back, causing him to cry out in pain. Yuan Tian gasped for breath, wheezing. "No mistake, this is the moment I was waiting for." Rongwu's body, as they had calculated, shot straight toward Linfan. By the time Rongshu realized the plot, it was already too late. "It's over, we've fallen into the trap." One hand glowing with intense energy, Linfan smirked proudly. "The beggar came knocking on his own, and I accept this snow lotus." But the old man, being a peculiar person, laughed maniacally in response, "The one who came knocking is you, not me." Rongwu, with all his strength, embraced Linfan's body, his face immediately turning dangerous as he yelled fiercely into his ear, "I'll die with you so that Snow Lotus will disappear from this world forever." Hearing the name of the precious treasure, Master Chen Kai panicked. "Not good, Snow Lotus." A whisper suddenly echoed, "Old man, please listen to me," causing Rongwu's attitude to immediately soften. Linfan finally revealed the truth, "I am not on the same side as them," and then made a suggestion that took the old man by surprise. "Let's join forces and kill them." Rongwu was stunned, as if he had just heard something unbelievable. "What?" Linfan continued to whisper in his ear with sincerity. "I hope Senior can cooperate a little." Then, he hurriedly shouted loudly while gathering his internal energy into his palm. "My apologies." With one strike, Rongwu was immediately sent flying back. He coughed up fresh blood again, his body continuously rolling on the ground, eventually landing between Yuan Tian and Master Chen Kai. Rongwu cried out in pain. Blood continued to pour from his mouth. Linfan pretended to be injured and expressed his gratitude. "Thankfully, with everyone's help, I had the opportunity to strike back at him." Master Chen Kai showed no suspicion and even laughed joyfully. "Lin brother, you did great. This time, the Snow Lotus belongs to us." He continued to follow his lead. That's right, quickly take the Snow Lotus." Rongwu was immediately kicked relentlessly by him without mercy. "You beggar, hand over the 9 treasure Snow Lotus, your fate is sealed." Seeing that he did not respond, Master Chen Kai became a little anxious. "It seems his injuries are too severe, we need to keep him alive." Then, he happily looked at Linfan. "Then, Lin brother, please handle Mu Rongshu first." A quick reply came. "Leave it to me." The slender legs gathered momentum as they rushed forward. Rongshu did not wait for him to make a move before swiftly launching a sneak attack from behind. "You think it's easy to steal the Snow Lotus? Not so fast." A surge of strength suddenly blocked Rongshu's punch. Linfan, his entire body radiating murderous intent, coldly warned, "Girl, the game is over. Next, pay close attention to what comes next." She insisted, pressing, "They can't see it, but I can clearly see what your true intentions are." He responded directly and decisively, "You're very smart, but unfortunately, you're from the Mu Rong family. I have no dealings with Mu Rongxing, and if you leave now, I can still offer you a way out." Her eyes widened in shock immediately. Mu Rongxing. The name just mentioned made Rongshu grit her teeth in fury and spit each word out, Mu Rongxing. This psychological shift immediately caught Linfan's attention. Mentioning Mu Rongxing, she shows such strong killing intent.
Looks like this girl isn't simple. He quietly deduced, it seems Mu Rongshu won't come to interrupt for now.
Meanwhile, Master Kaishan knelt on the ground, his voice dripping with disdain. I never expected the old beggar to fall so low, to the point that he needs me to keep him alive. Without any caution, he reached out toward Rongwu. What a twist of fate, Seeing the opportunity for a counterattack, the old man immediately opened his eyes and stared intensely, truly startling Master Chen Kai with a surprise. What? Without hesitation, Rongwu lunged forward and grabbed his neck, squeezing with such force that Master Chen Kai struggled to let out a hoarse sound, cough. Yuan Tian over here was horrified and shouted loudly, and Mr. Zhao was hit with a palm strike to the stomach. Ugh, the tremendous power sent him flying for hundreds of meters. Master Chen Kai died without closing his eyes, and Rongwu beside him chuckled mockingly. Truly, fate had played a cruel joke on Zhao Bufan.
Yeah, Rongwu calmly recounted his plan. Then I pretended to be dead, waiting for you all to fall for the trap, and really, I must thank Linfan, my brother. Yuan Tian was so shocked by this that he stammered, Linfan? Then he looked over at Linfan, who was radiating a powerful aura. He still couldn't believe what was happening. Lin brother, he said, Linfan didn't show any emotions on his face, only giving a few cold laughs. Humph, do you think I couldn't see through your plot? Linfan then declared arrogantly.
Unfortunately for you, when it comes to playing mind games, you can't win. On the other side, Chen Kai gritted his teeth, clutching his arm.
Kaishan, after being injured, struggled to get up.
Even though the truth had come out, he still tried to salvage the situation.
Wait, Lin brother, is there some misunderstanding here?
This artificiality made Linfan feel even more disgusted, and the corners of his mouth twitched into a sneer filled with contempt.
Oh, a misunderstanding.
The killing intent immediately erupted fiercely. He lifted his head, staring at them with a threatening gaze.
Do you need me to use mental control to force you to tell the truth? Linfan's arrogant attitude made the man somewhat flustered. Realizing he could no longer hide it, Kaishan could only sigh and confess. So you've finally given up. Ha. Yuan Tian hugged his chest with one arm, raising his voice, Linfan, we've underestimated you.
His brows were still tightly furrowed, his eyes filled with hostility as he looked at Linfan.
But we'll meet again. Linfan seemed to sense something unusual and immediately asked, what? At that moment, Yuan Tian shouted loudly, Earth spell, Earth shield.
From the ground, countless large rocks suddenly rose up, connecting together to form a shield that surrounded his group. Through the small gaps in the surface, Yuan Tian's furious gaze could be seen.
Goodbye.
After saying his last words, he burrowed into the earth and quickly ran toward the exit, leaving Linfan standing amid the swirling dust and smoke. He had no intention of chasing after him and simply smiled to himself.
Lin family, I'm waiting.
After Yuan Tian and his group left, Rongwu, deeply grateful, spoke up, Brother Lin, thank you for your help just now. Linfan kindly replied, please rest for a while, senior. The corners of his mouth curved up slightly as he glanced behind him. I have something to attend to, I need to go talk to that young lady.
Rongshu, who had been injured, suddenly called out upon hearing this, He frowned and pressed, trying to get an answer, who exactly are you?
The boy raised his finger to his lips, adopting a mysterious expression, Shu.
If you can see through me so easily, then I would have wasted my whole life.
These words left Rongshu stunned, and she speculated, could it be you? Before she could finish her sentence, Linfan shot her a warning glare, no more words. In the next moment, he lunged at her, gripping her throat without an ounce of mercy, the game is over. She gritted her teeth and struggled to speak through her constricted throat, why?
So fast?
Linfan shook his finger and corrected her, no.
A man shouldn't be so quick.
Kaishan, witnessing this, trembled with fear and thought to himself, damn, this is bad.
That damn Ling Yuan Tian, they actually left me here and ran.
Frantically, he crawled on the ground, I have to get out of here quickly. Meanwhile, Rongshu was struggling to breathe more and more. However, this did not make Linfan relent.
Instead, he coldly asked, "Tell me, what is your connection to Mu Rongxing?"
Despite being in danger, she still responded fiercely, "Young master, if you want to kill me, go ahead. I won't tell you anything about the Mu Rong family." A slight change in Rongshu's gaze didn't escape Linfan. Indeed, just mentioning Mu Rongxing caused a murderous intent to involuntarily flash in her eyes.
What exactly did Mu Rongxing do to her?
The corner of Linfan's mouth suddenly curved into a smile. "All right, I changed my mind." The hand then immediately relaxed, and her body fell down.
Rongshu lowered his head and coughed violently, cough cough, then knelt on the ground and nonchalantly spoke. "I won't kill you. On the contrary, I can help you kill someone."
These words immediately made her feel confused.
What did this mean?
Soon after, Rongshu's eyes suddenly widened in surprise, and his cheeks flushed slightly. Linfan suddenly leaned down, causing Rongshu to panic, his face turning red in embarrassment.
What do you want to do?"
He leaned close to her ear and spoke each word deliberately. "I can help you kill Mu Rongxing." Upon hearing this, the corners of her mouth curled slightly, and she let out a small laugh.
Deng turned her head away, replying with another question. "I'm a member of the Mu Rong family, and you say you want to help me kill Mu Rongxing?"
His expression had long since lost its cheerfulness, but overall, he maintained a calm demeanor.
"That's right.
Although you're a member of the Mu Rong family, when I mentioned Mu Rongxing, the murderous intent in your eyes betrayed you.
No matter how well you hide it, you can't conceal that killing intent." Recalling the image of Deng Khnh single-handedly eliminating all enemies in the blink of an eye, she couldn't help but shiver. "Do you know just how strong Mu Rongxing really is?"
Suddenly, his foot slammed hard against the ground, causing the earth to crack open. "I don't know how strong he is, but I can tell you." Linfan began to demonstrate his own strength, kneeling in an imposing manner. Pieces of broken tiles slowly floated in the air under his control.
"I'm even stronger than him."
The terrifying pressure grew with each passing moment, causing the cracks to continue spreading uncontrollably. In the face of this sudden situation, Rongwu was momentarily stunned, unable to react in time as large boulders began to rise up everywhere. The old man's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Who exactly is this young man? There wasn't much time to think, and the final decision was still to flee in order to save his life. Retreat first, then speak.
However, Kai Shan wasn't as fortunate.
The immense pressure was gradually closing in on the spot where he had been scrambling on all fours. By the time he became aware of it, it was already too late, and all that remained was the sound of desperate screams.
"Don't ah!"
An explosion reverberated on the stone surface, creating a large dent on this side of the ground. Rongshu was also struggling beneath the crushing weight of gravity. The unfortunate Kai Shan slammed his head into a boulder and lost consciousness on the spot. At this moment, Linfan stood arrogantly before her powerless form, his deep, hoarse voice asking once more.
"Do you understand now?"
His sharp eyes showed no trace of mercy. Then, with a firm, final statement.
"This is the absolute gap in strength,"
Linfan said to himself, nodding in self-satisfaction. Perhaps in her heart, she already had the answer long ago. Kai Shan, now lying helplessly beneath the intense gravity, whimpered desperately, pleading, Linfan, I don't suppose you could spare my life? I'll fulfill any of your demands." Unexpectedly, he was snapped at by the other person. "Shut up." His unauthorized interruption greatly displeased Linfan. This was not the time for him to speak, and Linfan increased his force, causing the person to cry out in pain, "No."
"Ugh."
Linfan's attention returned to Rongshu beneath him, and he clearly repeated his earlier offer, "I'll help you kill Mu Rongxing, or I'll kill you." Linfan's expression darkened, showing that he had no intention of giving the other party much time to dally. "I'm not patient."
"You have 3 seconds, think carefully."
Raising a finger, Linfan began to count. 1. She struggled, crawling on the ground, her face filled with hesitation.
You.
Linfan's arm swiftly rose, and the air around him grew incredibly oppressive. Rongshu became more and more confused, her response hanging in the air, unsure of what to do. Linfan's sharp eyes glinted with cruelty, clearly intending to drive her to the edge.
3. You've run out of time.
Without hesitation, his hand was ready to strike with great authority, die. Just when the moment of life and death was near, Rongshu hurriedly shouted out loud, wait. The strike paused just an inch from her head. Rongshu painfully uttered each word, tears brimming in her eyes from frustration. You really can help me kill Mu Rongxing. You confidently asserted, of course, once something is said, the southern expedition of 4 nights. At that moment, the other party no longer hesitated. All right, I trust you.
What do you need me to do?
Linfan smiled in satisfaction. Very good, but before that, there's still something to handle. He suddenly turned half his face to the side, hinting, I need to deal with someone first. Kai Shan's heart flipped, feeling as if his soul was about to leave his body. Slowly, he took a step forward, like a god walking proudly along a predetermined death path. Looking down at the person writhing pitifully on the ground, Linfan spoke with disdain.
Then how should I deal with you?
The man was so terrified that he shrank back, resembling a trembling worm, barely able to mutter incoherent groans. In the face of imminent danger, Kai Shan quickly softened his tone, trying every trick in the book. Linfan, brother, as long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything you want. The corner of Linfan's mouth curled up, full of contempt, clearly looking down on the other person.
What if I don't agree?
Kai Shan had no choice but to kowtow to the ground, showing his sincerity, not hesitating to flatter and shift blame. Linfan, no, Master Lin, this was all masterminded by Jiabu Fan and Ling Yuan Tian. It really had nothing to do with me. Then, quick on his feet, he skillfully steered the conversation elsewhere.
By the way, weren't you planning to deal with Mo Dong?
I can fully support you, just tell me where to strike. You placed your thumb under your chin in a rather smug manner, as though you could almost see flowers blooming around you.
Well, sounds all right, not impossible to consider.
Then, he excitedly reached into his coat pocket to search for something.
Yes, here it is.
On Kai Shan's hand was a ring set with 3 small emeralds, radiating a powerful aura. I've already cleared these spaces and bound them to a master.
Everything inside belongs to you now.
His intention was clear, to trade his wealth for his own life. Inside, there are countless treasures, all yours, as a token of my sincerity.
This seemed to be quite effective.
Linfan, seemingly intrigued, took the ring.
Oh, is that so?
However, he didn't notice the mysterious smile that spread quietly across Kai Shan's face.
Haha, yes, indeed.
Kai Shan grew increasingly impatient and urged him on. Come on, Master Lin, try it on. Without any hesitation, Linfan slid it onto his finger and, after inspecting it from every angle, seemed pleased with how it looked.
The fit wasn't bad either.
Kai Shan's hand reached forward, his expression growing increasingly sly.
Yes, not bad at all. Suddenly, a strange dark energy emanated from the ring. By the time Linfan realized it, it was too late.
A jet of fresh blood sprayed out. It was at that moment that Kai Shan revealed his true nature, laughing so loudly that he could barely contain himself.
Ha ha.
He swung his arm down, and immediately a thick, viscous liquid splattered onto the ground.
Linfan, didn't see that coming, did you?
Kai Shan smugly explained in detail, the poison in this ring is a unique creation of the Zhang family.
No one else can neutralize it, except for me.
The more he spoke, the wider his grin spread, reaching his ears. In less than a moment, all the meridians in his body would shatter, turning him into a pool of blood. The cruel laughter of his opponent continued to echo in the air.
Ha ha.
Linfan merely pondered, staring at the blood dripping from the finger wearing the ring.
Mu Rongwu, observing from above, couldn't help but curse under his breath, vile little man.
In his mind, the elder was gradually picturing how the acupuncture points in Linfan's body would function. At this moment, the meridians throughout Linfan's body had been sealed. What followed would be excruciating pain. At that instant, Linfan suddenly spoke, his voice cold. "Do you really believe that's the case?" Kaishan's eyes slightly widened as he heard the question. His hand clenched tighter, confidently holding the ring out toward his opponent. "What I mean is, do you really think this poison will work?" A thick, viscous liquid slowly began to ooze out, forming a small floating ball in mid-air. The man immediately widened his eyes, mouth agape at the strange sight. What? You actually forced the poison out?" Before long, a small explosion suddenly occurred, causing the poison to splatter everywhere. Watching each droplet mix wastefully with the cold stone floor, Kaishan was thrown into a state of utter panic. This can't be. The poison of the Zhang family. It actually. Linfan, hearing this, couldn't hide the contempt at the corner of his lips. "No way? This is what you call poison?" He gently removed the cursed item from his hand as if nothing serious had happened. "This is really laughable." Not a single scratch or injury marred his body. Rongwu's loud, high-pitched laughter suddenly echoed. "Ha ha!" The old man, while observing the situation, kept showering him with praises. "Impressive, you're truly impressive, my friend." Then, he turned his gaze towards the man who was trembling uncontrollably. "The Zheng family is skilled in poison. Even I couldn't have dispelled it so easily in such a short time." "Zheng Kaishan, this time you've met your match." Mu Rongshu, who was slowly sitting up, was also greatly stunned. This is unbelievable. Even Mu Rongxing wouldn't have been able to neutralize the Zheng family's poison so effortlessly. The image of Mu Rongxing, mysterious and terrifying, appeared in his mind, surrounded by a dark and ominous aura. His legs, no longer able to support him, gave way, and he helplessly collapsed onto the ground. Kaishan continued muttering to himself, his face turning an unhealthy shade of purple. No, this can't be. The Zheng family's poison. It can't be." Linfan, who had no interest in the rambling, extended his large hand once more. "Stop talking. Your poison is really trash." His eyes were filled with coldness and fury, accompanied by the judgment of someone about to pass sentence. "Maybe your poison would be effective in the underworld, but for now, goodbye." His pupils dilated to the maximum, as only a short distance remained before the face would be seized by the demon without mercy, and he immediately began shouting loudly. "Ah!" The moment you touched Kaishan's head, a powerful pressure spread out right where the two of them stood, one human and one demon. Kaishan was gradually being drained of life force by the spiritual energy, about to become a dry corpse without even having time to close his eyes. His body collapsed onto the ground, completely drained of strength. Linfan retracted the arm that had just punished the enemy appropriately, and couldn't help but sigh. Within my body is immortal energy, how could the poison from your worldly realm have any effect on me?" His attention swiftly turned to Rongwu, who was jumping down from above. "How is the senior's recovery going?" The old man immediately spoke in a flurry of words to the young man. "It's not a serious matter anymore. Lin Brothers' medical skills are truly remarkable." But then, as if recalling something, he quickly turned to Rongshu, intending to explain. "Right." However, Linfan cut him off immediately. "Don't worry, it's nothing serious." It seemed like something else was occupying his mind now. He extended a hand, unabashedly, in front of the other person. "Senior, may I take a look at the 9-treasure snow lotus you've been nurturing?" Rongwu did not respond in the slightest. His silence made Linfan a bit dissatisfied, so he repeated in his serious tone. "Senior, could you please let me borrow the snow lotus to take a look?" Rongwu was no less intimidating for Cam. His gaze was cold and filled with killing intent. "Lin brother, what do you mean by this?" Unexpectedly, just a moment later, they were arm in arm, acting as if they were the best of friends. The old man grinned broadly, laughing heartily. "Of course, you can watch."
Ha, if it weren't for the assistance of my little brother today, this 9-treasure snow lotus would likely have fallen into their hands. He then turned around, preparing to head towards the building near where they were standing, not forgetting to wave his hand, signaling for the others to follow. Come with me. It was at that moment that Linfan finally understood what was going on, silently marveling at the situation. So this was how it was. The most dangerous place was the safest one. As he walked past Rongshu, her body suddenly regained its strength at an astonishing speed. Clearly, this was an intentional move, showing that Linfan no longer considered her an enemy. You should come too. Soon, they entered an ancient temple. Rongwu slowly walked ahead to inspect the area. After courteously notifying them, he said, "Please wait for a moment." With his strong hands, he exerted all his strength to push a large stone platform, and immediately, a staircase appeared, leading to some hidden location. Rongwu boldly volunteered to lead the way down. Linfan was slightly surprised and exclaimed, "Oh!" He and Rongshu quietly followed the old man for a while. A brilliant, mysterious light suddenly flashed. Instinctively, Linfan raised his hand to shield his eyes. "This light is blinding." Rongwu softly reassured him and casually announced, "It's all right, Lin brother. Just give it a moment to adjust. We're almost there." She was momentarily taken aback by the dazzling aura of this place. The moment her beautiful eyes widened, Rongshu could not hide her extreme astonishment as she witnessed the majestic natural scenery, with waterfalls cascading down the cliffs and birds circling in the vast sky above. Rongwu calmly introduced, "This is where I cultivate the snow lotus." The young man casually observed his surroundings and then bluntly offered his evaluation. He hadn't expected that in this underground world, the place would have been transformed in such a manner. Impressive. The elder didn't bother to deny or avoid the truth. Lin brother scoffed and said, "I spent a few years of effort to devise a method to simulate sunlight here underground, and then cultivated the plants in this place." Recalling the sacred image of the 9-treasure snow lotus from back then, a flood of emotion surged in his chest. Haha, more than 80 years of time can be considered not wasted on myself. The pale pink petals fluttering in the breeze appeared utterly poetic, causing Rongshu to be unable to contain her feelings and softly exclaim, "This place is so beautiful." Linfan, for a moment, stared intently at the figure in front of him, his expression turning contemplative and thoughtful. This senior had managed to achieve such a level by relying solely on his own strength, truly impressive. If he were to enter the immortal realm, his future would be limitless. His gaze narrowed sharply, but the image of Rong was suffering, day in and day out, briefly flashed through his mind. His body was like a lamp in the wind, and if he hadn't encountered him, he would likely have died within 3 years. Lost in deep thought, the old man suddenly spoke up, "Brother Linfan, the 9-treasure snow lotus is up ahead, please follow me." At that moment, his mind returned to the present, and his hand slowly extended forward, signaling that the other could proceed, while also reminding the person behind him, "You should follow as well." Not long after, they approached a small, crystal-clear lake, at the bottom of which lay a 6-pointed star formation. Rongwu was channeling internal energy, as if performing some kind of summoning technique. Instantly, the water in the lake parted in two, and the pressure was so intense that it spread all the way to where Linfan and Rongshu were standing, causing them both to startle. Linfan's eyes widened in surprise, his mouth stammering in disbelief. "This is the 9-treasure snow lotus." Hearing about it 100 times is no match for seeing it in person. The radiance emanating from this treasure is certainly extraordinary. An arm enveloped in thick spiritual energy reached out, and with a sigh of admiration, Rongwu continued, bringing the lotus closer, "This is the 9-treasure snow lotus that I have nurtured for over 80 years. Linfan stroked his chin, nodding knowingly, It's nearly indistinguishable from the 9-treasure snow lotus born of heaven and earth. If the energy in your body were a little purer, you could even surpass the naturally born 9-treasure snow lotus." Rongshu couldn't hide her admiration. "Humans really can cultivate a 9-treasure snow lotus, I'm truly amazed." Suddenly, the old man made a gesture to collect the lotus petals, then casually let out a pleasant laugh. "Haha, Mu Rong, you flatter me." As if suddenly remembering something,
he quickly raised a question that had been bothering him for a long time.
Right, I still don't know your esteemed name, senior?
The atmosphere around Rongwu instantly darkened, his voice deep and hoarse as he responded.
Aha, it's been many years since anyone asked that question.
Suddenly, the old man turned to ask Rong Shu.
Is Mu Rongde doing well recently?
She was surprised to hear that.
You know the patriarch of the Mu Rong family? The reply only made Rong Wu laugh even harder.
Ha ha ha, not only do I know, but back then, my name was revealed to the two young ones.
My name is Mu Rong Wu.
At that moment, he casually swept a lock of his hair aside, revealing a distinctive mark as a proof of his statement. Linfan was also thoroughly amazed by this scene.
Senior is also from the Mu Rong family, it's nothing to be proud of.
So, the old man quickly brushed his hair back down, continuing to calmly recount the story. 80 years ago, I was no longer a member of the Mu Rong family. However, the mark of the Mu Rong family could not be erased. His silver eyes flashed with a cold gleam, filled with deep resentment. 80 years. Thinking back, the distance between the two of us was so far.
Before I succeeded, old Mu Rongde didn't even give me the time of day.
Everything started to change once Rongwu obtained the 9 treasure snow lotus, but as soon as he made some progress, Mu Rongde sent someone to deliver a fruit to El-En-La. From all these impressions, it's clear that Deng Si wasn't a kind-hearted person.
That person is actually my good brother. My good brother? Linfan lowered his head, then finally understood the crux of the matter. What a true brotherhood! Mu Rongde, Wu De, it seems you might be his elder brother. The old man bluntly confirmed the information, no mistake.
If I hadn't left the Mu Rong family, I would currently be the ancestor of the Mu Rong family. Suddenly, a slender figure gracefully kneeled on one knee on the ground. Rong Shu respectfully clasped her hands in greeting. I, the junior Mu Rong Shu, pay my respects, senior. Her expression clearly showed regret for her past impolite actions, acknowledging that she had wronged him before, and she asked for forgiveness.
However, Rong Wu humbly waved his hand. Rise.
Go, my relationship with the Mu Rong family is no longer relevant. Rong Shu hesitated for a long time before timidly responding.
Thank you for your forgiveness, senior.
Her eyes slightly narrowed, cold sweat unintentionally dripping as she realized the person before her was one worthy of deep respect.
Senior, so it was Mu Rong Wu.
I once heard from the clan that the ancestor had an elder brother, with extraordinary talent, but unfortunately, he passed away young.
I never expected it.
The old man's attention suddenly shifted toward Linfan, who had been silently observing the conversation.
Little brother, you and the Mu Rong family probably have a blood feud, don't you? At this point, Linfan didn't bother to deny it.
What was said was not wrong. Thunder seemed to rumble in the palm of his hand as the answer was already crystal clear from the very beginning. I have an irreconcilable grudge with the Mu Rong family. Rongwu was very pleased with the answer just given and immediately, without hesitation, took out his treasure.
Very good.
In that case, young brother, I will give you this 9 treasure snow lotus, but I hope you will agree to one thing with me. Linfan was not being polite, urging the senior to continue. With all the grievances accumulated over the years, the old man made a ruthless suggestion.
I hope you will help me kill Mu Rongde.
However, this request comes with a prerequisite: do not wipe out the entire Mu Rong family, but leave one bloodline intact. His expression suddenly darkened, and he asked a few probing questions.
Senior, do you hold me in such high regard? Do you believe I can kill Mu Rongde?
For Rongwu, there was not a shred of doubt about the young man. Haha, you are still young, but your cultivation is already this high. He then subtly glanced at Mu Rongshu, who was standing nearby. If I am not mistaken, based on your current cultivation, even if I were to join forces with this girl, we might not last even the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Linfan did not intend to oppose, but to be sure, he still politely asked.
I can agree to this, but don't you want to kill Mu Rongdu with your own hands?
The image of a powerful man appeared, with muscles bulging clearly on both sides of his sturdy arms.
That was exactly the Murongde they were talking about.
Rongwu could not help but let out a sigh, feeling that this life was probably hopeless. It seemed that for a long time, he had only been able to accept the unfortunate fate he had been given. He knew that his body had become like a candle flickering in the wind. Hearing this, the corners of Linfan's mouth lifted slightly.
Oh, then how about a rather tempting proposal? What if I can help you extend your life by 5 years? Rongwu's eyes instantly widened in disbelief.
What did you say? Rongshu was also extremely confused, unconsciously repeating Linfan's words.
10 years of life.
The old man immediately refuted. Lin brother, you can't just say such things.
A person's lifespan is predetermined.
Even though we are cultivators, we cannot defy the heavens and change our fate.
Even if you were a great divine master, you wouldn't be able to do this. Linfan couldn't help but burst into laughter.
Haha, if a great divine master can't even defy the heavens and change fate, then what kind of great divine master would they be? If I say I can extend your life by 10 years, then I will definitely extend your life by 10 years.
He pointed directly at the precious artifact hovering in mid-air.
Moreover, you don't need anything else, just this 9-treasure snow lotus of yours. The old man thought harder and harder, but he could not understand, for he knew better than anyone else that this was impossible. The 9-treasure snow lotus was indeed rare, but it absolutely did not have the ability to extend life. After a back-and-forth argument, suddenly, the spiritual power was pulled to one side, and arguing further was pointless. Linfan decided to demonstrate for them.
If you two do not believe, then I will help broaden your horizons. Senior, do you have a cauldron?
Although it wasn't entirely convincing yet, Rongwu obediently reached into his robe, fumbling around.
Yes, yes.
Linfan nodded slightly, thoroughly satisfied.
Very good.
Immediately, with his usual swift movements, he darted from one place to another, crossing through the bushes and the crystal-clear lake, leaving Rongwu astonished.
Unable to contain his curiosity, he spoke up. Your speed is incredible, what are you trying to do?
Linfan quickly arranged the materials in his hands, continuously urging him to gather the medicinal herbs.
Where's the cauldron? Why aren't you taking it out?
The other party hurriedly responded.
Got it, got it. He immediately held out an object that looked like a glowing ring. A second later, it enlarged and transformed into a bronze cauldron.
Linfan was momentarily stunned, as it was far from what he had expected.
This grade is too low. He bluntly threw out his opinion. Your cauldron isn't good.
The old man awkwardly scratched his head, a forced smile tugging at the corner of his lips.
Ah, this.
At that moment, another voice unexpectedly interrupted.
Use mine.
Immediately, a meticulously sculpted and more refined cauldron appeared right in front of them.
Rongshu confidently asserted.
This cauldron that I've made is quite good, if I may say so myself. Linfan gave it a glance and was immediately pleased.
Oh, this doesn't look bad. Let's use it. Without hesitation, he kicked the old, worn-out furnace belonging to Rongwu aside.
This is useless, the sight caused the old man to mutter somewhat disheartened. This is the furnace of this old man. Unwilling to waste any more time, the young man reminded in a stern tone before moving on to the practical part. All right, you two, step back a little. His hands suddenly clenched into a fist, and the air around the furnace immediately began to heat up violently.
Then, a blazing flame flared up in an instant.
His sharp violet eyes widened, showing an extreme level of focus. The temperature rose intensely, and the liquid inside the furnace swirled in a small vortex, driven by the circulation of spiritual energy. Rongwu instinctively raised both hands to shield himself, yet he tried his best to keep his eyes wide open to carefully observe this rare spectacle.
This is blue flame, isn't it?
Blue flame is cold, with destructive and domineering fire properties. These two types of flames should never be able to merge. Linfan didn't explain much, simply delivering a blunt statement, then it can only be said that your cultivation, senior, is still lacking. The old man became even more certain that he had encountered a true master. There really were people in this world who could merge two completely incompatible types of fire.
Who exactly are you?
The young man, growing impatient, quickly interrupted.
Stop talking, you'll ruin my rhythm. The two flames of different colors instantly separated, controlled tightly by the practitioner. Rongwu hesitated, unable to speak.
Here it is.
Finally, this is the most crucial part of the entire process, the delicate merging of the two materials we've gathered together.
The materials were blended together, forming a stream of pure water resembling jade within the furnace. Before long, a completely different lotus bloomed. Linfan solemnly announced, "It is the sixfold fused core snow lotus." He channeled his spiritual power to open the lotus petals. A lotus seed slowly lifted from its core. With one hand holding the 9 treasure snow lotus, he threw the spiritual seed into the water with his other hand.
They immediately fused together as one.
Linfan did not dare to delay, not even for a second.
His concentration reached its peak as the ingredients merged, gradually transforming into a brilliant golden color.
Linfan's eyes widened as the moment of opportunity arrived.
It was time.
He poured all his strength into his left hand, and a powerful surge of spiritual energy gathered, igniting the violet flame. The flame quickly turned into a thunderous bolt from above, crashing down with a tremendous roar, as if it sought to scorch everything in its path. The oppressive pressure was so intense that Rongwu could hardly bear it, letting out a soft groan.
Ugh!
Her expression betrayed sheer panic. In the air, before their eyes, was a freshly forged item, a masterpiece crafted by the hands of a master. Both the elder and Rongshu, without any prior agreement, simultaneously raised their heads to gaze at it intently.
Rongwu exclaimed in astonishment, "I can hardly believe it."
She was equally stunned. No one in the Murong family possessed such skills. The elixir, wrapped in spiritual energy, slowly floated toward a hand that reached out to catch it. A fleeting thought of triumph passed through Linfan's mind, of course.
A celestial-grade elixir is not something mere mortals can refine.
Linfan calmly spoke, "This spirit pill can extend your life by 10 years. At the beginning, he turned towards the nearby lotus flower, his mind continuously contemplating the future. The remaining 8 snow lotus seeds could be used to refine many other good things, and this 9 treasure snow lotus could even be used to create pills to help him break through. A true man among men does not break his word, so he quickly threw the pill he had just refined to the person who truly needed it. Rongwu was still in a daze, his gaze fixed on the precious item now in his hand.
This spirit pill can really extend my life? He immediately suggested, "How would we know unless we try?"
The old man's emotion shifted 180 degrees in an instant, and naturally, he wouldn't miss such a rare opportunity.
"Anyway, I'm not going to live much longer, dying wouldn't matter." Without hesitation, he put the elixir into his mouth and swallowed it decisively.
Suddenly, Rongwu's pupils turned completely white, and the blood vessels on his body became sharply visible. His body suddenly bent over, and with that came a heart-wrenching scream of pain. Rongwu's entire body collapsed to the ground, one hand bracing himself with difficulty, struggling to crawl forward. In the midst of his extreme pain, he gritted his teeth and muttered each word with increasing difficulty, his language becoming more and more incoherent.
It's wrong."
Only then did Linfan explain how the elixir he had refined worked.
"This medicine is a pulse restoration pill.
It can help restore damaged meridians in the body and also strengthen the energy core.
Although it might be painful, that's because you have to endure it."
Rongshu gently raised her hand to cover her mouth, her expression filled with reluctance as she witnessed the scene before her. It seemed that the previous life had been full of suffering. He hurried to reassure her, a mysterious smile forming at the corner of his mouth.
"Don't worry, it will be over soon."
Bulging veins appeared on Rongwu's strong neck as he continued to growl, resembling a wild beast. His oppressive aura expanded so violently that the ground around him began to crack.
The growl echoed throughout the space. "Ah!
A huge beam of light shot straight into the sky, creating a deafening explosion. Rongshu's eyes could barely open in the face of the powerful gust of wind. This is exactly as I predicted, the corner of Linfan's mouth curled into a satisfied smile. It seems it's over. A foot lightly touched the ground, surrounded by swirling white smoke still lingering from the previous eruption of energy. It was the completely transformed form of Rongwu. He stared at the changes in his body, realizing that his previous clothes had been completely destroyed by the burst of power. His expression showed extreme astonishment, and he hesitated before asking, as if to confirm, "Is this still me?" Linfan didn't offer much more, only giving a small request. "Try moving a little." Rongwu, without a trace of doubt, immediately complied. "All right." Her foot once again slammed into the ground with a loud thud, causing the earth to shatter. She propelled herself upwards with such force that the speed was so great the wind whistled around her, creating a sharp howling sound. The old man appeared immensely delighted by this sudden change. My body became remarkably light. Not stopping there, my hand continued to absorb a significant amount of spiritual energy, feeling the powerful streams of spiritual chi gathering, gradually compressing it into a palm full of strength, and then shooting it forward, creating a small but mighty explosion, resulting in a shockwave. White smoke instantly filled the entire forest from the collision earlier. The old man successfully jumped down and landed safely without harm. Rongwu kept praising after the stunning display. My meridians have fully recovered. Linfan casually added a few more words. Indeed, your meridians are fully restored, and even your dantian is much more abundant than before. Linfan's boundless kindness made Mu Rongwu deeply appreciative, and he bent his knees in gratitude. The old man respectfully clasped his hands together and earnestly said, "The favor from my junior brother is something I will never forget." Linfan smiled upon hearing this, extending his hand and gesturing. "It's nothing, senior, please rise." Then he pointed to the brilliant snow lotus in the distance and asked, "This snow lotus is strange, is it safe for me to take it?" Rongwu's expression suddenly became serious as he responded, "Of course, as long as little brother helps me subdue Mu Rongde, everything will be fine." Linfan smiled with interest and took it. "Then I thank you, senior." Coincidentally, when Mu Rongshu arrived, she witnessed Linfan helping the old man to his feet. This made her admire him even more. What he said might actually be able to kill Mu Rongxing. In the dark cave, filled with sparkling fragments of spiritual energy around, the sound of footsteps softly echoed. Lin Yuan Tian clutched his painful wound, crouching against the wall and groaning. Unfortunately, Linfan, this cunning and deeply thoughtful person, had cultivated immensely and nearly killed him. He couldn't accept this bitter defeat, so he took out a ring and struggled to fight back. When things are urgent, one should first focus on recovering their body. From within the ring, a stream of golden energy gradually emerged, enveloping the glowing orb. Yuan Tian didn't hesitate and immediately swallowed the gem. In that moment, hatred buried his thoughts as he decided that the matter of Linfan must be reported to the family head. He began to enter a state of meditation, and green energy radiated from him, stirring the surrounding space. The wounds on his arms gradually began to heal, and the scars on his face slowly faded. In a luxurious house with a blend of modern and ancient architecture, Elder Lin was reading a book when he noticed a trace of dark energy rising. He quickly turned to check, and with a twist of his fingers, completed the spell. The dark energy appeared, and Yuan Tian respectfully reported, "Grand Elder, disciple Lin Yuan Tian has something to report." His sudden appearance startled Elder Lin, who was curious. "Yuan Tian, what is so urgent?" Yuan Tian's expression turned serious as he reported, "Grand Elder, it's about the demon, Linfan." Elder Lin remained calm and inquired, "Is Linfan the young man who impersonated a member of the Lin family?" Yuan Tian answered solemnly, "Yes, it's Linfan. His strength is far greater than I imagined." His gaze turned even more serious as he continued, "And also, he has reached the Foundation establishment realm.
Yuan Tian lowered his head and reported.
Linfan has already reached the Foundation establishment realm.
This incredibly unexpected information left Elder Lin in disbelief, and he asked again, Foundation establishment realm, are you sure?
He immediately recounted the situation, absolutely certain this time, it wasn't a rumor. Zhang Hushan had died at his hands. If not for the remaining hidden card, he might have been able to save his own life, but it was likely that he would not have escaped death either. In such an urgent situation, there was no time to waste. He immediately ordered, if it's truly the Foundation establishment realm, then this Linfan must not be underestimated.
His face turned cold as he responded, in that case, you delay your return to the clan.
We will discuss this matter further.
Yes.
Then, the communication line was abruptly cut off by Yuan Tian.
In anger, he kicked a stone beneath his feet, staring at the cave ahead while murmuring, for now, I must return to the clan.
This grudge would never be forgiven, he swore to himself, Linfan, we will meet again someday. At the Long Chengjiang family, the sunlight poured into the art-filled room. A stunningly beautiful woman held a cup in her hand and spoke sweetly, come. Another beautiful woman, holding a fan, gently fanned a cool breeze toward the man. Mr. Zhang, enjoying the moment, ate grapes with both hands and smiled contentedly, hee, two guests, come, join me. Suddenly, an ominous feeling flashed through him like an electric shock. His body froze, and he stood up in a daze. He thought of the jade pendant slowly shattering in the flames, and a sense of anxiety flooded over him. The spiritual breath of Zhang Hushan had vanished. He was dead. Unable to maintain his composure, he shouted, where are the servants? The servants immediately appeared to take orders.
Yes. He raised his voice, demanding in a fierce tone, Zhang Hushan is dead. What in the world happened?
The servant respectfully clasped his hands and replied, yes, master. Immediately, he turned around and left to carry out the task. Anger surged within him, and with a tone of disdain, he shouted, useless fool, can't even handle a small matter, and ended up dead. Worthless. Sitting down on the chair, the master sighed helplessly.
Never mind, never mind.
Reflecting on the events earlier, he didn't expect much, because he himself was a useless person whether he existed or not, it made no difference. The master then remembered the young man and said with interest, it seems there's an opportunity. Looks like Ji Ning will have to go on a trip himself. So, he left, leaving behind the luxurious space, which fell into a long moment of quiet. Linfan placed the teacup neatly on the table and invited, please, have some tea. He turned to Rong Shu and saw her blushing, looking around curiously before asking, is this where you live? Upon hearing that, Linfan chuckled. What's wrong? Too simple for you? Rong Shu picked up the steaming teacup, ignoring his playful remark, and replied sincerely, heh, although it's simple, it's clean. Rong Wu laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. That's right, simple is good. However, glancing at the worn clothes he was wearing, he hesitated and said, however, Linfan, could you lend me some clothes? Rong Wu shyly scratched his head. My clothes have become a bit faded. Linfan leaned back in his chair and laughed. Ha, I thought the senior was carefree, not caring about appearances at all. Proudly reflecting on his glorious past, Rong Wu confidently asserted, in the past, life was carefree and without worry, my martial arts were broken and chipped, but now I still have 10 years of life left. Naturally, I want to treat myself better. He agreed with this view, affirming that it was absolutely correct and that he would make arrangements for the senior the next day. Noticing that he had to prepare everything on his own, Rong Shu curiously asked, young master, don't you have a butler? Linfan was momentarily stunned, stammering, huh? I haven't hired one. She happily explained the benefits of having a servant, young master, I advise you to hire an outstanding butler to help you manage daily affairs, and then give the house a new look. Although it's not bad here, the space is too small. I heard you still have a younger sister, this makes things even more inconvenient. The long stream of information made Linfan feel exhausted.
He scratched his head and responded, "What you say makes sense."
In his heart, he was already considering that he might indeed need someone to help manage things, as he couldn't keep bothering Xiao Wu and Old Shi. At this moment, both of them stood up. Rongshu shyly bowed her head and said, "Then I'll go rest now, Rongwu will follow." "I'm also leaving now, it's been a long time since I've had a good night's sleep."
Linfan cheerfully responded, "Feel free to, you too," and both leisurely left the living room.
Once everything was settled, he took out his phone and dialed a number.
The call was answered on the other end, and he spoke, "Brother Ning, I need to bother you with something."
On the road, the car was speeding swiftly under the golden sunlight. At that moment, the earpiece rang 3 times, signaling an incoming call.
Mr. Ning pressed the earphone to answer.
"What's up?"
"Linfan?
"You should quickly state your request."
Brother Ning, I need a butler, could you please help me select one?"
He agreed without hesitation.
"No problem, I'll help you arrange it." After receiving the request, Mr. Ning immediately ended the call.
He was very pleased because Linfan had finally started to mature. Looks like Linfan is finally ready to begin developing his own strength. As soon as Linfan finished his shower, his phone suddenly rang, drawing his attention. Picking it up, Linfan instantly realized. "Oh, Mr. Ning has already made the arrangements, let me take a look." He quickly skimmed through the selection information. "This is great, they all have the highest international qualifications and salaries of 20 million or more." He looked at a photo of a man in a suit with a kind face, Li Guodong. This old man, 75 years old, had 55 years of butler experience, which sounded promising. However, Linfan's gaze then landed on someone else, causing him to pause. A woman with a strong personality, wearing elegant black glasses, appeared in front of him, along with an enticing introduction. Lu Xanu, 26 years old, graduated from an academy, a special British butler, 179 cm tall, graceful, and refined in both appearance and temperament. She doesn't seem bad either. Without hesitation, Linfan approved her and called for confirmation.
Brother Ning, please arrange for Li Guodong and Lu Xanu to give it a try. Mr. Ning quickly acknowledged the order, got it.
Linfan quietly sat in the chair, waiting. Soon, his phone started ringing non-stop. Surprised, he looked at his phone and thought, the information has arrived so quickly. Mr. Ning's message confirmed that the arrangements were settled, and within an hour, the two would arrive for the trial.
Linfan couldn't help but praise Mr. Ning's efficiency. As expected of Brother Ning, that was quick.
Under the soft afternoon sunlight, Linfan was eagerly looking forward to the interview.
Well, we'll have to wait then.
A short while later, a taxi pulled up in front of Linfan's house, and a pair of high-heeled black shoes stepped down onto the tiled ground.
Lu Xinu, neatly dressed in office attire, gently spoke, "Thank you, driver."
She lightly observed the lively surroundings, her tone full of enthusiasm.
"This place looks great, the view outside is quite nice." Xinu approached the door and rang the bell.
Linfan, sitting inside, was momentarily surprised and thought to himself, "Wow, that was fast." He unlocked the door through the electronic system and said, "Please come in." He extended his hand and invited her, "Please have a seat." She gracefully sat down in the chair and replied politely, "Thank you."
Without hesitation, Linfan got straight to the point, smiling as he asked, "You know what my requirements are, right?" Xinu professionally listed the requirements.
"Yes, I heard you need an all-around butler in Nation L. I specialize in this field. I'm also the only person under 30 who has joined the London Butler Association in Nation L." Linfan was very satisfied and moved straight to the next question.
Good.
As for the salary, do you have any expectations?" She didn't hold back and directly stated her expectation based on her abilities.
3 million.
She smiled confidently, emphasizing once again, "I need a salary of 3 million per year." It seems that this number made Linfan ponder for a moment, which led Xinu to make an implicit assumption. Sure enough,
his financial situation might not be able to support a butler like herself. His expression became serious, and he started to raise the issue. Then, let me ask you one question first. Do you have experience in managing a company? She had fully prepared the documents. Please take a look. Her gaze became sharp as she spoke. In Nation L, I once managed a company with 500 people specializing in asset management. This is my resume. Linfan skimmed through it and was impressed, exclaiming, "Indeed, a highly capable talent." So, he answered Xinu's previous question with a smile. Then it will be you. She remained calm, as if she had expected it. Ha ha. Of course, things wouldn't go smoothly if Linfan had already spoken. However, the most essential and important condition is that I need you within 24 hours. You must be available at any time, no matter when I call. Can you do that? What? 24 hours? The calm expression on Xinu's face immediately vanished. He responded as though it were the most natural thing. As a major butler, this is not an unreasonable request. Isn't this the most basic requirement for you? It was unclear what she was thinking, but she seemed to tremble with anxiety. This. May I ask, what specific tasks will I need to do? Also, what is your company? Linfan's response didn't directly answer the question and was somewhat vague. As for that, there is no specific project. Everything will be arranged by me. And the next sentence completely terrified her. As for the company, I haven't opened it yet, but I'm preparing to. Then, Xinu made a guess based on her own thoughts. I understand now. Haha, turns out he is a second-generation rich guy with bad intentions, so I should stand up and politely decline. I'm sorry, I probably won't be able to take on this task. Suddenly, someone rang the doorbell right in front of her, which made her turn to look. Aha! Linfan seemed to already know who was coming and invited them in. A shoe slowly approached. Li Guodong, the #1 butler of Meiyuan, was neatly dressed and smiling. Hello, Mr. Lin. Linfan smiled and greeted him. Mr. Li, you've arrived. Hearing that name immediately made Xinu startle. Mr. Li? Guodong flashed a standard smile. Oh, this young lady, do you know me? Her eyes sparkled like stars. How could I not recognize you? You are the person known as the #1 butler of Meiyuan. You've been my idol since I was a child. It's like meeting a celebrity in person. Could you please sign something for me? However, Guodong was a professional. Sorry, miss, I always prioritize serving those with requests. After I finish what I'm doing, I'll be happy to sign for you. Xinu didn't say anything else, except for a few words. Okay then. Linfan, who had been watching from start to finish, couldn't help but admire. Indeed, the power of an idol is limitless. And so, Guodong sat in the seat that Xinu had just vacated. Well then, Mr. Lin, Mr. Wei has already informed me of your situation. May I ask if you have any questions? You had no doubt at all. No, I completely trust him. Everything that was needed had been meticulously prepared and brought by him. All right, then please take a look at the contract. Then, Linfan immediately picked it up. Oh, let me take a look. The number, 4 times that of Xinu, directly stunned him. Annual salary, 12 million. Guodong didn't show the slightest arrogance, but still maintained a sense of certainty. I deserve this salary. Before he could hesitate for even a second, Linfan made a quick decision. All right, indeed, you are the head butler of Meiyuan. I like this confidence. He only said one sentence, I hope you won't disappoint me. The two shook hands, and their partnership was settled so smoothly that Xinu jumped in surprise. What? It's already signed? Mr. Li, Mr. Guodong, paid no attention and continued presenting. Being able to serve Mr. Lin is an honor for me. Now that I am your butler, there are some suggestions I must immediately bring up.
He seriously outlined the most necessary points. I suggest that you carry out a comprehensive upgrade of your residence, including optimizing the neighborhood, arranging security, upgrading the system functionalities, and continuing with the list, upgrading the personal car, establishing a protective network, and setting up a salary system. Upon hearing this, Linfan waved his hand, signaling him to stop. All right, I got it. Mr. Lee, just let him handle all of it, no need to worry about saving money. Though he had earned such trust, Wadong still maintained his respect.
Understood, Mr. Lin. Having witnessed everything unfold, Xin could only stammer in his mind. Who exactly is Linfan? This is the head butler of Mei Yuan. I was reminded of Guodong turning around nonchalantly and walking away.
It's important to note that even when the richest man of Mei Yuan invited him, he only helped for 4 months. Xinu's gaze now reflected complete imbalance. It was truly hard to believe. Linfan made a suggestion. Right, I wonder if Mr. Lee needs an assistant.
Guodong repeated in confusion, assistant?
Then he snapped his fingers, making a sound like confirming his words.
The next words directly shocked Xinu. What was up with this Miss Liu? She stammered, turning to ask Guodong, is this Mr. Lee?
He nodded as if signaling her to continue.
Aha! Xinu, now anxious, spoke up.
Mr. Lee, I believe I have the capability.
Could you give me a chance?
Unfortunately, Guodong declined without hesitation. I don't think I need one. Linfan also directly escorted her out.
Miss Liu, well, that's all. Please. Xinu was left feeling perplexed, and in the end, she angrily turned away. Goodbye.
Her high heels clicked furiously on the ground as she couldn't hold back from suggesting to the person on the other end of the phone, hello, where are you?
Let's go out for a drink.
Turns out, that person was Qin Jing.
Ah, our talented lady is back. How did the interview go? Xinu replied with frustration, don't even talk about it, I ran into a young rich second generation, it's driving me crazy.
I'll tell you more when we meet later. She then raised her hand to hail a taxi, her mood calming down, and she smiled happily. Haha, alright, I'll wait for you at the usual place. At the same time, Guodong concluded, that's settled then, Mr. Linfan. He then raised a question in accordance with his duties. How would you prefer me to address you from now on? This caught Linfan off guard. Address? Without giving it much thought, Linfan responded casually, you can just call me by my name. Guodong smiled subtly and made a suggestion, addressing you by your name might be a bit too informal. How about this, at home, I'll call you young master, and when we're out, I'll address you as CEO Lin.
What do you think? As expected, Guodong's words struck the right note with Linfan. CEO Lin, huh? That sounds a lot more sophisticated. He chuckled, haha.
Then, Guodong, with a professional attitude, offered his thoughts. So, the first step for us is to change your living environment. Upgrading the car was related to improving the living situation.
I've already prepared some detailed information on this matter. This surprised Linfan. When did you arrange that? Guodong stood up respectfully and replied, it's just a small matter. By the way, young master, would you like to join me in selecting a place at the Heavenly Dragon Capital Palace in the Mei Yuan Central District? It's conveniently located, and the security facilities are top-notch.
Upon hearing this, Linfan became interested.
Sure, I don't have anything else planned, let's go.
Once decided, he prepared to leave, nodding at Guodong and leading the way.
Let's go. A while later, Linfan's car pulled up at the Mei Yuan Central District.
The two of them got out of the car. Linfan looked around and exclaimed, wow, this place really doesn't look bad. There were security guards working, and the two gentlemen were asked to present their cards, but they stared blankly at the newcomers.
What? You're Mr. Lee? Guodong nodded as if greeting them.
After that, the security guards hurriedly stepped aside to let them through.
Ha ha. Mr. Lee, it's been a long time, how have you been? Please, 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 come this way. He walked forward and then added, you're being too polite. I'm here today to help CEO Lin check out the property.
The security guard immediately smiled brightly.
Hello, CEO Lin, hello, CEO Lin.
Then Guodong turned to Linfan and said, I'm familiar with this place, we can go directly.
Linfan didn't have any objections, okay.
The security guard grinned and bowed, welcoming them, yes, please, gentlemen. The two of them then proceeded to the parking lot, which had cars of all different colors and styles. Guodong slowly began to explain the details of the place. These cars are for transporting the business owners, we'll take one of these to get there. The car door closed. The events that had just occurred left Linfan surprised. It seemed that Mr. Gu was indeed very familiar with this place.
He simply responded calmly, it's necessary. After a while, as they crossed through the garden, they arrived at an old building. Guodong then expressed, CEO Lin, this is the largest independent villa in Heavenly Dragon Capital Palace. Linfan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise.
Once again, Guodong showcased his knowledge. It occupies a land area of 1600 m, with 5 stories, and the actual usable space exceeds 8000 m. From the first glance, Linfan had a good impression, it's really not bad. As they entered and walked up the steps, Guodong led the way, saying, CEO Lin, please come this way. Linfan was startled by the scene in front of him. The minimalist living room still exuded a sense of luxury, making him sigh in admiration, this place is really amazing.
He looked around, growing more and more satisfied. The decorations aren't bad either. Guodong, delighted, remarked, this is more fitting for your status.
Then, Linfan couldn't help but act like a curious child, looking around everywhere.
Oh wow! Finally, he nodded in satisfaction.
I'm quite pleased, take it. Immediately, Guodong responded respectfully, I'll handle everything that comes after, you can leave it to me.
Linfan replied, alright, I'll go for a walk outside.
He didn't forget to remind him according to his duty, please be careful. Then, Linfan confidently walked down the brick-paved path. His phone in his pocket vibrated, and when he saw the caller, he was puzzled. Linfan picked up the phone.
Is something wrong, Miss Qin? But Qin Jing remained silent, making him ask again, hello, Miss Qin, is something the matter? She seemed a little irritated. Is it not possible to call the little brat just because there's nothing going on?
Linfan could only smile awkwardly at her words. Of course, but you should get to the point. She then started the main topic. I have a good friend who just returned from abroad. She's a talented and skilled person. Would you like to meet her? This left Linfan puzzled with a lot of questions. Why should I meet her? Qin Jing, completely unaware of the prior situation with Xinu, was still enthusiastic. She used to be a financial manager abroad, and you two know each other a little. It'll be beneficial for you later. However, Linfan could only refuse, next time, Miss Qin, I have something to do right now. Qin Jing had no choice but to give up. Oh, really? You won't give face? Fine. Before hanging up, she didn't forget to say, then, we'll meet next time. In the end, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, phew. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xinu spoke up teasingly, so, what about your little boyfriend? Qin Jing was startled and awkwardly retorted, what are you talking about? He's one of my students. Qin Jing fiddled with a lock of hair, trying to hide her embarrassment. I actually wanted him to meet you, so that if anything happens, you can help him out in the future. Lu Xinu, resting her chin in her hand, deliberately teased, oh, really? It doesn't seem like it to me. She shook her head as she held her glass of water. No, I'm just thinking too much. But the more she looked, the more convinced she became, there's definitely something going on. At that very moment, a man in leather shoes leisurely took each step. Linfan shielded his eyes with his hand and looked around. Mei Yuan, the one with a lot of money. This, Xiaowo didn't bring up, but the light was fixed on a luxurious car outside, enough to form a whole fleet of extravagant cars. Suddenly, the sound of a phone ringing caught his attention. The number that appeared surprised him.
"Huh, brother Ning?" However, he quickly pressed the accept button. His loud voice came through the receiver. "Brother Ning, what's up?"
Baeyun settled into his seat and introduced himself. Linfan master, it's me.
Jin Baeyun on the other end of the line was confused and scratched his head. "Jin Baeyun? Who's that?"
He immediately described the frail image of the past to him, referring to the time when the old man had once been saved by the great master, Jin Baeyun.
Linfan racked his memory and quickly responded politely. "I see, is your health better recently?"
The old man's face brightened as he got to the main topic.
"Yes, much better now. I called to let you know that the auction house event is about to start."
He seemed a bit uncomfortable with the volume from the headset, so he moved it away.
"Oh, that's great."
When it's time to be serious, he's still quite the expert.
"Once I receive the spiritual energy from Beifong, I will send you an invitation to their auction."
I heard there will be plenty of spiritual energy, and there's a strong chance that a heavenly treasure will be unveiled. Now that the information was clear, Linfan nodded in satisfaction.
"I'm very interested. Send me the time and location."
Baeyun, eager to assist, had his subordinate take out a phone and enthusiastically said, "Got it, I'll send you the details."
"Once the event is over and my name is changed, you'll know."
His violet pupils hid countless deep schemes. Linfan solemnly declared the conversation over.
"Let's settle it like this." As soon as the call ended, a message arrived in his inbox.
He stared at the screen with a dark gaze, the corner of his mouth unconsciously curving into a sinister smile.
3 days from now, huh?
The items Linfan has his eye on are no ordinary things. The spiritual energy this time will be useful to me, and I must seize it all, making a breakthrough in one go. He was so lost in thought that he didn't notice the figure that appeared behind him.
"Sorry to interrupt."
Startled, Linfan shifted his attention from the phone, his eyes instinctively darting toward the sound.
"Yes?"
The one who spoke first was a young girl with a gentle temperament.
She raised her hand, wanting to introduce herself. "Did you just move here?" He, always maintaining a high level of vigilance, only nodded indifferently. "Yes, and you are?"
Lingyu was quite friendly, though her response didn't quite hit the mark. I just moved here today too.
"I was out enjoying the scenery for a bit."
Next, she naturally pulled her suitcase closer to him. Seeing that his situation was no different from hers, she felt, he must be like me.
Then, she made an overly exaggerated and fake cute expression before asking, "Do you feel the same way?"
Linfan smiled mockingly on the outside, pretending to be clueless.
"Is that so? Well, what a coincidence. I really did just arrive today. My name is Linfan."
While carefully observing, his mood darkened several notches. This girl. Her inner nature is truly different from her appearance. She looks only around 17 or 18, but her aura is stronger than that of an adult. Lingyu, facing him, tried to use her sharp eyes to penetrate his intentions. This person exudes an aura of calmness without lacking caution.
Though he seems unremarkable, there's an undeniable sense of strength that shouldn't be underestimated.
As my father said, I was right. The scene had once played out as follows. Yuan Dongwang, wearing a cowboy hat, reminded his daughter, Lingyu, on this trip to Mei Yuan, you must be cautious. She absent-mindedly replied with a casual tone, he's not old, but his gaze is incredibly sharp. Mei Yuan is a place full of hidden talents.
Never underestimate it.
For some unknown reason, the corner of Lingyu's lips subconsciously curled upward.
Interesting, she thought. She happily asked about Linfan's background. By the way, where do you live? Maybe we're close to each other. You couldn't keep up with the pace, so you repeated, where do you live?
Then, you stretched out your slender index finger and pointed to the high location, there. Both of them looked toward the distant villa, the biggest house.
She was so shocked that she stammered, the most expensive apartment? You really have money.
If that place were in my hometown, it could probably be turned into a small fortress. You turned your head, trying to maintain a humble image. It's nothing, houses in Manhwa are all like that.
She suddenly became sentimental and sighed helplessly. You witnessed everything, wanting to change the mood, ahem.
Linyu suddenly became cheerful and pounded her fist onto her other hand. Right, I've got it.
Linfan couldn't make sense of the thought process of the person next to her. What's that?
She smiled brightly and begged, I just arrived at Manhwa. I'm still not very familiar with it.
How about you show me around?
Upon hearing this, you reacted somewhat dumbfounded, beads of sweat starting to roll down. This. She disregarded all barriers, clinging to your arm and acting coquettishly.
Oh, come on, let's go.
You froze up from the touch, feeling both frightened and sighing internally. This girl, who knows what kind of trick she's pulling now. Linyu firmly grasped your hand, pulling you in one direction. I'll go arrange my luggage for a bit then.
Feeling a bit awkward, you courageously requested, could you let go of me for a second?
A considerable amount of time passed in the hotel lobby. She was excited and eager to know the destination.
So, where are we going?
Then she raised her chin and began to make her own choice. Let me think for a moment. Finally, she leaned in close, baring her teeth in a flattery-filled smile.
How about we go mountain climbing? I can't tell what kind of attitude you have, huh?
Feeling that the topic wasn't too bad, she began to introduce all the great advantages one by one. I've heard that Hongshan in Manhwa is very beautiful. Linfan was too exhausted, leaving everything to fate.
Alright then, as long as you're happy.
Her brownish-yellow eyes sparkled like stars.
Okay.
The two of them acted swiftly, calling for a car to take them straight to the scenic spot.
Off they went.
The rental car dropped them off at the foot of Hongshan, with steps leading all the way up to the clouds.
Linyu looked around and couldn't help but sigh in awe.
Oh, wow, this mountain is really tall. Excited, she prepared for the journey.
Let's get going then. You don't have any objections, do you?
Taking the first few steps on the endless path, Linfan calmly led the way and teased his companion.
Let's go, don't quit halfway. She playfully followed him. Ha ha.
10 minutes later, her slender legs were trembling from the long journey. When her body lost all its strength, she managed to raise her hand as a signal.
Wait.
He continued with his usual pace, turning his head in confusion.
What's wrong?
She was so embarrassed that she had to lower her head.
I can't go on anymore. You knew the outcome, yet you still pretended to be clueless. Didn't you want to climb the mountain?
She no longer had the energy to respond.
Ha! Ha!
But then, she lowered her eyes and thought of a new, mischievous idea.
You misunderstood. What I meant was that we're going too slowly. How about we have a little competition?
Linyu pointed her finger decisively, leaving Linfan dazed for a moment. Beneath their feet was the lowest point of the water, and a bridge of light stretched across the blue sky, rising from both sides to the horizon.
Race to the top first, and the winner takes it all. What do you think?
Linfan looked up at the sheer cliff face, a faint smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. Oh, you're turning your head to ask again just to be sure.
Climbing up the steep cliff face, right?
Linyu winked playfully and quickly expanded on the idea.
That's right. If we're going to compete, there should be a little wager, don't you think?
Her expression suddenly turned much more serious.
If you win, I'll grant you one request.
If I win, you'll have to grant me one request.
How about it?
He had no reason to refuse, so they agreed, though he feared she might try to back out if she lost. Driven by her competitive nature, she immediately leaped onto the cliff face, sprinting toward the goal while arrogantly declaring, "This lady has never shied away from a debt."
Go!
Linfan scoffed as he heard her words.
He lowered his head, neatly placing his outer garment on the ground.
The action caused his hair to fall, covering half of his face.
What did it matter if he gave her a few steps?
Next, he pushed off with his toes, gathering momentum to leap after her. He weaved through every obstacle, including the opponent climbing the stairs on the other side. Lingyu accidentally witnessed this and was utterly astonished.
What?
She gasped, silently wondering how this guy's speed could match hers.
Who exactly was he?
He deliberately adjusted his pace to evaluate her. Though she was young, this little one's cultivation was indeed solid. A talent like her was truly rare. The shimmering light illuminated each peaceful step, yet the two fools paid no attention, their hands and feet clinging tightly to the rocky surface, producing sounds.
Thud.
Linfan halted all his movements and spoke cautiously, "Why have you stopped?" Lingyu gripped the stone tightly, unwilling to reveal her intentions.
When she's focused, her behavior is completely different from usual.
From here on, we'll settle this with strength. He easily saw through her small plan.
Oh, you want me to use strength?
Well, I'm afraid you won't win. His words were a direct challenge, striking a fatal blow to her pride. His tone, however, remained unconcerned. Her feet began to show signs of losing their grip on the ground.
He watched in a daze as she slowly began to rise.
When he spoke again, his voice held a hint of surprise.
"Oh, isn't that sorrowful cloud steps from the martial arts?"
The wind and clouds gently lifted her toes, bringing them to a higher position.
"That's right."
Lingyu's face was filled with a sense of triumph. It was clear that the sorrowful cloud steps were impressive, but this match was already hers to win. Then, her body seemed as light as cotton, naturally merging with the wind as she moved ahead. Linfan silently observed the stream of white air left behind, adopting the posture of a senior wanting to teach a lesson to this young one, eager to expand her horizons a bit.
He immediately leapt off the steep cliff jutting out into the air. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. What?
He was truly suspended in midair, each step a skyward flight. His speed increased rapidly, and in no time, he had already covered quite a distance. At last, he gracefully landed using the most standard body curving technique. Linfan casually glanced at Lingyu, who had set off earlier but arrived later.
"I win."
"You're too slow." Lingyu lightly touched down with the tips of her toes, scratching her head in embarrassment.
I actually lost." "But what kind of technique did you use just now?"
Linfan raised his index finger and replied enthusiastically. "This is called skyward flight." He conveniently explained the underlying principle as well. In essence, it's using powerful leg strength to step on the air, creating a strong airborne force. She folded her arms upon hearing that, accepting her fate. Oh, Mei Yuan really is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers.
I've lost.
Go ahead, what's your request? He had never really cared about such things, so he stroked his chin absent-mindedly.
Nothing for now. I'll let you know once I think of something.
Lingyu looked flustered and pointed straight at his face, declaring, "But don't you dare ask for anything weird." Linfan was so exasperated he started to sweat.
Idiot, like I ever would.
She felt much more at ease and placed her hands on her hips, shifting the topic.
All right, it's getting late. I'm glad I got to know you. Let's go. Time to eat.
He lowered his gaze calmly, complying with her wishes.
All right, let's go.
In a lavishly furnished room, each dirty plate was stacked one on top of the other. A huge bowl of noodles, rich in both color and aroma, lay on the table, along with another bowl. Linfan watched as Lingyu devoured one mouthful after another, without any sign of restraint or mockery.
Are you a starving ghost reincarnated or something?
She rarely bothered to look up to answer the question. You don't understand, I'm a cultivator, I have to absorb a lot of power.
This is for my cultivation.
He couldn't make sense of the way she thought.
Fine, as long as you're happy.
In some office, a man was intently carrying out his task, his long fingers carefully arranging a few coins so that they would link together.
Dong Huan, holding a toothpick in his mouth, observed his new creation thoughtfully.
Feeling that the structure wasn't quite right, he began to move the coins around.
Why can't it work?
His face looked incredibly tired from overworking, having tried several times without success.
This was strange.
Suddenly, a woman appeared with a cup of hot tea and brought it to him.
Honey, how's it going?
Dong Huan quickly turned his head to report.
Is it Qing air? No, I can't figure it out at all.
Xing Er placed the teacup on the table and asked, "Is there something else?" She curiously leaned down to inspect.
Hey, he's stuck while searching for the reason. Why can't he figure out the major calamity of Lingyu?
It seems like this fate has been enveloped by some kind of force. In the center of the divination formation, the universe's mysterious light was shrouded by a mist, making it hard to see anything clearly.
She added another useful clue.
Indeed, this is quite strange.
Could it be that this girl has encountered some great opportunity?
He closed his eyes and sighed.
Ah, I can't see it. I just can't see it.
Suddenly, two delicate hands touched his shoulders. Xing Er leaned her back against Dong Huang and cheerfully persuaded him, "Oh, come on, you're growing up now.
You should have your own fate, why worry so much? You're just conveniently blaming your wife, I'm so generous. I really wonder if this child was even born by you, aren't you at all worried?"
She naturally clapped her hands as if she had just thought of something.
That's right.
Then she immediately shared her method.
Let's both work together to calculate this. He was left dumbfounded, unable to react in time.
Ah, she smiled, her lips curling as she analyzed based on the Bagua diagram, using the forces of yin and yang.
Maybe we could figure it out.
He listened, his eyes lighting up, and immediately a smile curved at the corners of his lips as he nodded in agreement.
All right.
Then, both hands channeled all of their spiritual energy into the talisman formed from the coin. Finally, the couple fell silent, paying close attention to the powerful changes in the divination. The golden coin gradually began absorbing the immense energy, but the overload of power was too much for it to handle, causing it to shatter into pieces. Xing Er and Dong Huang both widened their eyes in disbelief.
What?
The divination, which had been visible to the naked eye, turned to dust.
The expressions of the two became instantly grim.
He struggled to suppress the tremor in his voice as he spoke.
This.
At that moment, the weather during the day at Mei Yuan was extremely favorable. Linfan began to move the steak knife, simultaneously introducing, "Try the steak from this place."
Suddenly, the silver eating knife froze mid-air.
His expression turned cold as he cast a sharp gaze in a certain direction, sensing that someone was probing into his fate. Then, his eyes shifted, retaliating against all invisible attacks with just a thought. A purple aura swirled like a serpent, encircling Dong Huang's villa. The energy quickly surged forward, gathering towards its target him. His pupils turned an eerie white, and crimson veins appeared, signaling something ominous.
Ah!
The severe internal injuries caused him to cough up blood uncontrollably.
Cough, cough.
The blood dripped steadily, staining the sand from the failed divination. Xing Er anxiously supported her husband's body.
My husband, what's wrong? It's been quite a while, but your dry cough hasn't improved. Cough, cough, cough.
Dong Huang gritted his teeth, swallowing the blood that rose to his throat back down.
We've encountered a big shot this time.
It seems I can no longer predict our child's fate. You were right, our child is growing up and should have their own destiny.
We should focus on preparing for the auction instead.
She was tenderly caring for him, and he nodded in agreement. This auction had to be handled with extra caution, it was highly likely to attract the attention of several powerful forces. Even though there was blood staining the corner of his mouth, he still sneered with disdain. Yes, he acted as if he had never been injured, arrogantly resting his hand on his chin in a challenge.
Yuan Donghuang, what do I have to fear?
She furrowed her brows and tried to persuade him. I heard that this time, there will be many forces from other countries as well.
We must not act too arrogantly.
Every one of them has significant influence, and their methods and power are not to be underestimated.
Dong Huang reluctantly compromised, silently acquiescing as usual. All right, I understand.
Please help me with the preparations.
Linfan sat and waited for Lingyu to finish eating in the private room.
She quickly devoured the giant bowl of noodles, then, during the break, happily patted her now full stomach.
Wow, I'm so full.
He sat quietly beside her, saying nothing. She finished indulging in her hobby and only then remembered that her friend had been silent for quite a while.
What's wrong?
Her bangs slightly covered the sharp coldness in his gaze.
It's nothing, just giving a warning to some people. The oppressive atmosphere frightened Ling Er, whose little heart was trembling.
That's really scary. The girl's legs pushed the chair back as she tried to stand up from the dining table. She turned her back, intending to run, but still didn't forget to wave goodbye.
Well, if there's nothing else, I'll leave now. He calmly spoke the formal words. All right. He lowered his head, missing his little sister. I should head home too.
I haven't seen Xiaodai in a while. Nightfall descended upon the luxurious villa, its lights shining brightly to welcome its owner. Lin Xiaoyu, in her pajamas, was standing in awe with her mouth agape. The little girl excitedly ran around the new house.
The room is so big. Brother is so amazing.
Linfan affectionately reminded her, be careful, you might fall.
Mo Rongwu observed everything with satisfaction.
After having a butler, the efficiency had really improved. Li Guodong bowed respectfully. Young master, the car situation has been handled. Recently, a friend of mine has a car in his shop. I think it's a perfect match for your status and temperament.
He received a simple remark in return. Is that so?
With his standard smile, he asked with genuine interest.
Shall I go and complete the paperwork tomorrow, or would you prefer we go together?
He folded his arms, suggesting a course of action.
Let's do this, Mr. Li. You quickly prepare the other matters and send me the specific information. I can go by myself.
He leisurely raised his index finger to respond. I predicted that the young master would say that, so I sent it to you earlier.
Linfan reviewed the documents and couldn't stop praising.
Mr. Li's efficiency is truly impressive. Lin Xiaodai tightly grasped Linfan's arm and pleaded.
Brother! You!
She closed her eyes tightly but still leaned in close, whispering, I'm so sleepy. He lowered his head and gently patted his little sister's head.
All right, then I'll take you back to your room.
But the little girl tightly gripped his hand and boldly requested.
I want to sleep with Sister Mo Rong.
He was startled, freezing in place as sweat began to roll down his cheek.
Ha? Sister Mo Rong?
Suddenly, Xiao Dai was lifted up, sitting on Rongshu's pale, delicate arm. Rongshu indulged her, fulfilling her wish.
Then can we go to the bedroom? She hugged her neck, beaming with joy. Okay, I also have some things I want to talk to Sister Mo Rong about.
Linfan looked incredulous, trembling as he questioned.
When did you two get so close? The atmosphere between you is even more harmonious than when you're with me. Hi, the bond between women is really mysterious.
Then she turned away, carrying the delighted little girl, who waved her hand.
Bye-bye, brother.
He helplessly called after his little sister.
Xiao Dai.
Mo Rongwu stood with her hands on her hips, laughing heartily. Linfan was a bit cheered up, but his emotional wounds kept him from saying anything. He steadied himself, sighed deeply. Haze, I'll do my best. The old man changed his attitude, lowered his eyes, and got to the point. But before they left, there's something I want to tell you.
You absent-mindedly cast a sharp glance in the direction of the sound.
The old man solemnly presented the important information.
In fact, I just sensed a large number of experts from the Mo Rong family appearing in the vicinity of Meiyuan.
You put your hands in your pockets and questioned the authenticity of the clue provided.
How does Senior know that?
Romwu had always been extremely cautious with his words. After all, I cultivate the techniques of the immortal family. People of the same bloodline often share a common origin and are connected by an invisible thread. Once a large number of similar auras are detected, it's natural to sense it in an instant. Linfan thoughtfully stroked his chin, seriously evaluating the immortal family's techniques as something quite unique.
Romwu frowned, showing his concern.
So, during this period, you must still be careful. The people who came with such aggressive momentum were reassured by your words.
Don't worry, I know. The old man, understanding your cautious nature, took a step back, preparing to leave.
Suddenly, he turned around to say goodbye.
Then I'll go rest in my room.
You, with your hands still in your pockets, casually responded. Senior, take your time. Your usual emotionless face now displayed a subtle change. The corners of your lips unexpectedly curled into a mischievous smirk.
A large number of experts, huh? Linfan coldly set a trap, waiting for the prey. Let them come. It just happens to suit my interests.
The morning sunlight shone on several buildings, and a black car stopped right at the entrance of a large commercial street. The footsteps in matching shoes clicked as they stepped out of the car. He closed the door while surveying the surroundings. This was probably the place.
Without hesitation, he quickly walked toward the automatic doors of the shopping mall. The lavish scene made him murmur in awe. This place that Uncle Lee recommended really is something else. Suddenly, the voice of someone echoed through the hall. No wonder you're our great genius, Lou, you've even bought a car now.
He felt a sense of familiarity, so he was momentarily stunned. Upon seeing the two figures ahead, he exclaimed in surprise, Qin.
Lu Xin was urging Qin Jing. After all, they were planning to settle in Mei Yuan later, and how could they do that without a car?
Hurry up, this store just got a new model in, I've been looking forward to it for so long. She clung to her friend's arm playfully.
Aya, it's so nice to have money.
Unable to resist, she started pushing her friend along.
Come on, let's go. She was clearly enjoying the little tease. All right.
From a distance, Linfan overheard their conversation. It turned out the friend who had just returned from abroad was the same person who had interviewed him earlier. His face paled, and he shook his head helplessly. Forget it, let's just focus on the main task.
A moment later, at the VX brand store's entrance, a crowd of people was jostling to get inside. Linfan stood outside, calmly reviewing the address.
This was definitely the place that Uncle Lee had mentioned in the message. Suddenly, a few people rushed past him, urging one another excitedly. Hurry. In that moment of confusion, he found himself squeezed between a mass of eager customers.
What's going on?
A young man, his eyes bright like car headlights.
Damn it, this Koenigsegg one is so cool. The middle-aged man hurriedly searched for information on his phone. Could this really be the Koenigsegg one? No way, I need to search quickly.
He witnessed everything, looking extremely confused.
Sorry, excuse me.
Suddenly, a powerful supercar parked right in front of the busy crowd. He widened his eyes, stunned by something. Delicate legs stepped out of the luxurious white car, incredibly stimulating to the eyes. The green and black and white front of the car showed its extravagant value.
Welcome, everyone.
A hot model posed freely on the limited edition car's hood. This Koenigsegg one, there are only 6 in the world.
Today, we will announce its owner. Welcome everyone to see it. The sleek, shiny design of the car and its trendy look fit the tastes of today's youth.
The more Linfan looked at it, the harder it was to look away from the car. How boastful, but I just like it. His mood lifted, and he immediately made up his mind.
All right, let's go in and take a look. Li Xian bent down and warmly greeted him.
Hello, sir, I am Li Xian, a sales associate at VX.
May I ask if you are interested in buying the car? He coldly introduced himself. Call your boss over here. I am Linfan.
Li Xian was a little stunned but instinctively replied.
Yes, yes, sir.
Suddenly, a middle-aged man with sparkling eyes interrupted.
Sir, are you CEO Lin?
The man greeted warmly, bowing his head to introduce himself. Hello, I am the owner of this store, you can call me Xiao Wang. Linfan waved his hand indifferently, signaling for him to be at ease. It's better to call me Old Wang.
He rubbed his hands in a flattering manner. Then, Old Wang, CEO Lin is right, you're absolutely right.
After that, he turned to introduce the supercar to him.
CEO Lin, this Koenigsegg one is specially made for you.
I spent a lot of effort to get this car.
Li Xian, standing on the side, thought to herself, is this the wealthy person who bought the Koenigsegg one?
She began to display her charming appearance, youthful energy, and ample wealth, hoping that she could become his woman.
Linfan looked around and then spoke up, confused. This shop of yours doesn't seem to specialize in cars, does it?
She seized the opportunity to eagerly promote Old Wang's business. CEO Lin, you might not know, VX is not a traditional car dealership.
It's a very high-end specialty store. Whatever you need, anything you desire, you can get it here.
Li Xian gently touched her lips and glanced at him. As long as you want, anything can be yours. At that moment, Linfan's mind was filled with black lines, and his eyes were filled with exasperation as he cursed under his breath, damn it. She was oblivious to Linfan's feelings and continued to move closer.
CEO Lin, why don't we get inside the car? I'll give you a detailed introduction to it.
He frowned and raised his hand to stop her.
I'm not interested in you, stay away from me.
She couldn't believe it and stammered, what did you say? Linfan's face was extremely dark, his red pupils glowing with a cold light.
I said, I'm not interested in you, stay away from me.
Li Xian, shocked, turned around but couldn't hold back her tears.
Yes, CEO Lin. He calmly chatted with Old Wang. Do you have anything else fun to play with in your shop?
The old man rubbed his hands, trying to flatter him.
A lot. Come, I'll take CEO Lin to our warehouse to have a look. Leading the way, the old man eagerly anticipated.
As expected, Old Li wasn't wrong, this was indeed a sugar daddy. The interesting things he'd collected over the years would finally be out of his hands.
Qin Jing and Lu Xianyu laughed and joked along the way.
Suddenly, they both spotted a very luxurious car. She widened her sparkling eyes, marveling non-stop.
This place actually has this kind of car.
She, too, was equally excited and commented.
Isn't this a Koenigsegg one? It seems even cooler than I remember.
She suppressed her excitement and introduced, this is the Koenigsegg one, there are only 6 in the world, and its value is astronomical.
Manhwa truly lives up to its name, they even have a car like this. I wonder. Which big shot is going to take this car?
Xianyu hooked her arm around Qin Jing's, whispering, I'll tell you, if you don't get so tense with your dad, it's just a Koenigsegg one, isn't it easy to handle? Hearing this, Qin Jing angrily tilted her chin up.
That old fossil, I won't make up with him. She deliberately sighed in exhaustion.
Hayes, an elite second-gen heir from a powerful family disguised as a small-time teacher experiencing life is just something no one can understand. She flicked her friend on the forehead playfully, you're such a pain. Her friend pretended to act in pain, exaggerating her reaction. Meanwhile, in the central warehouse, Old Wang led Linfan to see the goods.
Lin CEO, everything here is top quality.
Old Wang enthusiastically invited him, feel free to take a look, take your time. Suddenly, Linfan noticed a small stone hanging on a nearby bag and blurted out, this bag.
He eagerly picked it up to introduce it.
You have a good eye, this is a world-class handmade item.
Linfan wasn't very interested and asked directly, stop talking, how much for me to take it?
It turned out he had recognized the stone's background. The piece of bloodstone contains some spiritual energy. Though not much, for him, even a tiny bit of spiritual energy couldn't be ignored at this moment. At that moment, Linfan noticed something else.
There's something else with spiritual energy.
He glanced behind him with a nonchalant attitude.
Boss, I'll take that cigar box too.
Old Wang's eyes lit up, full of excitement.
All right, generous, the boss is generous.
He started quoting the prices. This bag is 750,000, and that cigar box is 160,000.
He respectfully made the offer, not forgetting to encourage further consumption. Is there anything else you need? CEO Lin pointed to the fully stocked wine cabinet behind him.
We also have the 1973 Lafite here.
The young man shook his head decisively. No need, these two are fine, just pack them up for me.
With that, he hurried inside to find the packaging.
All right, he said, enthusiastically escorting the young man to the door, not forgetting to send his regards. We look forward to seeing CEO Lin again next time. Not long after stepping out, the young man encountered two familiar figures. Qin Jing immediately recognized them. Isn't that Linfan? Xinu, standing beside her, was also surprised. It's him. Both of them suddenly sensed something unusual and turned to ask in unison, do you two know each other? Qin Jing chuckled at the coincidence. Yes, he's my student. Xinu, covered in sweat and looking confused, stammered, no way?
Her face went blank as she pointed at Linfan.
The second-generation rich guy I interviewed before was also him. Qin Jing was stunned. What? She couldn't believe it, so she double-checked. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Xinu nodded furiously. Definitely. I'm not blind.
I didn't expect your student to be such a high-class rich heir.
At this moment, Linfan also noticed the two. He greeted them warmly. Isn't this Miss Qin? We meet again.
His gaze shifted to the side, then froze, looking awkward.
The atmosphere between you and Xinu now is more awkward than ever.
The surrounding space becomes silent accordingly. Suddenly, a hand pinched Linfan's cheek.
Well done.
Qin Jing was pleased, not expecting that the one interviewing her best friend was actually you.
You forced a smile. Yes, indeed, this world is really small. Xinu interrupted. Did you come here to buy a car?
Linfan nodded politely.
Yes.
Then, pointing at the luxurious silver supercar.
That's the one.
The two girls, without planning, both sighed, allowing you to confidently and generously say, in a tone as if you were buying vegetables at the market.
For me, it's just a small matter.
You began to shift the conversation in another direction.
On the contrary, what about you, Qin? Did you two come to buy a car as well? Qin Jing hooked her arm around Xinu and replied. She can't afford it, it's her who wants to buy one. Xinu, looking at the supercar, admitted honestly.
I can't afford this car, I would just buy a regular car for commuting. Qin Jing leaned forward, studying your face, puzzled.
How many secrets do you actually have?
Linfan felt awkward.
None. Xinu suddenly had an idea. Right. She smiled, squinting her eyes as she asked you, could I borrow this car to test drive?
A car like this, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to drive it in my entire life.
You immediately agreed without hesitation. This one? Sure, wait a moment while I finish the paperwork. Old Wang stood at a distance, constantly sighing in amazement. You're really lucky to have money. The moment you step out, you run into two beautiful women, you know. I really envy you.
He called the man back and asked, please hurry up with the paperwork, we need to leave soon. The man immediately agreed, all right, please wait a moment, we'll finish the paperwork for you right away.
He went into the corner to call his subordinates.
After a while, two people arrived with the contract for Linfan to sign. Old Wang kept a flattering smile on his face.
All right, all the paperwork has been completed. This car is yours now. Do you want me to see it off as it leaves the shop? Linfan wasn't being polite. Sure, it's finally time for the test drive. Xinu, excited, said, let's go, this young lady will take the two of you on an adventure. As they were leaving, Linfan reminded, please deliver the rest of my things straight to my house. Old Wang assured him, don't worry, I'll handle it properly. The three of them got into the car, and in the blink of an eye, the supercar sped down the road. Xinu was behind the wheel, satisfied but slightly regretful. This car is amazing, but it's a shame you can't drive at high speeds in the city. Xin Jing, not wanting her friend to be disappointed, suggested, I know a closed racetrack. Let me show you the way. For this understanding, Xinu couldn't help but compliment her, you're truly a woman worth preserving. At this moment, Xin Jing turned to Linfan and, a little embarrassed, asked, Miss Qin, why do you keep staring at me? She gently spoke her curiosity, I just want to see how many secrets you actually have. You placed your finger on your cheek, striking a cute pose, and Qin couldn't help but stare at you, trying to catch as many glimpses as possible. She really couldn't stand this fake shy act and turned her face away. Talking nonsense. Xinu seemed to pick up on some ambiguous vibe, throwing a flirty glance. The words left both of them blushing, unsure of how to respond appropriately. An hour later, on a mountain foot somewhere, the racetrack came into view. Xiao Wang signaled from a distance to stop the car and asked, hello, this is a private racetrack. May I ask if you have an appointment? Xin Jing lowered the window to greet him. Xiao Wang, it's me. Seeing a familiar face, he became more casual. Xin's sister, why didn't you let me know you were coming? Hurry and come in. The iron gate opened, allowing the car to enter. Linfan teased. I didn't expect that Qin's sister would be such a regular here. She responded with a hint of playfulness. I have many secrets. Their car drove inside, passing by several unique, high-end sports cars parked nearby. Xin Jing took the role of the guide. This venue is really huge. If we look at the map, it's true that there are tracks for racing, mountain climbing, and more. Speaking of us, we can only head to the track on the right side. Suddenly, Zhao Lang appeared out of nowhere. Xin Jing, what are you doing here? She frowned, clearly annoyed, and snapped. What's it to you? He flicked his hair and acted cool. Of course it matters. If I had known you were coming, I definitely would have come out to greet you. The words made Xinu tease her. It seems like he wants to pursue you. She shook her head with little enthusiasm. He's just a guy with fancy clothes, a second-generation rich kid. After saying that, they both turned and walked towards the car. Zhao Lang noticed Linfan sitting there, frowning. Who's this little brother? Xin Jing abruptly interrupted, stopping the pointless questions that had nothing to do with her. Young Master Zhao, let go of me, we still need to practice driving. How could he let go? No wonder you're indifferent when he's chasing after you. Turns out, you like younger guys. She angrily protested. Zhao Lang, watch your words. He ignored her, continuing to laugh. All right. So, did I hit the nail on the head? Linfan, annoyed, retorted. I'm a student of Miss Qin. You're Zhao Lang, right? I suggest you apologize to Miss Qin immediately. He was stunned for a moment, then looked at him with disdain. A student? No teacher-student romance allowed, huh? Xin Jing, didn't expect you had such a preference. The guy really seemed to have something wrong with his brain. Linfan could only sigh at his ignorance. He then decisively opened the door and got out of the car. For the last time, standing in front of him, he stressed every word. I'll tell you one thing. Zhao Lang found it laughable, patting his shoulder. Sorry, I'm serious. Why would I apologize? Then he started making crude, mocking remarks about her. Listen, if you like pretty boys, just tell me earlier. I know quite a few younger guys, I can introduce them to you. It made her grit her teeth.
He licked his lips, his expression utterly contemptible, and said, "Safe and trustworthy, no diseases, I guarantee to serve you." Before he could finish his sentence, a hand reached close to his face. A powerful slap sent him sprawling to the ground. Zhao Lang clutched his bleeding face, unable to believe it, and questioned. Mr. Linfan, looking down from above, growled, "I already said sorry." He now resembled a rat, running away while screaming. "Where's everyone? I've been hit." His lackeys quickly helped him up. Zhao brother, who hit you?" He pointed directly at Linfan and said, "It was that guy." Xinu, sensing that the situation was getting out of hand, anxiously said, "Should we call the police?" Xin Jing, however, calmly touched up her makeup and reassured her. "It's fine," adding silently in her mind, "Linfan is no ordinary person, these guys are doomed." Xinu, finding a chance to tease, asked, "Then how many secrets are there between you two that I don't know?" She shook her head and smiled mysteriously. Outside, Zhao Lang, now more confident with his lackeys around him, muttered, "You brat, even I'm someone you dare to hit." Linfan looked at him, unbothered, and replied, "I hit you." Zhao Lang, enraged, shouted at his lackeys, "Get him, you guys!" Everyone quickly surrounded him, no escape in sight, chanting to boost their courage. "Charge, die, brat." In a normal situation, anyone would be worried, but unfortunately, Linfan was not like that. He simply uttered a powerful command. "Kneel." Everyone collapsed unconsciously, as if a whole mountain had fallen on their bodies. You turned around and said, "Why is everyone kneeling? Are they all your people?" He gaped. At that moment, he understood everything. "So that's how it was you were a cultivator. No wonder you were so arrogant." Then he pointed at your face and threatened, "I'm not a cultivator, I don't know anyone like that." Seeing him rambling too much, you immediately slapped him. "You're so annoying." He clutched his reddened cheek, speechless. You didn't let him continue. "I still have to go train with the beautiful woman. Apologize now, don't waste my time." Zhao Lang reluctantly muttered. I apologize. Sorry." You wiped your hands as if you had just touched something dirty. "That's acceptable." Then you calmly walked toward the car and told the two people, "All done, let's go." You looked down, curious. "Linfan, you're a cultivator." I heard Zhao Lang's words. Linfan was quite surprised that she had been paying attention to the situation. She understood about cultivators. You explained the reason. "Although I don't know any cultivators from our country during my time studying abroad, by sheer coincidence, I encountered people with supernatural abilities. Perhaps they are similar to our cultivators?" You could only nod in agreement. "Right, similar, very similar. It's just that I'm not a cultivator, nor am I someone with supernatural abilities." But she didn't believe it, only thinking that you were hiding something. "What's the point of pretending?" Outside, a few of the underlings stood up and asked Zhao Lang, "Boss, who exactly is that guy?" He was staring at Linfan's photo on his phone, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. He slowly said, "That Linfan is a cultivator." The two underlings found it reasonable. "So that's what it is." No wonder all of us instantly kneeled down. Zhao Lang came up with a devious plan and felt at ease. Even if he's a cultivator, today we're going to make sure he walks out of here. His anger surged to the point where he crushed his phone. The superpowered individual from Nation M was also training here today. I've already spoken to him about this. Now, we just have to wait for him to take revenge for us. The underlings vaguely guessed. Could it be Anderson? Zhao Lang grinned, laughing maniacally. Exactly, it's him. The underlings thought of the image of that guy lifting a car, and it was indeed Anderson. He was the top superpowered person from Nation M, unmatched in strength, with speed that even broke the sound barrier.
One of them got excited.
With him here, that guy, Linfan, is definitely done for.
Zhao Lang also thought so, no doubt about it. His face turned demonic. Anderson, hurry up and get here.
I can't wait to see you go wild and humiliate that Linfan. Meanwhile, on the racetrack, Linfan was speeding alone. Seeing Xinu eager to give it a try, he urged the beautiful woman who had kept him waiting for so long.
Come on, let's go.
Just hearing that, she immediately slammed the gas pedal, unable to wait any longer. Linfan and Qin Jing didn't have time to prepare, and without any coordination, both collided into the back of the seats.
The supercar shot forward like a bolt of lightning on the road. An hour later, feeling a bit exhausted, Xinu stretched.
She had immediately found a seat as soon as she entered and began panting, leaving the other two looking disheveled. Her driving skills were truly remarkable. Qin Jing was determined to never let her drive again. Because an hour earlier, they had gone through a terrifying experience.
Xinu kept accelerating and making sharp turns, despite the repeated warnings.
Be careful. She scratched her head in embarrassment.
I didn't expect it either.
The high-speed condition of that car was harder to control than I thought. Outside the restaurant, 3 cars appeared.
A heavy step landed on the ground.
Anderson stood there, exuding an imposing presence, a cigar between his lips.
Zhao Lang and his subordinates flattered him. Anderson, my friend, you've arrived.
He looked down on them disdainfully. Zhao Lang, don't use that strange, translated kind of language with me.
You know my level of language proficiency. Zhao Lang immediately agreed.
Yes, yes, yes.
He then complained. By the way, I got beaten up. Zhao Lang added.
The guy was also a cultivator, which stirred Anderson's fighting spirit.
Interesting. What do you want me to help you with?
His face turned red with veins bulging, his eyes bloodshot.
I want to make him wish he were dead.
He patted Zhao Lang's shoulder in agreement. Don't worry, my specialty is making the living wish they were dead. Then he made a gesture, rubbing his fingers together, as if wasting time.
How could Zhao Lang not be prepared?
Rest assured, 5 million is nothing, and there are 2 incredibly beautiful girls next to that guy.
When the time comes, one will be mine, one will be yours. Just the 2 of us. He excitedly sealed the deal, then. The group entered the restaurant.
Zhao Lang pointed to Linfan's table, that's him. As soon as the man saw the 2 girls' flower-like beauty, greed flared up in him. 2 girls from Nation H, I like them. Zhao Lang licked his lips and muttered, by then, they'll both be ours. He arrogantly called out, kid. Linfan was furious. Zhao Lang was like glue, sticking to him.
Wasn't the beating earlier enough?
He arrogantly assumed that this time, the kid was finished. You're dead for sure. Linfan glanced at Anderson. The man reached out, trying to grab Linfan by the collar. Kid, get up and talk to me.
Anderson's hand exerted force, gripping Linfan's shoulder tightly.
Linfan, feeling uncomfortable, turned his head and looked at him. With just you, you're not even worthy of making me stand up.
Anderson was taken aback. He frowned in anger.
Anderson took a step back, ready to slap Linfan across the face.
You're asking for death.
What was surprising, however, was that his hand couldn't reach Linfan, as if there was an invisible protective wall in place. Anderson was stunned, unable to believe it, and exclaimed.
This can't be happening.
Linfan glanced at the trembling hand of the man, then coldly spoke in a tone of disdain, pointless. With a light flick of his wrist, a surge of yellow energy erupted, sending Anderson flying across the room. Before Anderson could react, he collided with the floor.
Zhao Lang was startled, stammering. Anderson, why did he fly out?
Linfan gave him a glance and then spoke, sending the man on his way.
Don't you have any better things to do?
In the blink of an eye, Anderson sprang to his feet and, as fast as lightning, dashed back towards Linfan.
He stood arrogantly beside him.
Kid, Linfan's gaze turned sharp and cold as he looked at Anderson. Suddenly, Linfan gently instructed Xinu and Qin Jing.
You two go ahead and eat. I'll step outside for a moment and be right back. Xinu looked a bit worried.
Linfan, be careful.
Don't lose focus, and take it easy.
Linfan brushed past Anderson and negotiated with him.
This place isn't suitable. Let's go outside and settle this.
The two exchanged tense glances, with Zhao Lang sweating nervously. Linfan pursed his lips, staring intently at Anderson, who stood opposite him, silently boasting.
It's not like I've never killed a practitioner from Nation H before. Anderson raised an eyebrow and continued. Kid, I admit, your methods of attack are completely different from ours.
With that, he gathered his energy and spoke loudly, arrogantly. But psychic powers are the most powerful. Linfan lowered his head slightly, hiding the helplessness in his eyes in response to Anderson's provocation. There will always be people who use ignorance as their strength to feel a sense of pride. He shook his hands and got ready for the battle. Linfan remained calm, wearing a smile full of challenge. Come on, show me what you call supernatural abilities. The guy was enraged.
I will make you pay for your arrogance. Zhao Lang watched the fight unfold, feeling excited. Linfan, today is the day you die. The lackey felt nervous.
Zhao bro, if someone else sees this, could it? Before he could finish, a slap landed across his face, knocking him off balance.
Zhao Lang, furious, scolded him, You thought of it already, haven't you? Do you think I haven't thought of it? I've cleared this whole area, this entire racing base is empty now. He was so angry that he couldn't control his words.
Go die, go die. Anderson was getting into position to charge at Linfan. Meanwhile, Linfan remained unfazed, as though nothing was happening, while Anderson shouted at the top of his lungs.
Die, you brat!
Linfan shot him a contemptuous glance and gave a faint, mocking smile. Anderson rushed at him, throwing a punch with all his might, but he couldn't even touch the corner of Linfan's sleeve. Linfan remained composed, showing nothing but disdain.
Are you guys from the M Nation brainless or something? A simple attack like that is useless against me.
Unfazed by the failed attack, Anderson grinned viciously.
Of course, I know, brat.
Anderson gathered all his strength, ready to unleash a punch. Everyone thought my ability was just strength and speed, but they didn't know what my true power really was. The man swung his fist with all his might, revealing without hesitation that it was the control of electricity.
Xinu covered her mouth, startled with fear. Is this a supernatural ability? Linfan won't die, right?
Qin Jing, unbothered, comforted her.
Trust him. He'll be fine.
Anderson looked at Linfan after the attack, appearing confident that victory was within his grasp, a smug smile spreading across his face.
Anderson was getting too excited too soon. I can smell the scent of burnt flesh.
But Linfan's voice cut through his moment of triumph. Just then, the dust cleared, and Linfan was completely unharmed. I also smell the scent of burnt flesh. Anderson froze, unable to believe his eyes.
What?
You? Linfan confidently extended his hand, playing with the electric sparks in his palm.
You like to play with electricity, right? Then let me show you something special. This is called Heart Thunder Taoist Master.
With that, Linfan raised his hand to the sky, and an electric current wrapped around his arm. A column of intense electric light erupted before his eyes. Qin Jing squinted and smiled. I told you, Linfan will be fine. Xinu, relieved but still astonished by the events unfolding, stammered, This is. Qin Jing, observing Linfan from behind, muttered in a sulky tone, You brat, who exactly are you? After Linfan's attack, Anderson was still fortunate enough to remain standing, though he appeared on the brink of collapse, looking disheveled and torn to pieces. He stammered, Who are you? Linfan found it amusing and decided to tease the guy a little.
If you're still conscious, then try doing it one more time.
Anderson, very timely, raised his hand to signal.
Wait a moment. He glanced at the guy with a faint smile. What's the matter?
Anderson, without any shame, quickly spoke up.
I admit defeat. You're impressive.
Zhao Lang and the two henchmen behind him were in disbelief. They froze in shock.
Anderson lost. Anderson actually admitted defeat.
Linfan, with a serious face, gave the order.
Then get lost already. The guy, terrified, fled in a hurry. All right, I'll go now.
Linfan sighed as Anderson disappeared into the smoke. But unexpectedly, the guy was so despicable that as soon as he got some distance, he grinned with satisfaction.
Gotcha, go die.
Something like the sound of wind ripping through the air, a bullet, unknown from where it came, shot through Linfan's shoulder. Blood began to gush from the wound. Anderson laughed vilely, thrilled that his plan had worked.
Idiot, you really thought I would just admit defeat like that?
Let me tell you, this is a special gun and ammunition from our nation SM. His eyes became terrifying as he spoke of the weapon he had used. The bullet contains a small amount of poison. Kid, in less than 10 minutes, your consciousness will fade, and you'll die with a rotting body. Then, something miraculous happened. The wound on Linfan's shoulder suddenly healed. The bullet also mysteriously extracted itself from his body. Linfan felt discomfort, realizing that he still didn't understand the distance between them. The bullet that Anderson had used earlier had now fallen to the ground and was rolling around.
He vehemently protested, "This is impossible, impossible.
All of my weapons are custom-made, the human body can never withstand them." His voice grew cold as he spoke. "I was originally planning to spare you, but now..." Linfan dashed towards the panicking Anderson as fast as the wind. He reached out and assumed a ready stance.
"You've run out of chances."
Linfan's hand stopped right in front of Anderson, using his purple power to finish it. Anderson's eyes turned pitch black, with pupils glowing red like blood. He screamed in agony. It was as though thousands of souls from hell were tearing him apart, and his screams echoed loudly. Anderson fell to his knees before Linfan, then collapsed forward, smashing his face into the ground.
Linfan sighed. Only then did he notice the bloodstain on his clothes from the earlier bullet.
He silently praised, "This custom-made bullet is quite effective, the poison inside actually caused me some harm."
What exactly are these people from Nation M researching and creating?
Zhao Lang looked at the fallen figure in horror, stammering, "Anderson, you
killed someone."
Linfan turned away, leaving behind one sentence, "Don't worry, he's just fainted from fear."
He smirked, "What about you?"
The two simple words made Zhao Lang turn pale.
"You can't kill me."
"We're on Nation H's soil, if you do that, it'll be illegal." Linfan extended his hand to use his abilities, saying, "Don't worry, I won't kill you, but you will have to pay the price." Zhao Lang trembled, stopped his hands. His screams echoed. A few days later, at some mysterious base, 3 masked individuals were looking at the pitiful image of Anderson lying on a hospital bed.
Jean, standing next to the other two, began to explain.
"Everyone, Anderson was defeated by an unidentified individual from Nation H." Ian crossed his legs and added, "That man seems to be able to block our specially made bullets." Jean continued, "Our bullets are custom made specifically for practitioners from Nation H, capable of damaging the energy core within their bodies from the foundation. But for someone named Linfan, it seems to have almost no effect." The other person suddenly ordered the two of them, "You two go meet him.
I feel this can't drag on any longer."
After years of research, the association has finally developed a poison capable of destroying the foundation of practitioners from Nation H.
We absolutely cannot let anything unexpected happen to that brat.
Jean and Ian responded in unison, "Understood." In Linfan's house, in the luxurious living room, the owner, Wei Yuan-san, was sitting on the sofa opposite him. He was carefully examining the object in his hand. As he looked at the bullet, his attention sharpened. Adjusting his glasses slightly, even Wei Yuan-san had to compliment it. Nation M actually managed to successfully develop it. Linfan furrowed his brow and asked, "Old Wei, what's going on?" He began to think about the differences between the two cultivation systems, one based on inner strength. The cultivation systems of Nation M and Nation H are not the same. We can cultivate through the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth, while the other system involves techniques that intervene in the body. Nation M, in particular, exploits technical means to continuously explore and enhance the human body. Boss Wei started revealing the information he knew. Nation M has an association of supernatural abilities, a group of people who are extremely mysterious. He continued, this mysterious association has always been researching various types of technologies that can suppress the cultivation of Nation H. This bullet is one such project. This steel bullet is a new form of poison. It can sever the connection between the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth inside the body of people from Nation H, and it also reacts with the spiritual energy, creating a highly toxic substance. Boss Wei, feeling the immense danger of this weapon, clenched his fists, becoming agitated. If they really manage to produce this, it will be a tremendous blow to our people in Nation H. Linfan, sitting cross-legged across from him, also fell into deep thought. So that's how it is. He seriously cautioned Linfan, fearing that the young man might have attracted attention. You need to be extra careful during this period. Linfan understood the gravity of the situation. Got it. I understand. After saying that, he suddenly became curious and wanted to learn more. The science and technology of Nation M were truly intriguing. At the same time, in a certain villa, the three brothers of the Mo family were sitting silently together. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and two strangers in black cloaks and masks stepped inside. Mo Lin did not look at them but spoke first. The abilities users of Nation M? Jean spoke to reassure him. No need to be tense, we didn't mean any harm. Mo Shan, acting like the head of the family, said, You two barged into the Mo family without permission, and now you're saying it wasn't intentional? Mo Lin rested his chin thoughtfully. Mo Feng didn't speak, but his gaze alone was enough to make anyone feel intimidated. Jean, unable to hold back any longer after being dismissed so bluntly, got straight to the point. Linfan, you're not unfamiliar with him, are you? All three Mo brothers were startled when he mentioned Linfan. Ian began to flatter them with flowery words. Everyone says the Mo family is full of strong individuals. Today, meeting you in person, I can see that reputation is well deserved. The two of us came here hoping we could join forces with the Mo family. Mo Shan, still unclear about their intentions, quickly took off her head covering and responded, That's right, join forces. Ian, now probing, spoke to make negotiations easier. The reason you've come here must also be related to Linfan, right? With one hand on her chest and the other stroking her chin, she confidently continued, Our goal happens to be the same. Why don't we join forces? Mo Lin laughed at their audacity. Join forces with Nation M's people? You're not worthy. Mo Feng couldn't hold back either, saying, The matter between us and Linfan is a private matter for Nation H, it has nothing to do with you. Jean looked at the situation before him, sighed, then sneered. I should have known that people from martial artist Nation H are not just foolish. He still fearlessly provoked, stubborn as ever. As expected, meeting today turned out to be just like this. Mo Lin, furious, crushed the stone in his hand, his eyes wide with anger, clearly seeking his own death. Jean, facing Mo Lin, saw that he was already assuming a battle stance, releasing a strong energy. Jean reached into his cloak, rummaging for something, but it seemed he wasn't going to use any special tricks. He pulled out a sphere and spoke in a confident, threatening tone. You people from Nation H don't even know the true horror of us, apocalypse. The three brothers of the Mo family froze. So, these two were from Apocalypse. Jean tossed the sphere towards them, shouting loudly to confirm.
Exactly. Mo Rong Lin yelled a warning. This is bad. Jean sneered. Too late now.
The sphere suddenly emitted a powerful wave, spreading throughout the entire room.
Mo Rong Lin stood frozen, completely unable to move.
Jean proudly introduced it to them. This is the latest scientific and technological development from our side, capable of emitting a special magnetic field. This magnetic field can specifically react with what you call the spiritual energy of heaven and earth.
Ian also spoke up, simply adding,
as long as you're within this magnetic field, people from martial artist Nation H won't be able to resist it all. For some unknown reason, Mo Rongshan suddenly threw his head back and laughed loudly. The man's gaze was so fiery and sinister that it seemed to burn through the cloth bandage wrapped around his eyes.
Mo Rongshan couldn't help but sneer at the capabilities of Jean and Ian.
He also couldn't help but feel that they had greatly underestimated us. Without moving, a single glance from him caused the ground around to crack open. The orb that Jean had so proudly displayed shattered into pieces, sending him into a state of panic.
What? It broke apart like this? Mo Rongshan cracked his knuckles, looking quite excited.
He had always heard that the Apocalypse secretly researched technology to counter the Nation H, and it seemed that they had succeeded. At this moment, Mo Rongshan was brimming with combat readiness, only to realize that they had underestimated the power of the martial artist Nation H. Like a gust of wind brushing past him, Mo Rong Lin grabbed Ian, while Mo Rong Fong seized Jean.
Mo Rongshan shot them a glare and signaled, "Die." Jean, panicked, quickly spoke up. "Wait." Mo Rong Lin glanced at him mockingly. "Do you have any last words?"
Jean quietly analyzed the situation, hoping to pull off a successful negotiation.
"We truly don't harbor any ill intentions. We share a common goal. Why can't Linfan join forces with us?"
That person in your Nation H's cultivation system has already reached the Foundation establishment realm.
Mo Rongshan frowned and shouted. "What did you say?" Even in such a perilous situation, Ian tried to advise them. "Allying with us would only benefit you. You've seen our technology.
Although it can't block you for long, it can still have a significant impact on you in the short term." Mo Rongshan was silent for a moment, lost in thought. He ordered them to be released, and the two were dropped to the ground. Mo Rongshan looked at Jean, his expression skeptical as he asked, "What kind of grudge do you have with Linfan? How did you know we were here?" Jean couldn't contain his anger, his eyes reddening. "Linfan killed members of Apocalypse." Mo Rongshan slightly curled his lips, giving a cold smile.
"That does seem to be Linfan's style."
Jean spoke seriously, trying to convince him, "That's why we have the same goal."
Mo Rongshan smiled and nodded. "I can cooperate with you too," he said, his tone turning firm. "But only this once." Jean immediately agreed. "All right, I have a plan." He stepped forward and began to explain the details. The plan was as follows. When Jean finished, Ian cautiously asked, "Do you have any suggestions?" Mo Rongshan was quite pleased, surprised by how thorough and meticulous their plan was. Jean chuckled, accepting the compliment nonchalantly. "It's just some calculations. Now, let's wish for our success." Mo Rongshan and Jean shook hands, confirming their cooperation. "Here's to our success." On the narrow path through the mountains, Jean and Ian walked side by side. Jean glanced over, his tone dripping with contempt. "People from Nation H are indeed fools, so easily trusting us like this." Ian, however, didn't share the same view. She was more cautious, thinking to herself, "The Mo Rong family has stood strong for so many years, they must have something exceptional. We can't afford to be careless." Jin's eyes gleamed with a dazzling light, her voice cold and sharp. "It's fine, we might as well take this opportunity to completely wipe out all the martial artists from Nation H who came to attend the auction." Suddenly, both of them froze. Jean narrowed her eyes and noticed a cultivator from Nation H. "Ian, would you like to try out our new technology?"
She smiled, her expression full of killing intent. On the mountaintop, a martial artist was practicing his cultivation.
After finishing his routine, he let out a long breath.
The martial artist suddenly widened his eyes, realizing someone was approaching.
He turned around and shouted, "Who is it? Come out!"
Two shadows immediately shot out from the trees. The martial artist assumed a defensive stance, shouting with caution.
"What are you sneaky people trying to do?"
Jean stepped forward, her eyes as cold as ice, and said tersely, "Want your life?" Hearing Jin's provocation, the cultivator did not hesitate to accept the challenge.
Fine, blocking the way to rob.
The force of the thunderous power began to envelop his arms. Seizing the opportunity, the cultivator jumped high into the air. The surging energy thrilled him, and he yelled, "Die for me!" At this moment, Jean was also watching her opponent rush straight toward her. Her eyes gleamed when she spotted a weakness, and her strong hands ripped through the air, causing Jean to disappear in an instant. The cultivator remained seated, his voice dripping with sarcasm.
"Is that all you've got?"
Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly coughed up blood and screamed in pain. Jean appeared behind him, leaving countless fatal wounds on the cultivator's body. In the end, the cultivator was lying motionless in a pool of blood, unable to move. Een emerged from the shadows, looking at Jin's handiwork with a satisfied expression. "It seems our new technology isn't bad," Een said.
Strange devices were firmly attached to the cultivator's body. Jean couldn't hide his delight.
This was the latest achievement that Apocalypse had spent 10 years researching and creating. The fun was over, and Een smiled as she signaled.
"All right, Jean, we should leave."
Jean turned and began to walk away, ordering Een,
"Let's go." She followed closely behind. In a moment, both of them vanished without a trace.
The cultivator struggled to sit up amidst the agony. The strange devices slowly detached from his body. At this moment, elsewhere, Linfan and Wei Yuan-san, the boss, were sitting across from each other. Linfan slowly propped his hands up and addressed the boss.
"Old Wei, I won't bother you today." The boss responded with a cheerful tone. "All right, then we'll meet again the day after tomorrow." Linfan didn't hesitate to agree. "Not a problem."
The next day, at the Mingzhou Meiyuan Hotel, thousands of people gathered around, waiting in front of the red carpet.
The black car arrived at the special location and stepped onto the red carpet.
Linfan, Emo Rongwu, and Emo Rongshu stepped out, looking radiant.
Linfan raised his head, enjoying the rich spiritual energy in the air.
At that moment, Emo Rongwu suddenly noticed something unusual.
Emo Rongwu jerked back, announcing, "Linfan, people from the Emo Rong family have arrived, they're right inside."
Linfan happily looked at the old man and replied, I understand." Emo Rongshu furrowed her brows and said, "It's the Emo Rongshan family."
Upon hearing this, Linfan was curious and asked, "Are they acquaintances of yours?" She revealed the information she knew.
The ones who came were the three brothers of the Emo Rongshan family, Emo Rongfeng, Emo Ronglin. All three of them had reached the Foundation establishment realm, but if they were to work together, they could unleash power greater than that of the Foundation establishment realm. After hearing this, Linfan, without hesitation, became even more excited and exclaimed, "Interesting.
Let's head to the gate."
The staff lowered their heads to greet the three of them.
"Mr. Linfan, please proceed to the conference hall on the top floor."
A while later, the elevator took them to the 50th floor. The door slowly opened to Linfan's delight.
He eagerly stepped into the grand conference hall and exclaimed excitedly, "It's pretty massive, huh?" The owner, Wei Yuan-san, greeted him warmly upon his arrival. "Linfan, you're here. I've saved a seat for you."
Linfan respectfully replied, "Thank you, old Wei."
Wei Yuan-san slowly stroked his beard and looked at the two people who accompanied Linfan. Linfan nodded amicably and said, "Are these two from the Emo Rong family?" "I've heard of them for a long time." Emo Rongshu politely bowed. Emo Rongshu greets old Wei. At Wei Yuan-san's comment, the old man sighed. Old Wei is joking. I haven't been part of the Mo family for a long time. Wei Yuan-san turned and gestured, please, have a seat. You've almost arrived, we're just waiting for Yuan Donghuang. The three people slowly moved forward, and then he gestured toward the chairs, indicating where to sit. Over here. As Linfan and Mo Rongshu settled into their seats, the sound of strong footsteps echoed from behind. Linfan angrily glared behind him. Mo Rongshan appeared with a provocative smile. May I sit here? Linfan turned his head and smiled. Of course. Plopping down onto the seat next to Linfan, Mo Rongshan sat beside him, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Long time no see. Mo Rongshu coldly replied. Indeed, it's been a long time. Thus, Mo Rongshan continued to mock her. I never expected you to betray the Mo Rong family. Have you ever thought about the consequences? Mo Rongshu remained silent, her lack of response only fueled his amusement. In the future, the Mo Rong family will. While provoking Mo Rongshu, at that moment, Ling Yu appeared, excited, and interrupted him. Hi, Linfan. To the surprise of both Mo Rongshan and Linfan, Ling Yu happily sat down, which caught Linfan off guard. Xiao Yuan, why are you here? She leaned in close to him, speaking rapidly. Yes, as soon as I entered, I saw you. Linfan, hearing this, complimented her. Really? We truly have a connection. Ling Yu eagerly suggested. Yes, after the auction is over, let me treat you to a meal. I can also introduce you to my father. This caught both of them by surprise. Your father? Mo Rongshu also couldn't hide her curiosity. She introduced her fame with a sense of joy. My father is Yuan Donghuang. This information startled Mo Ronglin and Mo Rongphone. Even Mo Rongshan couldn't help but exclaim. This kid actually has a connection with Yuan Donghuang's daughter, this is going to be difficult to handle. Linfan suddenly understood. He recalled the man who had been severely wounded and spitting blood. So, this was the reason. No wonder. Suddenly, Ling Yu's cheerful voice interrupted Linfan's train of thought. Mo Rongshu was just as surprised when he heard the news, not expecting that Linfan was acquainted with Yuan Donghuang's daughter. Your connections are impressive. Mo Rongshu laughed maliciously and leaned in so close that Linfan had no choice but to pull away. Ha, it's just a coincidence. Suddenly, an unexpected appearance made Linfan turn sharply in the other direction. When he turned around, he saw that the hem of the skirt had already returned. The two people turned away, the man seemed to have realized that his disguise had been seen through. They had blended into the crowd in the hall. Ian was afraid that Linfan might discover their true identities and was worried. I fear that might be the case, but the two of us have never revealed our true appearances. Jean frowned when he noticed Linfan's reaction. The instincts of that Linfan were truly terrifying. In the hall, Linfan silently observed the two suspicious figures, a sense of alarm rising in his chest. Those two had absolutely no good intentions. Suddenly, the door opened, and a gust of strong wind blew in. The arrival of Yuan Donghuang caused a stir in the entire hall. Yuan Donghuang is here, it's the first time I've seen him in person. He walked confidently, each step full of vigor, his posture imposing and dignified, drawing the attention of everyone around him. Seeing this, Ling Yu couldn't help but feel excited. My dad's here, let me take you to meet him. As they made their way down, Yuan Donghuang happily stopped. Some people, seeing him, joyfully clasped their hands in greeting. Master Yuan, it's an honor to meet you, it's an honor. He laughed joyfully, clearly delighted. Suddenly, someone turned in surprise and shouted, Look, the three feng shui immortals are here too. They appeared with a solemn air, and everyone was stunned by their presence. To the north stood Yuan Donghuang, and to the south, the three feng shui immortals. This auction was sure to be livelier than we had imagined. Ling Yu quickly sprang into action, grabbing Linfan and shouting loudly, "Dad!" He smiled happily and patted his daughter's head. "Little one, you're here already?" Ling Yu laughed and joked with Yuan Dongwang, who was being pulled along at such a speed that Linfan, dizzy, had to stand up. When the two finally met, they both simultaneously exclaimed. Yuan Dongwang, startled, recognized him. It's definitely him." Linfan also understood, realizing it was that person. No wonder he'd felt something odd that day. It was probably because this person had been watching him. It seemed more likely that it had to do with Ling Yu, but he didn't think there was any ill intent towards him. He anxiously turned to his daughter and asked, "Ling Yu, is that young man over there very close to you?" She enjoys complimenting, and that counts as such. "My child competed with him before, but lost. He's very skilled." Ling Yu anxiously grabbed Yuan Dongwang's hand and said, "Let's go, I'll introduce you to him." Suddenly, someone rushed up and accidentally bumped into Linfan, who was waiting. Young Master Du eagerly greeted, "Yuan Master, I finally get to meet you. I am from the Du family in the imperial capital. We met before, and this time, I came mainly to meet you." She got irritated when he interrupted and shouted, "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" Yuan Donghuang remained indifferent. "So, it's young Master Du." Hearing that he still remembered him, Du babbled on, "Mr. Yuan, it seems you still remember me." Suddenly, Yuan Donghuang walked past him, leaving him stunned. He didn't forget to tell young Master Du, "Sorry, I have something to attend to." In the face of his embarrassment, Yuan Donghuang decisively turned away. Ling Yu happily told Yuan Donghuang, "Dad, come meet Linfan." He happily agreed, "All right." Only young Master Du stood frozen, stiff and motionless. He could only grit his teeth in anger. Damn it! Linfan immediately clasped his hands together, bowing respectfully. "Linfan greets Mr. Yuan." Yuan Donghuang cheerfully returned the greeting. "You're too polite, too polite. My daughter is visiting the imperial capital for the first time, and I'm grateful that young Master Lin is taking care of her." He scratched his head, looking worried. "My daughter hasn't caused any trouble for young Master Lin, has she?" Linfan happily recounted the entire situation to him. "Mr. Yuan, you're being too polite. The young lady is pure, intelligent, and her cultivation is very strong. Perhaps I'm the one causing her trouble." Ling Yu, hearing this, crossed his arms with pride. You're not wrong." Jean, seeing the powerful figures gathering here, grew even more excited. "I didn't expect Yuan Donghuang and the three immortals of the south to show up." "Ha ha ha." Ian, unable to contain his excitement, spoke up. "This unexpected good fortune, it's like catching everything in one net." However, the obstacle ahead still lingered, making him worried. But if Linfan discovered them, their actions might not go as smoothly. There's no doubt that we'll clash with Jean. Even if Linfan has reached the Foundation establishment realm, he can't stop us. Looking at him, Ian was eager. Apocalypse is invincible. Jean nodded, his eyes flashing with excitement. Exactly, no matter how strong Linfan is, he's just an ant beneath the technology of Apocalypse. Suddenly, Linfan heard a familiar laugh. His gaze immediately shifted toward the east wall, where two figures stood out. Linfan recognized those special identities, unable to hide his surprise, a faint smile spreading across his face. The Emo family and Apocalypse, caught in one net, this is indeed an unexpected joy. Time had passed, and Yuan Donghuang cupped his hands in farewell. "Little friend, we'll talk again later. The official matters are about to begin." Linfan cheerfully replied. "I've been looking forward to this for a long time." Yuan Donghuang immediately signaled to the two bodyguards behind him. Both slammed the door shut. He calmly walked up to the high platform. After settling down, he announced to everyone. "Everyone, I know you've been waiting for a while." Wei Yuan-san and the others listened intently. Yuan Donghuang adjusted the equipment before speaking. "As you all know, this auction is different from the usual ones. The individuals I've invited here are all reputable figures in the entire Mei Yuan.
His face gradually became more serious as he continued. Today, we are auctioning only one item, but the true purpose behind this is not limited to just that. Linfan, intrigued by the words, exclaimed. Yuan Donghuang wasted no time in clapping his hands, signaling. His figure moved slowly toward the hall. The piano he held emitted a special aura around it. He approached, then posed a question to everyone. Next, do you all recognize this? As the piano was opened, a dazzling white treasure appeared, sparkling in front of everyone. A powerful spiritual aura radiated throughout the hall. Emo Rongfeng widened his eyes upon seeing the treasure. This is. Emo Rongwu also exclaimed in shock. A spiritual herb? Wei Yuan-san, upon seeing the treasure, was taken aback. Could it really be a spiritual herb? Yuan Donghuang raised the precious item high, his voice solemn. That's right, this is a spiritual herb, known as the divine medicine for martial artist foundation establishment realm. It can help ordinary people cleanse their body and soul, stepping into the realm of cultivation. He presented the treasure for everyone to admire and continued explaining. This spiritual herb is extremely rare. As you all know, in the past decade, there have been fewer than 10 people in Meiyuan who have had access to the spiritual herb. Yuan Donghuang spoke firmly, then, to everyone's surprise, he placed the treasure back into the box and waved his hand. A cart slowly emerged. They gradually pushed the cart, which was covered with a white cloth, hiding the precious item inside. Emo Rongshan was startled as he sensed the spiritual energy was even more intense than before. The white cloth was quickly removed, revealing an entire cabinet filled with spiritual herbs emitting a dense aura of spiritual energy. Emo Rongwu, upon seeing this, could not help but exclaim in shock. What? Spiritual herbs, more than 10 plants. He could no longer wait. Wei Yuan-san, the master, suddenly stood up. He immediately asked Yuan Donghuang's intention. Mr. Yuan, don't try to take advantage of the situation. What is your true purpose here? Yuan Donghuang stood on the podium and recounted the events. A month ago, I discovered a mysterious ruin. This spiritual herb was found near that ruin. Unable to hide his surprise, he continued. Moreover, I can tell you all that the area surrounding that mysterious ruin contains over 1,000 spiritual herbs. Everyone gasped in astonishment upon hearing this. Linfan smiled with interest, thinking that, according to Yuan Donghuang's story, that mysterious ruin could be very beneficial to him. Yuan Donghuang had even taken off his coat to make his announcement. However, Lingyu witnessed it and couldn't help but widen her eyes, as the countless wounds covered his back. Yuan Donghuang turned around to warn everyone, outside this mysterious ruin, there are numerous demonic beasts nurtured by the strange forces of heaven and earth. My injuries were inflicted back then. Unable to bear the pain, she hurried over. Overcome with emotion, Lingyu tightly embraced him, asking, Dad, why are you so badly injured? Why didn't you tell me? Yuan Donghuang gently stroked his daughter's head, offering comfort. Although the injuries are severe, there were great gains as well. You don't need to worry. Putting on his clothes that he had removed, Yuan Donghuang warned, outside this mysterious ruin, there are more than 10 mutated creatures, moving in groups. The strongest among them can rival the foundation establishment realm of our human race. My injuries were caused by it. Yuan Donghuang snapped his fingers, and the boss immediately responded, understood, sending the scroll flying up. It unfurled to reveal a painting of a fierce monster, exuding intense spiritual energy. Yuan Donghuang didn't forget to remind them, this is the one that injured me, a vicious beast from the foundation establishment realm. This is only outside the ruin, but it gives an idea of what's to come. Inside this ruin, there are countless treasures waiting to be discovered. That is why I've invited all of you here today, to discuss the great mission of researching this ruin together. The boss then put the scroll away and replied resolutely, You are absolutely right. Hearing this, Wei Yuan-san, the boss, asked curiously, Mr. Yuan, where exactly is this ruin?
Without hiding anything, he revealed that Fu Chaoling was 300 kilometers to the north of Mei Yuan. The entire hall fell silent at Yuan Domawang's response.
Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Mr. Yuan." Everyone anxiously looked at him, waiting for him to speak. Although this relic is a great opportunity, as you mentioned, there are fierce beasts at the Foundation establishment realm outside the relic. So, what about the center of the relic? The recent life or death expedition had made Dong Huang warn everyone, that's right, this time is a life and death journey, but if there is even a slight chance of survival, we can remain safe. Everyone can consider whether to go or not. Rongshan did not hesitate to stand up, clasped his hands together, and firmly declared, "This is the duty of the Mo Rong family." His righteousness and heroism excited everyone in the hall. If the Mo Rong family is going, we will definitely go as well. The lively atmosphere made Jean H and Khi murmur, "I didn't expect that today would bring such unexpected joy." It seems that if the relic is nearby, all the martial artists from the H nation will be wiped out. Ian nodded in agreement. "That's right, I will immediately report this to the organization." The two of them quickly disappeared without a trace. Dong Huang leisurely stepped up the stairs. He looked at Linfan and smiled, asking, "Little brother, would you like to go together?" Linfan assured him, "Of course." This firm answer made Dong Huang smile even more. Then, Dong Huang excitedly shouted, "Then let's work together and figure out which companions are willing to join me. We'll meet here in 3 days to prepare for departure." Everyone clasped their hands together and spoke in unison, "Mr. Yuan, please rest assured." Dong Huang pointed to the treasure shelf and spoke loudly, "This spiritual herb, I assure everyone, I will distribute it for free to those who participate in this activity according to a certain ratio." Dong Huang's words nearly caused the hall to erupt. "Thank you, Mr. Yuan." Then, he pointed to the desk of the second brother and said, "All right, everyone, you can begin registering here." One by one, people filed down the stairs to sign up. Rongshan straightened his tie and joined the crowd. As he passed by Linfan, he sneered mockingly, "Linfan, looks like you'll be able to live a few more days." Linfan smiled in response, "Then I thank you." Rongshan waved his hand dismissively and chuckled coldly, saying nothing more. While everyone was busy writing their names on the registration forms, Dong Huang walked to a different spot. When he reached Linfan's seat, he spoke, "Little brother, you." Suddenly, young Master Du cut in, "Mr. Yuan, I wonder if you have some time?" Dong Huang looked at him, surprised. The young man, still unaware of his place, hurriedly continued, "I'd like to invite you for a drink." But Dong Huang, irritated, flatly refused, "Maybe next time." He completely ignored young Master Du and turned to Linfan, saying, "Little brother, do you have time later? I'd like to invite you for a drink." Linfan clasped his hands together and accepted the invitation sincerely, "Mr. Yuan, since you've come all this way, of course, I should be the one to invite you." Linfan's sense of righteousness was exactly what Dong Huang had hoped for, but it would be quite an expensive gesture. Linfan said his goodbye to Rongshu. "I'll go ahead." She smiled and replied, "Okay." Both of them turned around, leaving young Master Du trying to suppress his anger. Clenching his fists, he ground his teeth in hatred, his eyes filled with resentment. "Very well, Dong Huang, you don't even spare me a little bit of face. Fine then, and that Linfan. You two are as good as dead." A short while later, at a luxurious bar, the two clinked their beer glasses together and cheered loudly, "Cheers." They then tilted their heads back to drink, feeling the joy swelling inside them. Lingyu sat beside them, holding a fruit juice, pouting as she thought to herself why she couldn't drink. Setting the drink down on the table, Linfan cheerfully spoke. "The wine's good. Speaking of Mr. Yuan, you invited me to drink." Linfan's subtle remark made Dong Huang start to wonder. "You're not hesitating anymore, are you? It's not just about drinking, right?" Then Linfan smiled and continued. "Surely Mr. Yuan must have something else to discuss?" Holding his beer glass, Dong Huang smiled mysteriously. "You're right, little friend, there is indeed something else."
He hesitated before continuing. Little friend, you speak so boldly, sharing your thoughts like this. I'm afraid you're not someone from this world, are you? Hearing that, Linfan suddenly felt uneasy, unable to respond. Nevertheless, Dong Huang laughed merrily and said, Perhaps you're from a legendary immortal family, right? Upon hearing that, Linfan felt a sense of relief. So that was what he meant. Linfan happily responded. Mr. Yuan is not wrong.
Lingyu was stunned after hearing this. No wonder you're so strong, it turns out you come from a cultivation family. Linfan turned to Dong Huang and said, I would appreciate it if Mr. Yuan could keep this secret. He scratched his head, happily confirming, of course. This Yuan has had some dealings with several cultivation families and is somewhat familiar with their rules. However, the urgency of the situation calls for Dong Huang to speak seriously. If you, young friend, are indeed from a cultivation family, then this Yuan won't beat around the bush. He then stated his intention. Actually, this Yuan hopes you can pass a message back home, asking for a powerful expert to join us in exploring the divine ruins. This foresight made Linfan wonder, was the mysterious ruin truly that terrifying? Was it so alarming that Mr. Yuan was afraid? Reflecting on the monstrous creatures he had encountered, Mr. Yuan explained, just outside, there are fierce beasts stronger than Foundation Establishment realm experts. Who knows how terrifying the inside of the ruins must be? I'm afraid that even a Foundation Establishment realm expert wouldn't survive coming out from within. Dong Huang clasped his hands together and pleaded, So, I hope you can allow someone from your family to assist us. Without hesitation, he made an offer. As for the items obtained from the ruins, we'll split them 50/50. What do you think? Given the potential value of this expedition, Linfan felt a bit hesitant. Yuan Donghuang seemed truly terrified of the ruins, which suggested there were still some things left unsaid. The 50/50 split was fair, but still. So you've made up your mind. If it were just me, it would be easier to talk about, but if you want to use the power of the family, I'm afraid there's only a 50% chance of success. The answer made Dong Huang hesitate. Well then, how much do you want? Linfan bluntly snapped his fingers and said loudly, 80%. Dong Huang was stunned beyond words, only able to hesitate and say, What? Even Lingyu couldn't take it, pointing directly at him and scolding, Linfan, 80% is way too much. Dong Huang could only negotiate again, little friend, 80% is really too high, how about this? 60%. This is the biggest concession I can make for you. Linfan happily accepted the deal, alright. Then, he stretched out his hand towards the other party to finalize the agreement. Dong Huang grabbed his hand. With the deal successfully sealed and the help of powerful cultivators from the family, this time they were sure to gain a rich harvest. My friend, I respect you. Linfan raised his beer glass and smiled, replying, Cheers. The two clinked their glasses and drank heartily, both enjoying the moment because the deal was done. Dong Huang put down his glass and asked, We'll depart in 3 days, will we have enough time? Linfan smiled and reassured him, Don't worry, we'll make it. But then, he hinted, By the way, Mr. Yuan isn't worried that the people from my family might take all the wealth for themselves, is he? Dong Huang answered firmly, Little friend, you are a man of integrity and honesty, and such traits are not something that can be faked. His words made Linfan feel a bit uncertain. Integrity and honesty, huh? These words made you smirk. Linfan raised his glass of beer in high spirits, not expecting that someone would one day call the mighty god-slaying Lord upright and righteous. Dong Huang placed a hand on his chest and assured, My friend, I believe in you. I absolutely won't misjudge a person. His tone made Linfan even more enthusiastic. This Lin naturally won't let Mr. Yuan down. Come, cheers. The two of them shouted cheers loudly under the starry night sky. Time passed. 3 days later, at the Mingzhou Mei Yuan Hotel. The place was quickly filled with martial artists. Dong Huang suddenly spoke up. Everyone on the stage, he said with great vigor, Are you ready?
Everyone responded excitedly, shouting, "Mr. Yuan, let's depart."
Amid the lively cheers of the crowd, only Linfan silently observed. He closed his eyes to sense the surroundings. There were only 3 Foundation establishment realm experts here, though the others weren't weak either. Gazing at the swirling, multicolored spiritual energy in the air, he wondered how many of these over 100 elite fighters would make it out alive from the ruins.
Dong Huang walked over and asked, "My friend, you've arrived. Where are the members of your clan?"
Linfan replied courteously, "Rest assured, Mr. Yuan, I've arranged everything properly. The experts from my clan will cooperate from the shadows."
Dong Huang's expression brightened.
"Good, that's very good." Then, without wasting any more time, he shouted, "Everyone, move out." Half a day later, at the majestic Fu Chaoling Mountain, Rongshu and Rongwu stood with overwhelming momentum, fully prepared to set off. Linfan blended into the crowd of people, eagerly waiting, his eyes flashing with excitement. Members of the Mo family slowly appeared from a distance, all heading towards the ruins that needed to be explored. The 3 Feng Shui immortals silently but steadily took their positions, ready to move forward. Everyone seemed like a growing current, steadily advancing into the mysterious sacred forest ahead. Suddenly, a dense stream of deathly air poured out from the forest, causing the entire group to halt. Anxiety spread, and someone panicked, shouting, "This forest is filled with poisonous gas." Dong Huang quickly stepped forward to calm the situation.
"Everyone, please don't panic. This Yuan has already prepared antidote pills. Each of you will receive one to protect against the deathly air." He continued. "Although, with your cultivation, this amount of poison should not be enough to pose a serious threat, it's better to take it just in case." When the pills were brought to them, Linfan firmly refused. "I don't need it."
This caused Jin and Yin, who were holding the pills, to pause in confusion.
Dong Huang didn't hesitate and swallowed a spirit pill, reminding them as he did. "Lingyu, you should take one too." She resolutely responded.
"Yes, father." Someone shrugged dismissively, sneering.
"It's just poisonous smoke."
Another person, curious, stepped forward to ask. "That's right, Mr. Yuan, I passed through this place last year.
Why didn't I notice these mysterious ruins?"
Mentioning this made him sigh. It clearly showed that this Yuan's luck was quite good.
The response made everyone burst into laughter. Mr. Yuan was right.
The time had come. Dong Huang raised his hand and called out, "2 more hours of travel, and we will reach the foot of a mountain range. Beneath this mountain range lies a mysterious cave."
He continued to encourage everyone. "As long as we pass through the cave, we will reach the outer rim of the mysterious ruins. Everyone, hurry up."
Half an hour later, the golden sunlight illuminated the surroundings, and with each step, they continued to move forward.
The deathly aura grew denser and denser. Dong Huang, leading the way, reminded everyone. "The toxic air ahead is getting heavier. Be cautious."
Behind them, someone crossed their arms and spoke in a dismissive tone.
"Is Mr. Yuan being too cautious? It's just a little bit of poison. I won't die from it."
Before they could finish speaking, their eyes widened. Ugh, their body became covered in veins, and they coughed up blood.
The incident made Dong Huang turn around in surprise.
When the person collapsed, he quickly shouted,
"He's done for."
Immediately, the 3 Feng Shui immortals rushed to assist. One person retrieved a thorny vine, while another quickly took out a needle and attempted to save the person's life. A mouthful of black blood was spat out, and the person's body trembled in pain. Once the task was completed, the third brother quickly gave the order.
"Drag him aside to rest for a moment."
The 2 young men behind them immediately complied.
"Yes."
This situation made Dong Huang hesitate strangely, as the toxic gas around them was much stronger than before.
He quickly turned to warn. "Everyone, be careful. The poison gas is getting stronger by the minute." Everyone responded in unison. "Understood."
2 hours later, the forest suddenly became unusually dark. Once they had pinpointed their location, Dong Huang announced that passing through the cave ahead would lead them to the outer perimeter of the ruins. However, the dark mass before them piqued their curiosity. Someone exclaimed, "What is that?" Upon getting a clear look, the person gasped in shock. The pile before them consisted of dead birds that had been killed by the poison. Someone pointed at the column of rising deathly gas and shouted, "Everyone, look over there!" At that moment, a bird flew across the mountain range. Suddenly, it let out a pitiful cry before falling from the sky. It crashed to the ground with a pile of metal, sending a chill of fear through everyone. What is this poison gas? A bird flying several hundred meters in the air has died from it. As if that weren't enough, despite having taken the antidote, someone started coughing dryly from the poison. More and more people were getting poisoned, causing everyone to grow increasingly worried. Dong Huang quickly waved his hand and ordered, "Everyone, please move away from this area." Everyone quickly backed away, putting as much distance as possible from the source of the strongest toxic gas. The critical situation made Linfan curious. "Mr. Yuan, when you came to this cave before, was the poison gas like this?" Dong Huang explained honestly that although there had been poison gas before, it wasn't as intense as it was outside the forest, let alone as it was now. He furrowed his brow, contemplating a possibility the toxic gas was surging. It seemed like a formidable opponent was about to emerge. Looking at the thick poisonous mist in the forest, Dong Huang helplessly realized that relying solely on my antidote was not enough to resist this deadly gas. At that moment, the boss spoke up, "The exclusive antidotes we carry aren't enough to be distributed to so many people." Recognizing the unusual danger, everyone started discussing in hushed tones. Some voiced their concerns. "Why don't we go back for now and gather enough high-grade antidote before coming back?" Faced with such a life-threatening situation, everyone was quick to give up on any thoughts of continuing. Dong Huang immediately reassured everyone, "Do not panic," he said firmly, "those willing to continue should move forward, and will distribute the high-grade antidote. Those who prefer to leave should do so now." In such circumstances, they had no choice but to surrender. "Mr. Yuan, Jr., we must take our leave." Jean and Ian stood still as people slowly began to depart. After a moment, Dong Huang stood at the entrance of the cave and addressed the remaining people, "Those still willing to move forward with this Yuan, please step forward." This Yuan felt deeply grateful. As second brother distributed the antidote to everyone, Dong Huang continued to invite each person to take an antidote pill. Without further delay, Dong Huang turned and shouted, "Let's continue our journey." Everyone responded in unison, "Yes," and they began to move into the cave filled with poisonous gas. A while later, within the cave, the deathly mist and the poisonous liquid continued to drip steadily from above. The group couldn't avoid stepping into a patch of slimy substance. Everyone looked around, all of them feeling uncomfortable because of its stickiness. Dong Huang took the lead, anxiously reminding everyone, "Be careful, the toxic gas ahead is quite thick, we can't see clearly." As he spoke, a flash of light suddenly flickered through the dense mist. Dong Huang, with his sharp eyes, noticed it in time and quickly turned to avoid it, not forgetting to warn those behind him. But it was too late. One of their teammates was struck in the neck by a poisonous barb. The force of the strike was so strong that he was knocked backward. The poison from the barb spread quickly throughout his body, eventually draining the fluid from his prey. All that remained on the ground was a dry, shriveled corpse, the tragic scene causing everyone to freeze in shock, unable to believe their own eyes. At that moment, a creature began wriggling nearby, slowly moving toward the group. Linfan noticed the movement, quickly reacted, and unleashed his power toward the source of the sound, splitting the creature in half. He resolutely waved his hand forward to eliminate the pest. Seeing its corpse still emitting poisonous fumes, everyone was filled with panic. Unable to bear the scene before them, 3 people screamed and ran away. "We don't need to discuss it anymore, our lives are more important." He approached, picked up the dead creature to inspect it, and said, "Mr. Yuan, this scorpion is a bit dangerous."
Dong Huang stared at the figure before him, puzzled, and wondered, what exactly has changed in this place? He frowned, his eyes filled with determination. No, we can't give up like this. He turned around, reminding and encouraging everyone. Be careful, everyone. Let's continue moving forward. The whole team responded with a shout. Yes. The group carefully advanced step by step, entering deeper into the cold, damp cave. As they neared the heart of the cave, Dong Huan quietly instructed, "We're almost at the end of this passage, so everyone be extra cautious." Suddenly, a white mist appeared out of nowhere, accompanied by glowing red eyes lurking in the distance. Linfan quickly sensed something unusual and immediately heightened his alertness. At this moment, the team members had noticed the presence of the fiery red eyes. Realizing they came from hundreds of scorpions, they screamed in fear. The scorpions drew closer to their target, launching powerful venom from their tails toward the group. Seeing this, the three feng shui immortals were stunned, their faces showing clear signs of tension. They swiftly created shields for their teammates. The toxic rain poured down onto the surface of the shields. A golden energy appeared in Linfan's hand. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. Several pests were struck by it. As he placed his hand on the ground, streams of power continuously surged outward. This is troublesome. A loud noise rang out as the ground around Linfan exploded, creating a large gap. He nonchalantly brushed off the dust from his clothes amidst the remains of the scorpions. The group surrounding him expressed their admiration. Wow, that's amazing. Suddenly, a red, glowing eye flashed, and killing intent locked onto the group. It was the eye of a fierce beast. With lightning speed, it charged forward, biting down on a member who had exposed a flaw. The incident occurred in the blink of an eye, even Dong Huang and Rong Shan couldn't react to its speed in time. It's too fast. The lion growled and stood in front, displaying its power and dominance, its mouth dripping with the blood and flesh of the unfortunate member. Dong Huan quickly recognized the beast and loudly warned his teammates behind him. This beast is the one that injured me. The entire team froze in shock. What? They immediately assumed defensive positions. The fierce beast roared several times, revealing its large, sharp white teeth as its mouth gaped wide. It seemed to be sharpening its claws on the ground, fire swirling around its body. The lion spread its front legs, ready to strike, while its back legs pulled back, preparing for a leap. It carried a blazing fiery mane, preparing to charge directly toward the group of people, its mouth eager to bite its prey. Dong Huang sternly reminded his teammates, "Everyone, this beast is incredibly fast, and the flames on its body are hard to deal with. Be careful." Before he could finish his sentence, they heard the pounding footsteps rapidly approaching, striking the ground with terrifying speed that shook the very space around them. In an instant, the sound of claws tearing into flesh mixed with the strong, pungent smell of blood spreading everywhere. The unfortunate victims barely had time to scream, "Help!" Dong Huang clasped his hands together and angrily cursed, "Damn it!" The chains within the formation extended, binding the fierce beast's limbs as it wildly struggled. Second brother swiftly prevented it from thrashing about, setting up a formation that trapped it in a heaven and earth net. In the end, the lion was confined within the powerful array, desperately trying to break free. Rong Shan and Rong Lin eagerly approached, speaking as they cracked their knuckles, "Ha, leave the rest to us." Jiang spread his legs wide, raising his hands in a battle stance. The trio of Rong Lin, Rong Shan, and Rong Feng had entered a combat-ready state, full of fierce momentum. Rong Shan grinned with excitement, the energy from his body radiating powerfully, "Time to die." They cast a spell to tighten the beast's body, making it tremble with wide eyes. It growled, baring its teeth in agony. The three of them unleashed their techniques, turning into sharp beams of light that pierced the fierce beast's massive body. Perhaps feeling that it wasn't enough, they followed up with another strike. "This isn't over." Together with mutual unity and understanding, Rong Shan's team seamlessly transferred additional energy into the massive magic ball. The three of them coordinated so tightly, as if they were one, unleashing an overwhelming force.
They did not miss a beat as they shot the spiraling flame directly at the monster, which was barely alive, leaving behind a brilliant trail of light that tore through space. When the magic ball hit the lion, a deafening explosion shook the heavens, and the shockwave from the blast sent dust flying. As the smoke from the explosion gradually dissipated, everyone saw the charred remains of the beast lying motionless in the depression. Rongshan sat down, observing the monster while smugly mocking, "It's nothing more than this." A few team members, who had witnessed the battle, trembled and begged, "Mr. Yuan, this place is truly too dangerous.
May I leave now?"
Terrified, they spoke the words and, without waiting for permission, immediately pulled each other away, running in haste. "Go ahead, run," Dong Huang muttered absent-mindedly, still standing by, as he watched them, lost in his own thoughts. Linfan quickly noticed the odd behavior and approached to inquire, "Mr. Yuan, have you discovered something?" Dong Huang was startled, his heart racing as he stared intently at the monster's corpse. He took a step closer to observe it more carefully. The more he looked at the beast with its peeling skin, the more uncertain he became. Just as he was deep in thought, a burst of flames scorched a part of the creature's body. It simply vanished in that instant. Dong Huang broke into a cold sweat, his eyes never leaving the lion, as his suspicions grew stronger. This beast is still just a juvenile. Rongshan seemed somewhat skeptical and questioned him, "A young beast, is it really that strong?" He pointed his hand toward a different direction and explained, "Ladies and gentlemen, please observe that the beast's skin hasn't completely shed yet we've already managed to injure it." He stated firmly, "From this, it's clear that this is just a beast still in its juvenile stage." Dong Huan, lost in his own thoughts, became even more fearful at the implications of his own speculation if it had matured. The others in the team shared similar concerns, and soon, they fell into a deep silence. He took a deep breath to calm himself, mentally encouraging himself. After feeling steadier, he moved to the front and led the group forward to continue what they had started. "Everyone, let's continue forward." The entire team silently followed in a line, leaving behind the remnants of the fierce battle. They moved relentlessly, and before long, they had reached their destination. Dong Huang stopped on the grassy ground, pointing toward the rubble of broken stones as he explained to the team, "This is the area outside the ruins." Dong Huang encouraged his team to boost their morale, "Let's regroup and set off again." Linfan, who was at the back of the group, suddenly turned around as if he noticed something unusual. He stopped to investigate. "Is something wrong?" He glanced back but saw nothing. The fire lion, standing guard over the body of its fallen comrade, growled and stared ahead as though vowing revenge. Soon after, the roar echoed through the entire forest. Half an hour later, Dong Huan was climbing up the rugged stone path. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment as a tall tower appeared before him. Rong Lin was stunned. "Where is this?" Dong Huang was shocked and couldn't believe it. In front of them is a red dragon, and beside it is a fire lion. Dong Huang tried to make sense of the scene. "This is a dragon." Linfan, in a deep voice, pondered, "Why didn't I notice this place in my previous life?" Unable to believe it, Ian spoke up, "Nation H, and yet dragons are real." Jean couldn't stop marveling. Nation H truly deserves to be called a country with 5,000 years of civilization. Dong Huang furrowed his brow, deducing, "There are two paintings hanging here. Two giant beasts, and the one from before was just a young one." Then, he suddenly realized and couldn't help but exclaim, "That's right, there are two giant beasts waiting for us." The dragon spread its wings and flew over, blocking out the sun. Rongshan and Dong Huang stared up in shock. Rongwu, astonished by the transformation, shouted, "This is the dragon landing on the ground, causing the area where it stands to form a crater." Electricity crackled from its body as it roared. Dong Huang raised his hand to shield himself from the dust. It was too powerful. "Is this the pressure of a dragon?" The other dragon landed behind him. Dong Huang felt it and couldn't help but get goosebumps. He immediately turned to look behind him. The fire lion roared loudly, displaying its might. Jean calmly said, "It seems we're surrounded." The dragon and the fire lion charged at them, and the group immediately split into two directions to counter the attack.
Dong Huang shouted out orders, dividing them to strike. Rongshan eagerly responded. Come here, Jean.
Charge in, filled with excitement, even the heavens are on our side. As long as we can get these two beasts and the martial artist Nation H to hurt each other, we can profit as the fishermen. The red dragon took a deep breath and then released a blast of scorching fire. Both he and Dong Huan were startled as the flames flew toward them. Immediately, he used green talismans to form a protective barrier. Lin brother, be careful. The red dragon showed no signs of retreating, continuing to breathe out even more intense fire. Seeing the large flames in the distance, Rongshan clicked his tongue in displeasure. The fire lion roared as it opened its mouth, and lightning bolts appeared, surrounding it. The boss and second brother gasped in shock as the lightning storm struck down heavily. The boss quickly blocked the bolts with a shield and shouted, "Second brother, third brother, get ready to catch it." The lightning struck harder, forcing the boss to put in all his strength to hold it back. The second and third brothers rushed over, responding loudly, "Yes, big brother." The second brother supported from behind. The third brother used the second brother's hand as a springboard and flew up, spitting out a few golden rods. The golden rods flew towards the fire lion, startling it. Upon impact, the rods pinned it straight to the rock wall. Dong Huang gasped, clearly exhausted, as the ground beneath their feet had been flattened. He glanced at the boy and asked, "Little friend, are you all right?" The boy replied calmly, "I'm fine." But the next wave. This time, the dragon spat out fireballs in large numbers, making it even more difficult to handle. The fireballs landed where he stood, and he swiftly dodged them. While dodging, Linfan glanced at him and said, "Mr. Yuan, please attract its attention." Dong Huang clasped his hands together and replied, "No problem." The dragon flew up and spewed out a huge fireball, blowing it toward both of them. He raised his left hand, which bore a bagua symbol, and shouted the bagua golden formation technique. The bagua absorbed the fire that the dragon had spewed. At the center of the bagua, a fireball appeared, startling the dragon. It turned out that the bagua could release what it had absorbed to counterattack. The dragon, in pain, spat out blood. Seeing the opportunity, Dong Huang immediately turned to him. "This technique works, Lin brother, take advantage and strike now." Linfan quickly ran over. "Got it." He stomped his foot hard, gaining momentum before leaping into the air with a clenched fist. With one powerful strike, Linfan slammed the dragon's head into the rocks. At that moment, Rongshu and Rongwu quickly assumed fighting stances. She didn't hesitate and leapt up, delivering a powerful kick to one of the dragon's eyes. The old man wasn't far behind, gathering all his strength to strike the other eye. Linfan jumped even higher, energy gathering in his hand, forming a lightning bolt. "Let's try this." He aimed directly at its head and launched his attack with a raised fist. Seizing the moment, Dong Huang also performed his technique, the bagua binding spell. In an instant, the little dragon was surrounded by talismans, sealing it in place, while it howled in fear. A deafening explosion tore through the sky, and the ground trembled. The two quickly stepped back, their eyes not leaving the dense smoke before them. He was gasping for breath, sweat pouring down his face. Did it succeed? Suddenly, something sharp, like a deathly blade, shot towards them, attacking. The dragon remained unaffected by their relentless assault, roaring with immense power. Linfan couldn't believe his eyes. What? The dragon's tail was clearly visible. The giant dragon roared fiercely as though trying to signal something. It seemed the lion had caught the signal, and its eyes suddenly flashed red. It struggled with all its might, trying to break free from its chains. In the end, the chains could no longer hold it. It was like a crazed beast charging forward without fear. The lion, undaunted, leaped and attacked the two bosses. Second brother, the boss smirked contemptuously, his smile silent. From his fingers, thin green threads like silk emerged, and he shouted loudly, just in time, "Second brother, third brother, set up the formation." Second brother and third brother received the command, and without hesitation, they pulled the threads taut. Under the overwhelming pressure of the three of them, the lion was quickly bound by the brilliant green threads. Seeing that it had been completely subdued, Rongshan assessed the situation and immediately spoke, "It's our turn now." Rongfeng and Ronglin quickly gathered their strength, preparing for the next move. The three of them simultaneously unleashed their power, sending bolts of energy hurtling toward the lion. It was suppressed and unable to counterattack, only able to scream and woo wang while enduring it. Ronglin gleefully turned to the two black-robed individuals behind. "Jean, Ian, quickly land the final blow." Jean gave a slight cold laugh. "Ha, he's gathering all his strength into his hand," his voice full of distress, "leave it to me." Upon hearing this, Ronglin was exceedingly pleased. "Ha ha ha, the beast today is suddenly met with an unexpected hand." Ronglin didn't have time to react before Jean, from behind, thrust his bare hand straight through his body. Rongshan panicked and called out, "Junior brother, even the boss is stunned by his sudden move." "What?" "The formation is starting to show cracks," the lion tried to pant, as if regaining strength. Second brother realizes it's over, the table instinctively tightened the string, but it was too late, it swung its foot and easily broke the previously secure formation. The attacks earlier didn't weaken its strength, on the contrary, they seemed to fuel its hatred, and it charged towards the three feng shui immortals with a violent, monstrous leap. The lion roared loudly, sparks of electricity crackling around it, and then, a sudden column of force hurled everyone nearby far away. Rongshan seized the opportunity to gather all his strength for a counterattack, his mouth not forgetting to curse and drive them away. "Get lost!" Two streams of energy collided, creating an enormous explosion. The surrounding white smoke gradually dispersed, and its body trembled uncontrollably. In the end, he could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground. Rongshan crawled over to Rongfeng. His trembling hand reached out to him, choked with emotion. How could this happen? Second brother. He turned furiously toward the two others, shouting loudly, "Jean, your boss over there also wants to make clear why you did this." Jean, adjusting his cloak, sneered. "They always say your nation, has 5,000 years of culture, but who would have thought you could be this foolish?" His tone was full of arrogance. "To die by the hands of Apocalypse is an honor for you." The boss couldn't believe what he was hearing. Apocalypse spoke, and then he realized, turning to Rongshan and shouting, Rongshan, the boss is furious, these two are your doing, the Mu Rong family has colluded with the enemy and betrayed the country." Rongshan quickly shook his head in denial. "No, it's not true, we didn't do that." He then turned to accuse the two culprits standing over there, saying, "This is not what you told us." Hearing this, Jin's disdain was palpable, and he could only blame their stupidity. His words pushed Rongshan to the edge, his entire being burning with murderous intent. Vile scoundrels! Together, he and Rongfeng formed a raging flame, launching it toward Jean. Die! Jean showed no fear in the face of their attack, even as he pulled out some sort of sphere, a toy that was different from the last one. He spoke, then threw the orb. Immediately, it formed a shield that blocked the flow of power. It continued to absorb the energy from the two brothers of the Mu Rong family. The man couldn't believe what he was witnessing, shouting in surprise. "What? Impossible!" Then, from a single orb, countless other orbs began to replicate. Before long, there were numerous small orbs floating in the air. He looked up at them, his heart skipping a beat. At the same time, they unleashed a thunderous strike that shook the heavens, sending down a devastating bolt of lightning towards where he was standing. Smoke and dust filled the air, making it impossible to see who or what was left inside. Jean continued to observe them with his sharp eyes. Rongshan, drained of all his strength, lay motionless on the ground. The boss had also taken severe damage, his body trembling as he struggled to rise. "Yeah." At that moment, Ian stepped forward, a mocking smile on her face. The force of the crossbow had exhausted its power and couldn't withstand another blow. She slowly approached Jean and suggested,
Let's just kill these people, and as for Linfan, we'll bring his corpse back to the organization.
Jean nodded in agreement upon hearing this.
All right. The boss let out a self-deprecating laugh.
Ha, never thought in the end we'd fall into your hands, Apocalypse.
Just make it quick and put us out of our misery.
He looked incredibly pleased with himself, summoning more small orbs in his hand.
Then I'll fulfill your wish. Then he forcefully threw them towards their enemies.
Die, you idiots from Nation H. The three feng shui immortals suddenly became serious, their eyes behind the glasses seemingly staring at something in the distance. A streak of light shot swiftly above the heads of Jean and Ian, followed by a mocking voice.
There are always arrogant fools who think they are right. He immediately turned his head back in shock. What?
Soon after, a strong yellow light appeared, within which a vague figure could be seen.
Small orbs hovered in the air, crackling with electric sparks around them.
Seeing this, he couldn't help but feel furious.
What is this? Everything is completely ruined?
The newcomer spoke softly.
Sorry, but you miscalculated.
The figure gradually became clearer, revealing Linfan, surrounded by a murderous aura that made his opponents wary.
I can't let you take them. He gathered power in his palm, then taunted. Come on, show me what you two are capable of.
Jean noticed that Linfan showed no signs of injury, so he cautiously spoke.
You took a hit from that beast, yet you're still fine.
With that, he reached under his coat as if searching for something, and pulled out a pistol, aiming it directly at Linfan.
Just you alone? You're not even close to being our match.
The people of Nation H had changed. This was now the era of science and technology. The sound of gunfire echoed, and without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. 2 bullets, one red and one green, shot toward Linfan at high speed, but he was not afraid. With a gentle motion, he caught them with one hand. In the next moment, the 2 bullets were securely held in his grasp. Linfan dropped them, his voice full of disdain.
Is that all?
Suddenly, Jean burst into laughter, having achieved his goal. He had set the trap.
Ha ha!
Linfan was startled and quickly glanced down at the 2 bullets he had just caught.
What?
They quickly split into 2, with green and red smoke swirling around them. More and more of the smoke poured out, forcing Linfan to cover his nose with his hand to avoid inhaling something unpleasant. Seeing this, Jean couldn't hide his smugness and laughed loudly.
Ha ha! Jean began to explain their mechanism.
These bullets are custom made specifically for cultivators from Nation H like you. The red one can block your spiritual energy in an instant, while the green one can completely destroy your cultivation core. Linfan paid no attention to his words, thinking that even using a proverb wouldn't be bad. However, as soon as Jean finished speaking, Linfan suddenly charged forward, grabbing hold of Jin's mask. The sudden strike caught him off guard. Linfan furrowed his brow, his sharp gaze locking onto his opponent. In Nation H, there's a saying, a lion hunts a rabbit with full force, but clearly, you don't know that saying. The mask in front of Jean slowly shattered, revealing a portion of his face, which was filled with shock.
It's impossible.
Your spiritual chi should have been blocked by now. Ian hurriedly drew her gun, pointing it directly at Linfan and shouted loudly.
Jean!
Without hesitation, she pulled the trigger. The bullet shot like an arrow, flying straight into the air. Linfan quickly noticed it. His gaze was unusually calm, and he extended his hand, gathering spiritual energy to form a golden shield. The bullet hovered in his palm, completely under his control. Linfan's face darkened, and his voice was filled with danger. I'll let you taste your own bullets. As he spoke, he increased the strength in his arm. Jean was startled, his eyes wide with fear, and he managed to say, What? Before he could say anything else, Linfan didn't give him a chance. With a single strike, he sent his opponent flying far away. Jean couldn't withstand the tremendous force and coughed up blood, crashing to the ground and sliding a long distance. Seeing this, Ian panicked and called out,
Jean, the situation is not looking good.
Grinding her teeth in frustration, she pulled out another gun.
Damn it, you!
Before she could make a move, Linfan charged at her like a gust of wind, leaving her frozen in place.
She, too, didn't hold back.
Linfan amplified his power and delivered a heavy blow. She was thrown away violently, crashing hard into the ground, suffering just as much pain as Jean. Linfan landed steadily, standing before them. With a tone of disdain, he mocked.
Tianqi, you're nothing but this. After taking a hit from Linfan, Yin's mask shattered completely.
She let out a soft groan of pain.
Jin's condition wasn't much better. Damn it!
Suddenly, he took out a vial from his cloak.
Don't celebrate too early.
He squeezed it tightly in his hand. A strange smoke slowly began to spread out. When the vial was opened, a thick mist engulfed both of their bodies. Linfan furrowed his brows, surprise clearly visible on his face. Just as the smoke was about to dissipate, the various wounds that had covered his body were now completely healed. He felt a great sense of pride in the artifact from his family.
Our technology in the apocalypse has far surpassed this. It's not just this.
From within his body, Jean took out another bullet.
I never intended to use this one.
He loaded it into the gun, then aimed it directly at Linfan, his tone full of challenge.
Let me give you a taste.
The bullet shot out, cutting through the air in a straight line toward Linfan, but it merely grazed a strand of his hair. A spark of interest flashed in Linfan's eyes. This was a bit more fun. He quickly shifted his position, just a slight move was enough to dodge the next shot. He felt utterly bored, this was all there was to it, but he didn't notice that the bullet, after flying past, split into 3 pieces. They turned back and shot straight toward him. Linfan swiftly spun around, using his energy to block them. The sudden change in momentum caused the 3 bullet fragments to spin wildly. Linfan looked at the two of them, his expression showing a hint of amusement at this little toy. The man named Jean sneered confidently, knowing exactly what would happen next. Haha, the bullets pierced deeply into the shield, cracking it before exploding into pieces, leaving Linfan stunned and unable to react. He staggered backward as the rain of bullets grazed him, with each one hitting his body, causing him to cough up blood.
Ugh!
Jean laughed loudly, pleased with the outcome.
Ha ha ha!
While Linfan clutched his chest in pain, he arrogantly boasted.
People from Nation H, this is the power of our apocalypse technology.
Linfan used his magic to push the bullets off his body, and they fell to the ground, rolling in all directions. But the pain remained, sharper than ever, making him collapse to his knees. His heart pounded violently, each beat causing his veins to throb. Linfan exerted all his strength to release his aura, his power and fury surging within him. The more he writhed, the louder Jin's laughter grew.
Haha, your meridians will wither up immediately.
Now, Linfan could only glare at him, cursing angrily.
Damn it!
But right after that, he regained his composure and warned.
You've underestimated me. A surge of power suddenly erupted, its light seemingly piercing through space.
It turned out the source of this magical force was Linfan, and it was so overwhelming that even onlookers couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. Jean was so shocked that he couldn't believe his eyes.
It's impossible. Even Ian, standing there, was left astonished.
The energy flow grew increasingly intense, a swirling flame erupted with ferocity, like a whirlwind heading straight toward the two of them.
Jin's entire body trembled, shivering uncontrollably, unable to resist. This power.
Is Linfan? Linfan stood firm, his legs radiating a brilliant glow, as his attack flew toward Jean. At that moment, he finally dared to exhale a long, tired breath.
Phew!
His gaze fixed intently on them as Linfan carefully assessed the situation.
The technology of the apocalypse is truly formidable.
If it weren't for the 9-heaven divine stone, recovering the meridians would take at least the time of an incense stick. Now, he dared only to stand still, trembling in fear. The situation had been completely reversed. Just a moment ago, he had boasted so much, and now he was twice as arrogant. Sorry, but your scientific strength is not something to be panicked about. He raised his gun and fired wildly, his mouth continuously muttering, Impossible, impossible, you're not human. But Linfan easily dodged every bullet, advancing toward him. Linfan quickly closed the gap, getting so close to Jean that he couldn't even react. At that moment, a cold voice rang out. You're right. Then, Linfan whispered softly in his ear, I'm really not human. Jean collapsed to the ground, his mind no longer stable as he stuttered. You. What exactly are you? His lips curled in a dangerous smirk. The magic within Linfan surged, spilling out into the surrounding space. I am the immortal emperor. The source of Linfan's power struck directly into Jin's face, its overwhelming force causing the ground beneath them to swirl in a circular pattern. Jin, upon receiving a blow from Linfan, immediately coughed up blood, while Yin howled upon seeing him collapse to the ground right after. Jin's shrill scream echoed, prompting Linfan to coldly remind him, What are you screaming for? He then turned towards her and said, You're next. His steps barely lifted off the ground before he moved forward, his voice low and hoarse, like that of a demon. Next, it's your turn. Yin stood frozen in place, her body trembling in fear. How? How can a person from Nation H be this strong? She fell to the ground, her posture now resembling that of a helpless puppy, only able to stammer and tremble. Linfan approached, his gaze as cold as ice. Don't worry, it'll be over quickly. He cast the same magic he had used on Jean, rendering her completely powerless to resist. Yin's eyes slowly lost focus, her body seemed to fall into a new, soulless world, staring blankly ahead. Linfan domineeringly lifted her chin. I'll ask a question, and you'll answer. At that moment, Yin was like a puppet with no strings, obedient to his command. Yes. Without hesitation, Linfan asked, How many years has Tianqi existed? What's the secret plot behind the technology you've secretly been researching and developing to deal with the cultivators of Nation H? Yin no longer seemed aware of her surroundings, simply answering as if she had no control over herself. The apocalypse was established. Suddenly, Linfan's gaze flicked to a side, as if sensing an approaching danger. He swiftly dodged to another position just before a sudden beam of light shot towards him. It pierced through Yin's body, causing her to cough up a large mouthful of blood in shock. Linfan had not yet understood what was happening when Yin's body suddenly collapsed. She lay helplessly on the ground, but her mouth still muttered continuously, Apocalypse, Jean. Then her eyes rolled back, and her body gradually began to disintegrate. In a moment, she transformed into 2 jade pendants. Linfan, frustrated at not having gathered any useful information before her death, couldn't help but feel angry. Damn it! Looking up at a helicopter flying in the sky, he speculated in his mind, could it be her accomplices? A figure wearing a black mask watched from above, laughing with amusement. Ha ha! Yuhan, still holding a gun in his hand, quickly rejoiced, almost exposing the secret of Apocalypse. He then aimed the scope at Linfan, growling. You still have to die. Linfan stood there as the bullet, carrying immense power, shot toward him. But his reaction was incredibly quick, and he leaped out of the way just in time. The tremendous force from the shot caused a deep crater in the ground. The remaining shell casing fell to the ground, with the intense heat from the gun rising in the air. Dongfeng, who was piloting the helicopter, saw Yuhan getting overly excited and reminded him. Yuhan, our mission is to protect the secret of Apocalypse, not to make a fuss. Annoyed, Yuhan blared back at him. Useless. I still want to see the abilities of this Linfan. As if having a plan in mind, Dongfeng confirmed. Anyway, there will be a chance. Linfan smirked lightly and said, If you want to leave this badly, it's not that simple. A ball of energy gathered in the palm of his hand, and Linfan, feeling pleased with himself, spoke up, You want to leave, right? Let me give you a great treasure. He directed the massive force toward Yuhan, causing him to panic and shout, What? Dongfang, over on this side, was also startled when he noticed something unusual.
The two of them didn't have time to escape and both exploded mid-air.
A piece of metal debris from the aircraft fell down. Linfan looked at it with a disdainful gaze before leaving. Not understanding his own limits, his steps suddenly faltered. He was now standing right in front of Little Long, staring at it intently while assessing it. Still some strength left.
Little Yu angrily approached.
Linfan remained still, his voice calm as he spoke, "I won't kill you." His body was enveloped in flames, a clear warning, but his hope was that they would stay quiet.
Otherwise, Little Yu and Little Long would have been terrified into submission. With a grunt, they immediately lay down, showing obedience.
This attitude earned Linfan's praise. "Very good, keep it up." After schooling them, he felt at ease enough to deal with other matters. He needed to check on Mr. Yuan's group. When he arrived, he saw Dong Huan lying motionless on the ground. Linfan hurried to help him up, relieved to find that he had just fainted and wasn't seriously injured. Linfan's aura surrounded Dong Huang's body.
Linfan glanced over at Rongwu and Rongshu. The senior group had already made proper arrangements.
He then moved towards the unconscious individuals lying nearby. With energy in his hands, Linfan looked at them with hesitation. As for these three, he still decided to use his strength to wake them up. Linfan then sternly reminded them, "I've healed your injuries, but I've destroyed your cultivation." He glared at the three and issued a warning, "You are not allowed to step into Nation H again in this lifetime." Not long after, he stopped at a certain place. The sturdy door in front of him piqued Linfan's curiosity.
"Now, let's see what's inside."
He gathered all his strength into his palm and then struck the door with a palm strike. It immediately swung open, revealing a dimly lit passage.
He chuckled at the result, "Haha."
The burning torches cast flickering light. Linfan casually walked past them, slipping his hands into his sleeves as he ventured deeper into the underground vault. He looked around and assessed the ruins. It was somewhat intriguing. Suddenly, Linfan stopped, sensing something unusual.
He stared at the painting on the wall.
Linfan stroked his chin, contemplating its meaning. "This is a fragment of a soul that suddenly appeared. You are destined, you have arrived." He was startled for a moment. "Oh, it's a soul fragment." Linfan knew himself, he was somewhat surprised.
You know about soul fragments?"
He quickly seized it. "Stop with the pointless talk. Show me what treasures your place has." The fragment of the soul whispered, "Please forgive me, just wait a moment." It was unclear how much time had passed when Linfan suddenly came to a halt. He gazed intently at the statue, a faint, indifferent smile curling on his lips. "This is where you keep your treasure?" Linfan's eyes skimmed over the pile of chests, their bright, golden exteriors gleaming temptingly. He sighed in helpless frustration. Why was it that people always liked to play this game? The fragment of the soul slipped from Linfan's hand, drawing closer to the statue. It then began to merge with the statue. Linfan's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight.
"Ah, the soul of Su Wang has appeared, young man," came a voice.
Linfan, understanding something, nodded knowingly. Sure enough, he too was a cultivator. The person was startled to hear him say that. "Ah, you." Linfan smiled smugly as the fire around him gradually condensed. "Yes, you immediately reveal your true form, making Wu Wang panic." "What?" Without a sound, he suddenly dropped to his knees, his voice trembling in fear. Who are you?" Linfan casually slipped his hands into his pockets and spoke authoritatively, "Dao me a divine lord." The shock on his face intensified. What? Ignoring Wu Wang, Linfan moved towards the treasure chest, saying, "What is all this? Let's check your treasures first." He bent down, peering closely at the contents. "It's inside these chests, isn't it?" Linfan used his power to open all the treasure chests. Inside, there were countless glittering jewels and gold. 2 streaks of spiritual chi, colored green, swept past him, but he calmly dodged, and a few arrows embedded themselves into the wall. Linfan sighed in helplessness. Cultivators often enjoyed playing these pointless games. Wu Wang looked a bit embarrassed, scratching his head and giving a sheepish smile. Ahem. Linfan felt a special light coming from the treasure chest. He pulled out a book and raised it high. This is what Wu Wang has to offer, he said, his face full of pride. Haha, this is the true scripture of despair. This is what I've spent my whole life cultivating and achieving. Linfan slammed the book directly into Wu Wang's face. Furious, he shouted. What kind of worthless thing is this? After all that effort, this is what you show me? Linfan was so angry that his entire body was boiling with rage. He gritted his teeth and asked again. Is this all? No, Wu Wang scratched his head, clearly embarrassed. That's it. That's all. Linfan turned away in disappointment to leave. Seeing him about to go, Wu Wang immediately grabbed his sleeve. Wait a moment. Linfan coldly turned back and warned. Poof. Wu Wang, flustered, waved his hands. Senior. He bowed his head in silence, then spoke solemnly. I am Zai Celestial Venerable. Ahem, that is, the one who entered the void realm. Years ago, I was betrayed by my disciple, leading to my downfall. He continued, his voice tinged with sadness. I left behind a fragment of my soul here, waiting for someone fated to help. Linfan suddenly felt as if he understood something. That line sounded strangely familiar. Su Wu Wang. He kneeled at Linfan's feet, pleading. If Senior has come here, it must be fate. Please, Senior, help me fulfill my wish. Linfan coldly refused. This is your own matter, you should solve it yourself. Hearing this, Wu Wang sighed, I'm left with just a fragment of my soul. What kind of storm could I possibly stir up? I just felt sorry for Wu Wang, that's why I softened. Linfan bent down, if we've met, it's also a kind of fate. I'll lend you a hand. He summoned the spiritual chi around him to gather, forming a mysterious red curved artifact. Wu Wang's eyes widened in shock. This is an item radiating a powerful source of energy. It began to enter his body. Ah, Wu Wang. His eyes shone brightly, the energy never having been so abundant before. What kind of power is this? Linfan calmly observed everything, unconsciously smiling with satisfaction. Wu Wang planted his feet on the ground. He was exhausted, panting heavily. Wu Wang, he couldn't believe his own eyes. This is. He was utterly astonished. I've restored my body. Wu Wang's eyes widened in deep thought. Restore my body. What kind of divine skill is this? Linfan looked at him seriously. What I needed to do, I've already done. As for your own vendetta, you'll have to seek revenge yourself. Wu Wang sincerely knelt down, speaking earnestly, Senior, you've granted me a second chance at life. From now on, Wu Wang is willing to follow you and obey your guidance. Linfan remained silent, offering no response. Wu Wang, seeing no reply, became anxious. Senior, please give me a chance, allow me to follow you. Linfan looked at him and said, if that is the case, then I will agree with you. He was overjoyed, thank you, Senior. At the same time, Dongfang supported Yuhan as they traveled. He asked his companion, has the H-Nation's cultivator evolved to such a level already? Dongfang cast a stern glance, deciding that he must report this back to the headquarters as soon as possible. His face was resolute, this Linfan is the stumbling block on our grand path. While helping Yuhan, Dongfang murmured, let's go. Linfan set forth a condition, now, you and I will sign a soul contract. He raised his hand, preparing to cast a spell. Linfan placed his hand on his forehead, and waves of spiritual power spread from his hand. He closed his eyes and asked, I ask you one last time, do you have any regrets?
Wu Wang loudly declared his answer, I absolutely have no regrets.
Linfan smiled with satisfaction, very good.
A flame ignited between them, and the spiritual qi, sensing the energy, began to glow. It was fixed right at Wu Wang's forehead. Linfan waved his hand, the contract is complete. Now tell me, what is your grudge? He respectfully obeyed, yes, master.
Then he briefly introduced himself. Wu Wang's real name is Su Wu Wang. This introduction surprised Linfan.
Wu Wang, you are the one from the Su family 300 years ago? He exclaimed in astonishment, Master, you know the Su family?
Linfan at this moment recalled the past, and it turned out that the legend was true. In his previous life, he had heard some fragmented news. 300 years ago, the Su family was the supreme clan at that time. He searched his memory, but one of Su family's attendants had taken advantage of the head of Su family being in seclusion to incite a rebellion, successfully destroying the Su family and establishing the Mo. He lowered his head, calculating far ahead, and issued an order, continuing. Wu Wang recounted the story. 300 years ago, the Su family was thriving, it was the leading force. At that time, I had just broken through the reversal void realm, about to take control of the family, but I never anticipated that one of my disciples would betray me. He was haunted by the wicked face of his enemy, cursing. Your heart is treacherous, and the legacy of the Su family was overthrown by a petty villain. Wu Wang clenched his fists. Mu Rongyi Lian, who was originally just a humble attendant by my side. Seeing his talent was not bad, I accepted him as a disciple and wholeheartedly nurtured him, but I never expected to raise a snake that would bite me. His face was filled with determination. I must make the Mu Rong family pay for this. Linfan, upon hearing this, turned and walked away. Let's go. Wu Wang did not hesitate and immediately followed, yes. Linfan and Wu Wang walked out of the underground palace. Little Yu and Little Long popped their heads up to look. Linfan slowly approached them, and Wu Wang, seeing both of them, smiled in delight. Ah, you're here. He just arrived and waved at you, saying he has good news for you. I've recovered my body. Upon hearing Wu Wang's words, Little Yu and Little Long were overjoyed, shedding tears. Ah. The three of them happily embraced each other. Linfan was thoroughly confused by this scene. Ah, you too. He patted them and then introduced, these two little ones were nurtured by my soul power for over 300 years to reach the current level. Wu Wang pointed at you and declared, from now on, this person will be your master. The two of them approached and acted coquettishly towards Linfan. He observed them for a moment, then thought to himself, these two are a bit too much. After thinking, Linfan raised his hand to cast a spell. They immediately felt the overwhelming force coming at them. With a burst, they were reduced to the size of little pets. Wu Wang happily picked them up. Ah, Senior truly has divine abilities, such an effective method. Linfan beamed with pride. It's just a simple Dao technique, nothing impressive. He then immediately glanced in another direction, and the next thing was unfolding. His eyes slowly opened, and the first thing he saw was Linfan. Dong Huang startled and sprang up. Ah, what's happening? Linfan stood there, calmly speaking. Mr. Yuan, you're awake. Everything has been resolved. Seeing him, Dong Huan was incredibly surprised. Lin, my brother, did you save me? He turned to face Wu Wang and said, so this person is Dong Huang, the one you mentioned earlier who assisted the sect, right? He quickly clasped his hands together, his expression serious as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you very much for your assistance. Wu Wang awkwardly scratched his head. Well. Linfan stood with his arms crossed, laughing and joking. Haha, Mr. Yuan, this clan member of mine doesn't like to talk, and you keep emphasizing it. That's right, we found a cultivation method in the ruins, and he quickly grasped its meaning. Exactly. Wu Wang raised his hand and made the cultivation method appear, causing Dong Huang to be slightly surprised. This is an immortal cultivation technique. He trembled as he held the manual. From this, Lin brother, this is too precious, I can't accept it.
Linfan gestured as if negotiating. Who said it's free? You have to buy it. Dong Huang was momentarily stunned, then sighed. He awkwardly laughed loudly. Haha, fine, I'll remember this favor, Yuan Dong Huang won't forget it. Dong Huang then turned his attention to the little Yu and little Long. By the way, these two little dogs are.
His face suddenly changed.
Brother Lu Fan, wasn't this the sign you made for him to keep silent?
Dong Huang raised a finger and sighed with relief. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Under the stone, Rongwu and Rongshu were exhausted and trembling.
Ugh!
The old man woke up, his eyes slightly opened, his gaze vaguely scanning the surroundings. His hoarse voice rang out.
What happened?
Seeing the two of them awake, Yuan Donghuang and Linfan stepped forward to inquire.
Senior Mu Rong, everyone is awake.
Rongwu, still bewildered, looked at the people in front of him. Mr. Yuan, Linfan, brothers, please let me understand the situation more clearly. Dong Huang summarized everything that had happened. A while later, he patiently explained further, it is exactly like that, in the end, that disciple founded the Mu Rong family. Upon hearing the whole story, Rongwu stood frozen in surprise, never expecting the Mu Rong family to betray Nation H. Rongshu continued to tremble, her eyes filled with sorrow. Immediately after, the man turned away, his voice carrying a tone of sternness.
This matter must be taken seriously. The Mu Rong family, ha! Dong Huang, full of vigor and determination, declared loudly.
Everyone, let's gather all the medicinal herbs around here and then proceed to leave. Sighing, Linfan nodded in agreement. That's right, we can't afford to waste time moving aimlessly. As soon as the words ended, everyone sprang into action, leaving no trace behind. At the Mu Rong family's estate, the main gate of the imperial capital was firmly shut. A steaming cup of tea rested on the table, and in the quiet room, a young man with purple hair leisurely lifted the cup to take a sip. He was the head of the Mu Rong family, Mu Rongxing, seemingly engaged in an important discussion. Please, you should leave, the old man sitting there said after listening, laughing softly. Ha, he is Ichiro Kishimoto from Nation J, quickly rebutting, Mu Rong master, please don't make hasty decisions. The two appeared to be playing chess, but in reality, they were secretly engaging in a battle of wits, unable to restrain themselves any longer. Mu Rongxing began to speak with a sharp tone.
Have my words not been clear enough?
Ichiro, undeterred, immediately countered. Mu Rong master, I haven't yet stated my conditions.
He was irritated and just wanted to kick him out.
No need for more words, just go back.
He stood up and sneered, why are people from Nation H always so stupid?
Provoked, Rongxing immediately grabbed his shirt. He yelled a warning, old man, don't test my patience. I don't want to cause trouble, but you'd better not push me too far. Even so, he pretended to be cautious, then suggested, Mu Rong master, why don't you take a look at the information first?
Asada, bring it here. The subordinate received the order and immediately acted.
Yes. He took out a piece of paper from his pocket and presented it. Upon seeing the paper, Rongxing did not ask in surprise but instead said, this.
What is this?
His hand trembled uncontrollably.
Seeing this, Ichiro spoke, do you still refuse my suggestion now? Rongxing was helpless, unable to do anything.
He clenched his fists, trying to suppress his anger, and then sat down without responding. This time, he turned to leave, but not before reminding him with a smug tone, within a day, I hope Mu Rong master can give me a satisfactory answer.
Mu Rongxing lowered his head, sitting motionless.
It wasn't until the person had walked away that his face twisted in intense anger.
Asada respectfully opened the car door for Ichiro Kishimoto. Once inside, he spoke, Mr. Kishimoto, do you think Mu Rongxing will agree to our proposal?
Kishimoto smiled with satisfaction, don't worry, he will definitely agree. He calmly ordered, Asada, once you return, immediately contact Ninja Jinhua and tell them to start preparing.
3 days later, we will enter Nation H. He responded seriously, yes.
At Linfan's house, the sound of footsteps echoed steadily.
He entered and called out, Xiao Dai, I'm back. The little girl eagerly ran over with her arms wide open. Brother! Xiao Dai threw herself into his arms, happily saying, Finally, you're back. He also laughed joyfully. Ha ha.
Linfan happily patted her head and said,
Let's go, I'll take you out to eat something delicious.
The little girl seemed to remember something and seriously told him. Right, brother, an old man came by last night and said he left a letter for you.
Suddenly, Linfan's expression darkened. What?
Xiao Dai rummaged through things and said,
Let me get it for you.
After a moment, she brought out a carefully folded envelope.
This is it.
He looked at the logo on the envelope and fell into deep thought.
This was Mu Rongwu, and he was startled. This is the logo of Ninja Nation J. Mu Rongshu, standing beside him, asked in confusion. Senior, what is that?
Linfan's face remained expressionless as he opened the letter. After reading its contents, he explained.
This is a challenge letter from Ninja Nation J sent to us.
Linfan held the letter and sneered coldly.
We just finished dealing with Apocalypse, and now it's Ninja Nation J's turn?
Suddenly, the phone rang, and he quickly picked it up, speaking to the person on the other end.
Hello, Mr. Yuan. Dong Huang was also holding a letter. Linfan, did you receive a letter from Nation J?
A thought suddenly flashed through his mind.
He asked to confirm, did you also receive it?
At this moment, he realized the significance of the matter. Linfan was about to hang up. My friend, this is a big deal, let's meet and talk. Xiao Dai, who witnessed everything, was worried.
Brother, is something happening again?
He patted her head and smiled, It's fine, Xiao Dai. I'll step out for a bit, but tonight, I'll take you out to a grand banquet.
She obediently nodded. Okay.
At Yuan Donghuan's restaurant, everyone sat around the large table, talking. He spoke up, I'm sure everyone has received the war letter. The three feng shui immortals sat quietly, and Linfan didn't say anything. Dong Huang was angered, I didn't expect the ninja from Nation J to show up at this time, sending out the silent endurance technique. The third brother crossed his arms, annoyed. That's right, I'm currently injured, and they sure know the perfect time to challenge us. Dong Huang's mind flashed with the scene of Mu Rongxing shaking hands with the Nation J organization. I heard the Mu Rong family has agreed to collaborate with the people of Nation J for this upcoming ninja convention. The boss furrowed his brows and continued, the Mu Rong family first allied with Apocalypse, and now they've agreed to work with Nation J. He was furious, this is truly a disgrace to Nation H. Linfan frowned, hesitated, and then recalled, in my previous life, I had heard of something called the silent endurance technique, which was an invitation to the ninja martial arts tournament organized by Ninja Nation J. The tournament, with its elegant name, was supposedly to promote mutual martial arts exchanges, but in reality, it was meant to establish the fighting credentials of the ninja dojo in Nation H.
He pondered the information he knew.
The martial arts tournament was held every 3 years, with both sides sending 13 experts to participate in the competition. If Nation J won, Nation H would have to allow Nation J to open 10 dojos in Nation H. Old memories gradually surfaced in Linfan's mind. He recalled that in the previous martial arts tournament, Nation J had suffered a crushing defeat, and the main force that defeated them was the Mu Rong family. He frowned, stroked his chin in deep thought, and wondered, why was it different this time? Dong Huang noticed his expression and asked, Brother Lu Fan, what's wrong? Linfan shook his head, pretending nothing was amiss. It's nothing. Dong Huang suddenly remembered and then informed everyone, by the way, before you all arrived, I managed to gather some details about this martial arts tournament. The official start of the tournament is half a month from now. His expression grew serious, but considering my current physical condition, I fear I won't be able to participate in this competition. Dong Huang, looking displeased, continued, this time, the main participants are primarily from Longcheng Imperial Capital and the Meiyuan Tri-Alliance, who will conduct an internal selection. The boss agreed with the anxious mood. Dong Huang, sitting in the center, explained seriously to everyone, so, the reason I invited you all here today is to discuss a bit about selecting participants for the competition to represent Meiyuan. Linfan expressed his stance, Mr. Yuan, please speak frankly.
He doesn't hide anything. Actually, I've gotten some insider information.
This time, all the competitors sent by Nation J are Jinhua level ninjas. The boss, upon hearing this, was visibly shocked.
What? All of them are Jinhua? Dong Huang confirmed without hesitation, that's right.
Jinhua level ninjas are equivalent to the Foundation establishment realm cultivators in our world. He pondered for a moment, then continued, this actually fits with my previous life's experience.
Bloody images flashed in his mind.
I still remember that time when Mu Rongxing's younger brother personally took action and defeated 6 Jinhua ninjas by himself. In the other matches, Nation H only lost one, and the result was that Nation J couldn't defeat Nation H and had to retreat. The scene from that time left a deep impression on Linfan. Dong Huang turned to sincerely remind him, Brother Linfan, this upcoming ninja techniques tournament is no simple matter.
We can't underestimate our internal opponents.
Linfan smiled with an intrigued expression. Oh. He continued explaining in detail, Master Zhang Bendao of the Zhang family, Master Mu Rongxing of the Mo family, along with many other experts under their command. Whoever defeats the most Jinhua ninjas will earn the right to be one of the 3 participants representing Nation H in the upcoming martial arts tournament. Linfan placed his hand on his chin as if he was pondering something, hesitating. So Mr. Yuan meant that Dong Huang cleared his throat. After that, he gave an awkward smile and scratched his face. You get it, right? Upon hearing that, he was left speechless. Dong Huang awkwardly scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. Brother Lufan, please help us with this matter.
Linfan pointed to his face and asked, do you really think of me as some kind of perfect human-shaped tool?
He quickly waved his hand, no, that's not it. Linfan casually replied, this little thing, I can handle it myself. It's just a dozen or so Jinhua ninjas. Dong Huang, seeing this, became serious and advised, Brother Lufan, you shouldn't underestimate the Jinhua ninjas. He continued to explain in detail, I heard that this time, the Jinhua ninjas are the strongest generation in the last 30 years. Linfan smiled confidently.
It's fine, leave it to me.
Dong Huang finally felt relieved and clasped his hands in thanks. If that's the case, then thank you, Brother Lufan. The 3 feng shui immortals sat there, their faces full of questions, not understanding what was going on before them. Dong Huang solemnly declared to everyone, our internal selection battle has been scheduled for the day after tomorrow, and the location will be at Mo. He turned to Linfan and smiled happily, Brother Lufan, in these 2 days, you should prepare a little.
You don't need to hold back.
At the Zhang family, the disciples angrily threw the letter to the ground.
Humph, what a pointless game, just randomly sending a few people there.
His subordinate Nelton reported, Master, the Mu Rong family is also involved, and they have even formed an alliance with an organization. Upon hearing this, he was greatly surprised.
What? The Mu Rong family?
But then, he softly muttered, forget it, I'll meditate and reflect.
He then commanded his subordinate, let Zizai and Shi Ming go. Isn't Shi Ming conveniently at Meiyuan recently?
The subordinate clasped his hands in respect, yes, master. In a certain villa, the territory of the Lin Air clan, the warm sunlight shone down on the garden surrounded by lush trees.
Yuan Tian held a letter in his hand, his face cold and indifferent. Do these people from Nation J really think so highly of themselves?
His eyes burned with murderous intent. I will make them realize that Nation H is not something that insects like them can provoke. 2 days later, at the break of dawn, before the main gate, there was not a soul in sight at the martial arts hall. Linfan looked around and then spoke, I say, Mr. Yuan.
He glanced at him and asked, "Isn't it a bit too early? There are only a few people in the hall right now." Yuan Tian could only sigh and lament, "It seems so."
Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed as two men, dressed identically, entered.
Dong Huang immediately brightened up. "They're here, it's the Wang family of the imperial city."
Linfan also smiled slightly, intrigued.
"Oh."
The two men, standing from left to right, were Wang Feng and Wang Fan. They stood before him and respectfully clasped their hands. In unison, they bowed slightly and said, "Wang Fan, Wang Feng of the Wang family, greetings, Mr. Yuan." Dong Huang politely complimented, "It's been a long time, and your cultivation has improved quite a bit." Master Lu, while sipping his wine, laughed heartily.
"Ha ha."
He walked towards Dong Huang and Mr. Yuan.
Master Lu was still holding a piece of meat in his hand and announced, "I'm here."
Upon seeing him, Dong Huang rushed over with joy. "I didn't expect the Grandmaster to come as well."
Master Lu replied, "Of course I had to come."
He held out the chicken leg in front of Dong Huang.
"Mr. Yuan, care to try a bite?"
Dong Huang, upon hearing this, paled and declined, "Grandmaster, you should keep it for yourself and enjoy it."
Master Lu paid no mind and insisted, "Why be so polite with me?"
Linfan watched with embarrassment.
"Ha ha. Two great monks eating meat and drinking wine."
The man walked over, the sound of his footsteps growing louder. He slowly approached and grinned triumphantly. Linfan glanced around, and sure enough, he had arrived. The footsteps echoed as Yuan Tian and Lin Yuan appeared. He stared at Linfan and said, "Linfan, as I predicted, you've come to join as well." Shi Ming, standing off to the side, also cast a glance.
"Is that Lin Yuan Tian of the Lin family?"
Then, he made an interesting remark.
"Up ahead, Shi Ming is Zhang Zizai."
Dong Huang assessed the situation. "It looks like most of the people who were supposed to come are already here." Linfan scanned the area, seemingly searching for someone. "Mr. Yuan, it seems we haven't spotted anyone from Mei Yuan's martial artist group." He reassured, "Don't worry, they'll be here soon." Dong Huang heard a cough and quickly turned around. His face lit up with joy.
"Speaking of the devil, here they come."
Ruyu kept coughing. "Ahem, you should try calling Mr. Yuan." Ruyu's face looked a bit pale. "The junior is late, you should go greet him."
"Ahem, hello Mr. Yuan."
Ru Tai, standing beside, spoke up, "Hello Mr. Yuan." Dong Huang clasped his hands together, "You two are too polite." He then turned to look at Lin Fan.
"Lin brother, these two are Mei Yuan's assistants."
He pointed to the two of them and introduced, "When Ru Yu and when Ru Tai of Tian can sec Mei Yuan."
Does it ring a bell? So it's them.
In my past life, I had heard of Mei Yuan hiding a powerful sect called Tiankan sect, just that I never had the chance to meet them.
But Yu Guang glanced over and asked, "Ahem, are you Lin Fan?" He tried to speak, "Ahem, you're really ahem." But Yu Guang couldn't continue as he kept coughing. "Ahem."
Lin Fan, seeing this, felt helpless. He silently thought to himself that if this guy kept coughing, he might soon cough out his own lungs.
Dong Huang looked around and seemed satisfied, as if everyone had arrived. He loudly declared, "If everyone is here, then."
But before he could finish his sentence, suddenly a massive vortex appeared in midair. The vortex grew larger and twisted, as though it contained some kind of life form within. Upon seeing this, Lin Fan widened his eyes in shock, and Dong Huang, in a panic, exclaimed, "What is this?" From within the vortex, a figure leisurely stepped out. He spoke in a cold, high-pitched voice. Everyone proceeded with selecting a candidate for the battle.
Rongxing sneered, "Why wasn't the Mu Rong family called?"
He saw him, and his eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent.
Mu Rongxing. Dong Huang reacted quickly, hastily bowing in respect.
Mu Rong Master actually came in person.
He responded politely, "Hello, Mr. Yuan." Yuan Tian let out a faint snort, Hound of Nation H.
He did not hide his disdain, which irritated Rongxing, who immediately shot him a glare.
At that moment, a teasing voice rang out. Ah, ah. Master Lu grinned and threw his arm around Rongxing's shoulder. Murong Master, don't be angry. Try this, it's just a little tease.
Upon hearing this, he became even more enraged. He disdainfully brushed away the rough arm of the man.
Master Lu, if you continue like this, I will get angry. Master Lu quickly took a few steps back. I dare not.
But Grandmaster's gaze toward Rongxing still held its mockery. However, the Murong Master obediently followed the outside orders, yet was harsh toward the martial artist Nation H. He lost his patience and interrupted.
Enough. He lowered his voice and explained, Ladies and gentlemen, I believe there's been a misunderstanding between us.
The reason I came personally this time is to clear up this misunderstanding and explain to everyone why I agreed to join the organization. Rongxing spoke loudly as the main figure. I also want to take this opportunity to tell everyone that the Murong family has never betrayed Nation H. Upon hearing his shameless words, Yuan Tian was infuriated and shouted loudly, the Murong family betrayed others more than 300 years ago.
Time and time again provoked by him, Rongxing finally couldn't hold back any longer. Lin Yuan Tian, as he performed his technique, gritted his teeth and said, Do you want to die?
Not only was he unafraid, but he also retorted sharply, Murong Master, if you have the ability, go ahead and kill me. But Rongxing didn't want to escalate the matter, so he sighed and waved his hand, retracting the formation. I won't hold this against you, I've already said that. He tried to regain his composure.
The reason I came here today is to clarify things with everyone.
The scene left those around them in utter astonishment. The murmurs began to grow louder. It seemed like Rongxing had been waiting for this moment, as he raised his voice.
Ladies and gentlemen, have you heard of the IA family? The name sent a shock through Dong Huang.
Not long ago, the IA family was the strongest ninja clan in Nation J. He solemnly emphasized that the Jinhua ninjas under their command could not be underestimated. Rongxing answered, That's right, the IA family is powerful, with boundless ambitions. For more than a decade, they've been eyeing the vast lands of our Nation H. Rongxing's voice grew more intense. The IGA clan has always been quietly scheming, searching for an opportunity to completely destroy our Nation H. His gaze was cold, and their first step was to annihilate the practitioners of our Nation H.
Dong Huang sneered, Everyone knows about the IA family's conspiracy, but so what? With just them, how could they possibly destroy a powerful country like ours?
Rongxing calmly replied, I thought so too, but just as he was speaking, he took a scroll of paper out from his sleeve, on which were written many familiar names.
You all might want to take a look at this document. He curiously looked at it. It was at that moment that he was stunned. Dong Huang stammered, This can't be true.
Then, Rongxing showed it to the others around him.
Their expressions were equally complex. This is. Master Lu skeptically asked, Murong Master, did Wei create this list? This seems far too fabricated. He angrily rolled up the scroll. Is it true or not?
I believe you can make your own judgment, Linfan inquired. Sir, Dong Huang's face darkened, this is a list of the major families of Nation H. You must be shocked to hear that.
What? He explained.
The list includes the elites of those families. As he spoke, his voice trembled with anger. These people are all pawns the IGA family has secretly placed beside us over the past few decades.
Linfan couldn't believe his ears. Several hundred people? That's far too many.
Rongxing declared boldly, this list was given to me by the Sato family of Nation J.
The upcoming ninjutsu tournament is also being organized by the Sato family.
They sent a messenger with a condition, they hope for a fair competition. If we win, the Sato family will step in to deal with the spies of the IGA family. Rongxing explained further, if we lose, for the next 10 years, Nation H will only be allowed to let the Sato family establish a dojo here.
Of course, they will also assist us in dealing with the IGA family.
Suddenly, he frowned, but if we don't agree to hold the martial arts convention this time. He uttered a threat, then the Sato family will ally with the IGA family and declare war on us martial artists. By then, blood will surely flow like a river.
Yuan Tian was the first to speak up. I'd never believe that.
Linfan, standing on the side, also began to analyze. This Mu Rongxing doesn't seem to be speaking nonsense, but something about this whole situation feels off. At that moment, Dong Huang chimed in. I think Master Mu Rong has a point. He argued clearly, the Sato family and the IGA family have been rivals for a long time, and what Master Mu Rong says seems logical and reasonable. Hearing this, Rongxing smiled and replied, Thank you, Master Yuan. The matter has been explained clearly. I shall take my leave now and not disturb your internal selection any further. He had stormed in, dropped a massive bombshell, and left, leaving those behind feeling bewildered. However, the most important issue at hand was still the selection process. Dong Huang quickly urged, Everyone, we can temporarily trust Master Mu Rong's words. Right now, we should focus on the internal selection. Wang Fan and Wang Feng immediately regained their composure and shouted, Understood. He then slowly explained, The rules for the internal selection are simple, the strong rule. I have prepared the drawing lots. He pointed to a small box. Please come forward to draw your lots. One by one, people lined up to draw their lots, and the host happily called out, Lin, it's your turn. Linfan calmly walked up, drew a card, and looked at the 3 characters when Ruyu written on it. He felt a bit excited. Oh, a figure walked up behind him, clearing their throat lightly a few times. Ahem, his health doesn't seem too good, constantly coughing. Ahem, looks like I'm his opponent then.
Ahem, opponent.
Seeing the person in front of him struggling to say a complete sentence, Linfan kindly reminded him. Take care of yourself, buddy. After everyone had drawn their cards, Dong Huang announced.
You all have seen your opponents. Our internal selection doesn't require much formality, so who would like to be the first?
The people around fell silent upon hearing this, some were excited, while others quietly assessed their opponents. Lin Yuan and Yuan Tian exchanged glances and nodded subtly.
Seeing this, Master Lu spoke up. Haha, why is no one saying anything?
He happily raised his own card. Then let this big monk go first. The Grandmaster looked at his Taoist friend, who was standing not far from him, and smiled.
Benefactor Zhang, right?
Please.
Zizai, upon hearing this, happily replied. I defer to you.
The two didn't say much and immediately stepped onto the stage. Both exuded a relaxed demeanor, leaving everyone around unable to guess who was superior. Dong Huang smiled at Linfan.
Buddy, who do you think is stronger between these two?
Without thinking much, Linfan answered.
Master Lu will win.
Seeing the slightly mischievous smile on the monk's face, Linfan silently thought, this monk is no ordinary opponent. You seriously assess that Zhang Zizai is no match for him, but Zizai, unaware of your current thoughts, is still performing his ritual.
Grandmaster, please guide me.
After speaking, he performed a technique to summon dozens of needles, and Zizai waved his hand to unleash the violent storm plum blossom move. They immediately shot toward the Grandmaster like a storm, but he only smiled dismissively. The Grandmaster gathered his energy, and even though the needles pierced his body, they failed to cause any harm. He was a little surprised at this.
What? It can't even withstand my violent storm plum blossom?
He gently removed the needles from his body. So, Zhang, you want to perform acupuncture on me?
Is that it? Zizai proudly reminded him. Grandmaster, admit defeat.
These needles are laced with the deadly poison of the Zhang family. Unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, the needles he was so proud of were coldly discarded by the Grandmaster, who calmly sighed.
Just a bit of ordinary poisonous needles, what's so impressive about that?
Linfan, watching from below, calmly exposed the truth: there was deadly poison in the chicken leg the Grandmaster had eaten, and its power was far beyond that of these needles.
Dong Huang's eyes flickered slightly, not expecting Master Lu's resistance to poison to be this advanced. After discarding all the needles, the Grandmaster continued preparing to counterattack.
Well, it's my turn now. Zizai still wanted to save face, so he declared forcefully, "It's not over yet, violent storm." However, it seemed like the Grandmaster no longer wanted to waste any more time and immediately punched straight toward his energy core. The powerful strike caused Zizai to spit out a mouthful of blood.
Cough cough. Below the stage, Shi Ming was stunned, unable to speak. One punch had taken down a monk.
Master Lu also felt that he had been a little too heavy-handed, so he quickly helped him up. He still wore a kind and gentle smile on his face.
"Benefactor Zhang, are you all right?"
"I used too much force, and Zizai has been struck so hard that he surrendered."
Cough cough.
"My skills are inferior, Grandmaster has won."
The announcer declared loudly, the winner was Master Lu. The stands immediately erupted into cheers.
"All right, the second match will be Zhang Qiming stepping onto the stage." At first, he respectfully said, "Please, guide me," but then he suddenly sped forward, knocking his opponent out of the ring.
The following matches quickly produced results. In the third match, Lin Yuan Tian won.
In the fourth match, when Ru Tai won, he easily finished off his opponent. In the fifth match, Wang Fan won, he knocked out his opponent without expending any effort. In the sixth match, Wang Feng won, and by the end, his breathing was still calm and steady. In the seventh match, when Ruyu faced off against Linfan, he put both hands in his pockets and walked up casually.
Ruyu weakly said, Let's begin."
"I'm afraid if we wait any longer, my illness will worsen."
He coughed softly a few times.
"Then please, young Master Lin, guide me." Linfan responded cheerfully, "All right, come at me." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a burning pain on his cheek, and a mark he hadn't noticed before appeared on his face. Linfan was stunned and turned to look, only to find that Ruyu had charged at him. "When did that happen?" "You were slightly startled. The speed was overwhelming, but Nak had no intention of giving you any time to be stunned." She immediately spun around and launched a new assault, targeting other weak points on Linfan's body. "You looked at the wound on your shoulder, blood still flowing, and couldn't believe your eyes." By the time you could gather your thoughts, Ruyu had already returned to his original position, as if he hadn't just inflicted two fatal wounds on Linfan. He exhaled softly, then both his aura and gaze shifted, becoming incredibly sharp. His expression was resolute. "Lin brother, be careful with him." With that, he charged forward like a bolt of lightning. Ruyu threw a punch that caught Linfan completely off guard, sending him flying. But Ruyu didn't stop there. His blows only came faster and fiercer.
He let out a shout "ah!" and slammed a heavy punch into Linfan's abdomen.
Seeing Linfan motionless, he broke into a triumphant grin.
Victory! Suddenly, a cold hand grabbed his wrist. Maybe not. But Nak was stunned. What?
Next, Linfan twisted his body and slammed him violently into the ground. But as he looked at the shattered debris scattered across the floor and the jacket still sparking with electricity, Linfan realized something was off.
Humph.
He looked up at the figure darting away like a flash of lightning, pretty fast for a retreat.
Thanks to her incredible speed, Nak had managed to narrowly escape Linfan's strike.
She accelerated, dashing in circles around Linfan, observing him. Linfan watched her with interest.
The speed was impressive. What a pity.
Hearing the sarcastic tone in his voice, Ruyu angrily rushed forward. He unleashed a palm strike, heaven flash of instant thunder. The powerful thunder and lightning struck, causing Linfan to spit out two mouthfuls of blood. Cough.
Ruyu continued to cast his technique. "It's not over yet,"
he shouted, heart-piercing thunder fist. Immediately, a barrage of thunder and lightning fell onto the arena like rain, astonishing everyone who saw it. The crowd quickly retreated, staying clear of the force.
Ruyu resolutely declared, "It's over."
Having spoken, he rushed in, aiming to land the finishing blow.
Amidst the thunder and lightning, a massive explosion rocked the arena.
At this point, Ruyu was visibly exhausted, panting heavily.
Yuan Tian observed the entire scene and softly concluded, "The outcome has been decided." Ru Tai also smiled with satisfaction, "We've won." But upon hearing these words, Yuan Tian found them utterly ridiculous. Foolish. Ru Yu, already at his limit on the arena, continued to cough relentlessly. Cough, cough, cough. Finally. Suddenly, a hand sliced through the air and reached for him. In the blink of an eye, Linfan had grabbed Ru Yu's throat. Ru Yu's eyes widened in shock. Linfan calmly passed judgment, "Your speed is fast, your angle of attack is devious, and your strength is well trained. It's just a shame that all of it is useless against me." Linfan coldly looked at him, "You've lost." Ru Yu, exhausted, collapsed onto the arena floor, completely resigned. Cough, cough, "I've lost, Lin brother." The outcome was clear. In the 7th match, Linfan won. Dong Huang, having already known the result, announced, "Then the remaining contestants continue." Half an hour later, the final matches came to an end. In the last match, Zhou Ming emerged victorious. Once everything was over, Dong Huang, feeling emotional, said, "Now, those who have achieved victory in this tournament." He gently advised, "Everyone, please prepare well." His tone was both sincere and soft. "The 3-day martial arts tournament is in 3 days, I'm counting on you." Linfan listened attentively. Dong Huang suddenly cleared his throat, "On the day after tomorrow, I will also accompany you all." A cold glint briefly flashed in his eyes, showing the ninja nations what the might of our nation H truly is. The crowd below was moved by his aura, and they all responded in unison, "We cannot refuse." A few days later, in Donghai, a ship was cutting through the sea, heading toward the mainland. On the bow stood a man with white hair, gazing into the distance. "Finally, we have arrived." His disciple behind him spoke up, "Master, I respectfully clasp my hands, we are almost to Nation H." Akuma smiled with satisfaction, "Not bad, Satsuki. This time at the ninja tournament, you must perform well." Hearing this, he replied firmly, "I will never disappoint you, master." The old man turned his back and looked toward the land not far away. "The ninjutsu of our family has been painstakingly cultivated. However, there is a martial artist from Nation H named Yuan Donghuang, who specializes in mystical arts. When you encounter him, you must be extra careful." Sato complied, "Yes." His gaze showed clear disdain. "Humph, just a few insignificant tricks, and yet they think they can oppose the ninjutsu of our Nation J." The large ship accelerated, cutting through the waves toward the land, just as a bad omen seemed to loom. The next day, at an unnamed mountain peak, a group of people was gathered, discussing something. It was none other than Linfan's team, waiting for the delegation from Nation J to arrive. Everyone's face was extremely serious, except for Master Lu, who was leisurely munching on a chicken leg. "Why haven't those Jin Huan ninjas arrived yet?" Dong Huang smiled mysteriously, "No, they've already arrived." Upon hearing this, Master Lu became interested, as expected of Yuan Donghuang. Suddenly, a puddle of water appeared on the ground, causing him to step back in surprise. Then, a person dressed completely in dark clothing slowly rose from the water. Kurakage-yama growled, "Come out, all of you." Immediately, Shin Xian Lu appeared. Doku used water-based stealth magic, while Ankaruki rose from the ground, having used earth magic to emerge. Each of them chose the most flamboyant way to materialize, as if trying to ambush the people from Nation H. Linfan looked at them with nothing but disdain. Sato chuckled softly, then arrogantly said, "Let's begin right now." The atmosphere became tense, with only Yuan Tian remaining indifferent, standing aside as if he didn't even care about the people from Nation J. "Humph, such a pointless game." Then, a light footstep was heard. Rong Xing had brought the others to the scene. Seeing the tense standoff in front of him, he calmly stepped in to mediate. It seemed everyone had arrived. When Yuan Tian saw him, his eyes rolled to the sky. "Humph, traitor."
He couldn't be bothered to argue with him and quickly declared, "This competition of ninja arts will be introduced by me, Mu Rongxing, and I will explain the rules." He raised his voice. The rules are simple, and the competition is divided into 3 types of matches. The first type is a battle of magic, where the ninja arts of Nation J will duel against the Taoist magic of our Nation H. Rongxing pointed to one side and introduced, "These 3 individuals are the representatives of Nation J's ninja arts." He continued to explain the rules. The competition will be held in a round-robin format, and the side that is entirely eliminated first will lose. He calmly explained, "The second type of competition is wrestling." Upon hearing this, someone from Nation J stepped forward. They appointed Shinexien Lu as the leader. This is the ninja from Nation J's side. Rongxing looked at everyone seriously. The third type is the team battle. The remaining 5 will engage in team combat. The side with more remaining members will be the winner. With that, he glanced at Dong Huang. "Mr. Yuan, what do you think?" He answered with satisfaction, "This rule is quite interesting." Linfan frowned slightly, realizing that even the rules were different from his previous life. It seemed that his reincarnation had indeed caused some changes in the world. Rongxing was pleased to receive agreement from both sides. "Well then, Mr. Yuan, you can now arrange the order of the participants." He replied, "Understood." Since Nation H had only just learned the rules, they didn't have much time to discuss strategy, so they had to make decisions very carefully. Dong Huang asked for Lu Fan's opinion. "Brother Lu Fan, what do you think?" He thought seriously for a moment. "With 3 types of competitions, as long as we win 2 of them, we can decide the victory. If that's the case, I naturally want to join the final team battle with 5 members." He nodded. That's in line with my thoughts." Then, he slowly instructed, "The first match of the Taoist battle will be fought by me, Lin Yuan Tian, and Zhang Qiming." Dong Huang assigned specific tasks, while the second match would be led by Master Lu. The brothers Wang Feng and Wang Fan, along with Wen Rutai and Zhou Ming, would be on the front lines. Linfan accepted the responsibility with satisfaction. "All right, leave the final match to us." Upon hearing this, Rongxing flashed a sly smile, making it impossible for anyone to guess what he was thinking. He feigned kindness as he approached and asked, "Has Mr. Yuan finished arranging everything?" He replied calmly, "It is ready." Rongxing then shouted loudly, "Good, if both sides have made their preparations, then the martial arts tournament shall officially begin." But in a place unseen by anyone, each member of Nation J was holding a black pill in their hand, looking extremely dangerous. They then threw the pills onto the ground, and they quickly dissolved, merging together as one. Yuan Tian, known for his quick temper, immediately volunteered. He stepped forward leisurely, his composed demeanor emanating an air of authority that made even the weak hesitate. His opponent was a tall man wearing a rough cloth around his waist. Akutokuta bowed politely, saying, "Please, show me the way." But Yuan Tian coldly commanded, "Make your move, let me see your martial arts." Seeing this, his opponent wasted no time. Seduction techniques. He slammed his hand down on the ground, creating a burst of white smoke that covered everything. Aku quickly hid within the smoke, hoping Yuan Tian wouldn't find him, then waited for the right moment to exploit any weakness. As soon as he spotted an opening, he seized the opportunity to strike from the shadows. Fire shield. Fireball. Yuan Tian nonchalantly replied, "Boring." Then, he cast, Earth Technique, Mountain Sigil Mantra. Immediately, a gigantic boulder appeared, shattering his fireball attack, which made Aku grind his teeth in frustration. Damn it! Aku quickly cast, Wooden Shield, Wooden Prison. In the blink of an eye, thousands of massive tree roots shot toward Yuan Tian, as if they intended to devour him whole. But these roots were no match for him. Humph, child's play. He waved his hand, summoning a wall of flames, flame technique, sonic blaze. The wall incinerated all the roots that were rushing toward him. Seeing this, Aku grew excited. A weakness. Water shield. Water.
Unfortunately, he had underestimated Yuan Tian's fire. With a slight movement, the flames morphed into a sharp drill, piercing through his body. Aku was heavily wounded, only able to let out faint, pitiful groans. Ugh. Yuan Tian calmly questioned, "Do you really think your water shield can stop my fire magic?" The members of Nation J only looked on indifferently as their teammate was slowly burned to ash by the flames. He, not yet satisfied with the fight, arrogantly tilted his chin up. Next. Kirakage-yama scornfully cursed, "You useless piece of trash." Kenjaku, standing beside him, softly spoke, "Let me take the next one." Seeing this, Yuan Tian couldn't help but laugh. "How about we skip this?" He boldly declared, "All of you come at me at once." They angrily shouted in arrogance, then complied with his challenge. Both rushed forward together at the same time. Kirakage-yama started with a wind shield, while Ken quickly followed with a wind ring seal. The two wind-based techniques activated, creating a series of fierce gusts like sharp blades, charging toward Yuan Tian. He swiftly observed and decided to counter with lightning magic. He yelled loudly, "Heavenly orbit," and a streak of purple lightning surged forth, striking both of them directly. They couldn't dodge in time, and both were struck, paralyzed by the shock. The most important thing was that the power of thunder and lightning was so overwhelming that it directly rendered both of them unable to continue fighting. Dong Huang couldn't help but sigh in admiration, and Qi Ming, who was watching, also agreed, "Not bad." At this moment, Yuan Tian became even more confident. "Is this it? Is this really the extent of the ninja arts of your Nation J?" The elderly representatives of Nation J could no longer laugh. They all fell silent, exchanging glances with one another. Why is the martial artist from Nation H so strong? But in the end, the victory will still belong to us. At this moment, Rongxing stood up and declared, "Then let's begin the second round." Master Lu, with his round belly freshly filled from a meal, walked out happily and said, "Then let Great Monk here take the lead." On the side of Nation J, Madhu stepped forward holding a large saber. "I'll take this one." Madhu slowly walked to stand before Master Lu. His posture appeared far more professional than the fighters in the first round. However, Master Lu remained unfazed, clasping his hands together. "Please, fellow practitioner, make your move." Madhu slowly drew his saber. As the blade left its scabbard, a bolt of lightning seemed to course down its length, an incredibly eye-catching display. He swung the saber high, and the divine saber flow IGA technique advanced. The Grandmaster's face slightly stiffened. Madhu's gaze was sharp as he pointed the saber forward. "Be careful," the Grandmaster said, a little awkwardly rubbing his head. "Is that so?" "I don't have any weapon," the Grandmaster replied, looking at the chicken leg in his hand, biting into a large piece before holding up the remaining bone. "I'll use this chicken bone instead." Madhu, furious, yelled, "Idiot," implying that the Grandmaster was a fool. After cursing, Madhu, still not feeling satisfied, rushed forward to unleash the divine saber flow IGA. As people often say, swords and sabers are emotionless. With one slash, not only did Madhu sever the chicken bone in the Grandmaster's hand, but he also cleaved the Grandmaster's body in two. Truly worthy of being called the divine saber strike. Seeing the fatal wound on the Grandmaster's body, everyone was astonished. Madhu did not look back, he only coldly said, "I have won this match." But the surprising thing was that Grandmaster still stood firm, and the wounds on his body quickly healed, startling even the old man who had lived so long that he seemed like a stone statue. He smiled cynically, a bit painful, then rubbed the wound on his stomach, which still had some blood, and it gradually formed a scab, healing over time. Madhu was terrified. What is this? Rongxing thought to himself, although the divine sword was formidable, it still seemed unable to break the true body of Bodhidharma of this great monk. Grandmaster cheerfully said, "Then let's continue, it's your turn to counterattack now." Madhu watched as he charged toward him in panic. Too fast, the old man could only reluctantly block Grandmaster's strike with his sword. However, this was the biggest mistake, for in an instant, his sword slid out of his hand, causing him to widen his eyes in horror. Grandmaster immediately used his strength to send Madhu flying thousands of feet away.
The old man, who had entered the battle so majestically and calmly, now found himself in a pitiful state by the end of it. The people from Nation J were now somewhat hesitant. After a long while, one brave soul finally dared to step up and challenge.
Please, give me some advice.
Grandmaster assessed him briefly before smiling and inviting him.
Nagaji, holding two swords, charged forward fiercely, looking incredibly intimidating.
But Master Lu only used one move to subdue him to the ground, rendering him unable to stand and fight any longer. His gaze at that moment was somewhat combative, as if he hadn't had the chance to fight in a long time.
He bellowed loudly. Next! Xin Lu ordered a man standing beside him to step forward. The man nodded.
Yes. The next two to step onto the stage were Jing Lu and Hu Lu, both of whom simultaneously requested guidance. It doesn't matter who they are, just a moment later, both were defeated and lying at Grandmaster's feet.
He even struck playful poses, teasing them. Clearly a person of unparalleled strength, yet always displaying a mischievous demeanor that caught everyone off guard.
He cheerfully mocked.
The Ninja Nation J is really no more than this.
Suddenly, Grandmaster noticed something. He saw that the people from Nation J had remained silent throughout, never uttering a word.
He couldn't help but think. What's going on? They're one battle away from losing, why are they so calm? Strange.
Then, a man stepped forward, his gaze sharp.
Xin Lu, please give me your guidance.
After speaking, the man drew a sword. At first glance, it seemed harmless, but he was clearly preparing for battle. Grandmaster observed Xin Lu, who, as soon as he entered the match, accelerated his movements, somewhat surprised. When he saw the man charging toward him to attack, he sneered. Very fast, but it's still useless. The man showed no hesitation and immediately thrust his dagger forward.
In the next moment, the tip of the blade pierced straight into Grandmaster's stomach. He sneered. Did I not say it was useless?
But his expression suddenly changed. That blade, which appeared so small, had somehow created a large hole through Grandmaster's body, thanks to Xin Lu's technique. The fatal wound caused him to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood.
The Grandmaster's face was filled with astonishment. How is this possible? How could my body? Is it poison? But it's just a tiny bit of poison. Why? Lu Xin gave a wicked smile. Ha, didn't expect that, huh?
Afterward, he accelerated toward him, continuing to strike at the Grandmaster's leg in an attempt to disable his ability to move. Caught off guard, the Grandmaster fell to the ground.
Lu Xin immediately moved in, aiming to stab him again.
In his heart, he was elated, thinking, it worked. Fortunately, the Grandmaster managed to dodge that blow just in time. Struggling to stand, the Grandmaster cursed, damn it. He could clearly feel that his body was not right, and fear crept in. What is happening? Dong Huang staggered back slightly, his expression one of fear.
Master Lu's appearance seemed a little off. Could it be?
Suddenly, Dong Huang's eyes rolled back, and his pupils widened in shock. He raised his hand to his chest, coughing violently. In that instant, Dong Huang realized what had happened and gritted his teeth in anger. You used poison. Ku and Ichiro grinned, their laughter full of satisfaction. Dong Huang could no longer stand. He dropped to his knees. This can't be. Linfan quickly confirmed, no, this isn't poison. His eyes shifted downward, focused and serious, as he observed the golden veins of spiritual energy running through his hands. This is. They are not poisonous, but rather tiny fake spheres in the bloodstream of the body. Linfan concluded based on this that it is science and technology. After speaking, his gaze clearly showed disdain, as if dismissing it as a mere trivial matter. Then Linfan began to summon divine power, his entire body radiating bright yellow light. The tiny spheres were immediately shattered by his divine force. Once the problem was resolved, Linfan let out a light breath. Dong Huang, still furious, couldn't believe how shameless he was. Ichiro sneered, responding in a voice full of scorn, I don't understand what you guys are talking about. Dong Huang was growing more and more exhausted.
Damn it.
This time, Master Lu collapsed, his body trembling uncontrollably. After a few seconds, Master Lu's head drooped to the ground as he vomited a stream of red blood. Though Shinexien Lu had covered his face, he could still detect the contempt in Ichiro's tone, though that was all there was to it. Rongxing, having assessed the situation, anxiously said, Master Lu seems to have lost his ability to fight.
So who's next?
Lin Yuan Tian, seeing how indifferent he was, pointed and shouted, Mu Rongxing, why aren't you poisoned?
So, you've betrayed Nation H.
You scoundrel.
Rongxing didn't respond, as the next fighter entered the arena. Xian Lu continued to express his disdain. It seems like the martial artist Nation H is facing some issues. Looks like the victory in this martial arts tournament belongs to us.
Although the poison had not completely dissipated, Zhou Ming still boldly declared loudly upon hearing Nation H being insulted, You bastard, if you're capable, face me in an open and honest fight. Dong Huang slowly propped himself up, despite the red blood still flowing.
He trembled as he stood and then said, Mu Rongxing, do you truly want to help these people from Nation J?
In response to this serious remark, Rongxing calmly answered, Mr. Yuan, I truly don't know what has happened.
Hearing this, Dong Huang not only wasn't annoyed, but instead burst out laughing.
Ha, well said, he said, before narrowing his eyes and speaking with firm determination, but don't think for a second that this means you will definitely win. Even if we have to die, we will make you all pay. No sooner had Dong Huang finished speaking when a bright golden light suddenly appeared in front of the group from Nation J. The warriors from Nation H had already taken their battle-ready stances. Ichiro could not hide his excitement and shouted at the top of his lungs, launching an attack with all his might. Linfan was the only one who maintained his calm demeanor. Without waiting for Mr. Yuan, he stepped forward and suggested, Next, leave it to me. Dong Huang was very surprised, Lin brother, you aren't poisoned, but he has already succumbed.
Even if it's you, this situation is probably.
Linfan gave a slight smile, reassured, and then decisively waved his hand.
Instantly, thick smoke appeared all around. The mysterious golden color caused everyone to exclaim in shock, What is this?
The golden energy source that Linfan had just summoned quickly surrounded the entire army of Nation H. The tiny balls, known as poison, were quickly shattered. Dong Huang looked at his hand, which had returned to normal, and was taken aback as his body began to recover. What on earth was this power? Nation H was safe, and at the same time, the two old men, Ichiro and Kate, were anxious. How could this be? After neutralizing the poison for everyone, Linfan spoke in a deep voice, If the ninja of Nation J insist on determining the winner in this so-called ninja tournament, then I will play alone. He looked straight at them, his tone dignified and resolute. We lost the second match. As for the third, all 5 of you come at once. What Linfan had just said left Dong Huang stunned. He turned around and asked, What? Linfan understood his concern and quickly reassured him, It's fine. At that moment, Linfan was exuding an overwhelming aura, his power spreading through the entire space. Let the ninjas of Nation J see just how powerful Nation H has become. Ichiro, furious from having his poison undone, quickly gave the command, Attack. His remaining eye widened in fury. Let him taste the power of the ninjas from Nation J.
The ninjas under his command immediately obeyed, surrounding Linfan. Among them, those specially selected shouted in unison, Yes.
The first of the 4 ninjas to step forward was Sato, emanating a fierce aura as he began to perform the ninjutsu, Black Dragon Formation. Immediately, Linfan was surrounded by a strange, purple light column, but he showed no expression whatsoever.
Sato continued to summon the 4 symbols Rebirth Gate.
From the mouths of the 4 statues, under Sato's command, 4 chains made of magical energy shot out. They quickly bound Linfan's limbs. Only then did he slowly glance at his opponent, nothing more than that. Sato stomped his foot forcefully on the ground, raising his sword with his bloodshot eyes.
It's not going to be that simple, Sato said with certainty. This blue demon saber thirsts for your blood.
His eyes narrowed slowly. Linfan, his entire being now seemingly darkened, exuded an aura of demonic energy, shaking the very heavens and earth. Sato frowned as he looked at Linfan, then taunted, "Prepare to die." With that, he jumped high into the air, charging at Linfan with his ultimate move, Heartless style, Nameless Slash. Linfan casually muttered, "A pointless trick." He stood motionless, indifferent, even as Sato's sword came slicing toward him. Sato, in his fury, suddenly froze, his eyes wide in shock. What? His massive blade, yet Linfan could block it with just 2 fingers. The divine power within him radiated fiercely, accompanied by a calm, amused smile. This only enraged Sato further. With just 2 fingers? He stared intently at Linfan, questioning in his mind, how is this possible? Seeing that the opponent had let their guard down, he gently announced, "It's my turn now." No sooner had he finished speaking than Sato suddenly opened his eyes wide, his face darkened as he let out a grunt. Ugh! Then he fell to the ground, the sword in his hand slipping from his grasp. He kept his head bowed, his body trembling violently, sweat pouring down like rain, muttering, "Earth Shield, Art of Shield Mastery." And then Sato was able to jump out of Linfan's spatial realm. But Linfan was resolute in not letting him escape. Seeing Sato trying to flee, he declared coldly, "It's useless." In that instant, Sato was pulled back, suspended in midair. Moreover, Linfan's attack had caused Sato to suffer internal injuries. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, choking on it. The remaining ninjas, seeing this, shouted in unison, "Sato!" Linfan brought Sato in front of him, tightening his grip around his throat. The other ninjas quickly charged to save their comrade. All 4 attacked simultaneously, each from a different direction, yelling, "Die!" Linfan spun around, his eyes widening as he commanded, "Kneel." Before they could make a move, they were forced to the ground. Helpless, Ichiro and Kate had no choice but to step forward themselves. Kate, losing control, cursed loudly, "You brat, don't get cocky." The 2 old men shot forward in an instant, their eyes rolling back in their heads, leaving only the whites visible. But just at that moment, a decisive hand was raised to block their advance, stopping them in their tracks. Ichiro was taken aback. What? Lin Yuan Tian stood in front of the 2 elders. Though his face was lowered, his words were full of authority. "If you wanna pass, you'll have to get through us first." He spoke and slowly lifted his head, revealing a slightly mischievous smile. The people from Nation J, Ichiro and Kate, gritted their teeth, "Damn it." The bodyguard accompanying them, Shen Xin Lu, quickly rushed to assist. He threw sharp darts towards Yuan Tian. "Get out of my way." However, he did not expect one thing: when the darts fell, they were immediately repelled by the protective circle of Nation H's defense team. Dong Huang sneered. "Do you still think you have the upper hand now?" Ichiro, by this point, was screaming in a frenzy. "Mu Rongxing, stop wasting time and make your move." Hearing his name being called, he nodded and sighed. "Aya, fine." His feet gently touched the ground, and a blue light spread around him. Rongxing smoothly glided past Linfan, who was fiercely engaged in combat, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent. A flash of light suddenly streaked across, and the moment he was about to strike, Sato was sent flying away by a blow from Linfan. Linfan had already noticed Rongxing was preparing to attack and muttered to himself, "This guy." Rongxing darted towards him with swift movements. Linfan subtly sidestepped, but right after that, they clashed head-on. It was only now that Linfan realized with shock, "You're not Mu Rongxing." The one he had suspected of being an imposter laughed mockingly. At the same time, Ichiro and Kate were blocked by Nation H's forces. The 2 old men could only scowl and curse, "Damn it." But their innate competitiveness and cruelty wouldn't allow either of them to give up. Damn those dogs from Nation H. The 2 old men turned their backs to each other, dealing with the enemy, while their mouths kept issuing threats. "Let you all witness the strength of our Nation J," Zhou Ming shouted loudly. "We charge!" On this side, Linfan was still engaged in battle with Rongxing.
The attacker and the counterattacker moved in perfect sync, never pausing. Seizing a moment, Linfan asked, "Why are you impersonating Mu Rongxing?" He grinned. "Oh, when did you realize?" Linfan raised an eyebrow. "Your disguise technique is quite good, but if I hadn't seen you so closely just now, would you have really tricked me?" The opponent burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Slowly, the mask came off, revealing sharp, piercing eyes and a sinister expression. "Since I've been discovered, there's nothing I can do." It turned out that the one impersonating Mu Rongxing was a woman. The alluring beauty standing before Linfan was named Sato Kyoto. She casually spoke, "Nation H truly is a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons." Linfan chuckled in response. "Your fate is sealed. Give up your resistance." Kyoto raised a finger, her voice dripping with menace. "The ones who need to give up resistance are you." Suddenly, a dozen helicopters appeared in the sky, rushing toward them. From the arrogant smile on her face, it was clear these were her forces. The people on the helicopters landed with authority, among them the mischievous Yuhan, who appeared with a sly grin. Linfan was slightly startled, this person hadn't died yet. He stepped forward, looking smug. "Miss Kyoto, I told you earlier, without the help of Apocalypse, this wouldn't work." She calmly reminded him, "Mr. John, don't forget our agreement." Yuhan frankly expressed, "Of course, the bodies of these martial artists belong to me." He then glanced at Kyoto and emphasized, "Their wealth and resources will belong to you." After saying this, he waved his hand, signaling the soldiers to advance. They all rushed toward a single target, Linfan. Yuhan leisurely declared, "Mr. Linfan, your fate is sealed. Surrendering will be the best for everyone." Yuan Tian, seeing the current situation, felt very uneasy. "Damn it, we're surrounded." Two flashes of blue light appeared in an instant. Ichiro and Kate moved to stand in front of Kyoto. Ken let out an amused laugh, seeming to relish the turn of events. The people of Nation H, Dong Huang, shouted angrily. Linfan spoke in a stern tone, "Is it really you?" His expression was cold. "I ask you, is Mu Rongxing still alive?" She chuckled softly. "Of course, he's still alive." Upon hearing this, Linfan felt a sense of relief. "That's good. But the divine power emanating from your body is growing stronger." Electricity ran through Linfan's body. He declared, "Mu Rongxing can only die at my hands." The space suddenly fell silent, allowing Linfan to freely activate the divine artifact within him. Now, it was erupting more powerfully than ever before. Yuhan was slightly panicked. "This is..." You casually said a sentence that would let them witness it. His hair stood on end, and his hand slightly curled, creating space for the spiritual energy to enter his body. Linfan's entire being illuminated, his form becoming unclear. The only recognizable feature was the voice that still resonated. "My true power." Yuhan, who had been arrogant, now started feeling restless inside. "Damn it, how is this possible?" But with no other choice, he ordered his troops, "Attack." The soldiers lined up and simultaneously fired bullets at him. Kyoto also fiercely supported. She kneeled on one leg and shouted, "Shadow Shield, Shadow Strike." At this point, Linfan had transformed into an immortal. His eyes saw through all the futile attacks. The bullets, which came at lightning speed, were effortlessly stopped by him. Linfan floated in midair, and upon seeing this, Yuhan urgently gave another command. "Attack! Attack!" The bright orange light surrounding Linfan was now freely roaming through the air. It gently swept through the aggressive soldiers. Returning to his immortal form, Linfan immediately passed judgment, "Merely mortals." Then, he cast a lofty gaze upon the ninjas. "Are you worthy of opposing my true form?" The bullets that were aimed at him were blocked by a magic shield. A few seconds later, it absorbed the spiritual energy and shot back. Under Linfan's control, the bullets flew straight towards the soldiers. they were hit by their own weapon. Each bullet pierced through the opponent's body. Yuhan was now trembling, singing the song "Wish I Weren't Here Right Now." He dropped the gun, and although he wore a mask, his expression of fear was still visible. Yuhan was shaking like a leaf in the wind, muttering, This is. He broke down in tears. Is this the power of Nation H? Linfan gracefully floated through the air, stopping in front of Yuhan. He then spoke with disdain, the apocalypse is nothing but a bunch of frogs in a well, thinking they're the best. His finger replaced the muzzle of a gun, pointing directly at his forehead. A magical circle appeared, trapping Yuhan and preventing him from escaping again. Kyoto, witnessing this, gasped in shock, Yuhan, this. After dealing with him, Linfan turned to the next, now it's your turn. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before her. His hand radiated with power, and he coldly scolded, Die. Suddenly, she raised her hand, causing Linfan to pause at her reaction. Kyoto trembled violently, her lips barely moving as she whispered, I surrender. Ichiro and Kate wore expressions of panic. Shen Xian Lu couldn't hide his surprised look either. Miss Sato, she desperately begged me to spare her, surrendering, pleading not to kill her. Linfan was never moved by beautiful women. He smiled lightly and said, Sorry about that. Then, he looked directly into Kyoto's eyes. I won't accept. He tightened his grip around her neck, lifting her small body effortlessly. He scoffed, his gaze lowering. So this is how it is. You already knew that General Kyoto was hiding a sharp needle under her sleeve. Linfan became even more contemptuous. Too bad, this won't harm me. She quickly tried to find another excuse to defend herself. You can't kill me. He spoke seriously, give me one reason not to kill you. Kyoto mustered the strength to reply, If I die, the war. The war will surely sweep through the entire nation of H. If you spare my life, I guarantee that I won't set foot in Nation H for the next 10 years. Upon hearing this, Linfan smiled lightly, then lowered her to the ground. His 2 fingers slowly radiated divine power, his mood light and cheerful. It seems that your position in Nation J is quite high. A sudden thought crossed his mind. Seeing this, Kyoto trembled violently. What do you want to do? Linfan gently used his divine power to suppress her. He didn't take her life, but she was so scared that tears welled up in her eyes. The light faded, and Linfan waved his hand. I will make a master-servant contract with you. From now on, you will be my slave. Kyoto, who had once been a respected young lady, naturally could not accept becoming a slave to the enemy. No, that's impossible. She slapped her chest repeatedly, shouting in anger. If you want me to be your slave, I'd rather die. But her hand was firmly bound by a ring of golden light. What is this? Linfan stepped forward, placed a finger on her lips, and with a sinister smile, he whispered. Right now, even if you want to die, you can't. After saying that, he turned and walked away, leaving her kneeling in despair. Having dealt with the enemy's trump card, Linfan calmly surveyed the remaining opponents. He then locked his gaze on the top 3 finalists, Ichiro, Kate, and Shen Xian Lu, who were all trembling in front of him. Your turn now. As he raised his hand to cast a spell, a muttered curse could be heard. Damn it, in this life or death situation, Ichiro has lost all interest in showing off. The best option is to escape, let's withdraw. With that, the 3 of them vanished in an instant. Linfan's eyes gleamed brightly as he summoned his divine power, intending to chase after them. No sooner had he spoken, than he appeared in front of them. As he blocked their path, Ichiro was startled and shouted. What? Linfan lightly waved his hand, transforming his divine power into beams of light that pierced through their fragile bodies. Die. The 3 bodies fell, one on top of the other, and Linfan breathed a sigh of relief, unaffected. Kyoto, witnessing this scene, was still in shock, his body trembling. His grandfather said, No. Only now will she learn to submit. The H nation is like a great dragon asleep, and I actually wanted to kill the dragon.
After resolving everything, Linfan reverted to his mortal form, leisurely slipping his hands into his pockets.
Zhou Ming and his teammates stood there, dumbfounded.
Dong Huang, on the other hand, was delighted, his eyes brimming with admiration. Lin brother truly amazes people. They all clasped their hands together, then spoke in unison. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your help. He didn't show any arrogance, on the contrary, he spoke with great care.
Everyone, defeating this group of Ninja Nation J is just the beginning.
The foreign forces eyeing our Nation H have not been assembled overnight. He gently extended his hand and continued. I hope you all can unite and be ready to respond to any situation that may arise next.
Dong Huang, representing everyone present, declared loudly and resolutely. All right, leave it to me.
Linfan nodded and added.
Now, target Kyoto and temporarily hold her in a yellow space.
The bright cage brought her in front of Linfan.
He gave an order to the newly subdued slave. Where is Mu Rongxing? Take me to him. She timidly responded.
Yes. Before leaving, he turned his head and smiled.
Mr. Yuan, I'll have to trouble you with the next steps.
Dong Huang placed his hand on his chest, confidently replying.
Leave it to me. Everything was arranged properly.
Linfan left with peace of mind. Dong Huang remained standing, a gentle smile on his face, his eyes full of hope. The future of martial artist Nation H might very well undergo a transformation, all because of him. A moment later, in some cave, this cave was separated from the outside world by a tightly locked gate, and sealed with a talisman.
Linfan and Kyoto gently landed, and he asked her. Is Mu Rongxing here? She nodded. Yes, I locked him inside.
Linfan's gaze suddenly flashed, then he curled his lips into a smile.
So that's how it is.
Linfan gently turned around and said. Let's go, Mu Rongxing is no longer here.
Kyoto was taken aback.
Hearing this, Kyoto showed a panicked attitude.
What did you say? She couldn't believe this was happening. It's impossible. I've destroyed Mu Rongxing's meridians and sealed his energy core.
He could never escape. Linfan cast a sharp glance and asked.
Do you think you captured Mu Rongxing? The entire plan today, was it you manipulating everything from behind?
Kyoto shook her head and smiled confidently. My only failure was not predicting that Nation H would have someone like you. The more Linfan listened, the more ridiculous it seemed, and he couldn't help but think that Nation H must be too simple. Linfan waved his hand to signal.
Go inside and check for yourself.
Then he smiled with delight and excitement.
Mu Rongxing, your nature is truly amazing.
Kyoto moved to the door to prove herself right, tearing off the talisman that was attached to it. But just as Linfan had said, the inside was completely empty. Mu Rongxing had disappeared, leaving only a letter behind. She was startled and shouted loudly, how could this be possible?
Kyoto hurried over and picked up the letter to read.
The contents inside were unclear, but her reaction clearly showed her horror. Her lips trembled, unable to form a coherent sentence. A moment later, her eyes narrowed in rage. Just a few seconds later, Kyoto's car suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. She collapsed, still muttering, damn it. At the same time, in Nation J, at the mansion of the Sato family, the place still appeared peaceful from the outside. An elderly man, attacked by someone with formidable divine power, could only helplessly shout. He was knocked into the wall, leaving behind a cloud of smoke. His familiar purple hair fluttered, and a proud voice echoed. You, Nation J? The person scolded without holding back, truly a bunch of idiots beyond saving. He stammered, Mu Rongxing, just as Linfan predicted, Rongxing has attacked here. Now, he's laughing wickedly at the ninja group of Nation J. Starting today, the Sato family and the IGA family have completely become history. As his words finished, he swung his hand and eliminated another person. In the end, only a mist of white smoke remained. Emorong Lang, with his striking blue hair, walked over and smiled. Master, these people from Nation J could never have imagined that while they were slaughtering each other with Yuan Dongwang, their very own base would be taken down by us. Rong Xing chuckled. The intelligence of the Nation H is certainly not something this small, foolish place can comprehend.
Rong Ling, upon hearing this, lowered his head respectfully and replied, yes.
Rong Xing instructed him, make good use of the time to gather supplies and prepare to return home. A few days later, in the Mei Yuan of the Lin family, Linfan was sitting with his legs crossed. Opposite him, Mu Rongshu had her head lowered. She clutched her dress tightly, and after a long while, she finally spoke. It's a pity, Mu Rongxing really isn't someone who dies easily. Rongwu clearly displayed his anger, clenching his fists and speaking each word through gritted teeth. The Mo Rong family sits idly, benefiting by eliminating both the Sato and Iga families in one blow.
Their strength has greatly increased, and this person is truly not simple.
Linfan also agreed, adding, Mu Rongxing takes a step back to advance, luring martial artist Nation J to organize a martial arts conference.
This move is undeniably brilliant. Suddenly, he remembered something. By the way, senior, how has Xiao Dai been recently?
Rongwu laughed heartily. Very well, very well. He was clearly delighted when recalling Xiao Dai's mischievous appearance. Goodbye, Mr. Mo Rong. Then he began recounting her recent journey.
She just left yesterday.
The school organized a trip, and I've already arranged for undercover protection. Linfan smiled in relief. That's good. As they were talking, someone pushed the door open and entered. Wu Wang stepped in and greeted, Master, I have returned. Seeing him, Linfan immediately stood up and asked, I've been looking for you.
How's the task I entrusted to you going?
Wu Wang smiled with great hope. Of course, everything has been arranged properly for the task you gave me. Linfan nodded approvingly. Very good. Next, the entire Nation H will stir up a storm.
The formation I asked you to craft is the trump card to protect my sister.
At this point, he sighed wearily. The formation had already been secretly planted into Xiao Dai's body.
You don't know, do you?
To craft this formation for you, those two endured a lot of hardship. As he spoke, he recalled how little Long and little Yu had worked tirelessly to practice the formation in the past few days. After finishing, the two kids were so exhausted they collapsed on the ground, panting heavily, which made Wu Wang shout loudly, Are you two okay? Linfan listened thoughtfully. The formation created by Wu Wang was so powerful that even a Foundation Establishment realm expert would find it hard to harm Xiao Dai. Now, it was time for him to show his strength. At this moment, Rongwu suddenly interjected, By the way, Linfan, there's something else. Linfan turned in surprise. The old man asked seriously, In recent days, I received some new information regarding the underground forces of Nation H.
Have you heard of Martial Hall Shengxin? Linfan smiled lightly. Of course, I know it.
He slightly furrowed his brows as he replied. Martial Hall Shengxin appeared to be just an ordinary martial hall. The more he spoke about it, the more intrigued he became, but in reality, it had been secretly created by Li Xingxin. So, when Li Xingxin was alive, he was the only super expert of Nation H who had transcended into an immortal. But still, he couldn't understand the underlying meaning in Rongwu's question.
Linfan wondered, what's going on with Martial Hall Xingxin?
The old man lowered his voice, his face contorting as he speculated. Martial Hall Xingxin has recently formed alliances with many hidden world families. It seems they're up to something.
If I'm not mistaken, they might be planning a full-scale assault on Apocalypse.
His expression turned serious. Lately, several of my close friends have received invitations from Martial Hall Xingxin.
I'm afraid you'll be getting one soon as well. Linfan, however, seemed intrigued, muttering, a full-scale assault on Apocalypse? Interesting.
At that moment, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He pulled it out and answered, Hello, this is Linfan. On the other end of the line, Qin Jing's voice was full of anger. Linfan, how long are you planning to skip school?
He was taken aback and exclaimed, Ah! Qin, I've been thinking about it. It's not like I'm skipping school on purpose.
Qin Jing sternly reminded him, You need to get back to school right away.
I have something important to discuss with you in person tomorrow.
With no choice, Linfan reluctantly responded, alright, I got it.
He quickly hung up the phone.
Looking over, he saw Rongwu and Rongshu staring at him intently.
Linfan hesitated and asked, "What's wrong?" Wu Wang couldn't hide his confusion. "Master, you're still a student? You didn't even try to hide it." "That's right, I almost forgot. I'm still a student at Manhwa Medical University."
The misunderstanding was cleared up, and Linfan sluggishly sat down while everyone quickly left. He sat alone, arms crossed, sighing deeply. The next morning, at Manhwa Medical University, Xin Jing handed over an envelope and said, "Linfan, take a look at this."
He obediently opened it and read. It was an invitation from the top medical academy in the imperial capital.
She smiled happily and confirmed, "That's right, the top medical academy in the imperial capital has invited me to teach, and I've already agreed." Upon hearing this, Linfan leaned forward a little, excitedly congratulating her, "That's great.
The top medical academy in the imperial capital. I must congratulate you first." But strangely, Xin Jing suddenly slammed the table, stood up, and scolded him, "What's this? Is this how you react to the fact that I have to leave?"
He was taken aback, unsure of what to say, and simply laughed awkwardly, well, this.
That.
Then, he quickly changed the subject, "By the way, Ms. Qin, let's talk about business." Xin Jing could only massage her temples to calm herself.
This kid really didn't have an ounce of sensitivity.
She took out another sheet of paper, "Take a look at this." Linfan picked it up with a puzzled expression. It was a list of exchange training opportunities from the top medical academy in the imperial capital. Xin Jing continued, "You're not mistaken, I've also arranged for you to be an exchange student, so, speaking of this." She grinned broadly, "You'll be going with me."
Only Linfan was stunned. "What?"
Later, he reluctantly agreed to go along with her.
Miss Qin, you're really something. When are we leaving?" Xin Jing quickly responded, "We'll have a 6-month training exchange. We'll leave next week."
Linfan nodded, thinking to himself that this could be a good opportunity to visit the imperial capital and check out the martial hall Xingxin. As they were talking, there was a knock on the door. A well-dressed man walked in, holding a bag of pastries.
"Is Miss Qin busy?"
Upon seeing him, Xin Jing became more serious. It turned out to be teacher Zhu. Zhang Zhou smiled casually at her.
"Miss Qin, this is a snack I specially bought for you."
However, when Linfan saw him, an uneasy feeling suddenly rose within him.
There was something suspicious about this snack. The pastries contained a type of aphrodisiac.
His expression darkened.
Though the amount was small, the aphrodisiac could remain in the body for a long time. Once enough accumulated, it would erupt.
Zhang Zhou walked over to Qin Jing's desk and continued, "Here, try it." Qin Jing politely declined, "Thank you for the kind gesture, teacher Zhu, but I've been on a diet recently." Linfan stood up, pretending to say, "Actually, I'm a bit hungry." Before the man could agree, Linfan took the bag of pastries from his hands and started eating. He was taken aback, his eyes wide open.
"When did you?" Seeing Linfan finish the entire bag of pastries, Zhang Zhou's face relaxed. "Wait a moment."
While chewing loudly, Linfan muttered, "Not bad, thank you." Then, he came to a conclusion, this guy is quite an interesting foundation establishment realm cultivator. He stood still for a moment, then asked, "Who are you?" Qin Jing walked over to Linfan and cheerfully introduced, "This is my student, and also the exchange student this time." Zhang Zhou suddenly appeared angry, his brows furrowed tightly, "So that's how it is." However, on the surface, he still maintained a gentle and soft demeanor.
"Linfan, right? This is a rare opportunity.
You must focus on academic research once you're there." Despite his open attitude, Linfan clearly displayed his frustration, pulling his hand away. A small golden light from him made Zhang Zhou quickly retract his hand. Zhang Zhou could no longer hold back his anger and scolded directly,
why is your student so rude? Doesn't his father teach him about respecting his teacher? He even rudely pointed at Linfan and subtly scolded Qin Jing, Ms. Qin, your student needs to be properly taught. Once he goes to Mei Yuan, he must correct this bad habit. Her precious student being insulted, Qin Jing immediately stood up to defend. Mr. Zhu, it's not your place to teach my student. Seeing Qin Jing's firm response, he had no choice but to back off, smiling awkwardly, sorry, I was being abrupt. Knowing he couldn't stay any longer, Zhang Zhou turned toward the door and raised his hand. Well, I'll be leaving now, Ms. Qin. We depart in a week. Zhang Zhou was so furious that his eyes turned red, and he began gathering his spiritual energy, preparing to strike. You brat, I'll make you regret this. The purple spiritual energy immediately shot towards Linfan. Luckily, he had already noticed it. His spiritual power turned into a shield to protect its master. Zhang Zhou's spiritual energy was dissipated by the impact. Linfan was a bit confused. What was this guy doing? Trying to use low-level spiritual energy to infiltrate me? Meanwhile, Zhang Zhou, surprised to see his spiritual energy vanish, thought to himself, this brat is quite something. Not only did he waste 1/10 of my joining force, but he also neutralized my fire spirit energy. However, he wasn't afraid. Instead, he confidently adjusted his tie. After all, he's just a person about to die. Why bother with the details? Just wait. Linfan turned to ask Qin Jing, who was standing behind him, Miss Qin, what's the background of this guy? She sighed helplessly. He's just a useless descendant. He relies on his father, who is a teacher at the top medical school in Imperial Capital. He's highly regarded but has done who knows how many things to harm girls. Linfan frowned in displeasure after hearing this. Who is his father? A man with a bald head and a bloated belly, his hands full of gold, appeared in Qin Jing's description, Zhu Bingtian, the CEO of the largest corporation in Imperial Capital. An enigmatic, dangerous smile appeared on Linfan's face, as if he had figured something out. I see. Qin Jing, still unaware, continued to complain, nothing good about the father and son of the Zhu family. Linfan seemed to be making plans, his spiritual energy gathering in his hand, as he said, don't worry, Miss Qin. The spiritual energy from you penetrated into Qin Jing, and she turned to look over. What? Are you sure he wouldn't dare to touch her? You're so confident. With this spiritual energy protecting her, Qin won't be harmed anymore. That reassuring smile quickly turned malicious. His schemes started to shift towards Zhang Zhou. As for him, when they reached the imperial capital, he would settle things with him once and for all. Not to mention, the Shu family had a lot of money. He thought it over and then left, not forgetting to inform Qin Jing. Ms. Qin, I'm leaving now. By the way, I'm taking a week off. After a week, we'll head straight to the imperial capital. She put her hand on her hip, looking at him with a mix of annoyance and intrigue. You brat, always so mysterious. 1 week later, at the imperial capital airport, a luxurious car was parked, seemingly waiting for someone. The bodyguard stood next to the car, patiently checking the time on his wristwatch. The sound of footsteps approached, the click of high heels echoed, and Qin Jing appeared, accompanied by Linfan, while Zhang Zhou showed up at the airport. Zhang Zhou cheerfully opened the car door for her. Ms. Qin, please get in the car. He kept his fake smile and turned to Linfan. Linfan, please sit in the front. But Linfan completely ignored him and climbed into the back seat, sitting next to Qin Jing, disregarding Zhang Zhou's surprised glance. He didn't give him the option. Shu teacher, you sit in the front. Zhang Zhou tried to maintain his image. All right. The car door slammed shut, and the vehicle began to roll away. Zhang Zhou could only grit his teeth and glare from a corner that he couldn't be seen from. You brat, just wait. The two cars sped down the wide, spacious road. At this moment, at the Haoyuan Imperial Capital Hotel, the grand and luxurious building stood tall under the sunlight. Zhang Zhou enthusiastically invited. Sister Qin, you can stay here for now.
You've had a long journey today, so rest up.
We can go to the academy tomorrow. Linfan silently observed, realizing this guy couldn't hold back anymore. The receptionist placed 2 room keys on the desk. Your room keys, please take them.
Qin Jing reached out to take them and thanked her. The receptionist smiled at the 2 guests, nothing unusual.
Zhang Zhou waved goodbye and left.
Well, I won't disturb you anymore, Sister Qin.
I'll leave now. If you need anything, just give me a call.
She agreed, and after seeing him off, Qin Jing turned to speak to him. By the way, Linfan. She hesitated for a moment before suggesting. I'm staying in the presidential suite.
You're just in a single room. Do you want to come to my room and rest for a bit?
Linfan awkwardly but politely declined.
Sister Qin, stop joking.
You should rest soon. Hearing that, Qin Jing turned around in a huff, making him anxious.
I'm not joking. I'm not going to bother with you anymore.
At the same time, after Zhang Zhou left, he walked straight to a car parked nearby.
How's the arrangement?
His servant is rummaging through his jacket pocket for something. Young master, don't worry, everything is settled. He handed Zhang Zhou a rune card, everything had been arranged perfectly. This is Qin Jing's rune card. He satisfiedly reached out to take it, then complimented, very good. Licking his lips and eyeing the card in his hand, he grinned sinisterly, his face showing a blatant desire. Qin Jing, tonight I will make you mine. Meanwhile, Linfan was sitting in a room, making a phone call to someone.
Hello, senior, where exactly am I?
On the other end of the line, Rongwu cheerfully replied, got it, we've arrived at the Holy Sect Martial Hall.
When will you be here?
Linfan responded while silently thinking, let me handle a big matter first. His eyes gleamed with a deep, sharp, and calculating look. Zhang Zhou, I'll give you a big surprise tonight.
Before long, the sky turned dark.
Qin Jing had just finished showering, wearing a bathrobe that looked very comfortable, and was humming a tune. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, drawing her attention. I wonder who's looking for me at this hour. Qin Jing cautiously approached and peered through the peephole. Zhang Zhou stood straight at the door, holding a bottle of wine, greeting her, Miss Qin, it's me. As soon as she saw him outside, she frowned with distaste. This guy, who would care about him? She thought, then chose to ignore him and laid back on the bed, playing with her phone, revealing a very seductive body. The doorbell rang a few more times before falling into silence again. When no more sounds could be heard, Qin Jing let out a sigh of relief.
Finally, they're gone.
Suddenly, the large figure of Zhang Zhou appeared right behind her, his eyes filled with malice. He gave a lecherous grin as he looked at Qin Jing, who was lying on the bed, and asked,
why aren't you paying attention to me, Miss Qin?
Hearing Zhang Zhou's voice, Qin Jing jumped in surprise and sat up.
When did you come in?
He didn't even try to hide it, proudly pulling out a room key and showing it to her.
Of course, I entered openly.
Zhang Zhou, pretending to be kind, placed a bottle of wine on the table.
Miss Qin, I brought a fine bottle of wine for you.
He pushed his glasses up and stepped closer, his voice laced with venom.
Don't disappoint my good intentions.
In fear, Qin Jing pulled the blanket up to cover herself and trembled as she replied.
Mr. Zhu, I just want to rest right now. Can we have the drink tomorrow instead?
Hearing this, Zhang Zhou smirked and grinned widely.
Rest, huh?
He took off his coat and, while doing so, asked. Well then, let me rest with you. His actions made Qin Jing retreat in fear, trying to increase the distance between them. Mr. Zhu, if you don't leave, don't blame me for being impolite. Zhang Zhou treated her threat like a joke, dropping his coat onto the floor. Then let me see how unpolite you can be. Zhang Zhou took off his glasses, mocking her. Deep down, she never imagined that there might be someone capable of protecting her, someone with the power to truly safeguard her.
Sensing something, he glanced at the figure disappearing behind the door and called out, "Come out, brat." Linfan, seeing that he had been noticed, grinned with interest. "You're not hiding anymore, just revealing yourself directly, and you even closed the door and leaned against it. Were you that eager to see me?" Qin Jing, seeing him, looked like he had found a savior and shouted his name, Linfan. Zhang Zhou, on the other hand, sneered sarcastically. "Brat, you don't actually think that just because you've learned a few scratching techniques, you can play the hero and rescue the damsel in distress, do you?" Linfan crossed his arms in front of his chest, laughing heartily, completely unbothered by the taunts. "Let's see." Zhang Zhou, angered, snapped the glasses in his hand, but still tried to appear as though he was trying to persuade. "I can see you've got some skill. How about you follow me from now on? I guarantee you'll live a life of wealth and luxury." He glanced at Qin Jing, thought for a moment, then made his decision. "As for this woman, I can give her to you." Zhang Zhou shamelessly voiced his intentions, tempting Linfan. "How about tonight, just the two of us? After all, aren't you with her because of her body?" This made Qin Jing tremble with anger. "Don't you dare." Linfan had been waiting for this moment. He turned and pointed toward the door, signaling for him to step outside. It sounded good, so he went outside and said, "Zhang Zhou easily fell into the trap and followed you." "Yeah, I guess you're smart enough." The two of them walked out and closed the door behind them. Linfan smirked, preparing to cast his spell. Then, a loud crashing sound echoed through the room, shattering the previously eerie silence. It seemed as though she already knew what he was doing. She sighed helplessly, clearly bored. At the same time, outside, Zhang Zhou was sprawled on the floor, looking utterly miserable with bloodshot eyes and a mouth full of blood. He shakily crawled to his feet, wincing as he touched his injuries. Linfan looked down from above, raising his bloodstained elbow and asked, "Want to try again?" Hearing his voice, Zhang Zhou lifted his battered face, surprised that someone so young could already be a late-stage Foundation establishment realm expert. Annoyed, Linfan kicked one side of Zhang Zhou's face, knocking out another tooth. Linfan pressed his head down to the floor, disgusted. "Why are you so mouthy?" He bent down, rummaging through his pockets and pulled out a phone. Linfan dangled it in front of Zhang Zhou's face. He looked at his bruised, trembling face and glared threateningly. "Call your old man now. Tell him to come and pay for you." Zhang Zhou was frightened, but still stubbornly refused to comply. "You brat, keep dreaming." Linfan raised his foot, combining strength and speed. He lifted Zhang Zhou up, then delivered a powerful knee strike straight into his abdomen. Zhang Zhou was sent flying, crashing into the wall behind him, leaving a massive dent. Linfan didn't spare him a glance, simply stating, "I'm giving you 1 hour. After that." He glared menacingly, his spiritual energy surrounding him. "You'll know the consequences." Zhang Zhou angrily clutched his stomach, panting and cursing, "You've messed with the wrong person." Linfan, indifferent and sneering, mocked, "Oh really? How stupid." Meanwhile, in the luxurious and vast imperial capital skyscraper, a man sat in a chair, gazing out the window when his phone rang. "Hello." After hearing the full story, he shouted angrily, "What did you say?" Linfan shoved his hands in his pockets and calmly announced, "I'll give you 1 hour. After that, you can start preparing to collect your son's body." After hanging up, he left Bing Tian gnashing his teeth in rage. One of his subordinates standing beside him finally spoke up, "Should I go?" He nodded, giving his order. "Trouble old he for me." Bing Tian was seething with fury, his face filled with veins, as he crushed his phone. "Dare to mess with the Zhu family? No matter who you are, I'll make you pay." Sometime later, while Linfan was guarding Zhang Zhou in his room, the man was tightly bound and gagged, sitting on the floor, only able to make incomprehensible sounds. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew into the room, causing the curtains to flutter. Linfan looked up, his eyes sharp. "Finally here." Old he stood right behind him, exuding a murderous aura, but Linfan remained unfazed. He turned to look at the old man and said slowly, if you had been 3 minutes late, I would have already killed the hostage. This keen perception astonished old he. You could sense me? Brat, what's your name? Linfan didn't pay much attention and stood up, walking forward. It would be better to discuss the main issue first. He patted Zhang Zhou, who was trembling on the floor, and then smiled as he asked the old man, "How much do you think this guy is worth?" Without saying a word, a hand full of power swung toward him. It was old he's hand, striking at him. Linfan swiftly blocked the attack. Old he glared at him, then forced himself to push harder. Brat! With a loud crash, the two forces collided and exploded. Old he staggered back several steps before finally steadying himself. Blood poured from his mouth, and in disbelief, he asked, "You?" Linfan no longer held back, so now could they talk calmly and politely? Old he, a man with a good sense of timing, bowed his head respectfully and apologized. "It was the Zhu family that was deceived. We didn't expect to provoke such a powerful figure. Afraid of further angering this expert, I must discuss terms with you." "Little brother, name your terms. As long as the Zhu family can meet them, we will never refuse." Knowing that his plan had succeeded, Linfan didn't hold back and presented two conditions. "I need two things. First, 1 billion in cash." As expected, this condition was easily met. Old he nodded, signaling to continue. "Of course, that's no problem." Before he could rejoice, Linfan raised his finger and immediately presented the next condition. Second. He stared intently at the old man's face, speaking in a light tone. "I want condensed primal jade." Upon hearing this, old he's heart skipped a beat, and he was stunned as he asked, How do you know?" Of course, Linfan did not answer the old man's question. He thought to himself, condensed primal jade, this is a precious item that can help a martial artist break into the fish origin realm. He slowly recalled the events of his past life. In his previous life, Zhu Bingtian had accidentally obtained condensed primal jade, and it was thanks to this item that he was able to advance directly into the condensed origin realm. After only a brief moment of reflection, Linfan took out his phone from his pocket and made the decision on behalf of old he. This matter was probably beyond the old man's control, so he decided to call Zhu Bingtian. At the Bingtian Company headquarters, the phone rang incessantly, echoing throughout the room. The man smiled in delight when he saw the incoming call and immediately picked up. "Oh, that was fast," he remarked. On the other end of the line, old he spoke cautiously, still on guard against Linfan, while hesitantly reporting the situation. "Master, we've encountered someone formidable." The other party was in the Foundation establishment realm. This conversation had disrupted Bingtian's peaceful contemplation of the scenery, and he stood up in anger, not believing his ears. What did he say? What did they want? He was stunned. What does he want? Old he replied seriously, recounting, fish origin jade. Bingtian's eyes widened in disbelief, and he shouted into the phone, "What? This cannot be allowed." Fed up with the lengthy exchange, Linfan took the phone back from old he. Without saying much, he spoke directly to Bingtian. "Zhu Bingtian, right? Condensed primal jade is my absolute limit. If I cannot hand it over." As he spoke, he turned the camera toward Zhang Zhou, who was gagged and attempting to say something. "Then say goodbye to your treasure." Seeing Linfan decisively hang up, Bingtian exploded in a fury, squeezing the phone tightly in his hand. He stood upright, his face twisted with rage, struggling to suppress his anger. That bastard Zhang Zhou, why the hell did he provoke a peak of the Foundation establishment realm powerhouse? Damn it, damn it. In the midst of his fury, Bingtian suddenly realized something was off. He paused, deep in thought. Wait a minute, how does this person know that the Shu family has condensed primal jade? Could it be that all of this is a trap? A vicious gleam flashed in his eyes, filled with calculation. I'll play along with you. Then, Bingtian composed himself, lowering his voice as he spoke to the other side. Condensed primal jade is a major matter, little brother. How about we set a time to meet and discuss it?
Linfan was waiting for this, nodding in agreement.
Alright, you pick the time and place.
Bingtian moved closer to the window, gazing outside at the surroundings before selecting a spot that suited his plans. Then tomorrow afternoon, I'll host a banquet at the Zhu family to celebrate your visit.
Upon hearing the time and place, Linfan hung up.
A beam of light flickered in his palm. He spoke in a cold, dangerous tone. Next, the magical energy from his hand surged and wrapped tightly around Zhang Zhou's body, causing his face to contort in agony. Once the spell was completed, Linfan retracted his magic and slowly explained. I've placed a forbidden curse within your body. In this world, only I can it. If I don't obtain the condensed primal jade, within 3 days, you'll turn into a puddle of mud. After that, he didn't bother to look back but waved his hand at old he, giving the order. Take them away. Seeing this, the old man accepted the order, holding Zhang Zhou with one hand while bowing with his other hand placed on his chest.
I shall go ahead.
As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind arose, and the two figures standing at the corner of the room vanished.
Linfan, too, did not stay behind but went to Qin Jing's room.
When she saw him open the door and step inside, she quickly stood up and asked,
Linfan, how is it?
He smiled reassuringly to calm her, telling her that she could rest assured that the Zhu family would not cause her any trouble during this period.
Once everything was settled, he stopped smiling and seriously instructed her. I have some matters to attend to tomorrow. You should go to the first academy in advance.
Qin Jing, trusting him fully, nodded in agreement. At that very moment, in the secret chamber deep beneath the Zhu family estate, a tense meeting was taking place. Bingtian, with a dark expression, sat in the chair at the center of the meeting.
Was there really no solution?
His subordinates stood below, their heads bowed in defeat.
Master, we can't handle it.
It seems only that young man can.
Upon hearing this, Bingtian furrowed his brows and glared at the useless bunch. Really?
Bingtian raised his hand, and a jade stone emitting a dazzling green light appeared.
Could they only rely on the condensed primal jade? Was such an absurd thing even possible?
After putting the jade stone away, the room fell into silence.
Before long, the next day arrived.
A red car sped through the streets, gradually coming to a halt.
That is Linfan's car.
He calmly stepped out of the vehicle with a confident and charismatic demeanor. The gatekeeper saw the new guest arrive and quickly recognized who it was.
Master Lin.
Following the master's instructions, he took a step forward and respectfully gestured towards the direction. The master has been waiting for you for a long time, please follow me. After a short walk, the servant led Linfan to a room and gave instructions.
The master is ahead, please go in. As Linfan approached, the doors automatically opened. Behind them, Bingtian was waiting.
Seeing Linfan, he hurriedly greeted him, as if they had been familiar for a long time. Linfan brother, come in, please have a seat. He placed a freshly brewed cup of tea, still warm, on the table and pushed it toward Linfan. Bingtian sat across from him, smiling as he introduced the tea's origins. Linfan brother, this is the spirit tea that I've kept, please try it. Linfan, out of respect, picked up the cup and took a sip, then commented.
Not bad.
Bingtian rubbed his hands together, smiling flatteringly before circling around to begin speaking. My good-for-nothing son, truly, what an idiot he is. I sincerely apologize to you, Lin brother, for his behavior. Linfan didn't want to listen to any more of his rambling, so he directly addressed the matter at hand.
Condensed primal jade, is it ready?
Ignoring Linfan's words, Bingtian shamelessly persisted in asking.
Condensed primal jade is incredibly important to our Zhu family. Is there anything else that could be used as a replacement?
Bingtian had just finished speaking when old he quickly appeared out of nowhere, holding a treasure chest in his hands. These are all precious treasures I've collected. Please have a look, Lin brother. Saying this, the old man placed the chest in front of Linfan's eyes, opening it to reveal priceless gems and jewels that sparkled brightly. However, Linfan dismissed them, not even sparing a glance.
I've told you, I only want the condensed primal jade.
Seeing that his temptations were unable to sway Linfan's decision, Bingtian gritted his teeth and prepared to resort to threats.
Hey, buddy, do you really want to go so far as to provoke the Zhu family like this?
He tried to hold back, but eventually gave in and switched to outright intimidation. I know you're at the late stage of Foundation establishment realm, but the Zhu family isn't some pushover. Linfan slightly lowered his head, letting his hair cover his eyes, showing no emotion.
Are you threatening me?
Bing Zhu, seeing Linfan's attitude, grew furious. He slammed his hand on the table, stood up, and shouted. The Shu family, I truly can't do anything to you, but that doesn't mean others can't. His face darkened as he stared at Linfan, as if wishing to take his life and playing his last card. I have deep ties with the holy sect Martial Hall. This time, to handle this matter, I have specially invited a master to help. A pair of feet silently stepped out from the shadows, making a muffled thudding sound. The tall figure gradually came into the light, walking towards Linfan from behind. As if sensing something, Linfan suddenly turned his head and looked behind, only to be taken aback. Rongwu, too, was startled by the look in Linfan's eyes and froze in place. Both of them stared at each other, speechless. Finally, it was Rongwu who spoke first. Lin brother, why are you here? The old man looked confused at the third person standing in the room, confirming once again. He is the one who offended you. Bingtian rubbed his hands together and smiled obsequiously at the old man. That's right. He pointed at Linfan, who was casually sitting on the chair, then loudly accused him. This person is shameless and vile, and dared to pressure my Zhu family. Rongwu's face darkened, and he cursed helplessly. Idiot. Bingtian, feeling pleased with himself, thought that Linfan would soon be dealt with, and happily flattered the old man. That's right, he really is an idiot, relying on his slight cultivation. Rongwu, fearing that the man might say something he shouldn't, decisively grabbed the collar of his shirt and interrupted him. I'm telling you, you're the idiot. Though Bingtian didn't understand what was going on, he could still sense the old man's expression and felt a bit fearful. Seeing Bingtian like that, Rongwu gave up. He could only sigh at the mess the man had caused. Rongwu turned to explain to Linfan in front of Bingtian's astonished gaze. Linfan brother, I have some connections with Martial Hall Xingxin. They asked me to help deal with the troubles of the Zhu family. Linfan nodded slightly, indicating he understood. So that's what it was. But Bingtian still trembled and asked the old man. What? What is this? He pointed at Linfan and scolded him. You can't offend this person, not just you, even Martial Hall Xingxin couldn't afford to offend him. He was stunned and collapsed onto the floor, unable to believe his ears. Bingtian, terrified, tried to deny it. No, this can't be true. However, Linfan just smiled warmly, placing his hand on the man's shoulder. Don't be scared, I won't do anything to you. His tone immediately turned menacing. But, could you hand over the condensed primal jade? Bingtian trembled and agreed. Give it to me, all of it. He stood up abruptly, turning away. I'll go get it right now. The man hurried off, almost as if trying to flee. Meanwhile, Linfan remained silent, a dangerous look on his face. Once the man was out of sight, he and Rongwu exchanged glances, puffing out their cheeks to hold back laughter. Finally, both of them couldn't contain it any longer and clapped each other on the back, laughing out loud. Ha ha. Ha ha. A while later, Bingtian returned, holding a brown wooden box. The condensed primal jade is here. Opening the box, the large blue jade inside emitted an ethereal aura matching its color. Linfan took the jade in his hands, inspecting it. Genuine goods. He raised his other hand, making a familiar gesture. And there's also the 10 billion. I hope you'll have it ready soon, I'll send someone to collect it.
With that, he and the old man Rongwu left together. Well then, we'll take our leave. Bing Tian gritted his teeth in fury behind them. Damn it! The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He clenched his fists and shouted. Damn it, I can't even hold on to Marshal Hall Xingxin's leg anymore. But Xu Bingtian was absolutely unwilling to just accept this loss. He quickly came up with a new, even more dangerous plan. If I can no longer place my hopes in Nation H, then I'll place them overseas. The ringtone of the phone rang continuously. At the same time, Apocalypse casually sat with his feet propped up on the table, picking up the phone to answer. The old fat man spoke in a deep voice, introducing himself and repeating the old matter. I am Zhou Bingtian. Does the agreement we made before still stand? He gently confirmed, his tone no less sinister. Of course, it still stood. The man seemed to lose all rationality as he agreed. All right, I agree, but I have one request, help me kill 2 people. Meanwhile, at the gate, Linfan and Rongwu were stepping out of the car. The old man smiled and turned to him. By the way, Linfan brother, I'll take you to Marshal Hall Xingxin. Without thinking much, Linfan immediately pulled out the car key and got into the vehicle. The sports car sped along the road toward Marshal Hall. The long flight of stairs, with symmetrical pairs of stone lions on either side, led to the Marshal Hall Xingxin, a place filled with spiritual energy and ancient atmosphere. The 2 of them slowly approached the steps leading to the entrance of Marshal Hall. Linfan looked at the scene before him and commented, the exterior still seemed quite imposing. A pink jade ring appeared in Rongwu's hand, emitting a faint spiritual aura. The old man explained to him. Lin brother, Marshal Hall Xingxin has a rule, you must wear martial attire to enter. The ring in the old man's hand disappeared, replaced by a set of clothes for Linfan to change into. Linfan took the clothes from the person opposite him. At the solemn Marshal Hall entrance, 2 guards stood watch. From a distance, one of them noticed 2 figures approaching Rongwu and Linfan. The 2 guards immediately clasped their hands together in respect. Greetings, senior. The one on the left gave a slight bow. Please, come in. The old man leisurely stepped through the already open door. Linfan followed behind, which piqued the curiosity of the 2 guards. Who is this person? I've never seen him before. He's so young. He must be someone the senior has brought to broaden his knowledge. On the first floor of the Marshal Hall, everyone was engrossed in their practice with wooden staves and sandbags. Linfan observed with satisfaction. Well, not bad at all. Someone enthusiastically cheered, catching Linfan's attention. Second brother's martial arts are really improving day by day. A powerful strike landed. It was Li Hu, his aura resounding like a mountain lord. Linfan shook his head, sighing. His words caused Li Hu, who had been performing in front of everyone, to pause in surprise and glance over. He quickly greeted Rongwu standing next to Linfan. Mo Rong Sr., you've arrived. Then, he turned to Linfan, clearly wanting to know his identity. This is Linfan. Without answering his question, Linfan directly spoke. The moves in your martial arts earlier were flawed. If you continue training this way, you might injure your tendons and bones. Li Hu immediately frowned. What did you say? Though displeased, he explained himself clearly. This martial art was personally taught to me by my master. I've already mastered 90% of it. Linfan raised 2 fingers again, missing just the final part. Li Hu did not elaborate further but immediately raised his hand to signal readiness. Then, please, brother, show me the way. At this point, Rongwu leisurely introduced him to Linfan. Linfan brother, this is Li Hu, the eldest disciple of the Marshal Hall Xingxin, and also one of the outstanding outer disciples. He simply smiled lightly, acknowledging the invitation, then extended his hand. Go ahead, I'll show you the way. Li Hu's leg shot out with a whoosh, speeding toward him. He appeared right in front of Linfan in an instant, his fist ready and cautious.
However, when that fist came toward him, there was no one in front of him. Another foot swept in to trip him. Linfan calmly withdrew his leg, while Li Hu lost his balance and spun in the air. The uneven rhythm of his steps was the first problem. As he turned, he muttered curses. Damn it! Managing to regain his balance in time, his foot landed firmly. In the next moment, he launched a second punch at Linfan. Linfan stood still, using only his bare hands to block the blow. His gaze was sharp, exuding a cutting edge. With a single palm strike, he sent Li Hu flying backward. Li Hu slid for a distance before regaining his footing. His face turned pale as he gasped for air. Finally, he realized his own limitations and clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect toward Linfan. Thank you, brother, for showing mercy and offering such valuable guidance. Suddenly, another voice rang out. Linfan, I've heard much about you. It's true, your reputation is well earned. The speaker was none other than the pink-haired beauty Li Qingshui, who had just arrived and was already giving guidance to a disciple of my martial hall Xingxin. Linfan responded cheerfully, no need to be so polite. His expression left her speechless. Who's being polite with you? Can't you tell I'm mocking you? Rongwu chose the perfect moment to chime in. This is Li Qingshui, the shy niece of Li Xingxin. That name took him by surprise. She's Li Qingshui. His eyes grew contemplative. In his past life, he had heard of her. Li Qingshui was someone favored by the heavens, having reached the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. It was a pity that she later died unexpectedly. Thinking back on the calamities she had faced in her previous life, he felt even more regret for her. Outside, the crowd was abuzz with discussion. Some said she had been ambushed, others speculated she was poisoned. Sadly, Martial Hall Xingxin was very discreet, and no one truly knew what had happened. Suddenly, he stared straight ahead. Could it be that the aura silently creeping around Qingshui, who stood there in confusion, was converging upon her? The energy enveloped her body, revealing a purple flame within her, while she herself remained completely unaware. Why are you staring at me like that? Linfan continued to ponder. So that's it. It's a case of qi deviation. This girl has been cultivating too hastily, her foundation is unstable. At this rate, with all the hidden injuries in her body, everything might erupt in less than 3 years. Rongwu, unaware of what was going on, just chuckled quietly to himself. Looks like he's got his eyes on us. Qingshui shyly spoke up, have you looked enough? Linfan calmly closed his eyes. I've seen enough. Her expression frustrated her. She grabbed Rongwu's hand and turned sharply. Senior, my grandfather has something to attend to. Please, accompany me to the 3rd floor to rest. The old man was pulled along by her, only able to awkwardly respond. The three of them climbed the stairs to the 3rd floor of the martial hall. Suddenly, the old man laughed at Linfan, a loud, boisterous laugh that left him confused. The old man wore a mischievous grin, and it seemed like something big was about to happen at Xingxin Martial Hall. Linfan could only silently look at that lewd smile. The old man turned and laughed even louder, leaving Linfan still in a daze. What was he even saying? In the tea room on the 3rd floor, Qingshui brewed tea for Rongwu and Linfan. The freshly brewed tea was still steaming as it was poured into the cups. She cheerfully extended her hand to offer the tea to the old man. Please, senior. The old man, smiling brightly, picked up the cup and asked Qingshui, you're 20 years old this year, aren't you? She paused for a moment. Huh? Yes, that's right. The old man couldn't hide his excitement. You're a bit older, but you know, women are always a few years older, huh? This made both Qingshui and Linfan break into a cold sweat. A hand quickly reached out to stop the old man. Wait a moment, senior. You should know, Qingshui is wholeheartedly devoted to martial arts. She once swore that until she reaches the fish origin realm, she wouldn't think about anything else. But Linfan's words shattered her dream, she could not reach the condensed origin realm.
She angrily shouted, "What did you say?" Rongwu gave a thumbs up. Impressive technique. He ignored the old man and seriously explained, "You've been rushing your cultivation just for short-term gains, but your body is already hiding internal injuries. You act as though this is nothing, but in less than 3 years, you will certainly die from excessive internal energy and burn yourself out." Qingshui felt unconvinced and recalled what her senior had said, "You are a genius, but I hope you understand that there is always someone more talented, and higher realms above the sky. One must be humble, not act as if they own the world." Linfan seemed not to notice her frustration and calmly sipped his tea. "Recently, have you been circulating Dan Tian? Does the energy core feel vaguely strange?" Qingshui was stunned for a moment, her eyes filled with astonishment. He seemed to have seen right through everything. This situation must have been going on for a long time. Every time this situation occurred, she forced the energy core's flow using her inner strength. The inexplicable sensation would disappear for a while, only to reappear later, and she would continue to force the flow as usual. "Am I wrong?" His expression grew solemn. "If you continue like this, all that awaits you is death and the destruction of your path." She hesitantly asked, "Do you have a solution?" Linfan gently nodded. "If it were anyone else, there would naturally be no solution, but with me, it's different." She didn't dare to hesitate any longer, she had to resolve the situation quickly. However, Linfan was not someone easy to negotiate with. Her attitude was not that of someone seeking help. She was at a loss for words in front of him. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed. Zheng Huan happily ran over, while the old man behind him was panting heavily. "Qingshui, I've invited Dr. Wang," Zheng Huan said. He was surprised to see the person in the room. "These two," Zheng Huan pointed at them. She quickly took Rongwu's arm and pulled the old man forward for the introduction. "This is the friend my grandfather invited, Senior Rongwu." Linfan, standing behind, could only feel speechless. She had just introduced him as senior, this little girl was clearly too arrogant. Zheng Huan cupped his hands in greeting. Junior Zheng Huan pays respects to senior, then he eagerly rushed to stand in front of her. He spoke, extending his hand toward the old man, who had now straightened himself up. "This is Dr. Wang. I've already told Dr. Wang about the symptoms of your cultivation. Dr. Wang says there is medicine to treat it." Qingshui stepped forward to show her respect. "Qingshui pays respects to Dr. Wang," she said respectfully. The old man nodded, stroking his beard. "I've been in seclusion for many years. If I hadn't seen that young fellow's sincerity, I would never have come down the mountain." She bowed her head slightly to express her gratitude. The great kindness of Senior, Marshal Hall Xingxin will never forget it. After the greetings, the three of them moved to another area. She didn't forget to remind them. "Please wait here, Senior. Once grandfather returns, I'll notify you immediately." Rongwu could only utter one word. Before they could even leave the room, a sigh was heard. Linfan smiled mysteriously, creating a situation that was impossible to live through. His words made both Zheng Huan and Qingshui stop and glance over. Dr. Wang, at this moment, also sensed the contempt in Linfan's words, so he darkened his expression and shot a glare at him. "What do you mean by that, brother?" Linfan didn't want to argue with him, so he politely smiled and said, "It's fine, you all go ahead." Then, he and Rongwu stood still and watched as they walked into the room. Dr. Wang seemed somewhat confused. "Linfan, what did you mean by what you said earlier?" Linfan had already detected the deception in him. That Dr. Wang was nothing more than a fraud. Rongwu, hearing this, became anxious. "What about Qingshui, then?" Linfan closed his eyes, somewhat exasperated. He could only sigh. This girl is too arrogant. A little hardship will do her good. A little while later, inside the room, the so-called divine doctor was preparing to treat Qingshui. "Miss Qingshui, please lie down on the bed," she complied. "Okay."
Then, he took out his tools and prepared to proceed with the treatment.
Next, I'll perform acupuncture on you.
Qingshui nodded in agreement.
Please, Dr. Wang.
The so-called divine doctor danced the silver needles in his hands, selecting the right one. Then, he quickly inserted several acupuncture needles into her body. Immediately after, he struck his hand forcefully on Qingshui's back, transmitting internal energy. Instantly, she grimaced in pain, spitting out blood.
Zheng Huan stood beside, visibly panicked.
Junior sister.
He angrily turned to blame him. Dr. Wang, what's going on?
The doctor, calm and composed, put away several acupuncture needles and replied.
Don't panic, it's just a small issue, things will improve shortly.
Half a stick of incense later, as the ashes and smoke began to rise, it was clear that time was passing. Right now, Qingshui's condition had worsened. Her face grew pale, her skin looked ghostly, and her situation became increasingly dire. Suddenly, her eyes shot open wide, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. She immediately clutched her chest, feeling an unbearable pain, before coughing up blood.
Seeing this, Dr. Wang was startled and horrified. What is happening? This can't be. Zheng Huan, furious, grabbed his coat and confronted Dr. Wang, demanding. If something happens to my junior sister, you won't get away with this.
The doctor stammered in fear.
I.
At that moment, Linfan's voice rang out, full of disdain.
Idiot.
Zheng Huan stopped his actions, looking back at Linfan in confusion. Linfan stood calmly, hands behind his back. Zheng Huan, frustrated over the situation with Li Qingshui, was feeling uneasy. Linfan quickly understood, and his face darkened as he made a swift judgment. It was clearly a move to use someone else's weapon to kill. Hearing this, Zheng Huan shoved the doctor aside and angrily questioned.
What do you mean by that?
Linfan shot him a cold, murderous look.
Do I really need to spell it out for you?
At that moment, Zheng Huan furrowed his brows, furious.
Junior sister is still receiving treatment. Please leave immediately.
Ignoring his words, Linfan walked past him with a challenge.
I'm not leaving. What are you going to do about it?
Zheng Huan was becoming increasingly furious, his face turning purple with rage. He pointed a finger at the boy without any hesitation. If you don't come out now, don't blame me for not being polite. Backed by Qingshui, her condition was still far from good, she was trembling in agony. Even though she didn't want to ask Linfan for help, she had no choice but to humble herself, laboriously uttering each word.
Mr. Lin, please save me.
Seeing this, he agreed with her.
If you have taken the initiative to speak, then I will guarantee your life.
Seizing the opportunity, without warning, Zheng Huan behind him grabbed a blade. He was preparing to launch a sneak attack.
If you don't want to leave, then don't blame me for being rude.
Immediately, Linfan frowned and turned to glare at him. With just a glance, he unleashed a force that sent Zheng Huan flying back. He fell to the ground, his eyes wide in shock. Dr. Wang, who had witnessed everything, was horrified, but Linfan did not hold it against him.
He shouted. Don't just stand there, get out. He quickly complied.
Yes.
Then, while shouting, he scrambled past Rongwu and hurriedly fled the room.
Rongwu bent down and was surprised to see Zheng Huan lying face down on the ground. Zheng Huan truly was nothing good. It was hard to believe that Li Xingxin had nurtured such a beast. Linfan shook his head in dismay. After all, the human heart was separated by just a thin layer of skin. Then, he turned his head to observe him, beginning to have some doubts. But I still feel like there might be some kind of conspiracy hidden inside. Never mind, let's save Li Qingshui first, and we'll deal with this Zheng Huan later, once everything is over. He didn't pay attention to him anymore and instead focused on Qingshui right in front of him. Immediately, Linfan gently supported her in his arms and slowly lowered her onto the bed. At this moment, she was trembling, in pain, while he continued his healing work, his face serious, showing no sign of distraction. He raised his hand to form a seal. Linfan continuously pressed on the acupoints on Qingshui's wrist and shoulder. Then, he used his energy-gathering technique and pressed on the acupoint in the middle of her chest to transfer his internal energy. Suddenly, Qingshui's eyes widened as she looked at the energy flowing around her in astonishment. I feel like my energy core has completely recovered. Upon hearing this, Linfan let out a relieved sigh.
Phew, it's done.
He turned around and reminded her.
I've completely restored the meridians in your body.
But next, I hope that when you cultivate, you still need to solidify your foundation.
Don't rush ahead.
Gone was the arrogance Qingshui once had toward him. Now, she respectfully clasped her hands together and thanked him.
Thank you, Mr. Lin.
Then, her face darkened as she looked at Zheng Huan, who was lying face down on the floor.
Senior brother, I never expected. I considered you a close one, yet you wanted to kill me.
Linfan didn't say much. He used his skills to force him to speak.
With Linfan's power, Zheng Huan was suspended in the air.
After that, he opened his eyes in terror, seeing everything around him. It was Zheng Huan. Seeing Qingshui, he shouted in regret.
Li Qingshui, you're not dead.
He gritted his teeth, filled with anger.
Damn it. Just a little more, just a little more. He laughed maniacally. Heaven doesn't help me.
Unable to stand idly by and let Zheng Huan continue his madness, Linfan struck him with a single move, sending him spinning and crashing far away. His hand remained in position, coldly reminding him.
Be quiet.
Zheng Huan was now trembling, painfully holding his face as he collapsed to the ground. Qingshui's face darkened, and she slowly walked towards him. I never thought someone as vile as you would appear in Martial Hall Xingxin. He, upon hearing this, was furious.
Vile. He angrily complained. Since I was young, I've been by Master's side.
In terms of talent, in terms of hard work, no one is stronger than me.
But what about you, Li Qingshui?
Zheng Huan recalled how Li Xingxin would gently smile and pat Qingshui's head when she was little, which only made him even more resentful.
Because you're Li Xingxin's granddaughter, you'll inherit Martial Hall Xingxin in the future. I can't accept it.
Clearly, I am the one who has worked the hardest, the one most deserving. She looked at him, understanding.
So? It's just because of this trivial matter.
Hearing her refer to it as trivial, he seemed unable to control his rage, and it erupted.
Trivial? You make it sound so easy.
Zheng Huan was increasingly unable to hold back, about to charge at Qingshui. For me, Martial Hall Xingxin is everything. Suddenly, before Zheng Huan could make a move, a hand slammed onto his head. It was Linfan, who had taken him out in an instant, leaving a dent in the floor. He then withdrew his hand as if nothing had happened.
Talking too much.
At that moment, several people rushed over to inform Qingshui.
Eldest Miss, Master is back.
Upon hearing this, her eyes sparkled with joy, like a child.
Grandfather is back.
A few people pushed the door open and announced, Eldest Miss, the owner is waiting for you in the main hall. They saw Zheng Huan lying face down on the ground with an indentation, which made them panic. Grandmaster Qingshui, with his arms crossed, irritably explained, Zheng Huan is no longer a member of our Martial Hall Xingxin. Lock him up first, then we'll decide on further action.
They exchanged hesitant glances, but she exuded an air of authority, loudly commanding, Aren't you going to listen to me? Startled, they immediately responded, Yes, yes, yes. The two of them quickly carried Zheng Huan away.
Then, Qingshui turned to Linfan and said, Well then, Mr. Lin, let's go.
He nodded in agreement, all right.
In the main hall of Martial Hall Xingxin, Li Xingxin was sitting leisurely, enjoying a cup of tea. He blew on it, preparing to take a sip when, out of nowhere, a foot came rushing towards him.
It was Qingshui. She jumped up in excitement, Grandpa, I'm here. Without hesitation, she dashed into his arms. Xingxin happily ruffled her hair. You little one, you can't even act proper in front of guests? Rongwu, standing by, reminded them, what's going on? Xingxin and Rongwu put their arms around each other, laughing as they spoke. It's been a long time since we last met. Ha ha. Qingshui, now focusing on the matter at hand, approached Xingxin and informed him, by the way, Grandpa, there's something I need to tell you. This immediately caught his attention. She whispered something in his ear that left him shocked. Ah. After a while, when Xingxin understood everything, he clasped his hands in gratitude and said to Linfan, the great favor of little brother, Li Xingxin will never forget it for the rest of my life. He humbly replied. Master Li, there's no need for that. I'm just helping out as a matter of convenience. Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but praise him even more. Little brother, though you are young, you already possess such skill. Truly, this is a blessing for the martial artist nation H. Suddenly, Xingxin, with a bright smile, asked. I wonder, little brother, do you have a family yet? Linfan was taken aback, breaking into a cold sweat as he responded. Not yet. Upon hearing this, Qingshui blushed, embarrassed, and waved her hand. Grandfather, what are you saying? He then laughed heartily. During this period, why not have little brother spend more time with my granddaughter? This girl is actually very good. Linfan coughed a few times, gently reminding. Master Li, we should really discuss the main matter first. Rongwu, standing beside them, agreed with Xingxin. They really make a good match. Ha ha. Xingxin turned to Qingshui and said. Right, let's talk business first. Qingshui, you go outside for a moment. She obeyed. Yes. And immediately stepped outside. Now, he turned to the two of them and asked for their help. I've called together the hidden family forces this time because there is a major issue that requires your cooperation. He said solemnly, revealing the matter. Just then, an apprentice suddenly rushed into their conversation, flustered, and shouted. Shopkeeper, shopkeeper, it's bad. Linfan and Rongwu were startled and exchanged glances, while Xingxin scolded the apprentice's behavior. Shouting like that, what kind of manner is that? The apprentice immediately kneeled and reported. But, shopkeeper, there are some people outside who appear to have come to cause trouble at the shop. He crossed his arms and questioned. Martial Hall Xingxin, which I founded many years ago, why should we be afraid? He showed a worried expression and said. This time is different. It's a group of foreigners. Moreover, they even demanded that Martial Hall Xingxin hand over a young person named Linfan. Upon hearing his name, Linfan froze, confirming. Are they looking for me? He wasn't angry at all, but Xingxin, standing beside him, was already seething with rage. Lin brother has done so much for Martial Hall Xingxin. These people are eyeing us like hungry wolves. Do they really think we're easy to bully? He unleashed all his energy, full of murderous intent. I'll go handle them. Suddenly, a hand stopped him. Wait, if they're targeting me, then let me handle it. Xingxin was quite surprised. In the blink of an eye, Linfan vanished, and the air around him swirled with a gust of wind. Xingxin was left speechless, staring in astonishment. All right, Rongwu also stepped forward and patted his shoulder, trying to comfort him. Don't worry, leave it to him. Let's continue drinking tea. Outside, Li Hu was suddenly thrown back, crashing hard into the ground. Several other junior brothers rushed to help him up when they saw he had been defeated. Senior brother, he brought reinforcements. The man stepped forward, looking down on Martial Hall Xingxin. He sneered at them, glancing with one eye, as if dismissing them, unable to withstand a single blow. Li Hu trembled, clutching his arm, struggling to sit up and question. Who are you? San, not wanting to waste time with him, got straight to the point. You don't need to know where Linfan is. It is unclear when Linfan had arrived here. He spoke up. I heard you were looking for me.
With his terrifying power, he jumped straight down, startling San. Linfan's face darkened as he emanated an aura that threatened them.
I don't remember knowing any of you.
The man, seemingly fearless, continued to act arrogantly.
You don't need to know us. You just need to know that you've offended some people you shouldn't have.
Linfan chuckled lightly and made an O sound.
Suddenly, the man's eyes widened in alarm.
It turned out that Linfan had quickly appeared in front of him, exuding a murderous aura.
Is that so? San didn't expect what happened next.
Somehow, the man had managed to react in time and stepped back. Linfan did not rush to step down onto the ground. Instead, he raised his hand in challenge.
Go ahead, show me what you've got if you want to take me.
San was enraged by Linfan's arrogant attitude and shouted loudly. Boastful. Immediately, the man activated the rockets on his legs and rushed toward Linfan.
San, from above, bent his knee, aiming directly at Linfan.
Die! He kicked straight at Linfan, but Linfan raised his hand to block it.
Without stopping, the man threw a punch at Linfan's face.
This time, Linfan quickly dodged. Without hesitation, Linfan used one palm to push him back, but there was no inner energy involved. His strength and speed were absolutely beyond that of an ordinary person. Finally, Linfan realized.
So that's how it is, I know who you are now.
The man was still supporting himself with his foot on the ground to stop his movement. Upon hearing this, he snorted.
San tilted his head and arrogantly responded. So what if you know?
He curled his lips in disdain, seemingly unaware that you still didn't know who he was. In the blink of an eye, he had slipped behind the man without anyone noticing, leaving the latter frozen in place. Linfan whispered in San's ear, causing him to break into a cold sweat.
I've dealt with quite a few people from Apocalypse.
The man panicked, turning his head in disbelief, as if he couldn't believe his own ears.
What did you say?
In an instant, Linfan took a serpentine route and systematically eliminated each of San's subordinates.
San widened his eyes and demanded. What did you do? He glanced at San and sneered. In that brief moment, Linfan was already behind him, gripping San's neck. You're too weak. I'll spare you this time. Go back and bring some experts here.
The moment he heard this, San trembled in fear. Linfan then released his grip and turned, walking away. San, seeing that he was off guard, prepared to pull something out, but Linfan caught him in time.
That won't work on me.
San stood there, stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. He silently looked at his subordinates lying sprawled on the ground, resembling nothing more than discarded rags. Without saying a word, he bent down, grabbed the collars of his men, and launched himself into the air, moving like a flash of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had returned to the bustling city. San looked at the pitiful sight of his subordinates and seethed in anger. For useless trash. In his hand was a phone, the screen showing an ongoing call. When the other party finally picked up, San growled.
Zhou Bingtian, who exactly is that Linfan you've offended? Bingtian's face turned pale as he stammered.
He's a cultivator. He broke into a cold sweat when he heard San's announcement.
That other man was extremely difficult to deal with.
The guy made a demand that if they wanted to kill him, they would need to pay an additional fee.
Bingtian immediately agreed.
All right, I agree with you. After ending the call, he immediately dialed another number. He waited silently for the call to connect. The ringing of the phone in his ear made him anxious.
It seems I'll have to invite them to act.
The lack of a response only frustrated him further.
At a crucial moment, the chain breaks. Damn those bureaucrats.
He held a bottle of blue liquid in his hand and poured it directly onto the unconscious subordinate.
In an instant, their bodies dissolved into a pool of blue water. San, once again, calmly left.
The sky outside remained a deep blue, as if nothing had ever happened. At the same time, Linfan was talking with Xingxin in Rongwu. "Those people are from Apocalypse," Xingxin said seriously. "I haven't gone looking for them, yet they've come looking for us first." He smiled knowingly. "Linfan, brother, are you sparing that person's life to fish for a big catch?" "You're quite right," Linfan responded with a grin. Xingxin grew more enthusiastic. "We don't know much about Apocalypse. If we can take this opportunity to study them more thoroughly, that would be a good thing." Xingxin happily suggested, "By the way, Linfan, brother, how about staying with us at Martial Hall Xingxin for a while?" Linfan politely declined. "Thank you for the kind offer, Masterly, but I have other matters to attend to and it's inconvenient for me." His voice was hearty. "If that's the case, I won't force it anymore." He mentioned that 3 days later, he would invite the entire Martial Hall to come here. "At that time, I hope Lin brother will come to the Martial Hall Xingxin once more." He clasped his hands in front of his chest, showing respect. After that, he bid everyone farewell and left. Inside the grand building, outside, the sunlight scattered in the air, Linfan sat quietly on the bed, his body gradually entering a meditative state. Strands of golden light gathered and flowed into his body like a warm stream. The deep red gem inside his body slowly absorbed this energy. Then, it gradually harmonized and spread through his meridians. Soon, his entire body was enveloped in brilliant golden light. The rays of light seemed to be drawn into his body by the red object, and around him, a vortex-like formation began to take shape. Inside his subconscious, the spiritual energy surrounding it began to be absorbed, more and more, until it finally merged as one. A satisfied smile appeared on Linfan's face. He gleefully said, "The essence condensation realm is achieved, and I never expected the 9-heaven divine stone to have also become the condensation source in my body." He tightened his grip on the power in his hands, continually excited, truly integrating it into himself. "I am now more than 10 times stronger than I was in the same realm in my previous life." Images of his previous life surfaced in his mind. "This life, with the 9-fold heaven divine stone, I am destined to surpass my previous life and achieve the creation realm." Having accomplished his goal, he peacefully lay down, closing his eyes and gradually drifting into sleep. The next day, Linfan and Qin Jing stood before a large building. He exclaimed in admiration, as expected of the top medical academy, "It's truly impressive." Qin Jing announced, "Today, the medical academy will conduct its first public lesson. The top students from all the academies are here to undergo the test." She glanced at him and reminded, "Linfan, don't embarrass me." Linfan replied calmly, "Don't worry." The teacher beside them could only look at him with a doubtful expression. Around them, students gradually gathered, and the two of them blended into the crowd, heading towards the building. Suddenly, a person appeared, sparking discussions among the crowd. Hey, isn't that Suijo? He's going to school?" The person walked up, dressed in a stylish outfit, and someone else exclaimed in shock, "Damn, Suijo is going to school? Am I dreaming?" Ijo ignored the noise around him and casually greeted, "Hello, Qin." Qin Jing beamed, "So you are Suijo, my classmate?" She courteously added, "The once-in-a-century genius of the imperial capital's #1 medical academy." Suijo waved his hand, "Just classmate is enough." He turned to Linfan and greeted, "Hello, you must be the exchange student from Yado Medical Academy, right? If you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask me." With that, he turned and ascended the stairs, saying, "I'll go in first." Linfan replied softly, "All right." He revealed an expression of amusement, another joker from the imperial capital, truly living up to his reputation. In the public teaching session, Linfan walked to the already crowded row of seats. The appearance of the two immediately attracted the attention of the students nearby. Just then, the classroom door opened, and a voice boomed with confidence. "Hello everyone, I am Professor Zhang Tongji." The students immediately became excited and murmured, "This is Professor Zhang, the shining star of modern medicine. It's said that there's no surgery he can't complete." Exactly, Professor Zhang has practiced medicine for 30 years without a single mistake.
He truly is the role model I look up to. Comrade's voice echoed in the classroom.
Dear students, today is our first session, and I hope we can have a great exchange with each other. Luo Yu, sitting in the row, suddenly raised his hand to ask.
Professor Zhang, I have a question I'd like to ask you. The old man happily responded. What's the question? Go ahead.
He opened his mouth but hesitated. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke, his tone uncertain.
Professor Zhang, I was born into a family of traditional Chinese medicine. From a young age, I followed my grandfather to learn Chinese medicine and Chinese pharmacology. But in recent years, I've started to feel that more and more people are losing faith in traditional Chinese medicine and are against it. He clearly looked anxious. I want to ask, what do you think about it?
Comrade furrowed his brow and thought for a moment. Then he gave his firm response. Whether it's Western medicine or Eastern medicine, as long as the doctor is able to heal, then he is a good doctor.
These words made Ijo unable to hold back a laugh.
The gaze of everyone quickly turned toward the source of the sound. He hurriedly waved his hand to explain. Sorry, I just found the issue raised by that student earlier really amusing.
I couldn't help myself for a moment, please don't mind it.
The professor observed his reaction and made a silent note. This Suijo considered himself to be exceptionally gifted, with a proud and arrogant personality, especially when it came to making things difficult for Eastern medicine.
Then the next situation astonished him. Luo Yu stood up and pointed directly at Ijo's face. Classmate, I know you. I've heard that you are a rare genius from the top academy of Imperial Capital's Medical Institute.
He smugly adjusted his jacket.
Too much praise, too much praise. Luo Yu, irritated, questioned. I ask you, what part of my question is funny?
Ijo lightly raised his glasses and adopted a scholarly tone.
Eastern medicine, this issue is inherently laughable. From what I see, it's just a fraudulent play meant to deceive people. Diseases can be cured by Eastern medicine, and even if you don't treat them, they'll heal by themselves.
Ijo raised his voice, declaring.
Only modern medicine is the true form of medicine. All the Eastern medicine students frowned.
This guy, Luo Yu, was so angry his face contorted, damn it.
Comrade spoke up to try and mediate. Eastern medicine is profound and profound.
Ijo didn't wait for him to finish and stood up, interrupting. Professor, I disagree with that statement.
Anything that has been discarded by the times should disappear. He arrogantly raised his chin.
Eastern medicine is nothing but a fraudulent play. It may have a few benefits, but it also needs to be refined using modern medical methods. You are all talented individuals, perhaps you should focus on studying contemporary medicine instead of relying on something called Eastern medicine, which is just a sham. Zhang Tongji and the Eastern medicine students were furious, but they could only stand there speechless, watching him.
Amid the chaos, Linfan calmly stepped in. If you think Eastern medicine is not up to standard, let's have a contest and see. He steadfastly looked Suijo in the eye. I'm asking you, do you dare? Ijo responded nonchalantly. Fine, I'm happy to prove to all of you.
He still spoke with a tone of disdain.
Eastern medicine is nothing but a scam. How do you want to compete?
Linfan answered confidently. Since you look down on Eastern medicine so much, I'll let you decide, so you can't say I'm bullying you. Ijo was also unceremonious.
If that's the case, then I'll decide. Let's compete in the most basic technique of Eastern medicine. What do you think? He set the condition. If I lose, I will apologize to everyone in Eastern medicine. But if you lose...
Linfan interrupted, declaring to the entire class. I will stand in front of the whole school and say that the Eastern medicine we study is garbage.
How's that?
At these bold words, a heated discussion broke out around them.
Where did he get the courage to compete with Suijo? Is he going that far? Wow, this is huge. What qualifications does he have to represent our Eastern medicine? The sound of papers slamming onto desks abruptly cut through the noise. Comrade angrily shouted. Do you all have any respect for me? This is a lecture hall. If you want to compete, go somewhere else. Seeing the old man's angry expression, Ijo finally held back. All right, we'll compete here, though the conditions are a bit uneven. How about this, tomorrow at 2 p.m., we'll compete in the school's laboratory number 1. Linfan gently replied. All right. Receiving the answer, he turned away, waving his hand as he left the classroom. The students of Eastern medicine kept cheering for Linfan. This classmate, keep it up. Our Eastern medicine is no less than any other medical school. A few people from the modern medicine faction, however, laughed mockingly at them. Ha, I have to go announce this to the whole school, let's see how they embarrass themselves tomorrow. Comrade, seething with anger, turned his back and left, gritting his teeth as he announced. Today's class is over. Qin Jing, worried, walked up. Linfan caused trouble as soon as he arrived. Truly. He smiled carelessly. Just wait until tomorrow. After leaving the lecture hall, they walked towards the medical institute. Linfan, walking confidently, was beside him, while Qin Jing could only sigh helplessly. The two of them suddenly noticed a crowd ahead. Z was leading the group, heading toward them aggressively. She didn't say much but directly asked. Are you the new exchange student? Linfan casually replied. Yes, that's me. She immediately began to question. On what basis are you representing Eastern medicine? If you lose, it's our Eastern medicine that will be humiliated. People around her chimed in. That's right, this is really too much. He then said something that caught them off guard. What does it have to do with you? Z, furious, scolded. A mere exchange student, and you want to represent our top medical school in the imperial capital? Take a good look in the mirror and see if you're worthy. If you win, that's fine, but if you lose, how are we supposed to hold our heads up in the future? Linfan, hearing this, came up with an idea. You're right. How about this, you go and compete with Suijo instead? Zhao Zi was so angry she was shaking, her eyes welling up with tears. Eastern medicine and traditional Chinese medicine are not even from the same school of thought, there's no way it could be a fair comparison. Linfan sighed at this expression. It seemed even he did not believe in Eastern medicine anymore. Tomorrow, I'll show you what true Eastern medicine is. The sound of high heels angrily clicking echoed as Linfan casually waved his hand and left with Qin Jing. Z crossed his arms in front of his chest and ordered his subordinates. Go investigate for me. I want to know the identity of this man. After walking for a while, Linfan suddenly asked. Miss Qin, would you like to go see something exciting tomorrow? Qin Jing coldly replied. I'm not interested. I already have plans with my friends tomorrow. He glanced at her with a playful look. Your friends really do get around Olive Nation H, huh? She responded with a teasing glance of her own. This friend of mine is no ordinary person. If there's a chance, I'll introduce him to you. Linfan chuckled softly and shook his head in refusal. The next day, at the Imperial Capital Medical Academy, in the first laboratory, a large crowd had gathered to watch. Luo Yu stood among the crowd, cheering for Linfan. Go for it. A few people from the modern medicine side sneered in disdain. Ziyan arrived and called out his name. Linfan. But Linfan ignored her and walked straight inside. She was brushed off and immediately fumed with anger. Damn it. Then, irritated, she followed him in. All right. Inside, Ijo had been waiting and spoke up. I thought you wouldn't dare to show up. Linfan nonchalantly threw his bag onto the table. Ha, you must think too little of me. When do we start? Ijo pointed to the machine behind him. Any time. Then he announced the rules. The first round is all about observation. To ensure fairness, you can choose any of your classmates, and we'll begin. After the other party finished explaining, he pointed at Z. Choose her. You're confused, I firmly believe it's her. Ijo laughed heartily. Ha, Zhao Z, do you agree? She reluctantly responded. Fine, I also want to see what you're capable of. Linfan waved his hand. You want to use the equipment, right? Then you go first. Suijo began a series of tests on Z, from blood tests, electromagnetic scans, to measuring blood pressure. Finally, he finished and closed his notebook. Your turn. Z looked at Linfan with a puzzled expression. The atmosphere between them was eerily quiet and still. She suddenly spoke up. Have you looked enough yet? Linfan thought for a moment, then sighed and turned to leave. I've seen enough. Z blinked her eyes, her face full of contemplation. Ijo took the opportunity to hand him a piece of paper. Let's write down our own diagnosis. Linfan took it with a displeased expression. However, he still sat down and carefully wrote down his thoughts. The crowd outside was chatting noisily. Today, we have to hit Eastern medicine hard. What can you possibly see from just one look? Can it be as accurate as machines? Just wait and see. Ijo confidently raised the paper high. Are you done? He received a cold response from Linfan. I'm done. He then loudly began the debate. Then let me share my diagnosis first. Zhao Zi's health is quite stable, but she has a few basic health issues. If I'm not mistaken, she might just have a common cold. He then spoke seriously. Now it's your turn. With a calm attitude, Linfan replied in a deep voice. My diagnosis is just like yours, it's a common flu. However, there was still some doubt in his heart. Occasionally, a dark energy flashed across his forehead, as if he had been poisoned. Ijo's eyes were filled with killing intent. Very well. He then made a decision. This time, it's a draw. Let's begin the second round. Soon, the two of them completed the second and third rounds, using Linfan's Eastern medicine method of pulse diagnosis, while Ijo relied on his Western medicine stethoscope. But the results were the same, a draw. Some people present began to comment. Look, this is Eastern medicine, it's just luck. The final round will reveal the true nature of what you're doing. This evenly matched battle even earned some subtle praise from Ijo. This student's skills aren't bad. In the final round, suddenly a patient there collapsed, crying out in pain. His face contorted from the agony. Ugh. Then, he collapsed to the floor, clutching his abdomen in front of the astonished crowd. Ijo panicked. What's wrong with you? The patient looked up and tried to speak. My stomach hurts. It's cramping. Upon hearing this, Ijo lost his composure. The equipment here is primitive, it's better to take him to the hospital. But Linfan remained calm, taking the patient's pulse and observing his condition. He then confidently stated, It's just acute appendicitis, move aside. He pulled out a set of medical tools and began using acupuncture. Just wait, acupuncture will fix it. The patient, writhing in pain, hurriedly tried to stop him. Don't, take me to the hospital. He refused the help. I don't trust your traditional Chinese medicine. It hurts so much. Linfan hurriedly lifted the patient's shirt, then decisively used a needle for acupuncture. Ijo, worried from outside, tried to stop him. Linfan, if you do this, you'll kill the person. However, his gaze was unwavering. Shut up. Then, he seriously inserted the needle into the acupuncture points around the patient's abdomen. At this point, the patient had become more alert and, with doubt, said, It seems to be getting better. It's not as painful anymore.
Linfan felt somewhat relieved upon hearing this. I'll write you a prescription in a bit, just take it for a few days and you'll be fine. I also assure you, you won't need to go to the hospital.
This situation left everyone there staring in disbelief.
Z, observing from the outside, was a bit confused. In his mind, acupuncture could cure appendicitis, but still, some people were skeptical.
Was he cheating? The patient didn't seem to have any issues at all. Everyone continued to murmur in surprise, trying to figure out what was going on. But the patient from earlier openly defended Linfan. What are you all talking about? Acupuncture really works.
After finishing the procedure, Linfan glanced at Ijo and provocatively said, "Alright, let's continue with our final round." At this moment, he had a different view of him. This brat is not bad.
Just as the tension was building, the door suddenly slammed open. Two people rushed in, shouting, "What are you all doing? Haven't been studying all day?" They were making a huge fuss. "Everyone disperse, disperse."
Ijo, with some regret, looked at Linfan. "Looks like our fourth round isn't happening."
Linfan, hearing this, shot back, "Seems like you're not satisfied, are you?"
He stepped closer and said seriously, "I know you're also a cultivator. 3 days from now, I know of a place where we can have a real duel. Before leaving, I'll leave a challenge.
I wonder if you have the courage to accept it."
Linfan silently speculated. Indeed, this was his true intention.
Then, indifferently, he responded, "Of course, I can." Ijo quickly replied, "Great, I'll contact you tomorrow."
The man who had entered earlier was still trying to disperse the crowd, shooing them away.
How unprofessional.
He leisurely walked out, while those around him muttered in disappointment.
Ah, such a letdown.
Suddenly, someone grabbed the sleeve of Linfan's shirt.
It was Z, hurrying to stop him. He halted, glanced down at her, and asked, "What's the matter?"
He immediately received a firm response from her. "Today, you were just lucky.
If it weren't for that, you would have definitely lost in the fourth round."
Hearing that, he felt irritated. She was a student of the Eastern Medicine Institute, yet lacked any confidence in the medical skills of her own nation.
She wasn't worthy of studying Eastern medicine.
Linfan said nothing further, turned, and walked away, not bothering to exchange another word with her, which made Z furious.
"You're killing me."
It was still the same bright campus scene under the golden sun.
He walked with a sense of frustration, feeling indifferent, bored.
Suddenly, Linfan saw a female student rushing toward him.
It was Su Fei.
As soon as she arrived, she gleefully exclaimed, "It's him!" and reached out as if to grab something.
Wait.
Before Fei could succeed, he quickly grabbed her wrist, twisted it behind her back, and sternly asked, "What do you want?" Even so, she answered enthusiastically, "So you are a cultivator after all." As Linfan was feeling happy, he suddenly let go of his hand, causing her to nearly fall.
Fei turned around and panically spoke.
"I have something to ask for your help with, but this isn't the place to talk. I sincerely need your assistance." As soon as Linfan heard this, he immediately grew suspicious.
"What is your connection with Suijo?"
It turned out he had sensed something unusual. The internal energy within this girl was identical to Suijo's. She suddenly rushed forward and grabbed his hand.
"It turns out I didn't find the wrong person.
Come with me, and once we get there, I'll tell you everything." Linfan appeared intrigued.
"Sounds interesting, let's go." However, their encounter was witnessed by Z.
Upon realizing this, she stomped her foot in anger. This guy was actually with Su Fei at the imperial capital's tea house, a place designed in a luxurious and majestic style, where something peculiar seemed to exist.
The moment Linfan stepped in, Fei dropped to her knees, tearfully pleading, "Please, save the Divine Doctor's sect."
At the same time, in the immortal realm, a mysterious land completely opposite to the Chun family, an old man holding a treasured item in his hand expressed his desire, "Divine Lord, if by chance I meet the descendant of my lineage, I hope you can look after him. Linfan was taken aback after hearing the story.
You are the successor of the Divine Doctor sect?
He secretly rejoiced, never expecting to meet her here. Feifei looked up at him with sparkling eyes, her cheeks flushing a faint shade of pink. She hurriedly explained, the current leader of the Divine Doctor sect is my father. Linfan had a hunch. She said she wanted me to save her Divine Doctor sect, so she must believe I have the ability to do so, right?
Upon hearing these words, Feifei became agitated.
I know about your match with Suizhou, so I believe you definitely have this ability.
Moreover, there's a special aura about you, one of confidence and arrogance.
Linfan felt helpless upon hearing this.
This girl is a little naive.
Then, after hesitating, he ventured a guess, Suizhou, and you are. Before he could finish his sentence, Feifei revealed it herself. Suizhou is my father's adopted son, and he is a traitor to the Divine Doctor sect. At this moment, Linfan began to understand a little, finding it interesting. Suizhou came from the Divine Doctor sect but had insulted and belittled the medical arts of Nation H.
Why was that?
She answered in an agitated tone. He's a terrible person, garbage. All the grievances Feifei had kept inside were now being expressed.
Suizhou is my father's adopted son.
Although he has an exceptionally strong talent for cultivation, he refused to follow the path of medicine and was dissatisfied with the Divine Doctor sect. However, no one within the Divine Doctor sect ever looked down on him. At this point, her eyes welled up with unshed tears. Even my father secretly told me that, years later, the Divine Doctor sect would pass the succession to him. According to Feifei, Suizhou originally had ulterior motives, but unfortunately, Suizhou's ambition was vast, and for his own benefit, he betrayed my Divine Doctor sect, seeking help from several mysterious forces. He then began to undermine and apply pressure on the medical arts of Nation H relentlessly.
She recounted every detail clearly.
Not only that, but Suizhou had monopolized a third of the pharmaceutical industry in the entire imperial capital. The outcome seemed almost predetermined, using sophisticated methods to produce large quantities of medicine that addressed only the symptoms, not the root causes, reaping considerable profits. Feifei narrated everything with all the indignation she felt. Because of this, my father was so enraged that he fell unconscious. As for Suizhou, he organized a medical exchange conference, and the main purpose of this large meeting was to completely humiliate the medical practice of Nation H, and to insult our Divine Doctor sect. However, Linfan remained skeptical.
That doesn't make sense. Even if Suizhou betrayed the Divine Doctor sect, the sect must still have many outstanding disciples. How could they be so easily pressured?
Feifei quickly explained. Right now, there are only a few disciples left in the Divine Doctor sect, the others were all lured away by Suizhou.
She sighed repeatedly.
Now, aside from me, the Divine Doctor sect only has a few young disciples left. Now that he fully understood the situation, it all made sense. But if Suizhou could manipulate most of the disciples from the Divine Doctor sect, then it must mean there were already underlying problems within the sect.
Feifei fell silent upon hearing this. Linfan asked again. Is Suizhou's medical skill stronger than yours?
He received an awkward reply, not exactly.
Feifei was reluctant to explain the issue.
It's just that this medical exchange must follow a specific structure, we need at least 3 people to participate. In the end, he made a decision.
If that's the case, I'll help with this.
She was so delighted that her eyes widened, and she eagerly exclaimed.
Really? Really? Thank you.
Before she could rejoice for long, Linfan added another sentence.
But I have one condition. Feifei quickly responded. Please go ahead.
Hearing that, he spoke seriously.
Perhaps the Divine Doctor sect has many herbs with abundant spiritual energy.
Once she understood Linfan's intention, she jumped up in panic. Herbs with such precious spiritual energy, However, he calmly explained.
Don't refuse too quickly. I can guarantee that I will help you win this match. If you lose, I won't take even a single one. Feifei's face darkened, and she appeared hesitant. Linfan assured her that if she lost, there would be no harm. This transaction would only benefit her. Since her mind wasn't steady, she immediately agreed. I accept. Once the deal was settled, it was 10 spiritual herbs, but he asked for even more 30 herbs. At this point, Feifei had no choice but to accept. The deal was successfully concluded, and Linfan was quite pleased. He then extended his hand to her. Then, let's wish for a pleasant collaboration. The two shook hands, confirming their secret agreement. A moment later, Linfan mocked her again. Weak and unyielding, I truly didn't realize you were a descendant of medical arts. As the conversation ended, he cheerfully said, All right, that's enough for today. He turned and walked away, leaving a final message. To ensure a victory, I'm going to make some preparations. In Feifei's eyes, there was now a look of deep worry, hoping that he could truly help her win. At the magnificent house located on the main street of the imperial capital. As he walked along the road, Linfan was deep in thought. If he was going to compete in medicine, he needed to have the proper tools. He was mumbling to himself, naming each item: silver needles, healing herbs. Suddenly, he bumped into Lin Su, who was in a hurry. The little boy quickly bowed his head. I'm sorry. Linfan looked at the little boy and replied, No need to apologize. It turned out that he had already understood Lin Su's intentions, so he grabbed the boy's shirt and threatened him. But stealing wasn't a good habit. Yet, the little boy turned his face and resisted. You're talking nonsense. What did I steal from you? Inside, Lin Su was very anxious. Damn, this was bad. Luckily, this guy was a penniless fool, he had no money on him at all. Linfan, angry, threatened, Today, I'll break your arm. Lin Su, scared, begged, No, please don't. I can't lose my arm. Linfan released the boy's shirt and then questioned, You're young and strong, but instead of doing honest work, you resort to this? Lin Su timidly replied, I was forced into it. The little boy continued to be interrogated. Tell me, why were you forced? Linfan had begun to sense something odd. This brat was actually an innate body. Lin Su's face darkened, showing regret. Seeing the little boy silent for a while, Linfan finally spoke up. Are you really that short on money? Are you familiar with the imperial capital? Lin Su's eyes widened, and he explained, I've lived here since I was a child. I know every nook and cranny, every street, every corner. Linfan was very satisfied and continued to probe Lin Su. Very well. Let me ask you, do you know where the oldest antique market in the imperial capital is? The little boy eagerly responded, Of course, I know. You've come to the right person for this. Then, the little boy revealed something to Linfan. Outsiders might think that the 4 great antique treasures of the imperial capital are the oldest, but in fact, that's not true. Only those of us who have been here for many years know that all of that is just a scam. Lin Su firmly stated, the real good stuff can only be found in the underground market. Upon hearing this, Linfan gave the order, Take me there. However, Lin Su, being a sharp negotiator, requested payment for his services. Well, getting there does require some money. Linfan casually confirmed, Don't worry about the money. With that, he handed Lin Su a credit card. There's no password. Take whatever you need. I'll wait for you here. The little boy happily shouted but still tried to probe, Aren't you afraid I'll run off? Linfan smugly shook his head, You wouldn't dare. Before he finished speaking, the little boy quickly ran off. Okay. Not long after, Lin Su arrived at the ATM area. The little boy inserted the card to complete the transaction. At this point, Lin Su had an idea, Wouldn't dare? Let me see how much money is in your card. Then, I'll just take the money and run. He. The screen displayed the balance, 120 million. The little boy was stunned and blurted out, "Over 100 million."
Then, he quietly pressed the button to withdraw the amount he needed. Next, Lin Su hurriedly ran to another location. It turned out that the little boy didn't run away but returned to Linfan.
"I'm back."
Linfan felt quite pleased upon seeing this.
"I told you, you don't dare to run," Lin Su helplessly admitted. "I'm not stupid either, the boss has over 100 million, where could I possibly run to?"
Upon hearing this, Linfan placed his hand on the little boy's shoulder and said cheerfully,
"At least you're smart, let's go."
The two of them moved together toward the antique market. Suddenly, the little boy looked up at something in the distance. He quickly ran toward the two gatekeepers, shouting loudly, "Mr. Hu, Mr. Lei."
Mr. Lei joyfully responded, "Isn't that second dog?"
Mr. Hu teasingly opened his mouth.
"What's going on? Want to visit the underground market?"
Lin Su awkwardly explained.
"Please don't call me by that nickname. I'm here today to bring a rich and powerful client."
Mr. Hu quickly took the item from the little boy, instructing,
"All right, go ahead. Remember the rules."
The little boy led Lin Fan to the underground market, waving goodbye as he left. On the way there, Lin Fan teased Lin Su.
"So your name is Second Dog?"
The little boy quickly clarified.
"My real name is Lin Su." He thought about the name for a moment. "It's not bad."
As soon as they arrived at the market, someone came out to greet them. Ji Wei bowed respectfully.
"Welcome, honored guests."
Lin Fan quickly commented. Turns out this person is also a practitioner of the inner martial arts with great success. Seems like this underground market does have a bit of reputation. He gestured for Lin Fan and Lin Su.
"Please follow me this way."
The little boy took a look at the layout of the place as soon as he entered. Lin Fan remained calm, inspecting the surroundings. He looked up at the ceiling, silently speculating that this underground market was not what he had imagined. Ji Wei remained very respectful, inviting him to follow. It seemed that this market was quite grand and orderly, but the guests were also a special category. He then spoke up to inquire.
"May I ask, mister, would you prefer to participate in the regular auction or the martial artist auction?"
Lin Fan generously replied, "Of course, the martial artist auction." In his mind, he thought, this brat must be quite familiar with this place, it seems he knows about the existence of martial artists. They continued on, with Ji Wei still enthusiastically leading the way.
"Gentlemen, please follow me."
The three of them entered the market together. They took the elevator down to another location as per Ji Wei's directions. A strange noise was heard when the elevator doors opened, revealing a vast underground hall. Ji Wei looked at Lin Fan and said, "Please register with me." The receptionist reminded Lin Fan, "Mister, please leave your internal energy aura here. Please cooperate and release your aura for them." However, as soon as Lin Fan placed his hand, both Ji Wei and the receptionist were taken aback by the light that radiated. Lin Su secretly thought,
"Foundation establishment realm, no wonder he's so formidable."
Ji Wei, also stunned, sought clarification, not expecting to encounter a master at the Foundation establishment realm. Lin Fan himself didn't know anything about this place. In his previous life, he had never heard of anything like it. It seemed that the person behind this place had a very significant background.
Suddenly, there was a commotion, and Lin Fan wondered, when is today's auction supposed to begin? When Zhou Bingtian ran into Lin Fan, he unexpectedly gritted his teeth.
Mr. Ji Wei also turned to ask the situation.
"Mr. Chu, do you two know each other?"
But the man brushed off his hands and turned away, denying it.
No.
In a corner, Bingtian was making a call to an unknown figure. "That brat Lin Fan, he's at the underground market now." The person on the other end calmly confirmed.
"I know."
After hanging up, the man curled his lips into a calculating smile.
Ha ha.
Ji Wei led Linfan and the others into the underground market.
He then solemnly said, "Please have a seat."
Linfan sat down and gestured for Lin Su.
"Sit down too."
The little boy happily agreed.
"Okay."
Ji Wei suddenly paused, thinking for a long while. He hastily excused himself from Linfan's group. "The auction will start soon, I'll go downstairs first."
However, Ji Wei's mind was already filled with speculation. Where did the young master of the Lin family get acquainted with a foundation establishment realm expert? Could it be that he's planning to return and compete? Not long after, another man entered the room. He was Qua Tian, an important figure in the underground market. He greeted the crowd with calmness. "Sorry to keep you waiting."
As soon as he appeared, Qua Tian was seen through by Linfan. This old man was actually at the essence condensation realm. At the same time, Qua Tian also caught on to the situation.
He looked towards Linfan and noticed the essence condensation realm expert. Then, he glanced at Lin Su.
Wait a minute, beside him was Mr. Su. This made Qua Tian hesitate for a moment. Linfan realized that this brat was not as simple as he seemed. However, the next second, he returned to his enthusiastic demeanor as he greeted the guests.
"Welcome, everyone. The auction officially begins today." Qua Tian clapped his hands, signaling his subordinates to bring the item forward.
A masked person pushed a cart covered with a red cloth. This item is the golden hairpin of the medicine deity, used by him in his youth over 100 years ago.
Linfan focused on the auction.
This was the first item, an immortal emperor artifact. The item was introduced in detail. This set of golden hairpins had accompanied the medicine deity for over 100 years. Day and night, it had been nourished by countless rare treasures and was considered a top-grade artifact.
The starting price is 70,000. Everyone, please begin.
The guests were excited, bidding higher to acquire the golden hairpins.
75,000. 80,000. 85,000. Suddenly, Shihan shouted out an exorbitant price. 100 million.
Which surprised Linfan a little.
Qua Tian eagerly spoke. "So it's from the Su family's pharmaceutical business. That makes sense. This set of hairpins is truly significant to you."
Linfan vaguely recalled something upon hearing this.
Wasn't the Su family's pharmaceutical business run by Suizhou?
The next moment, Linfan boldly decided to raise the bid.
200 million. Some of the guests were stunned, their eyes wide and their mouths open in disbelief. "What? 200 million?
Lin Su anxiously reminded Linfan.
"Big brother, it seems you don't have that much money."
But Linfan calmly retorted.
"I never said I only have one card. Shihan has his own plans. The important item today is the King Cauldron Supreme Medicine, and in the end, it's better to preserve one's strength."
Since no one else bid higher, Qua Tian reluctantly decided.
"Well then, the first item will go to that Mr."
Soon, the auction continued.
Each precious item was presented to the bidders. This time, the item being auctioned seemed to be massive. Linfan immediately felt the surge of energy.
The spiritual energy is so strong. This is a medicinal cauldron. The red curtain was slowly pulled down, accompanied by an invitation to the guests.
Qua Tian took out a gigantic medicine king cauldron, its spiritual energy buzzing, and said, "This is the final auction item for today."
The medicine king cauldron. He also spoke of its legend, though its origins are unclear, but the spiritual energy contained within it can nourish the meridians, strengthen cultivation, and any medicinal herb placed inside it can enhance the effectiveness of the medicine by more than 20%. Shihan had been waiting for this moment, the one he came for. Linfan also started getting interested in this auction.
The medicine king cauldron, it really was the medicine king cauldron. This time, the reward would be huge.
He recalled his past life, when the medicine king cauldron appeared after his ascension. From time to time, he had heard people talk about it. Over 100 years after his ascension, one day, the heavens and earth reversed, and a medicinal cauldron appeared and ascended directly.
That cauldron was the Medicine King cauldron. This memory gave Linfan even more determination. This item must be his. Quatian excitedly announced to everyone.
This precious elixir was invaluable, not something that could simply be measured in cash, so the rules for bidding on this final item would be slightly adjusted.
He raised his hand and added,
"Those interested may make their own offers, starting at a minimum of 3 billion. Additionally, you must provide items of equivalent value for exchange."
After hearing the updated bidding rules, everyone fell silent.
Suddenly, a man with a clear voice declared, "I offer 10% of shares in the Long Tongue Corporation."
I wonder if that's enough.
He paused for a long time, studying Quatian's expression. A woman, eager to participate in the auction, spoke up.
I have a jade pendant that was once used by the ancient alchemist. I wonder if that would suffice. Shihan boldly announced as well. How about 10% of the Su family pharmaceutical company's shares? Would that be enough? Quatian responded with satisfaction. Of course, the Su family pharmaceutical company is more than enough. At this moment, Shihan was visibly excited. He believed this deal would succeed.
Many others who had been interested in bidding began to look increasingly anxious.
Quatian calmly asked the guests one last time. Is there anyone else who would like to make an offer?
Just as the situation seemed to reach a deadlock, Linfan unexpectedly spoke up. I have a cultivation method suitable for cultivators at the fish origin realm.
As long as their innate talent isn't lacking, they can smoothly cultivate the Nirvana realm. The entire hall fell into silence. Quatian's eyelids twitched as he questioned. Is that true?
Linfan arrogantly committed, just try and you'll know.
This forced Quatian to reconsider his approach. This person had already reached fish origin in cultivation.
If he truly had a technique capable of breaking through to Nirvana realm, then perhaps I could break free from the constraints of fish origin and advance to Nirvana realm as well.
Frustrated, Shihan boldly placed a bet. I'll wager 20% of Su family's pharmaceutical business shares.
However, Quatian still shook his head in refusal.
It's still a little lacking.
This left Shihan feeling extremely frustrated, while Linfan cast a disdainful glance at him, not willing to back down.
Shihan then offered another deal. He's all in this time.
An additional 100 Foundation Establishment realm pills.
Quatian was taken aback upon hearing this. 100 Foundation Establishment realm pills, and you still won't accept?
It still can't surpass a technique that can break through to Nirvana. A rather gloomy atmosphere descended, and no one dared to raise the price any further.
Quatian made up his mind.
If that's the case, this medicine formula peak belongs to this Mr. Linfan looked satisfied upon hearing his declaration. The auction is now officially concluded. Thank you all, we have prepared some light refreshments for you to enjoy. Shihan still carried a sense of lingering frustration. Before leaving, he shot Linfan a glare that could pierce through metal. When everyone had left, Quatian, standing beside Linfan, spoke gently, "Sir, please follow me." He led Linfan and Linsu to another room, a classic and quiet chamber. Hot tea was slowly poured into the cup, and the steam was still rising from the rim. At this moment, Quatian finally introduced himself. I am the storyteller of the black market of Hai, Quatian. Linfan replied coldly. Quatian observed Linfan, a trace of doubt in his heart.
He has the same surname, Lin.
Then, he happily discussed the martial art technique that Linfan had mentioned.
He kindly requested, "Bring me some paper and a pen." Quatian quickly had someone bring the items over. "Mr. Lin, please."
Linfan calmly wrote something on the paper, his face showing an unusual focus. A beam of light shone brightly through the room. Once he was done, he called out, "All done, please take a look."
Quatian took the paper, carefully examining it. This martial art technique. Is it really only attainable at the Nirvana realm?
Linfan explains slowly.
If one has outstanding talent, they could train to reach even higher realms.
However, my foundation is already set, and I bear many hidden injuries. The Nirvana realm is the highest I can achieve.
Quotian's face darkened, feeling discouraged. You're not wrong. Outside, the light still illuminated the entire room.
Linfan confidently asserted.
But I can cure your illness.
Although you won't be able to break through to a higher level, I can extend your lifespan by 30 years. If you're lucky, you might even reach the peak of the Nirvana realm.
Quotian trembled, reading the words with disbelief. Is what you're saying true?
Suddenly, a hand tightly grasped the paper. Linfan gently made a few strokes with his pen and then held it up in front of him, reminding him. Prepare all the ingredients listed here. 10 days from now, I will treat you. Hearing this, Quotian froze, his eyes wide in shock. Afterward, Quotian clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. If Mr. can truly heal my internal injuries, from now on, I, Hai Quotian, am willing to serve Mr. in Lamzhou.
He turned to look at Lin Su, puzzled. I wonder how Mr. came to know Lin Su?
Linfan calmly replied, we just happened to meet. Quotian smiled without saying anything, but in his heart, he was secretly pleased. It seemed Mr. had no intention of revealing much. Mr. Su, this time, you've really encountered a great power. Outside the hall, the crowd had mostly dispersed. Shihan picked up the phone and called someone, reporting, young master, today's auction was overshadowed by a brat named Linfan. A hand was flipping through the pages of a book.
Ijo, who was reading, simply said, I know. He hung up the phone and muttered to himself, Linfan, huh?
Well, so what if he took it? In the end, the medical techniques of Nation H will fall behind.
Elsewhere, Lin Su spoke up, speak, what do you want to ask? Linfan crossed his arms seriously, kid, what exactly is your true identity?
Hearing this, the little boy frowned in discomfort.
Compared to me, I'm more curious about who you are. He then flicked Lin Su's forehead, answer my question.
After that, the little boy could only tremble while clutching his head in pain, reluctantly responding, Ha, this place originally belongs to my family's business. Linfan nodded with a light smile, I see.
Now tell me more, I'm very curious. Lin Su, not liking it, refused, I don't want to. I have my own secrets too.
With that, he gave the little boy a threatening look, exuding a powerful aura. Seeing that, the little boy became somewhat afraid and made an excuse.
I just wanted what's best for you. You've already gotten yourself into big trouble. Linfan's expression darkened.
He grinned maliciously and waved his hand.
You think you can cause trouble for me? That hasn't happened yet.
Lin Su's face showed disgust, and he retorted sharply.
How disgusting.
Then the little boy made a decision. All right then, I thought you were just some rich guy, but it turns out you're also from the cultivation world.
Since you've already gotten involved, I'm not afraid to tell you.
Lin Su's gaze became serious as he introduced himself. My grandfather is Lin Tiefe, the head of the Lin family. The two locked eyes, saying nothing. The little boy then loudly repeated his introduction. My grandfather is Lin Tiefe, the head of the Lin family.
Linfan's face remained calm, showing no particular reaction. Oh, and then what?
Lin Su confidently explained.
It seems like you don't know anything yet. The Lin family is split into the main family and the heavenly family.
Normally, it's the heavenly family that goes out and acts, while the main family stays hidden. Upon hearing this, Linfan recalled Yuan Tian and thought to himself.
It seems that those people from Lin Yuan Tian belong to the heavenly family.
His eyes grew pensive. If that's the case, the main family of the Lin family must indeed have some power. The little boy kept explaining. My grandfather has 2 sons, my uncle and my father.
He then reminisced about his childhood and said, my father was quite rebellious. He said he would leave the Lin family early, ran off with my mother, and then I was born. You could say I'm the direct grandson of the main family of the Lin family. Linfan was a bit confused. He couldn't understand. If he was the direct grandson, why would he be out here stealing things? Linsu's face lit up with a silly, joyful smile. When my father was still alive, he once said, "The Lin family is deep and unpredictable, you should not harbor any intentions, just live as a free wanderer, zai, it's fine." Then, he scratched his head with a troubled look, but never expected that this guy would turn out to be so formidable. But if this got out to some of my uncle's children, they would probably think that I came back to compete for the position of the heir with them. Thinking about this, Lin Su spoke up, "All of my older brothers are already at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. In fact, based on my estimation, big brother, I've already stepped into the early stage of the Nirvana realm." Lin Fan's eyes gleamed with sharpness, and he calmly thought to himself, the early stage of the Nirvana realm isn't anything impressive. He rested his chin on his hand, then casually said, "You've run into big trouble, do you know that, kid?" Lin Su's face showed clear annoyance, and he pointed at him, about to speak. However, just as he was about to call him a kid, Lin Fan flicked him sharply, causing him to stumble backward. The little boy, clutching his head in pain, rolled around discontentedly. "Ouch, can't you hit somewhere else?" Afterward, Lin Fan's expression turned serious. He pointed at the little boy and said, "Brat, now I'll give you two choices." Lin Fan raised one finger. "First, cultivate with me." With a mischievous tone, Lin Fan continued, "I'll guide you down a path no one has ever walked before." Then he raised two fingers. "Second, return to being a free zai, continue your life of theft." Without hesitation, Lin Su decisively said, "I choose the second one." As if he hadn't heard that, Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. "Good, if you'd chosen the first, you would have followed me from now on." The little boy's eyes widened in shock. "Huh? I chose the second one." His gaze turned frightening, his smile menacing as he spoke in a low, threatening voice, "When I say you should choose the first one, it's the first one." Seeing this, Lin Su trembled in fear, muttering to himself, "This guy is cunning, so devious." With that, Lin Fan extended his hand. The little boy jumped in surprise, warily asking, "What do you want to do now?" Lin Fan placed his hand on the little boy's head and said, "I'll purify your marrow." A wave of energy flowed from Lin Fan's hand, enveloping Lin Su. The little boy, feeling some pain, clenched his fist tightly. Lin Fan immediately raised his voice, warning, "Endure it." The magical force surrounded his body, lifting the little boy up. The energy condensed into a powerful force in Lin Fan's hand. The purifying energy was being drawn out from Lin Su's body. Lin Fan softly chanted a spell, and the innate body formed a pattern in front of him. With just a step into cultivation, one could directly reach the innate achievement, reaching the peak of chi refining. Suddenly, dark spots appeared on the little boy's face, spreading down to his arms. The little boy collapsed to the ground. Lin Fan continued, "With the aid of the 9 Heaven Divine Stone, you're just one step away from reaching the Foundation establishment realm." After finishing, he waved his hand, causing the energy to dissipate in the wind. Lin Su's body returned to normal, feeling revitalized and joyful. "Ah," Lin Fan smiled and announced, "From now on, you've embarked on the path of cultivation. You've probably already reached the peak of chi refining." Looking at the magical energy in his hand, Lin Su felt a bit odd. "Is this chi?" Lin Fan pointed, forming a symbol with his hand. "This is the heavenly intent creation art, which can help you cultivate to the heaven platform realm." The little boy's eyes sparkled with clear joy as he looked at the symbol. Lin Fan instructed, "Now, follow the technique and solidify the energy in your body." Lin Su sat down seriously to meditate. He observed and thought to himself, "The innate body is really good. There are no constraints in cultivation, and I don't have to worry about an unstable foundation." After a while, the little boy exhaled and suddenly woke up, his eyes wide open as he finished the process of circulating his energy. Seeing this, Lin Fan praised, "Very good. Over the next few days, just stay home and focus on your cultivation." He then stood up and turned to leave. I have something important to do. Once I'm done, I'll come find you.
After that, Linfan waved and left, leaving Lin Su to remain deep in thought as he exhaled.
In the end, is this the path I must take? A little while later, in the hotel, the faint sunlight shone down.
Linfan walked over, gazing at a large, golden vase intricately carved in a classical style, then smiled faintly.
He placed his hand on it and began to channel his magic.
Inside it, the dark energy was gathered in one place. Linfan observed for a moment and judged that indeed, the Medicine King cauldron now possessed a faint, weak consciousness, forming a symbol of red flames. He gently channeled his magical power, lifting it and making it spin in the air. Linfan's face lit up with joy. I'll give you one more spark. The Medicine King cauldron became brilliantly radiant, emitting a few sounds. Seeing that, he was pleased.
It's a success. He placed his hand on it, smiling. This Medicine King cauldron, crafted from the 9-heaven divine stone, now had the ability to communicate with humans.
Linfan's expression darkened slightly, and he instructed, but there's no need to call me that, address me as Divine Lord. The Medicine King cauldron babbled a few words.
Divine Lord. Linfan smiled, satisfied.
Very good. It gently bumped against his leg, making a sound. Seeing that, he smiled happily, only able to reluctantly say 2 sentences. Is that all you can say? Well, I suppose I'll just have to nurture you slowly from now on.
The next day, sunlight poured into the large villa. A person opened the door and stepped inside. Linfan, I'm here.
Seeing him, Fei cheerfully called out.
Linfan, you're here. Ran looked at him in surprise and thought to himself. Is this the person Fei found to help? He seems pretty ordinary.
Linfan confirmed.
Hey, the competition is tomorrow, right? Fei answered brightly. Yes.
She then turned and introduced.
Ran, this is Linfan. The two smiled politely and shook hands, pleased to meet each other. Afterward, Ran humbly said.
I've heard Fei mention it, so tomorrow we'll have to rely on Linfan's help. Suddenly, Linfan sensed something and narrowed his eyes. Ran, he has an aura similar to Suijo. He looked at his body, which was emitting a fierce energy.
Linfan turned to ask. Fei, do you know the details of tomorrow's competition?
She explained seriously. Yes, tomorrow there will be 3 matches: acupuncture skills, pill refining, and disease diagnosis. The iconic competition tools briefly flashed by.
Upon hearing this, Ran stroked his chin and nodded. Disease diagnosis is my specialty.
Then, he looked at her and quietly said.
If it's formations, leave it to Fei.
She clenched her fists, determined. Then, she turned to look at Linfan and asked.
Linfan, how good are your pill refining skills? Without hesitation, he calmly replied. Guaranteed victory.
Seeing this, he immediately furrowed his brow and reminded, Linfan, there are many experts on Suijo's side.
Don't be careless, this competition is extremely important for Fei. Ran's gaze held a hint of threat.
I hope Linfan can give it his all. He replied calmly, you don't need to worry about that. Finishing his words, he gave a slight smile, waved his hand, and turned to leave.
Come pick me up tomorrow.
Seeing him like this, Ran's face darkened, clearly displeased. The next day, the warm sunlight bathed the imperial capital's medical exchange center. The 3 of them stepped out of the car and looked around.
Linfan spoke first. It's quite crowded, isn't it? Fei's eyes were filled with determination.
This exchange conference was practically a gathering of everyone involved in medicine in imperial capital, so we absolutely cannot lose.
Suijo approached cheerfully and called out, Su Fei, you've arrived.
Her face showed clear displeasure, and the flames of hatred in her heart were burning fiercely. Ijo's words carried a touch of sarcasm. Su Fei, today I'll show you that times have changed.
Fei brushed past him and replied, I'm afraid not. He sneered again. Linfan, I heard you managed to bid for the Medicine King cauldron, but do you really think that with the Medicine King cauldron, you can change the fate of the defeated side? Is that what you believe? Upon hearing this, Linfan only scoffed. You'll know once you try. The three of them entered together. Ijo secretly muttered to himself, today you will definitely lose. Inside the small conference hall, Xingxin saw him from afar and called out loudly, Linfan, my brother. He greeted him with a big smile. Ha, I didn't expect little brother Linfan to come and join the fun too? Xing Shuwei is beside himself with confusion. Linfan, you're here too? Upon hearing this, Feifei was stunned and thought to herself, surprised that Linfan knew Li Xingxin. He walked over and smiled, replying, Yes, I'm here on behalf of the Divine Doctor sect. Xingxin then said, Linfan, now that you're here, Qingshui also understands. I see how it is. Suddenly, a man with a heavy expression looked at him in disbelief. What's going on? He's still alive? Linfan shot a cold glance in his direction, causing the man to freeze, his eyes wide. Quatian chuckled softly and spoke. Mr. Lin, you've arrived as well. He then walked over to shake hands with Xingxin. Mr. Li, long time no see. Xingxin greeted warmly. Long time no see. I didn't expect Mr. Hai also knew Linfan, what a coincidence. Ijo watched the situation unfold, thinking to himself, this Linfan seems to have a very close relationship with Li Xingxin. Not only that, everyone calls him Mr. After this, he didn't seem to care and walked away, but in the end, victory will be mine. At the same time, Qin Jing, arm in arm with Selena, walked over. Linfan heard her voice and turned around in surprise. She then introduced Selena, one of my best friends. He was a bit curious, thinking to himself, so this is the best friend Qin was talking about? Qin Jing also introduced Selena, this is Linfan I told you about. The two exchanged pleasantries and shook hands. Linfan took the opportunity to sense that there was no internal energy emanating from her, suggesting she was just an ordinary person. Looking at Selena in front of him, Linfan still felt slightly suspicious, but something about her didn't sit right. Qin Jing's face turned serious as she asked Linfan, Are you confident today? He responded confidently. Definitely. Qin Jing explained softly. Selena is a long-time medical researcher from Nation M, and her father is the founder of the largest scientific company in the United States. Linfan seemed a bit confused. A scientific and technological company? Qin Jing's face showed pride as she continued. Yes, her father's company mainly focuses on research into skeletal frameworks outside of medicine. It helps many patients regain their mobility. It's a truly monumental invention. Linfan was intrigued. That's interesting. Selena spoke gently. Xiao Chang often mentions you, saying you are the most outstanding student she has ever taught. Today, I'll see if that's true. The loudspeakers suddenly echoed. Please take your seats quickly. The academic exchange will begin shortly. Qin Jing linked arms with Selena and walked away, encouraging. Linfan, do your best. Once everyone had settled into their seats, Li Xian made a brief speech. Welcome to this academic exchange. We'll keep it brief. This event is different from previous ones. It's not just an exchange but also a competition between Western medicine and Eastern medicine. Everyone, please pay attention. You all are the judges of this exchange, as well as the respected elders of the imperial capital and nation H. Next was the introduction. This is Su Feifei, the successor of the Divine Doctor sect. And this one, I'm sure everyone is very familiar with. The person in charge of the Su family pharmaceutical business, the most outstanding young individual in recent years in our imperial capital. Then, the various rounds of the competition were introduced. This competition had a total of 3 categories: dividing, acupuncture, dialectics, and diagnosis of hard-to-treat diseases. Complaints began to arise. Isn't acupuncture something that only Eastern medicine has? That's right. How can that be part of the competition? Ijo swiftly seized the opportunity to speak up. Acupuncture is not exclusive to Eastern medicine.
The Su family pharmaceutical business has developed a new type of handheld needle, which can be used for many acute diseases and has a certain curative effect. It can also prevent most chronic diseases. This research project is definitely a high-end product combining current technology. He wore a smug expression, and of course, it wouldn't be the same as Eastern medicine. Seeing this, Linfan just sneered and thought to himself, so this guy wants to promote his own new product. Xingxin couldn't help but curse angrily. This bastard. A typical case of biting the hand that feeds. The 4 judges had taken their seats. Li Xian, noticing that the time had come, smiled gently, his face calm. Now, may the Divine Doctor sect and the Su family pharmaceutical business begin the first round. With that, he struck his cane once. 2 men walked out from somewhere. The old man explained. These 2 individuals are those we have carefully selected. Their conditions and health status are almost identical. As for their condition, it is congenital type 1 diabetes. The audience below began to comment. Type 1 diabetes? Looks like Eastern medicine is going to lose for sure. I've never heard of acupuncture being able to cure diabetes. Feifei took a deep breath, gathered her thoughts, and stood up, stepping forward with determination. I'll take the first round. Ijo also decided, I'll take this round. A man stepped forward and said, for the first round, I'll demonstrate our new metal needle to everyone. Suddenly, an old man beside him quietly asked, Mr. Li, what do you think? Who will win this round? Xingxin remained calm, his profound knowledge of Eastern medicine evident. However, it was clear that the Su family business had come well prepared. His gaze was thoughtful, difficult to read, making it impossible to predict his opinion. The man holding the acupuncture needle asked, Can I go first? With that, he began inserting the needles one by one into the other person's body. When finished, he rolled up his sleeves, checked his watch, and said, We can check the blood sugar levels in half an hour. Su Feifei, it's your turn. Feifei took out a roll containing the acupuncture needles, her face serious as she unwrapped it. Beiyun, slightly concerned, asked, Do you think this girl can manage? Her voice was firm as she replied, Trust me. Then, Feifei's hands moved skillfully, quickly inserting the needles. The room became silent, and she focused even more intently. Beiyun shivered slightly, saying, Hey, don't say anything. It actually feels quite comfortable. When she finished, she let out a soft breath and wiped the sweat from her brow. Alright, now we can start checking the blood sugar levels. Everyone was stunned, their eyes wide. That fast? Looks like the Divine Doctor sect really knows its stuff. Someone else responded skeptically, not necessarily. What if they're just putting on a show? Beiyun took a sip of water, and soon, a specialist in blood sugar testing came to take the measurement. Upon receiving the results, the specialist was visibly shocked and exclaimed, The blood sugar level is within the normal range. Could traditional Chinese medicine really be this miraculous? Hearing that, Feifei was overjoyed. He. Linfan observed and praised, This girl has quite impressive acupuncture skills. The other person came running over with the blood sugar test results. The referee paused as he read the report for both individuals. Their test results were completely identical. Ijo gently pushed up his glasses and continued to promote, As long as you inject through our acupuncture method, blood sugar levels can be completely maintained within normal range for the next 6 months. The judges whispered among themselves. Li Xian announced, This round is a tie, we will now proceed to the second testing round. 2 women were brought in. The elder announced that the focus of the test would be diagnosis by differentiation. Mo Ran stood up, It's my turn now. Feifei then encouraged him, Go for it, we're counting on you. He smiled gently, Don't worry, leave it to me.
With that, Ran walked over to the station and lightly touched the woman's wrist. Calmly, he took her pulse. Ijo's assistant turned on a machine and gave a slight smirk. Humph, it was a health monitoring device. His hands skillfully adjusted the buttons. Ijo spoke up again to introduce, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the latest micro device from Su Family Medicine Enterprise. It can completely replace the existing diagnostic equipment on the market." Hearing this, the audience was stunned and immediately broke into lively discussion. Seeing that, Linfan's face darkened as he cursed silently, "So this guy's true intention lies here. Su Feifei has been completely used, and winning is only his secondary goal. Thinking about how much he stands to gain, his main objective is to help Su Family Medicine Enterprise completely dominate the entire market of Nation H after this competition." Feifei also clenched her fists in anger, "That despicable man." Meanwhile, Selena just crossed her arms and let out a soft laugh. The expression was caught by Linfan. From the looks of it, it seemed they had been researching a more advanced device. Ran carefully recorded the results by hand, and the printer then printed out a copy of the results. Both copies were handed to the panel of judges. This was the diagnosis result of the second person. When he returned, Feifei immediately asked, "Ran, how is it?" He smiled reassuringly, "Don't worry, it's absolutely correct." Li Xian held the paper and spoke, "Now, we will announce the results of the competition." Mr. Gao's voice rang out with an announcement, "In the second round, Su Family Medicine Enterprise wins." Upon hearing this, Ran was excited, "What is this?" "Impossible," someone from Ijo sneered lightly. Seeing this, Linfan was a little surprised. He frowned but smiled, realizing that it was as he thought, this person had deliberately lost. Li Xian's staff hit the ground with a sharp sound as he calmly announced, "The final round is alchemy. Both sides are invited to use their own methods." Two men were brought forward, both suffering from cold body conditions, perpetually cold hands and feet, and sensitive to wind and water. Another judge reminded, "What the contestants need to do is prepare effective medicines that can improve their physical condition. Contestants, please prepare." Linfan stood up slightly and walked towards tea. Feifei anxiously called from behind, "Linfan, please, you must." He confidently turned around and gave a thumbs up. "MMM." Ran, seeing Linfan approach, pretended to smile awkwardly. "Sorry, my skills really aren't as good as others. I've caused trouble for everyone." He just smiled faintly, then leaned into his ear and started to expose his tricks. "Such techniques, you can't fool me." Then, they kept walking, leaving Ran frozen in place. Ijo stepped forward as well, chuckling. He spoke up. "Finally, I can fight this last round with you." Upon hearing that, Linfan nodded. "But it seemed like he wasn't particularly happy to be fighting with me." He subtly adjusted his glasses. "Ah." Linfan continued. "If it weren't for Su Feifei's solid cultivation base, the situation would have already been 2-0, and the match should have ended earlier." Ijo replied. "Sounds like I should thank her then." His voice turned sinister. "But even if it's 2-0, I don't mind giving you the opportunity to be completely defeated by me." His face remained calm, and he let out a sigh. Well, you businessmen always know how to calculate." Li Xian raised his hand and announced loudly. "Then, the final round of pill refining begins." Linfan lightly touched the other person's wrist, then closed his eyes to sense it, before asking, "Is your mother's face yellow like turmeric?" Li Xian nodded. "Yes." Then, he analyzed in his mind, this type of constitution might be due to the mother's poor health management before pregnancy, rushing to give birth, causing her constitution to decline. Meanwhile, Ijo was listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat. Then, he spoke. The heartbeat is normal, but due to poor sensory nerve function, it leads to low blood pressure." "Where did the medicine king cauldron come from?" Linfan flicked his hand, and the fire immediately blazed up fiercely. The two sides were in stark contrast. Ijo was focused on refining medicine. He gave his full attention to the vials of liquid on the table. The audience below also whispered among themselves. Who still refines pills these days? It's just a way to scare others. At his age, what can he even refine? The girls on the other side were also lively, but Suijo was still the one to watch more closely. The Medicine King cauldron was still burning fiercely, and Linfan's gaze was resolute as he undid it. Inside, a round pill formed and leapt out. He reached out to catch the pill, which was still emitting magical energy, and smiled in satisfaction. It's a success. The vial was placed in the manufacturing machine, and Ijo happily picked it up. It's done. He held it up towards the judges, inviting everyone to take a look, then proceeded to explain, "This is a nerve fiber supplement that my company developed. It can promote the chemical activity of nerve receptors." He handed it to someone else. "Go give this to the patient." That person respectfully responded, "Yes." Uncle Lin drank the vial's contents, and his eyes widened in surprise. He quickly stood up, tossing aside his puffer jacket. Uncle Lin laughed joyously. "Ha, I'm not cold anymore, I'm not cold anymore." Seeing this, Ijo also smiled in satisfaction. "This is the physical nerve medicine that our company has developed. It works very quickly," he explained. "Not only does it address cold sensitivity, but it also works for headaches, heart problems, and blood vessels." The audience below cheered enthusiastically. The Su family's company is amazing. That's right, that's right. My grandmother's heart condition suddenly flared up, but she had the Su family's rescue heart pills on her. It saved her life. The Su family pharmaceutical company truly is the light of our nation. Ijo, encouraged by the applause, gave a small clap. Two bodyguards holding boxes containing the medicine walked over. He introduced again, "This is our latest product, the Su family's new tissue regeneration medicine. Whether it's a scrape or a broken bone, it provides the best healing effect." Then he confirmed, saying that although it may not heal instantly, it could absolutely be 10 times faster than going to the hospital. Upon hearing this, the audience responded positively, and the judges happily began discussing among themselves. Linfan sneered contemptuously, using his lifespan as a price. He understood everything, even the shady schemes, and he dared to sell drugs that drained one's potential. As if struck by a direct hit, Ijo was slightly startled. He turned his head and warned, "If there's no evidence, I hope Linfan won't speak nonsense." The audience also reacted strongly. "The drugs from the Su Family Corporation have saved many lives in our families. They are affordable, how could there be any problem?" Exactly. That's right, people like us can even afford them. Seeing this, Linfan frowned slightly, knowing nothing at all, before raising the pill covered in magical energy. He introduced it. "This is the body-nourishing pill I crafted." Then he explained. "It can repair the root cause of the previous illness in the body, with excellent results." Linfan then handed it to Li Xian. "Here, take it." Li Xian's face showed hesitation and caution. At that moment, Li Xian closed his eyes and quickly put the pill in his mouth. Suddenly, he felt something. Chen Li Xian, with a pleased expression, began to laugh. Ha ha! Sweat poured down like rain. He was so overjoyed that tears welled up in his eyes. Many years have passed, and finally, we are warm again. Then, he excitedly waved at Linfan. "Congratulations! This is great, really great." Suijo, standing behind, looked at the two and secretly smiled to himself. He really did have some skills, but the one who won today was still me. From today on, the Su family's pharmaceutical business will win wherever it goes. Just a moment later, Linfan spoke. "Suijo, are you thinking that you are the real winner today, that your goal has been achieved?" He just smiled and didn't respond, then turned to Li Xian. "I have something to say." Li Xian immediately replied. "What is it?" Suddenly, Linfan pointed at Suijo and said,
Earlier, I said that Suijo's medicinal substances stimulate the body's potential, and the herbs sacrifice lifespan in exchange for this effect. If used for too long, the consequences are unimaginable. Suijo's heart was in turmoil, but he still tried to remain calm. Linfan spoke with evidence, but in his heart, he was thinking, even if I can see through it, the current testing methods are simply not enough to examine the side effects of these herbs. Then Linfan just gave a faint smile. Right or wrong, the test will tell. Suijo responded calmly with a hint of smugness. If Linfan doesn't believe it, then let's test it. At that moment, Linfan guessed what was going through his mind. Suijo, are you thinking that the current methods are simply insufficient to detect the side effects of these herbs on people, which is why you're not at all nervous? Done. You paused for a moment before continuing, but I made a mistake. Even though the measurement tool doesn't work for side effects, it can still monitor the effects on living creatures. As soon as the words left your mouth, Suijo's eyes widened in shock. Linfan, on the other hand, smiled smugly at the frustration on his face. Your medicine stimulates the body's potential. If that's the case, then the ingredients in the medicine must exceed the allowable limits. As long as we test the right medicine, everything will become clear. At the same time, the onlookers began to chatter among themselves. Then, Linfan described the process of injecting the drug into a rat, explaining that the measurement process was simple. All they had to do was find a white rat and continuously administer the Su family's medicine to it. If I'm not mistaken, in less than 3 hours, this little rat will die from old age. Suddenly, someone spoke up, is that possible? Meanwhile, Mo Ran remained silent. A few seconds later, he extended 2 fingers, and a sharp object suddenly appeared from his sleeve. It seemed like Linfan sensed some movement behind him and subtly smirked. He gathered his strength and charged forward. Suddenly, flames appeared and surrounded Linfan. His gaze locked on Mo Ran as the flames flew toward him, exploding on impact. Mo Ran screamed in pain as his hand was struck. At that moment, the bald man stepped forward and spoke, "What's going on here?" Suijo gritted his teeth in anger, muttering, "All he does is destroy things." Then, Linfan turned to him and said, "I guess you've done something you're not proud of, haven't you?" After that, you began teasing him, saying that using such a clumsy method to delay the measurement results was useless. Suddenly, he panicked and shouted, "You're spitting out nonsense, how could I possibly stop the test from being conducted?" Li Xian spoke with a stern voice, "If that's not the case, then let's begin." Upon hearing this, Ijo's face turned ashen. At the same time, the medicinal substance was taken for testing. 3 hours later, someone came to report that the test results were ready. He then quietly whispered the results to Li Xian. At this point, Linfan looked at Ijo, who was filled with anxiety, and smirked. After hearing the report, Li Xian suddenly raised his voice, announcing the test results. The old man solemnly declared, the white fungus died due to aging and depletion of its lifespan. The 2 men, Uncle Lin, were in a state of panic after hearing the results. What? I don't want to die so soon. At that moment, Ijo was trembling, drenched in sweat, and unable to speak. Suddenly, Linfan asked, "Do you have anything else to say now?" He smirked. Ijo, regaining his composure, shouted defiantly, "There's absolutely nothing wrong with my medicine." He pointed at them, accusing, "Those testers must have been bribed by you." Upon hearing this, Li Xian complimented him, "Suijo, your talent for slandering others is indeed impressive." In the very next moment, Li Xian asked, "We work based on principles of fairness and justice. You claim that our people were bribed, do you have any evidence?" He furrowed his brows and reminded, "If you can't present any evidence, the consequences are something you won't be able to bear." Suddenly, everyone spoke in unison, "That's right, do you have any proof?" Ijo, flustered, retorted, "Then what about your evidence?" At that moment, footsteps approached, and a person in protective gear holding a cage appeared. Inside was a dead rat, its limbs stiffened, foam coming out of its mouth. The person spoke, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is a lab rat." Uncle Lin examined the rat and was immediately alarmed.
The color of this drug has the same smell. It's definitely from the Su family. Li Xian then spoke, everyone has seen it. I will now announce the results. He turned to Linfan and said, in this test, the Divine Doctor sect wins. After Li Xian's announcement, everyone in unison furiously threw garbage at Yifan and scolded, Sui Fa, you damn bastard. You sold us this with such severe side effects, treating human lives like dirt. He had no choice but to take it. Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out, Suijo, give me back my son's life. His face turned pale, full of anxiety. It was over. This time, the Su family corporation was truly finished. In the next instant, hatred appeared in Ijo's eyes as he thought of the name Linfan. He glared at Linfan, it was all because of him. His hands clenched tightly, silently cursing, damn it, damn it. Then, he rushed toward him, shouting, Linfan. At this moment, you began using your foolish power, and suddenly a protective shield appeared, causing Ijo to be thrown backward. His eyes turned white, and he couldn't stop coughing. The shock from the powerful force pushed him hard into the wall. Then, Linfan walked toward Ijo, who let out a soft groan in pain. Grinding his teeth with intense fury, he said, Linfan, I won't let you get away with this. Suddenly, a murderous aura enveloped him, and he softly muttered, just paper thin. After that, one of Linfan's hands shot forward and tightened around Ijo's neck. He lifted him off the ground, making Ijo tremble and scream. Let me go, let me go. Linfan sneered, then threw him onto the ground. Mo Ran rushed forward to call Mr. Su. At the same time, Linfan left, and Mo Ran approached to check on him. Mr. Su, are you okay? Out of nowhere, Ijo slapped him hard across the face and shouted angrily. Useless. Mo Ran trembled and tried to explain. Mr. Su, I told you that the side effects of this medicine were severe, but you insisted on using it. Ijo, furious, yelled. The wings are big enough now, and you still dare to argue. Linfan walked away, leaving the two of them still bickering behind. He cursed his subordinate. Useless trash. Suddenly, Su Feifei rushed up to Linfan with a bright smile. Lin big brother, she grabbed the hem of his shirt, praising him. You're amazing. Linfan awkwardly spoke up. Stop messing around, get down quickly. Her face flushed slightly. Yes. In the next moment, Selena and Qin Jing stepped forward at the same time. Qin Jing spoke up, Linfan. Then she continued, congratulations. You've won the competition. Linfan arrogantly replied. What kind of competition is this? It's just a child's game. I didn't even take it seriously, and it's already over. She let out a helpless sigh and said. You fatty, you're still out of breath. Suddenly, Feifei clapped her hands, interrupting the conversation. Miss Qin, Lin big brother, let's go eat together. I'll treat you. He agreed. All right, I'm hungry too. Let's just say goodbye to Li Xian. A while later, Linfan walked up to Li Qing Xin. He praised him. Lin brother, congratulations, you wanted to leave, so we'll take our leave first. He smiled and clasped his hands together. All right, see you again. Meanwhile, at the Su Family Corporation's director's office, DCBCH, the news broadcast on the computer screen displayed. Yesterday, the drugs of the Su Family Corporation were found to have significant side effects. The public is advised to use them with caution. The Su Family Corporation will cooperate with the investigation. As a result of this, the Su Family Corporation's stock plummeted without slowing down. Upon hearing this, Sui Zhou erupted in fury, throwing everything off his desk. Linfan, his pupils dilated in pure rage, Linfan, I want to kill you. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. He opened it, standing outside and said, Mr. Su, Mo Ran brought an old man who wants to meet you. Ijo angrily shouted, Get him out of here, I don't want to see him.
Ignoring the other's fury, he approached, then softly emphasized, Emoran said, "This old man can help you." Upon hearing this, Ijo paused for a moment. In that split second, he regained his calm demeanor and spoke. "Quickly invite them in here, he will obediently listen." Understood. A little while later, two people arrived. The one walking alongside Emoran was the Shiemo elder, who exuded a calm aura. Seeing the elder's mature appearance, Ijo furrowed his brows and scrutinized him. "What's this? Are you really planning to kill Linfan?" At this moment, Emoran introduced, "Mr. Su, this is the Shiemo elder." With a serious and confident gaze, he firmly affirmed that he was a cultivator of the fish origin realm. Ijo, shocked, exclaimed, "What?" He repeated it and imagined the immense power emanating from a fish origin realm cultivator. He then leaned in and whispered to Emoran, "How did you come to know someone so powerful?" Emoran calmly replied, "I saved his life once." He continued in a steady tone, "So, he owes me a favor." Ijo bowed respectfully. "Please, have a seat." The Shiemo elder sat down and calmly spoke, "If I've agreed to help Emoran, I will certainly do so." At the same time, he brought over a cup of hot tea. Ijo, with respect, warmly said, "Thank you, Shiemo elder. We need your help to kill someone." Then the old man spoke up and asked, "A normal person or a cultivator?" At this moment, Emoran calmly answered, "I am a cultivator, at the core formation stage. Standing in front of you, I am nothing." Shiemo sipped his tea and asked, "Really only over 20 years old?" He quickly responded, "Yes." Suddenly, the old man smiled smugly. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he boldly declared, "Today, I will help you solve your troubles." Upon hearing this, Ijo happily replied, "Thank you, senior. I will pay you 5 million as compensation for your hard work." Then, he placed Linfan's photo on the table. It was a picture of him. Shimo took the photo, stood up, and spoke, "Let's get to work." He stood silently, waiting for them to leave, as veins of hatred gradually bulged on his body. Unable to contain himself, he burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, Linfan, today will be your day of death." The sky gradually turned to evening at a location in the city, inside a restaurant. At this moment, Feifei was drunk, holding a glass of beer, standing up to toast. "Lin, big brother, I drink to you." After speaking, she collapsed onto the table. Qin Jing, sitting next to her, gently shook her, seemingly realizing that she had drunk too much. Then, she helped Feifei stand up. "I'll take her home." Linfan replied gently, "Okay, you keep your eyes closed." Muttering to himself, he knew it was time for him to leave as well. After that, Linfan left the restaurant. While walking, he suddenly stopped. Linfan suspected something unusual when he sensed that someone was using spiritual perception to probe him. He quickly turned around to face the source of the green energy, his steps slowing down. Linfan approached the source of the energy and, out of nowhere, a magical blast shot toward him. He immediately dodged to the side. The magic collided with the wall, creating a shockwave that reverberated behind him. Suddenly, he spoke, "Was it you who was using spiritual perception to track me since I left the restaurant?" Shiemo elder praised, "To be able to detect my spiritual perception, you do have some skill." He then asked, "Why are you following me?" Suddenly, a staff slammed onto the ground. The old man stepped out from the source of magic. "You don't need to know why you're going to die." Out of nowhere, vicious black snakes appeared at Linfan's feet. He glanced down around him. A dark, ominous aura spread from the snakes' bodies as they slowly crawled toward him. Linfan turned his face away casually and said, "In a world with such thin spiritual energy, cultivating to the origin condensation realm is already considered impressive." Suddenly, Shiemo shouted loudly. In unison, the snakes bared their fangs and charged at Linfan. He smiled faintly and released his energy. With just one word, the snakes shattered into pieces. Petty tricks and crafty schemes. The old man stood frozen for a few seconds, a quiet and uneasy sound escaping his mouth.
Damn it.
Finally, Shimo rushed towards Linfan.
Die.
The old man put all his strength into swinging his staff, but Linfan was quicker and intercepted the strike. Then, he broke the weapon of his opponent, causing the old man's face to turn pale with a look of panic.
What? At this moment, Linfan was preparing to counterattack with his spiritual sense. He waved his hand lightly, sending Shimo flying backward. The old man couldn't help but be astonished. How can this be?
Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he had just discovered something. Before him was a series of attacks from Linfan. Each powerful blow sent the old man flying from one corner to another. Shimo coughed painfully, his foot sliding a long distance across the ground. Finally, Linfan stopped. The old man struggled to maintain his balance in a crouched position, clutching his wounds in agony. Linfan calmly walked up to him and spoke arrogantly.
Is that all? The Shimo elder trembled with rage. It's impossible, how can you have the strength of the Nirvana stage?
Linfan didn't say a word, he merely took a silent step forward. At this, the old man, terrified, quickly knelt and bowed his head.
I beg you, spare me. I was just doing this for someone else. Linfan immediately demanded, tell me who sent you.
Sweat poured down Shimo's wrinkled face, and his entire body shook uncontrollably.
It was Moran.
Linfan's eyes widened.
Moran, very well.
In no time, he summoned brilliant green fireballs, accompanied by a warning, in your next life, remember to keep your eyes wide open.
Not everyone can be provoked.
With a snap of his fingers, the fierce flames shot forward, heading straight for Shimo, who couldn't dodge in time and took the full brunt. In the end, Linfan walked away, leaving behind a pile of ashes at the scene.
The next day, in the office of the Su family group's CEO, Suijo sat calmly at his desk.
Suddenly, he broke into a chilling smile.
He. At that moment, Moran walked in with a grim expression.
He stood upright, his face filled with joy. Linfan is finished.
Moran shook his head darkly, and Ijo, alarmed, asked, he's still not dead?
The other man recounted the situation.
Shimo elder had traveled all night but still hadn't returned. Ijo frowned and asked further, could it be that he was killed instead?
The purple hue of Moran's face spoke volumes. Then, unexpectedly, a powerful foot kicked open the office door, sending it flying.
Ijo was startled into jumping. What the? Moran quickly turned to look.
There was a figure lying unconscious on the floor, with a foot advancing toward them. Linfan walked slowly, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot, his voice as cold as ice. Suijo, you're as good as dead. The man trembled in fear, his body losing strength as he collapsed to the ground. Ijo continued to tremble and begged desperately, even offering an enticing proposition, Linfan, spare me, and I'll give you the Su family group. Linfan contemptuously rejected on the spot.
The Su family conglomerate didn't even catch my eye. Ijo knelt on the floor, desperately begging, please spare me. I can give you anything you want.
He just smiled coldly, his gaze shifting downward. Then, Linfan showed no mercy and decisively reached out to choke the other person. His voice was cold and firm, I want your life.
Will you give it to me?
After saying that, Linfan tightened his grip, applying more pressure, causing the man to groan slightly. At this moment, Ijo's eyes bulged as he struggled to breathe. Moran, stunned, collapsed onto the ground, his legs trembling, not daring to move, his heart in extreme panic. Help, help, I shouldn't have gotten involved in their matters. Suddenly, Linfan stepped forward, causing him to panic.
Linfan domineeringly spoke, you want to leave, have I agreed yet? Moran clutched Linfan's legs, pleading, it's all Suijo's orders, it has nothing to do with me.
I'm willing to trade my life for this, just spare me. Then, Moran took out a scroll and handed it to Linfan. This is for you. Linfan opened it with a look of astonishment. This is the pill formula for Tao Insight Pill.
Linfan secretly rejoiced. The Dao Insight Pill could help cultivators comprehend Dao essence.
Emoran forced a smile, trying to please him. Lin family, as long as you spare my life, this is yours. The corner of his mouth slightly curled up, he opened his mouth to speak but immediately stopped.
The item is really not bad. But Emoran trembled as he spoke. But what?
Linfan, while creating a fireball, emphasized each word.
You still have to die.
Having said that, he forcefully unleashed his power toward him.
Before turning into ashes, Emoran left behind a curse.
You will not die peacefully. Linfan immediately countered, betraying the Divine Doctor sect.
Do you still want to live?
Stunned, his fingers raced to cast magic, but in the end, he leapt out of Ijo's office.
A few days later, at the Su family estate, the sky was dark and gloomy, thunder rumbled in the distance.
Rain poured down like a flood, and the wind howled fiercely. There was a person lying quietly in the coffin, surrounded by mourners. The atmosphere was still in the heavy rain-filled night as Ijo lay silently, with a weak voice faintly calling out. Joe and I. Joshu clutched the handkerchief, tears continuously falling.
Who? Master, Joe and I.
Zhou Xian embraced her tightly to comfort her.
I will definitely avenge Joe and I. His face instantly darkened with the death of Emoran and Joe and I. Remembering the scene of Emoran being burned black and Ijo foaming at the mouth, Zhou Xian made a judgment. It seems like they were killed by a practitioner from the fish origin realm. Zhou Shu suddenly asked back. What? Fish origin realm?
Zhou Xian frowned and confirmed.
It can't be wrong.
Don't worry, I will handle this matter. He clenched his fist tightly, trying to control his fury, then suddenly thought of someone and could only pray that grandfather would help him. The next day, outside the school gate, a footstep was heard. Linfan was standing in front of the school when, suddenly, Su Feifei ran from a distance and called out.
Xiao Fan brother.
He turned around in surprise, thinking to himself that this form of address wasn't quite right. She greeted him excitedly.
Xiao Fan brother, good morning.
Suddenly, Linfan flicked her forehead, then reminded her. It's not that early anymore, it's almost time for class.
This isn't quite like you, Su Feifei.
She lightly rubbed her forehead.
A little way off, two people were standing, watching and complimenting them. The atmosphere around them wasn't bad at all. Feifei immediately hugged Linfan's arm and pulled him toward the school. Let's go, it's almost time for class.
A little while later, the two arrived at the lecture hall.
Feifei spoke up. Xiao Fan brother, could you teach me how to cultivate? He laughed teasingly.
Wait until you've finished learning the skills of the Divine Doctor sect first. Suddenly, someone holding a bouquet of flowers approached.
Bai Xiao Jie's expression showed clear delight. Feifei, look what I brought you. No one paid attention to what he said.
The two were too busy talking to each other. Xiao Jie angrily threw the bouquet on the ground.
Damn it!
He pointed at Linfan and raised his voice, questioning.
Feifei, who is this guy?
She calmly replied while holding his arm, so it's Bai Xiao Jie, the one you mentioned, of course he's my boyfriend. A hand slammed down on the table, and Xiao Jie angrily questioned, Feifei, how could you settle for this kid?
He can't give you anything.
And me, I am the heir of the Bai family in Shangjing, with power and authority.
What does he have that I don't? Suddenly, Feifei stood up, so what if you're from the Shangjing Bai family? You're just an ignorant, debauched playboy.
He furrowed his brow and repeated each word slowly, debauched playboy, before rushing toward her without hesitation. Today, I'll show you what debauchery really is. A hand suddenly appeared to block him. Linfan blared, get lost. He trembled, shouting loudly. Xiao Jie tried to retaliate with his other hand, let me go. In that instant, Linfan kicked him hard in the chest. With a powerful thrust of his leg, he sent Xiao Jie flying several meters away. Xiao Jie clutched his chest in pain.
Two of his subordinates rushed to his side, asking in concern, "Boss, are you okay?" He glared at them and shouted, "What are you standing there for? Go after him." The subordinates hurriedly responded, "Yes." Then, both of them charged forward. In the blink of an eye, they were both sent flying backward, leaving Xiaojie stunned. Linfan slowly stepped out from the smoke, calmly brushing off his coat. Xiaojie was shaking uncontrollably, his voice broken with fear. "No, don't come any closer, I am the heir of the Bai family." The next moment, he grabbed the collar of the guy and lifted him up. Linfan pulled his face close to the guy's, then glared at him threateningly. "The legitimate heir of the Bai family is nothing." Xiaojie's face clearly showed panic, but deep in his heart, a fierce anger was burning intensely. "How dare you humiliate me like this? Just wait, I will kill you." He continued to warn, "Stay away from Su Feifei from now on." After finishing his words, he threw the guy down onto the floor. "Get lost." Xiaojie's eyes were filled with hatred, his body trembling like a leaf in the wind, yet he still spoke defiantly. "Just wait, you'll pay for your arrogance today." Two of his subordinates hurriedly helped him up, preparing to leave the scene. "Let's go." Feifei's expression couldn't hide her joy, her cheeks unknowingly turning red. "Thank you, Xiao Fan." He casually replied, "He's just a guy running his mouth." Then, she seriously advised him. "But Xiao Fan, Bai Xiaojie will definitely come to take revenge. You need to be careful during this time." Linfan nonchalantly waved his hand, showing no concern. "I'm not afraid, let him come if he wants." At that moment, she suddenly remembered a person of considerable standing. Bai Xiaojie is the legitimate heir of the Bai family, and the Bai family is a family of cultivators. "Xiao Fan, don't get too complacent." This has already caught his attention. The scene shifted to the schoolyard, where powerful punches were pounding against a tree in the courtyard. At this moment, Xiaojie, filled with anger, could only vent his frustration by himself, feeling disgusted. Immediately, a voice came from behind him. "Why did you call me out here?" Without changing his expression, the man asked, "Was it to watch you punch the tree?" Xiaojie, his fist clenched tightly, continued to explain. "Someone is looking down on the Bai family. Cousin, what should we do?" Upon hearing that their family name had been insulted, the cousin's face darkened. "Who is it?" Xiaojie responded, "Linfan." He continued to explain, "Moreover, he's a cultivator, I'm no match for him." At that moment, Xiao Wu's anger flared, and he quickly urged to go meet him. Xiaojie, secretly pleased, replied quickly, "All right." The scene shifted to the front of the street gate. Linfan and Feifei were just walking out. Linfan inadvertently looked up and saw them, and a hint of suspicion appeared on his face. Xiao Wu immediately confronted him. "Are you Linfan?" Linfan nodded. "Yes, I am." Xiao Wu's expression couldn't conceal his frustration. "I heard you insulted the Bai family. Looks like you're quite arrogant now." Linfan put on a smug expression, resting his left hand on his hip and cracking his neck with his right, acting as if dealing with an ant, not arrogant at all. Xiao Wu forced a smile and made a proposal. "All right, you're good. If you're also a cultivator, let's go. We'll find somewhere else." Linfan chuckled lightly. "Sure." The two of them swiftly soared into the sky, leaving Xiaojie and Feifei below. Their destination was an open field. At that moment, Xiao Wu, enveloped in a fiery aura of magic, assumed a ready stance, preparing to face the battle. "Brat, I'll make you pay for this." He then leapt into the air, launching a fiery punch toward his opponent, his voice full of challenge. "Don't think that just because you know a little cultivation technique, you can act all high and mighty." Linfan simply sneered. "Oh, really? That punch seems to have been blocked by a transparent barrier that you've created." Xiao Wu broke out in a cold sweat, confused. What could possibly block it? Before he could react, Xiao Wu was violently thrown back, unable to maintain his footing, crashing hard onto the road. He wiped his face with his hand, looking slightly intrigued.
Xiao Wu pulled a talisman from his robe, then stood within a magic circle, summoning countless chains that sprang to life. He pointed at Linfan and ordered, "Binding talisman, go." The chains rushed forward, swiftly wrapping around Linfan's upper body. At this moment, he was casting a spell, and a grin spread across his face. Even a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage wouldn't be able to escape from me. Linfan's expression remained unchanged. He exhaled lightly, regained his balance, and stomped his foot down. One by one, the chains shattered, flying off in all directions. At this, Xiao Wu's face turned pale, more bewildered than ever. How is this possible? Linfan silently raised his index finger, and with it, glowing runes and two intersecting talisman threads appeared, winding together with magic. A brilliant, blinding light burst forth, centered on him. He pointed loudly in that direction, "Go." Immediately, Xiao Wu was bound tightly by the magic. He trembled uncontrollably, unable to finish his sentence. Just as he was beginning to doubt, footsteps approached. Linfan looked at him as he trembled, collapsing to the ground. "You really disappoint me," the boy continued to interrogate. "A mere cultivation foundation establishment realm, and you dare to provoke me? You really don't know your own limits." At the same time, Linfan's talisman thread tightened continuously, squeezing Xiao Wu's entire body. Blood poured from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Linfan left behind a final remark, "I'll let you off this time as a lesson. If there's a next time." He turned his head away, his voice emphasizing, "I won't spare you." In the blink of an eye, he vanished like the wind, leaving Xiao Wu stunned, continuously calling Linfan's name. The scene shifted to the next day at the Bai family mansion, where the sound of kowtowing echoed. Zhou Xian, the old master, was bowing in front of Tianwei. "I only have one son," he pleaded, tears streaming down his face. "You must help me." Tianwei crossed his arms and shouted, "Shut up! At your age, you're still crying. How disgraceful." Zhou Xian held a piece of paper in his hands and spoke, "Master, this is the information I've gathered." Tianwei's face grew serious as he read the details on the paper, then calmly set it down on the table. He waved his hand, signaling for him to leave. "Go back." At this, Zhou Xian stood up, lowered his head, and clasped his hands. "Then, I bid you farewell." The old man had just turned his head when he came face to face with Xiao Jia, who was pushing his cousin in a wheelchair. In the fleeting moment they passed each other, Zhou Xian realized. Isn't this by Xiao Wu? Why is he so badly injured? But he didn't dwell on it, telling himself, "Forget it, I haven't even avenged my son yet. I don't have the heart to worry about other people's business." Hearing footsteps, Tianwei inside the room thought Zhou Xian had returned, and called out, "Is there something else?" As he instinctively looked up, he was shocked to see the person opposite, sitting in a wheelchair, wrapped in bandages from head to toe. It was Xiao Wu. Zhou Xian, furious, clenched his fists and stood up abruptly. "Xiao Jia, why is Xiao Wu beaten up like this?" Xiao Jia, terrified, stammered. "Yesterday I got into a fight and went to my cousin for help." Before he could finish his sentence, he received a thunderous kick to the stomach. Xiao Jia's face turned even paler, and a spray of saliva mixed with a choking sound burst from his throat. Curled up in a corner, Xiao Jia was met with Tianwei's furious roar. "Useless brat, all you ever do is stir up trouble." Suddenly, a chilling voice came from behind. "What's going on here?" The ancestor of the Bai family stepped forward, his expression filled with doubt. "I just came out of seclusion and saw you hitting my precious grandson," Tianwei cautiously explained. "Father, this brat caused trouble outside and got Xiao Wu severely injured." The old ancestor understood what he meant and said, All right. Then he approached and asked Xiao Jia, "What happened?" Xiao Jia, still trembling, recognized the old man as a lifeline. He immediately pointed to the name Linfan, the one who had gone too far in his cruelty. Upon hearing the name mentioned, Tianwei suddenly recalled. Linfan, that name appeared in the documents earlier. He casually grabbed the paper from the table and handed it over.
Is this the one?
Xiao Jia, after reading it, widened his eyes in disbelief and pointed at the photo. That's him. He attacked us and insulted the Bai family. The old ancestor, unable to believe it, asked cautiously. Xiao Wu is considered a top-tier expert among the younger generation, but this brat, is his cultivation higher than Xiao Wu's? Thinking about Linfan's appearance, Xiao Jia frowned and replied that Linfan is at the fish origin realm. The old ancestor's eyes lit up, filled with doubt.
Origin condensation realm at such a young age? He couldn't suppress his excitement, grinning widely. It seems the heavens haven't forsaken me.
Just as my lifespan is nearing its end, they send me a talented young man with great power. He then turned to give an order.
Tian Wei, send a few guest elders to capture Linfan for me. Tian Wei nodded gravely. Understood.
The scene shifted to the hotel, Linfan's room.
After hours of practicing inner energy, he exhaled a long breath.
He was deep in thought, reflecting on how the spiritual energy here was too thin. It would be very difficult to progress further relying solely on his own strength.
He needed to find another way.
Suddenly, his vigilance heightened as he noticed figures stealthily entering the room. The sound of footsteps echoed as they landed on the floor. At that moment, Bai Gu's voice rang out from behind.
You must be Linfan, am I right?
Linfan cast a confused glance.
So what? Bai Gu solemnly responded. I am the Bai family's guest elder, the head of the family, and we invited you here.
Upon hearing this, Linfan let out a light sneer.
The Bai family? Is that the same Bai family I destroyed? Ha ha.
As soon as the words left his mouth, Bai Gu lost his temper, his hands tightly gripping his internal energy as he charged forward. You bastard! If you don't want to obediently come with us, then we'll cripple you and take you by force. With a loud crash against the glass, Linfan swiftly jumped out of the window.
Bai Gu commanded his men, shouting loudly. Chase him!
They hastily followed his trail, rushing through the streets.
Bai Gu quickly caught up and taunted him. Keep running!
Linfan laughed loudly, responding with a tone full of disdain.
This place is about to become your tomb. This only made Bai Gu angrier, cursing incessantly. You ungrateful little brat!
He then shouted, ordering the deployment of magic. A formation of internal magic was set up, with Linfan at the center, and 4 chains linked to the structure, continuously pulling him down. Linfan looked over in confusion, his eyes narrowing at the bright, dazzling formation.
Bai Gu, still in the midst of casting the spell, spoke quickly. That's right, just obediently wait and accept your fate.
Linfan arrogantly used the tips of his fingers to channel internal magic, and to everyone's surprise, spirits resembling dragon gods began to manifest behind him.
The group from Bai Gu was left stunned. What?
Linfan raised his hand and pointed towards them, making a soft sound.
Luo Bai Gu, startled, stopped and shouted to his allies, not good, retreat quickly. Immediately, Linfan's internal force successfully struck their group.
The sound of screams from those thrown back echoed through the air. Fortunately for Bai Gu, he still managed to maintain his position in the air. At this moment, his right hand tightly gripped the magic artifact, while his left hand clutched his chest as he panted heavily. If it weren't for this magic artifact, Bai Gu might have found himself continuously cursing Linfan as he floated above. How could someone at the origin condensation realm possibly execute such a terrifying technique? This is impossible. Linfan smugly initiated the next move. Old man, if you've got any more tricks, use them now. Bai Gu's voice turned cold. Brat, this is something you brought upon yourself. He then used both palms to channel his internal force, his face filled with a deadly aura. Drawing a glowing sword, he leapt into the air, gripping the sword's hilt and swinging it, summoning a great eagle to fly toward Linfan. Linfan, with an indifferent expression, spoke a dismissive word and raised his hands to summon a phoenix. It was a showdown between Rockwater and Phoenix Gold. The sky seemed on the verge of exploding from the intensity of the battle. Baigu widened his eyes in disbelief as he watched the phoenix spreading its wings and flying toward him. What? He gripped the sword in mid-air, unwilling to accept what was happening. How could this be? Suddenly, the battlefield was engulfed in a massive shockwave, swallowing up the entire area. Baigu knelt down on the ground, coughing continuously. Linfan calmly spoke. It's time for it to end, his inner magic condensed into a radiant palm. He looked at them seriously and gave the command. At that moment, Baigu gaped in disbelief. Using the remaining bit of inner strength, he stretched out both hands, trying to resist. The sound of Baigu's soul could be heard with every breath. His legs wobbled, unable to support him, and he was dragged back about half a meter. At the same time, his allies were slowly starting to rise. Baigu angrily shouted, "Come and help me!" A voice from his group responded, "Yes." One by one, hands were placed to assist. The battle between the two sides was gradually nearing its end. Baigu yelled in fury, "Damn it!" But it was clear that the magic had already overwhelmed him. After a battle that had shaken the heavens and earth, the dust began to clear, revealing Linfan standing strong. In contrast, Baigu was crushed under rocks, lying helplessly, groaning. Linfan approached coldly and spoke. "With just 4 of you from the fish origin realm, you made him worry enough to raise his head." Linfan's face darkened as he threatened, "You're even daring enough to come capture me. How laughable." Baigu finally realized the truth and screamed in despair. You're not from the fish origin realm?" Linfan gave a casual glance, his tone filled with mockery. "So what if I'm not?" Under the pressure of the situation, Baigu trembled, collapsed to the ground, his forehead almost touching the earth. "Senior, I know I was wrong. I will give you all my elixirs and magical tools. Please, spare my life." Linfan's gaze was resolute, unwavering, and filled with determination. He spoke firmly, "If I have to kill him, then I'll get them too." A flame erupted around him, gradually enveloping his hand. Linfan assumed a stance, extending his hand forward. Without hesitation, he swung his arm in a wide arc, unleashing a wave of fire that consumed everything in its path. The people affected were burned alive, screaming in agony. Baigu, witnessing the scene, could only stand frozen, his eyes wide in terror. Desperation seeped into his voice as he looked at Linfan, pleading for mercy. Please, spare me. I can tell you a secret." Linfan paused, intrigued, and asked, "What is it?" Baigu hurriedly confessed, "The old ancestor of the Bai family is nearing the end of his life. He sent me to capture you in order to seize your body and take it for himself." Linfan widened his eyes in disbelief. "He thinks he deserves it?" Baigu frantically explained, "The old ancestor possesses a magical artifact capable of destroying the souls of others." Hearing this, Linfan fell into thought. Such an artifact was rare, even in his past life. The Bai family seemed to be more interesting than he thought. After a moment of contemplation, he asked cautiously, "Do you know the cultivation level of the old ancestor of the Bai family?" Baigu quickly responded, "Mid-stage of the Void Cave realm." That level made Linfan rethink his next steps. Mid-stage of the Void Cave realm. Linfan furrowed his brow. It would be tricky. It seems like he would need to employ some tactics. Without that, he might not be able to defeat him. With the situation clearer now, Linfan suddenly asked, "Do you know where Bai Xiaowu is recovering right now?" Thinking there was a chance to survive, Baigu quickly replied, I know, he's at the People's Hospital." "I've told you everything I know, please, spare me and give me a way out." Linfan grinned. "All right then." A sudden flame pierced through his chest. Baigu's eyes widened, blood pouring from his mouth. He stared at the lifeless body, his voice cold as ice. "From the moment you came looking for me, your fate was sealed." Linfan's arm, enveloped by the flames, incinerated Baigu, confirming that there was only one way for him, death. After dealing with Baigu, Linfan smiled and gazed into the distance.
Next, Linfan turned his eyes to the horizon, murmuring softly, "The People's Hospital, huh?"
The scene shifted to the People's Hospital, where the entire building was bathed in soft sunlight. Xiaojie sat beside the hospital bed, his head bowed as he spoke. "Cousin, I'm sorry." He sighed helplessly. "It's all my fault, I've brought you to this point." Xiaowu shook his head, forgiving him. "It's fine, it was my own arrogance." As they were talking, the sound of applause suddenly echoed, and the door opened, startling both of them as they looked ahead. From the shadows, Linfan smiled sarcastically, truly touching.
His defiant action made Xiaojie angry, and he glared, shouting, "Who the hell are you?"
Linfan slowly stepped forward, closing his eyes and giving a slight smile.
"Are you talking about me?"
His sudden appearance caused Xiaojie to panic. He widened his eyes and pointed at him, asking, "Why is it you?
Didn't the old man send someone?"
Realizing he had spoken out of turn, he fell silent. Linfan, amused, leaned against the door and asked, "Why don't you continue?"
Xiaowu, recognizing the familiar voice, shuddered and exclaimed, "It's you."
The sound of footsteps gradually grew louder in the room as Linfan strode forward, causing the two to tremble in fear. Unable to accept the current situation, Xiaowu surged forward, stammering, attempting to flee. Not giving him a chance, Linfan exerted his power. Flames began to envelop his body, and chains of light wrapped around Xiaowu, preventing him from escaping. Not willing to accept his brother being bullied, Xiaojie charged forward, shouting, "Let go of my cousin." Linfan's eyes gleamed brightly as he stared directly at him. Before Xiaojie could react, he was flung into the wall, his body stuck. Linfan then grabbed Xiaowu by the arm. Before leaving, Linfan didn't forget to give a final order: inform the old ancestor of the Bai family and tell him to come to the woods in the outskirts to pick up the person. He shot an angry glance at Xiaojie, his tone stern. "If not, you'll face the consequences yourself."
"We'll meet the next day at the Bai family."
Xiaojie had already fallen to his knees, pleading, "Grandfather, please save my cousin." The old ancestor of the Bai family glared in anger, his eyes wide, then slowly softened his tone.
He spoke, "What happened?"
"Speak, child." Xiaojie hastily explained the situation. "Grandfather, Linfan came to the hospital and took my cousin away." Upon hearing the familiar name, the old ancestor of the Bai family muttered to himself. After a brief pause, he burst into delighted laughter. "Not bad, not bad, even 4-fish origin realm experts couldn't catch him." Bai Xiaojie panically declared that if they wanted to save his cousin, they should send the old grandfather into the woods in the outskirts. Hearing that someone dared to challenge him, Bai family old grandson ground his teeth in anger and shouted, "That brat doesn't know the heavens from the earth."
He immediately issued an order to the family to call the remaining guests to come here.
He nodded in agreement.
"Yes, old master."
A moment later, 3 figures approached to meet the Bai family old grandson.
Jiaji, sensing something was off, asked, "Old clan head, why did you call us here?"
The old grandson fell silent and recounted the situation. "A kid named Linfan killed 4 of our guest elders."
Jinling couldn't help but feel excited.
It had been a long time since something this unusual had happened. Wow, this kid really had guts. It had been years since he encountered someone like this.
Not wanting to drag things out, he immediately asked, "Old clan head, what do you want us to do?"
The old grandson, clearly enraged, got straight to the point. "He's captured a member of the Bai family." Before he even finished speaking, someone couldn't hold back and slammed their weapon on the floor.
The old grandson boldly said, "Old Na cannot refuse.
I'll kill him for you." But clearly, that wasn't what the Bai family old grandson wanted. "Foolish, no need to kill him.
Bring him here."
Old Na reluctantly lowered his head, speaking gently, "Understood." Finally, the 3 of them set out to restore the Bai family's honor. The old grandson slowly propped himself up and, not feeling secure letting them act on their own, decided to follow them just in case. The cool midday sun shone through each beam of light. Bai Xiaowu was blinded, only able to sob quietly by the base of a tree.
Linfan leaned against a nearby tree, silently absorbing the spiritual energy.
Suddenly, his gaze became determined as he looked into the distance, thinking,
They've arrived. A powerful chain of energy surrounded the forest. The three onlookers could only watch in silence, at a loss for words. Old Na looked down and saw the chain of energy slowly enveloping him. He shouted loudly, "Step back!"
Old Na forcefully slammed his weapon into the ground, bracing against the encroaching chain of energy. A shield made of Old Na's power was formed to block the invasive energy. Then, the protective shield surrounding the three was erected, sparing them from a night full of nightmares.
Old Na commanded, "Let's go!" After some time, when they had traveled quite a distance, Jinling's steps slowed. The chain of energy still thickly enveloped the three, disorienting them. She muttered in confusion, "Why haven't we gotten out yet?" Looking around, Old Na confirmed, "We've fallen into an illusionary formation."
Jinling, looking confused, asked,
"Is there any way out?"
Old Na clasped his hands together and began to chant fervently.
"The Buddha's true form appears to offer aid."
Old Na gathered his strength and began drawing a sealing symbol. The Buddha sent forth a stream of energy, immediately dissipating the illusion and clearing a path for the three. However, the chain of energy soon enveloped them once more.
Jinling, witnessing this, laughed heartily. "Monk, you're useless like this." Suddenly, the seal drawn by Old Na spiraled back to its original position.
Jiaji was stunned by the scene before him, which was rapidly closing in on Old Na.
The old man couldn't react in time, only managing to gape in shock and exclaim, "What? I have to rely on the power of the Buddha to block this vicious strike." The frail body of Old Na couldn't withstand it, gritting his teeth and cursing. "Damn it!"
His teammates, like wandering souls, made Old Na furious and he shouted,
"You all come and help, I can't hold on any longer."
So Jinling used Purple Snake to block, while Jiaji wielded his spirit sword to tear through the strength of the sigil. The three of them joined forces to resist. However, the Buddha's hands were soon shattered. A deafening explosion rocked the heavens and earth, throwing the three of them backward. After the terrifying force, rocks and debris flew in all directions, and dust clouded the air. Jinling struggled to sit up and asked in confusion,
"Monk, why did your Buddha seal attack us?"
Old Na, who had practiced his whole life, could only respond,
"I don't know either."
At that moment, someone approached the three and praised,
"Not bad."
The appearance of Linfan made the three of them glare in anger.
He had just landed, offering his praise, and yet he wasn't dead.
Jinling recognized him immediately and decisively raised her weapon.
"You're Linfan."
The weak figures before him made him feel disheartened.
Why did the Bai family send such people? Are they looking down on me that much?
Jinling quickly launched an attack, the air swirling around her weapon, and she shouted fiercely,
"Die!"
Linfan stood still as Purple Snake approached, its mouth wide open to devour him. He merely smirked, sarcastically innocent, then gradually unleashed his own power. He summoned a shield to protect himself, shattering the vicious attack.
The deadly poison from the serpent was dispelled.
Linfan retracted his hand and taunted.
He glared at the three of them and spoke loudly, "Now it's my turn."
The sky, once clear and blue, had long been swallowed by Linfan's gaze, leaving the three of them stunned. From the heavens above, the four symbols dragon appeared, majestic and imposing. Jiaji was still in shock, looking up, while Chao questioned, "What is this?" Without hesitation, Linfan gave the command, "Go." The four symbols dragons swiftly lunged, forcing them into a defensive stance. In the urgency of the situation, Old Na could only shout, "Quick, defend!" The overwhelming force closed in, and after a single strike, all that remained was the weapon standing, ready to clash. The scale of the attack left them no choice but to struggle to rise. Linfan watched in delight, taunting them, but before he could finish his sentence, his instincts immediately warned him, causing him to turn around. He narrowly avoided a powerful strike from Fire Mountain, the viciousness of the attack sparking a deep anger within him. Who is it? A wave of chilling air spread around him as a figure, hidden behind a tree, slowly revealed itself. Bai Family's old grandson laughed loudly before stepping forward. "It's me," he said, looking at Linfan with admiration. "In terms of martial arts, it's rare to find such a young and powerful person like you." The sudden appearance made him excited and he asked, "Bai Family old ancestor, you finally decided to show up?" The old man showed disdain, and Linfan replied, "With just you, do I need to run? Death is at my doorstep, yet you young ones don't even realize it." However, Linfan's gaze was drawn to something else. The legs of the Bai Family old ancestor were already surrounded by chains of energy. Linfan sneered. "An old coffin nearing death, and yet you still want to kill me?" He didn't forget to remind the Bai Family old ancestor of his emotional wound, asking, "Is it because of your old age?" This caused the old man to become furious, his eyes turning red as he shouted, "Die!" He slightly opened his hand, releasing a skull. The Bai Family old ancestor's staff hovered above his head, exuding an aura of fiery anger. Linfan calmly assessed the situation, feeling each wave of energy. The white bone fan, a weapon forged like this, was the wrath of heaven, a curse from the people. It seemed the old man would never escape his sins, even in death. After hearing Linfan's dismissive words, the old man was not angered but rather sneered. "So what if I have created a few ordinary people?" With that, the staff waved gently, summoning a stream of purple energy. From it, dozens of bone soldiers appeared, charging towards Linfan. The Bai Family old ancestor was arrogant, holding the white bone fan in his hand. Even if Linfan were at the peak of fish origin, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Behind Linfan, a flame ignited. He coldly uttered 2 words. "Is that so?" As soon as he finished, the flame transformed into a massive phoenix, powerful and imposing, overwhelming everything in its path. It spread its wings and stretched out its beak, immediately breaking through the weakest of the skeletal soldiers. He chuckled in delight. "Is that all you've got?" Then, he clasped his hands together and began chanting another spell. A white tiger suddenly sprang out from nowhere, charging alongside the phoenix toward the old man. In the opposite direction, Qinglong and Xian Gui also unexpectedly blocked his path. However, the Bai Family old ancestor looked at the 4 massive creatures without the slightest trace of fear. For Symbol's manner, just a small matter. His eyes gleamed a fiery red. "Don't think that because you've managed to hold them off once, there's no need to worry anymore." Immediately after, the Bai Family old ancestor summoned several more soldiers to confront Qinglong in the skies. A thunderous explosion erupted in mid-air, seemingly part of his plan. Upon seeing this, the Bai Family old ancestor couldn't help but laugh joyfully. However, his happiness didn't last long, as the scene that followed left him stunned. The quartet of creatures still stood firm, towering over the Bai Family old ancestor. Linfan calmly reminded, "Look closely, that's not the 4 Symbols' manner." At that moment, the old man's mouth fell open as he realized. Could this be the 4 divine talismans? Upon hearing the correct answer, Linfan nodded with satisfaction and then launched an attack toward the Bai Family old ancestor. "Exactly, at least you understand." The 3 or 4 beams of light from the divine beast struck him immediately. The Bai Family old ancestor's eyes went white, and he couldn't help but cough up blood. Not only that, the strike was so powerful that it sent the old man crashing to the ground, and he was even thrown several meters away. It wasn't until he stopped under a tree that the Bai Family old ancestor trembled in disbelief. How could this be? Linfan had already appeared in front of him, ready to finish it off. It should be over now. The Bai Family old ancestor leaned forward, struggling to question him, "Who exactly are you?" Linfan's face darkened in anger, his hand enveloped in flames, but he still answered him, "I am someone you can't touch." Suddenly, the Bai Family old ancestor grinned widely, laughing loudly. "I've been tricked," he said, and as he laughed, his soul began to fly away. It was only then that Linfan opened his eyes wide, realizing the old man's intention. His primordial spirit had left his body, but it was too late, the old man had already slipped into Linfan's body. Within the sea of consciousness of Linfan, the old man's soul quickly wandered around, then exclaimed in delight, "As long as I devour your primordial spirit, your body will be mine." A voice suddenly rang out, interrupting the old man's smugness, "Foolish." The old man discovered that in front of him stood a towering figure with long black hair, exuding power like a sage. He screamed in shock, "How is this possible? Are you a transcendent being?" Before he could say anything more, a gigantic hand immediately wrapped around him. Linfan's primordial spirit brought him down to a tiny size and placed him in front of him, delivering the final warning, "In your next life, don't randomly invade someone else's consciousness." Saying that, the hand tightened without mercy, and he screamed in agony, his voice echoing through the sky. Driven to a dead end, he gritted his teeth and had an idea: there was only one move left to make. From his hand, a mysterious ring appeared. He then pulled out a glaring golden bell from it. "You still speak in a gloomy tone," telling him it's all in vain. As easy as pie, his two hands wrapped around the bell that had just been placed on the ground. The initial cracks, which were few, quickly multiplied, as if it were about to shatter at any moment. It shattered into pieces, dragging him down with it. His soul unwillingly disintegrated. This can't be. In the end, all that was left before him was the scattered, formless remnants of his soul. At this moment, the world outside his body seemed to be dry-mouthed, half sitting by the tree from earlier. He also broke free from the sea of consciousness, exhaling a breath after the battle. Suddenly, his gaze hit something. The fiery red ring rolled off his hand and fell. He muttered, "This is," and immediately picked up the spoils and put it on his finger. After inspecting it, he couldn't help but sigh, "This ring isn't bad." After examining the exterior, he began to check the interior. His eyes gleamed, staring at a collection of magical treasures inside the ring, and he couldn't help but feel satisfied. With these resources, it's enough for me to break through to fish origin. Looking at the body below, he decided, the Bai family is no longer necessary to exist. Saying that, flames erupted from his hand. A moment later, he turned and walked away without a single glance at the charred body. At the same time, outside the Bai family estate, the sunlight still poured down upon the magnificent building as usual, but inside, Xiao Jia was pacing nervously. It had been so long, why hadn't there been any news? Could something unexpected have happened? Tianwei crossed his arms, silently sitting in a chair as he observed his precious son. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he snapped, "Stop pacing in front of me, can you sit down quietly for once?" His son, already downcast, only became more agitated, weakly explaining, "I'm just worried about grandfather and brother." In contrast to his son's panic, Tianwei remained calm, closing his eyes to reassure him. "Your grandfather's cultivation is profound, nothing will happen to him." Suddenly, Linfan appeared out of nowhere, interrupting his words. "Oh? Is that so?" Tianwei froze, as if caught in a fatal move, while his son, shocked, stammered, "This voice. Are you looking down from above, seeing us like ants?" It was only then that Tianwei spoke up, "You're Linfan?" Linfan nonchalantly confirmed, "Exactly." His words seemed to further cement the prejudice in Tianwei's mind. Still, with a grim expression, he asked, "Could it be that my father has?" He smirked with satisfaction, his hand glowing with fire. "You're right, he's already dead." The old man staggered, clutching his chest as though struck, his hand pointing weakly at the fireball in front of the boy. But the only words he could utter were three, you. The boy didn't pay him any mind and raised his hand to pass judgment. The Bai family, from top to bottom, is like a nest of vipers, using human lives to craft white bone agony. His eyes were cold, showing no mercy for these villains. Today is the day the Bai family perishes. His voice rang out clearly, his finger pointing decisively. A barrage of fireballs followed, crashing into the elder's position. Each explosion shattered the floor, sending debris flying in every direction. He ran, urging his son by his side. "Run! But ahead of them, a massive explosion sent them both flying off the ground. Father and son were hurled far apart. From the flames, the boy's voice emerged, cold and threatening. "You won't escape." Countless fireballs rained down upon the terrified faces of Tianwei and Xiaojia. Both screamed in panic before they were reduced to ash with a final, thunderous explosion. Smoke and dust filled the air, blurring everything in sight. Linfan casually slipped his hands into his pockets, watching the Bai family's stronghold burn to the ground. He let out a quiet snort, a faint, almost imperceptible smile on his lips. Suddenly, something broke the tension, drawing his attention. It slammed down with a loud crash in the middle of the building, creating a column of light shooting straight up to the sky. Linfan immediately approached the mysterious object and discovered it was a mini mountain. He stood still, observing the artificial mountain, and after a moment of thought, without hesitation, he extended his hand and detonated the mountain. The smoke dissipated, revealing a mysterious passage leading down to the basement. Linfan looked on and murmured to himself, "So that's what it is." A small flame flickered gently at the tip of his finger. He tossed the hot glowing orbs to either side of the hallway, lighting the way as he walked leisurely forward. After a while, his steps came to a halt. Linfan found himself in front of a massive wooden door, which caused him to exclaim in surprise. Without hesitation, he unleashed a palm strike, easily smashing the door open. Inside, there was only a simple table, a plaque, and a few wooden boxes. Both large and small, the boxes were surrounded by a shimmering halo of light. Linfan stopped in front of the mysterious items, pondering, "What is this?" He quickly opened them, and a black sword with red and gold patterns appeared. He drew the sword from its sheath, swinging it through the air a few times. The sharp blade reflected the light in the basement. Linfan thought to himself, "This isn't just a weapon, but why is it being offered here?" At that moment, a hidden detail caught his attention. On the blade, 2 golden characters appeared, "Lulu." Linfan carefully examined the inscription. "Lulu, this is the ceremonial sword of Qin Shi Huang, but why is it being offered by the Bai family here?" The blazing spatial ring was tossed into the air. Linfan, while pulling the sword into his possession, quietly speculated that the hilt might have some mysterious power. Once done, he shifted his focus away from it and turned his attention to the remaining 2 boxes. Next, the lid of the box was lifted, revealing a dazzling gemstone with 7 rainbow-colored hues, firmly placed inside. He gazed at the stone, floating in midair, with satisfaction. Spirit stone, not bad. Having come across such magnificent items, Linfan was even more excited to see what the final box might hold. "I wonder what's in the 3rd box. Please don't disappoint me." And as soon as the box was opened, a fireball shot out. He couldn't help but smile, immediately recognizing it as the 1,000-year-old scarlet sunfruit. This was the primary ingredient for refining the Tao Insight pill. This time, he had really struck gold. After collecting a mountain of spoils, he turned with glee and walked away. The Bai family is in for a disaster. The next day, the classroom at school was still relatively empty. Fei Fei stood in the middle of the room, eagerly calling out. "Linfan, you seem to be in a good mood," she asked curiously, "what's making you so happy today?" She immediately started chattering, sharing the latest news. Last night, the Bai family was annihilated by a powerful figure. The Bai family, so heartless, has finally received their comeuppance. Hearing Fei Fei's excited recounting, Linfan couldn't help but smile, amused as he wondered to himself. "I wonder what kind of expression she'd have if she knew the mysterious person was me." In the midst of this, someone entered and called out to him. "Linfan." Qin Jing was confused. "Come here for a moment." He immediately noticed something unusual about her. "Miss Qin, it seems like something's on your mind?" The 2 of them walked into the forest, side by side, strolling between the cool green trees. Only then did she speak up, "I need to ask you for a favor." Linfan quickly agreed, "Miss Qin, your problem is also my problem." "What's going on?" She softly explained, "I have to leave for a few days."
Could you please help take care of my friend, Zai Linnan, for me? Hearing Qin Jing's request, Linfan felt it was as easy as pie. If that's all, then it would be no problem.
Suddenly, an assassin appeared, cutting into their conversation, the blade of the knife pressing against Qin Jing's neck, causing her to panic slightly.
The assassin threatened, "Miss Qin, hand over the jade pendant." Qin Jing gritted her teeth and demanded, "Who are you?"
Wu Yan remained unyielding, repeating, "I'll say it one more time, hand over the jade pendant."
At that moment, Linfan, visibly irritated, interjected, "Are you ignoring me?"
He grabbed her wrist with such force that she let out a cry of pain, unable to escape, squirming like a fish out of water. Wu Yan sharply ordered, "Let go of me.
This is between me and her, it has nothing to do with you."
With her other hand, she quickly spun the dagger around, then shouted loudly as she swung it straight at Linfan's head.
His face darkened a few shades, and with just one finger, he easily stopped the tip of the knife, even causing the blade to shatter into pieces due to the recoil. He asked in a low voice, "Who sent you here?"
Wu Yan, despite her body trembling like a leaf in the wind, stubbornly snorted coldly. Seeing her attitude, Linfan simply replied with a nonchalant threat.
"If you don't want to speak, then I'll have to be a little rough with you." Without warning, he tightened his grip on her. Wu Yan grimaced, reluctantly opening her mouth.
"I am from the Shi Ling Qin family. If you dare to touch me, the consequences are something you won't be able to bear."
He sneered arrogantly. Shi Ling Qin family? Never heard of them.
Meanwhile, Qin Jing, who had been quietly listening from behind, immediately understood as soon as she heard those 4 words. Sure enough, the Shi Ling Qin family had come after them. She interjected, her voice cutting through the conversation.
"Enough."
Her request made Linfan momentarily stunned. "Linfan, let her go." He shot her a questioning look as if to confirm.
"Ms. Qin?"
Qin Jing, with an emotionless expression, explained. "The Shi Ling Qin family is from the same clan as ours, and Qin Wu Yan is also related to me by blood. I'll handle matters concerning our family myself." With that, Linfan sighed and reluctantly let go.
His hand quickly withdrew.
Wu Yan, furious, crossed her arms and glared.
"Just you wait. This isn't over."
She said that, and then she used her lightness skill to jump from one tree branch to another and disappeared. After waiting for the figure to vanish, Qin Jing gently squeezed the red jade pendant in her hand. Staring at the jade, she couldn't understand. The Shi Ling Qin family, is the jade pendant really that important? Seeing this, Linfan immediately became curious. This was the jade pendant the girl wanted.
Her voice softly echoed, confirming his thoughts. He suggested, "Let me see it."
Without hesitation, she placed it in his hand. The beautiful green jade was encased by the shape of a dragon. Linfan immersed both the jade and the dragon into the flame in his hand, trying to recall old memories. This design seemed so familiar, like he had seen it somewhere before. He curiously asked, why would they want to steal it? Qin Jing awkwardly hesitated, the situation was a bit complicated. He didn't press her and smiled as he returned the jade pendant to her.
"Next time we have time, tell me about it."
She took the jade back.
"Thank you." Linfan politely responded, "It's nothing. We can contact each other later."
In the room of the tavern, the spacious and well-equipped room echoed with the sudden sound of broken porcelain from a throw by Wu Yan.
She angrily hissed, "Damn it."
Her teeth clenched as she thought of that figure, someone who had never been beaten in her life.
How dare he?
Her anger rose even further, making her more determined. "Linfan, the jade pendant is related to a family secret, I will never let this go." At that moment, a long cloak sweeping the ground pushed the door open and entered. The man with 2 scars on either side of his eyes softly called out,
"Young lady, miss."
But what struck his eyes was the chaotic mess of destruction, and he immediately understood what had happened. It seemed that the young lady at Qin Jing's place had been bullied.
Wu Yan, upon hearing his voice, turned to ask in confusion, Uncle Chin, why are you here? He immediately reported.
Eldest miss, the master knows that you went to find Xin Jing on your own. Though you were a little nervous, you still acted indifferent and fearless. He knows, but your attitude has made him feel the need to remind you. Eldest miss, the master says you should stop causing trouble and has asked me to take you back.
Wu Yan couldn't believe her ears and asked again. What?
Anger flared up, and she pointed and shouted.
I'm causing trouble? Wasn't it because of him that I went to take it?
Uncle Chin gently explained. Eldest miss, the master has said that the ancestral patriarch's arrangements have a reason behind them. Hearing this, she softened a bit and seized the opportunity to set a condition. Tell that old man to find someone to teach that brat next to Qin Jing a lesson.
Otherwise, I will absolutely not go back.
Being a servant, he can only sigh at the young lady's stubborn orders and turn to carry them out.
I understand.
Wu Yan silently watched Uncle Chin leave to fulfill her wishes, her heart full of resentment.
With long strides full of indignation. Linfan, I will make you regret it.
No one has ever beaten Qin Wu Yan, not even Qin Jing. At the same time, at the Apocalypse Corporation, a towering building stood tall, facing the slanting rays of the setting sun. A blonde head was standing in front of a wall filled with simulations and data, fiddling with something, seemingly intrigued. He exclaimed, "Thank God, the people from Nation H are truly miraculous." Suddenly, a black high-heeled foot stepped in. Its owner asked him, "Sabia, haven't you figured out the secret of the martial artists from Nation H yet?" He blushed with excitement when he saw who had arrived. Oh, in front of him was the orange-haired girl in a purple Selena suit. Sabia eagerly approached her, she was here. But in contrast to his excitement, she coldly demanded, "Stay away from me." He quickly halted, trying not to upset her. Selena got straight to the point. Has there been any breakthrough in the research of the martial artists from Nation H? The National Chair Project is becoming extremely urgent. Sabia awkwardly explained, research takes time. But she didn't let him finish, frowning as she interrupted, useless. After all that funding and time, you're still stuck in the same place. He said nothing, pulling out a notebook from his jacket pocket. Without saying much, he requested, "Take a look at this." Selena looked at the notebook handed to her, slightly confused. "What use is this?" Sabia explained, "This is the secret technique of the martial artists from Nation H." Recalling the previous experiments that raised the issue, it was simply that our warrior could not cultivate his true chi. She immediately understood his meaning. "I understand now. I'll figure something out. You keep researching." In the evening, in Linfan's room, both of his hands were wrapped in a golden glow. Linfan sat cross-legged, cultivating while emitting a powerful and overwhelming aura. After a while, his eyes widened and he shouted loudly. As he did, the surroundings grew brighter and brighter. He breathed deeply and exhaled strongly in succession. With each breath, the golden energy was gradually absorbed into his body. He encouraged himself with satisfaction, feeling that he was just one step away from another breakthrough. Right after that, a clicking sound came from outside the door. He opened the door to check. Selena had removed her mask and was standing in front of the room. "Good evening, Linfan." He greeted her politely, "Selena, it's been a while." She gave a coy, bashful smile. "Is this how you treat a beautiful woman? Not even inviting me inside?" Hearing her say that, he politely opened his arms. "Please come in." The two of them sat down on the leather sofa, and the room fell into a quiet stillness. Linfan broke the silence, like an unripe durian. "So, what brings you to find me at this late hour? Is there something you need?" Selena glanced at him and spoke up. "I have something I'd like to ask for your help with." He responded briefly. She spoke, and he seemed to agree. She then presented the secret manual of innate child technique. "This." You looked at the title, surprised. "Since when have you been interested in martial arts from Nation H?" Hearing the question, she could only smile sheepishly and cradle her cheek.
I've always found the martial arts of Nation H fascinating.
Linfan bluntly refused.
No.
Then, with a serious face, he continued. We're not suited to practice the martial arts of Nation H.
Selena was taken aback. Why not?
But all she got was the most half-hearted reason.
You can't even read the language of Nation H, how could you possibly cultivate it?
Still, Selena pressed on.
Isn't there any other way? Could I still train in it somehow?
He closed his eyes, as if to show his helplessness.
This kind of thing relies on self-enlightenment. No one else can help you.
Faced with such a lukewarm response, she took back the manual, her expression darkening as her attitude changed. Fine then, she said, turning swiftly to leave.
Then I'll take my leave. Before stepping out, she didn't forget to give him a glare.
Linfan muttered under his breath.
Annoying brat.
The door slammed shut, just like the mood of the guest who had just left. Linfan had already seen through her intentions clearly. Selena's visit to Nation H was not a simple one. Moments later, she was back on the ground, phone in hand, about to make a call. Before long, the call connected, and Selena immediately gave orders to dispatch the latest generation male warrior over. Her eyes darkened, brimming with anger.
Linfan, you refused the wine offered in peace.
Then I'll make sure you drink the one served as punishment. Late into the night, Linfan had his hands in his pockets, silently gazing at the scenery outside. While he was lost in the enjoyment of the city at night, he frowned, sensing something. A moment later, a series of lethal sword strikes came flying toward him. Linfan quickly jumped to the side, his legs moving swiftly. The weapons missed their target and crashed into the wall. He looked up coldly at the uninvited guests after landing, his footsteps heavy and unhesitant as he stepped onto the floor. A group of muscular, towering soldiers, wearing masks, appeared. Linfan silently observed the strange group, then, already aware, called out, "Selena, come out." At the precise command, she sneered and casually stepped out from behind the group.
From the look on your face, you must have guessed it was me, right?
Linfan didn't respond to her curiosity.
Instead, he closed his eyes and mocked, "So, what now? You refused the wine I've offered, and now you're preparing the punishment wine?" Seeing his provocative attitude, Selena couldn't suppress her anger. "You brought this upon yourself."
She then shouted a command, "Attack." The hulking figures lunged at him like arrows, but they were immediately blocked by Linfan's single hand, surrounded by a radiant aura. The soldiers were sent flying like balls. But that wasn't all, the powerful pressure instantly turned the entire group to ashes. Selena watched in shock, unable to believe that, in the blink of an eye, she was now the only one left, facing Linfan alone. This wasn't a tactic any martial artist would use. He casually walked up to his opponent and then, like in a romantic drama, struck a pose with her. One hand gently stroked Selena's chin, but his words were far from gentle.
"Tell me the purpose of your visit to Nation H." She sneered, stubborn, not confessing? "I won't say anything." Seeing her reaction, Linfan couldn't help but smile.
"Oh, your hand is burning with a hot flame.
Do you want to taste its heat?"
Realizing her life was in danger, she hurriedly waved her hand.
"No, no, no."
Linfan coldly ordered, "If you don't want to die, speak quickly." Her body trembled violently as she replied, "I want to combine the martial arts of Nation H with warrior genes." Such an arrogant and disrespectful plan made him furious. He raised his hand as if to end her life. "How dare someone from an outer try by my treasure? Looking for a death sentence." She immediately begged for mercy, even offering herself as a suggestion. "Please spare my life. I'm willing to be your slave, for you to use as you wish." The flames blazing on his hand quickly extinguished. Her offer was exactly what he wanted. After all, she was the one who proposed it. Then, Linfan pointed his finger directly at her forehead, as though casting some kind of spell. Selena's body glowed lightly, and at the same time, she felt something strange. Once done, Linfan explained clearly, I've planted a soul seal on you. As long as you dare betray me, this seal will explode, and you will certainly die. She heard it, and a chill ran down her spine, standing still like a statue. She had to wait until you spoke the words to dismiss her before she could leave. She quickly darted out of the window frame. Her legs moved one after the other, swiftly soaring through the air. But at that moment, Selena suddenly flashed a cunning, satisfied smile. Yes, it seemed that the threatening situation earlier had all been part of the plan. The next day, Linfan left the house as usual. A car suddenly slammed on its brakes right in front of the apartment building. He stared at the glossy black car, slightly surprised. Xingxin happily stepped out of the car and greeted him.
Young man, not bad, your spirit seems fine.
Linfan, seeing the visitor, greeted him cheerfully.
Mr. Li, what brings you here?
Xingxin explained the situation. Little friend Lin, the granddaughter of an old friend of mine, has fallen ill with a strange disease. His face looked somewhat serious. It's a disease that's never been seen before, and that's why I came here especially to ask for your help. Linfan politely responded.
No problem. At the lavish Kong family mansion, a black car parked in front.
Linfan and Xingxin got out and entered the house. The servants bowed their heads as they stepped out the door.
Butler Kong.
He nodded in greeting to his friend.
Old Li, you've arrived.
Xingxin clasped his hands together and bowed respectfully.
Butler Kong.
The other person glanced at the side, puzzled.
This person is. Hearing his friend's question, Xingxin crossed his arms confidently. This is a distinguished expert I've invited.
He can cure your young lady's strange illness. He then introduced Linfan, he is the butler of Kong Mansion. Linfan greeted politely, hello. Upon hearing that he was ill, Butler Kong warmly welcomed them in, inviting them inside. He then led the two of them into the house. Somewhere in the garden, a slender hand was gently gliding over the strings of a guzheng. As they passed a screen, Linfan was surprised to hear the sound of music. He closed his eyes, slowly absorbing the melody. The playing was not bad, but it carried a tone of deep sorrow. Hearing this, Butler Kong could only sigh. He shook his head in melancholy and began to explain, this is the young lady playing. Since she was little, the young lady has suffered from a strange illness. No matter how many doctors she's seen, there has been no cure. Under a pavilion, Kong Xian was sitting with her back to them. He gestured for them to stop, we have arrived. The beautiful hands continued to play the guzheng, the earrings fluttering gently in the breeze. The image of the young girl, with her beautiful eyes but an air of melancholy, appeared before their eyes. Butler Kong lowered his head in respect to the young lady. He then gestured toward Linfan, Old Li brought the divine doctor here. Kong Xian stopped playing and slowly stepped out of the pavilion, approaching them. Her face was devoid of expression, and she asked as though confirming, is he the one?
Xing Xian nodded, glancing at Linfan, yes, don't be fooled by his youth.
His medical skills are extraordinarily advanced. I haven't seen anyone like him in this lifetime. Kong Xian immediately bowed to him, sorry to trouble you, divine Dr. Lin. Linfan smiled confidently and said, don't worry, I will cure you. Under the shade of the tree, Linfan gently took Kong Xian's pulse. He lightly pressed 4 fingers against her wrist. As he focused on sensing her condition, he was suddenly taken aback. There was an unexpected cold chi that briefly merged with his own spiritual energy. After finishing the examination, Linfan speculated about her symptoms.
Miss Kong, has it been the case since you were 14 that every night at midnight, you suddenly feel a chill all over your body?
Kong Xian was very surprised.
Yes, that's exactly what happens. Does divine Dr. Lin have a way to treat it?
He hesitated for a moment before replying, I do, but it's a bit troublesome. Old Kong's laughter rang out, interrupting his words. The old man walked over, sneering, when it comes to diagnosis and treatment, you can't rely on just words. Linfan's face darkened, and he silently looked at the old man. Kong Xian stood up, happily running over. The old man's fondness for his granddaughter was evident, and he was in a very good mood, treating her with great affection. Xian Grandpa has specially invited a divine doctor to check on you. The old man extended his hand to the two people standing behind him. Xiao Xian, let me introduce you. This is Dr. Moye, and next to him is his disciple, Wang Wu. She politely bowed her head to greet them. Wang Wu responded courteously, hello, Miss Kong, but internally, his filthy thoughts emerged, this girl is so beautiful, if only I could have her. At that point, old Kong asked Xingxing curiously, who is this? He frowned in annoyance. Old Kong, this is the divine doctor I invited to treat your granddaughter. Upon hearing this, Wang Wu sneered and shouted loudly. A divine doctor? Him? I don't even think he has enough hair to grow yet. Linfan remained calm, teasing. What's the matter? Master, is that all you can teach him to say, nonsense? He gritted his teeth in anger. What did you just say? Without another word, he lunged forward, intending to strike Linfan. Are you looking to die? Moye, the doctor, shouted loudly to stop him. Stop. Wang Wu turned around, confused. Master, but he's not paying attention to his disciple, he's only focusing on Linfan. That remark implied that the young man wasn't ordinary either. Linfan raised two fingers, gesturing to the side. He's just average, but still much stronger than you. Those words made the master's serious demeanor vanish. Linfan then pretended to turn and leave. If Old Kong already has a divine doctor, then I won't bother anymore. Old Kong hurriedly intervened. Moye, don't argue with the young man. Kong Xian also stepped forward, addressing everyone. Listen to me. She proposed a solution to the current problem. Just now, Divine Dr. Lin examined my condition. Now, Moye will take my pulse, and let's see whose diagnosis is more accurate. Isn't that clear enough? Moye nodded, agreeing. All right. He then fell silent and began taking Kong Xian's pulse. Soon, he made his diagnosis. Miss Kong just has coldine entering her body, but the prolonged treatment hasn't been effective. Moye furrowed his brows, looking serious. So, it's deeply rooted and firmly established, it's difficult for anyone else to remove. Kong Xian's face darkened, unable to utter a word. Thinking that the other party had believed his words, Moye smirked and said, but I happen to have a secret remedy. He stroked his beard and continued, it can eliminate the cold chi in Miss Kong's body. Over here, Old Kong's mood brightened. Dr. Mo, what herbs do you need? I will have someone prepare them immediately. Moye took out a long list of paper and began reading. Millennium vermilion fruit, fire spirit grass, scarlet sun grass, dragon blood ginseng, he pointed to a few of them, combined with my acupuncture technique, it can solve Miss Kong's illness. Old Kong joyfully replied 3 times, all right, I will have someone prepare it right away. However, a hand reached out to interrupt the old man's actions. Linfan stepped forward to block him. Wait a moment. Wang Wu yelled like a madman, what are you doing? Linfan couldn't be bothered with him and merely glanced at the person beside him. Old Kong, if you want the young lady to die, then go ahead and do as he says. The words made him break into a cold sweat. Linfan, what's going on? Moye, on the other hand, was furious and challenged him. Brat, I also want to see what you can actually say. Linfan, full of arrogance, smiled. You people are so shallow in knowledge, let me explain a bit. He spoke with absolute certainty, Miss Kong isn't suffering from some coldine entering her body. She has the Taiyin body, everything is just a surprise. Taiyin body? Wang Wu sneered, raising his middle finger. You're saying it's a Taiyin body just because you said so? I've never heard of it before. If you're going to lie, at least make it sound reasonable.
Old Kong, not bothering to pay attention to him, quickly asked, "Do you have a way to treat her?"
Linfan, full of confidence, replied, "Of course, as long as Miss Kong is guided onto the path of cultivation."
He glanced over at Old Kong and finished the rest of the sentence, "to become a cultivator." Wang Wu burst out laughing, pointing at him, "Ha, cultivator? Did you read too many novels or something?"
A powerful force shot through the air, and Moe's slap sent him flying, causing him to fall silent.
Then, Moe looked at Linfan, silently contemplating, could he really be one of those legendary cultivators? He clasped his hands politely and said, "So, you are a cultivator."
Linfan's entire body was enveloped in a golden radiance.
"That's right."
His legs spread wide, a fiery vortex swirling around him, revealing his true form, a massive, dazzling phoenix of flame.
Moe gasped and exclaimed, "What?" Kong Xian also couldn't hide her astonishment. Old Kong, seeing this scene, one can't help but be dumbfounded. It's enough to shock anyone to the core.
Her worldview was shaken, and there was no one else but Wang Wu. Moe changed her demeanor, smiling and showing a flattering expression, then bowed her head in apology.
"Little elder was blind and failed to see the larger picture, offending you. Please forgive me."
Linfan casually snapped his fingers, extinguishing his original spirit.
Mm.
Old Kong also clasped his hands together and begged earnestly, "Mr. Lin, with your great powers, please, you must save my granddaughter."
Linfan replied calmly, "It's nothing, really."
Kong Xian stepped forward, her face slightly flushed.
If I follow you to cultivate, my Taiyin body will be able to heal, right?"
Linfan gave a radiant smile.
"Exactly."
She knelt on one knee, her hands pressed together in respect.
Disciple greets the master.
Suddenly, a beam of light appeared around her, lifting Kong Xian to her feet. It was Linfan using 2 fingers in a gesture of magic.
"No need to do that."
Old Kong stepped forward to explain. "A teacher is like a father, and proper etiquette must be observed." Linfan waved his hand.
"There's no need for that."
He stroked his chin and began listing the precious medicinal herbs. "Prepare the 1,000-year-old snow ginseng, dragon essence herb, and 1,000-year-old chu fruit."
Upon hearing the request, the old man quickly responded, "Yes, yes, yes." He immediately gave orders to the people standing behind.
"Steward, hurry and bring the herbs for Mr. Lin."
He quickly bowed. "Yes, sir."
A moment later, the medicinal herbs Linfan had mentioned were brought out.
Butler Kong placed them on the table and reported, "Mr. Lin, the herbs have arrived."
He raised his hand to summon something while nodding in satisfaction.
"Very good."
Immediately, a giant alchemy furnace appeared before everyone's astonished eyes.
Linfan concentrated, guiding the herbs to fly inside.
He focused his mind to control the temperature inside, and in no time, a fierce flame shot up from the furnace. The sight before Old Kong made him exclaim,
"Such technique, I have only seen in ancient books." Moe, who was standing nearby, nodded in agreement.
Linfan's eyes widened, and he shouted loudly,
"Chang, extend your hand and catch what's coming out of the furnace." A shiny fire pill was formed.
He then brought it in front of Kong Xian and said, "Take it. The current situation will make her face flush." Seeing the other person still unmoving, he took her hand and placed the pill in it.
"Hurry up and take it, then I will transmit a cultivation technique to you.
The yin energy of the Taiyin body will no longer cause you pain." Kong Xian covered her mouth with both hands, happily chewing the pill, then slowly sat down on the ground. While she was meditating, Linfan kneeled on one knee, extended his hand, and began to focus his energy. His 2 fingers met, precisely pointing to Kong Xian's forehead. Immediately, a surge of fiery red energy erupted violently between them. Her acupoints were burned and opened by him. Then, Linfan spoke.
"Remember this cultivation method. From now on, you will do it on your own.
Kong Xian closed her eyes and responded. Yes. The combined flames and water energy began to emanate from her body. She couldn't stop sweating, furrowing her brow and gritting her teeth in pain. Old Kong saw this and immediately became worried.
Mr. Lin, my granddaughter.
Linfan calmly nodded with confidence. My technique, you don't need to worry. Cold qi began to seep out from underneath Kong Xian's body. It spread and dispersed rapidly, penetrating through the entire group of people standing nearby.
Qing Xian, affected by the cold, gasped in shock. What is this? Mo Yi was also covered in it.
Linfan immediately summoned fire and shouted loudly. Fall back. A solid shield was created, preventing the cold qi from penetrating further. Qing Xian watched as the ice melted from her body, shivering slightly. The cold qi, accumulated for 20 years, was truly terrifying. Next, Linfan moved behind Kong Xian.
He focused his spiritual power intensely on her back. He was both transmitting internal energy and providing guidance.
Kong Xian began to circulate her internal energy to refine it, immediately following his instructions. Yes. The cold qi within her body was enveloped by the fiery heat and shot straight upwards. The blinding light caused Old Kong to shield his eyes with his hand. Ugh! Soon after, with the two of them at the center, sparks began to radiate outward before slowly fading.
The mist cleared, and Kong Xian stood up.
Her body was full of vitality, and she smiled brightly, shouting.
Grandfather, Old Kong is looking great, unexpectedly.
Xian Er, the old man's granddaughter, hurried over, gripping her shoulders tightly.
Xian Er, are you really all better?
She nodded, her face beaming with joy.
I'm better now.
Kong Xian joyfully said to Old Kong, I can feel that the cold qi no longer invades my body. On the contrary, it has started to nourish my spirit. Hearing this, Old Kong was so happy that he almost cried. Good, good, after all these years, I've finally cured you. Wang Wu couldn't hide his greedy expression, drooling as he said, Miss Kong, you're becoming more and more like a celestial maiden. Instantly, a hand punched him in the mouth, causing him to cough up blood.
So it turns out Moya's blow was because he's really angry with this hopeless disciple.
Stop thinking about it, Miss Kong, we can't reach her, and we definitely cannot offend her. At this moment, Linfan was simply standing there, smiling at Kong Xian. She clasped her hands and expressed her gratitude.
Xian Er thanks Master.
He nodded in satisfaction. For the next few days, I'll visit frequently to guide you. Kong Xian, hearing this, became even more excited. Thank you, Master. Old Kong chuckled lightly, stroking his beard. Good, good, this is the best. Before long, a few days passed. Linfan continued to diligently guide Kong Xian in her cultivation. She was now focused on adjusting her breath to release the cold qi outward.
Footsteps approached. Mr. Lin, it's Butler Kong, bringing someone with him.
He said the Qin family has a young man who wants to see you.
Linfan was immediately surprised and looked over. Qin family?
The little boy introduced himself as Qin Feng. Before his sister, Qin Jing, went missing, she left behind a letter. Qin Feng then handed over a letter, saying that if they couldn't reach his sister, they should come find Linfan. Linfan took the letter and opened it with a sense of suspicion. Inside, there was Qin Jing's handwriting. Linfan, thank you for all the help you've given me.
In the next life, I will repay you.
Reading up to this point, his expression immediately became serious. He couldn't hide the anger burning within him as he set fire to the letter in his hand.
Before his sister went missing, where had she gone?
She went to the ancestor's tomb, the little boy quickly answered. A surge of fury radiated from Linfan's body. Take me there. As soon as he finished speaking, Linfan picked up Qin Feng and shot off like an arrow. At some mountain range, the two landed on a rocky cliff covered in dense vegetation. The little boy raised his hand, pointing in one direction.
The Qin family's tomb is over there.
He moved forward, then quickly turned around and said, Then let's not waste any more time, lead the way. Qin Feng immediately started running to keep up with him. The two gatekeepers were taken by surprise when they saw someone approaching. Ah! One of them raised a hand to signal them to stop, standing in front to block the way. But when he saw Qin Feng standing behind, he was once again astonished and exclaimed, "Ha!" The other man then raised his voice in confusion. "Aren't you Qin Feng?" The person next to him angrily judged, "You're really bold. As a descendant of the Qin family, how dare you lead outsiders into the forbidden land of the Qin family?" At this moment, Linfan's expression turned dark, and he thought to himself, "It's just right, I don't know the whereabouts of Qin, maybe I can ask them." His figure shot out like a streak of lightning, too fast for the human eye to follow. The two gravekeepers were immediately struck by a burst of light at an incredible speed. Linfan landed, with dust swirling behind him and the two of them lying unconscious on the ground. He stepped 1 foot onto the chest of one of them and loudly demanded, "Where is Qin Jing?" The man was in excruciating pain, trembling uncontrollably. "She's already entered the tomb." Linfan turned to Qin Feng and said, "Let's go." The little boy immediately ran over. Soon, the entrance to the ancient tomb appeared before them. The little boy looked nervously at the massive stone door. "What's going on? Why is the door closed?" Linfan created a fireball with one hand and then spoke, reminding, "Move aside." He then struck a powerful fire dragon palm toward the front, and the barrier at the stone door quickly gathered to block the attack. Seeing this, he was slightly astonished, thinking that it was truly a sinister method to turn the entire mountain into a formation. He then hurriedly looked at Qin Feng and asked, "Is there any way to get in?" The little boy listed 2 special items that could open it, the Qin family's jade pendant or the Bai family's deer furnace sword. Linfan was very curious upon hearing this. "How could the Bai family have the key to open your family's tomb?" Soon, he received an answer from Qin Feng. "The Bai family are the successors left by our ancestor." This made him even more puzzled. "Doesn't your ancestor fear that the Bai family's successor might steal the tomb with the sword?" But the little boy firmly affirmed, "They can't get in, because only the bloodline of the Qin family can open the inner door." With a deep sigh, he let his hands drop helplessly. "That's too bad. Not long ago, the Bai family was destroyed, and the deer furnace sword was lost. I also don't have the Qin family's jade pendant." Suddenly, Linfan summoned something golden with his hand. "What do you mean?" He smiled and held it out in front of Qin Feng. "This sword?" The little boy stared wide-eyed in surprise, stammering, "Hey, this. Knowing what the little boy was about to say, Linfan confirmed once more. "That's right, it's the Luolu." He then inserted the sword into the lock on the door. While Qin Feng was still in shock, it dawned on him that Linfan was the mysterious person who had wiped out the Bai family. The sword was expertly rotated sideways, and the massive stone door slowly creaked open. Linfan waved his hand, signaling, "Let's go." The little boy immediately trotted behind. "Wait for me." In the tomb chamber deep within the cave, Qin Jing, covered in wounds, staggered weakly towards the cave entrance. She struggled to breathe, each exhale heavy and labored, and soon collapsed to the ground, completely exhausted. Suddenly, something on her left startled her, and she turned her gaze, but the pain in her leg flared up, making her groan in agony. "Ugh!" She gritted her teeth, enduring the pain, her body trembling violently. 2 figures approached, clearly hiding here. Wu Yan stood next to Uncle Qin, smirking maliciously as she taunted. "Why stop running? Why don't you keep running?" With great difficulty, Qin Jing managed to ask, "Why are you so obsessed with this jade pendant? Do you want to kill everyone here?" Losing her composure, she shouted, "What secret has the family been hiding all this time?" Wu Yan, hearing this, stamped her foot hard and arrogantly stepped closer. "Looks like the eldest miss knows nothing. You're doomed today. There's no harm in telling you." Wu Yan seized Qin Jing's head, her eyes cold with killing intent.
As long as we bring this jade pendant to the statue of the ancestor, we can receive the ancestor's inheritance.
She emphasized the latter part, hinting at the possibility of becoming an immortal.
Qin Jing gaped in shock, unable to believe her ears.
She longed to become an immortal, and gripped the item in her hand, declaring loudly, "Even if I die, I will destroy the jade pendant." But before she could act, Wu Yan snatched it from her, with one hand gripping Qin Jing's throat and lifting her high.
"If you die, the jade pendant will still be mine."
With a determined motion, she tossed Qin Jing aside.
She laughed wickedly. "Ha, the ancestor's inheritance is mine." And with that, she resolved to eliminate the threat that was Qin Jing. "Today, I'll send you to reunite with the ancestor."
Wu Yan raised her sword high with a fierce, demonic expression on her face, charging forward aggressively.
"Goodbye, my dear cousin."
Qin Jing trembled, tightly shutting her eyes as if to accept her fate. How fortunate it was that her entire body was shielded by a sturdy barrier, protecting her from the incoming strike.
Wu Yan suddenly exclaimed, "What? Who's that?"
In the next moment, she opened her eyes wide in shock as she sensed someone unfamiliar behind her. Linfan stood right behind her, angrily replying,
"Your father."
Qin Jing, seeing him, joyfully called out,
"Linfan." Uncle Qin, stunned in his heart, thought, "How could this be? I didn't even notice this person." Wu Yan glared in annoyance, realizing it was him again.
At that moment, Linfan, with his strength, pulled Qin Jing close to him, then immediately gave her medicine. "Take this pill first." Qin Jing instantly felt a surge of vitality return to her body.
Wu Yan watched in fury. "Again, it's you. You're always here to ruin my plans." Hearing this, Linfan's anger flared.
He had let her go once before, but now she kept causing him trouble repeatedly. His eyes revealed a murderous intent. She was truly hopeless. Today, he could not spare her anymore. Suddenly, Uncle Qin quickly jumped forward, grabbing Wu Yan, and hurriedly made his escape, turning to warn her. "Young lady, this man is not someone to be trifled with.
The best plan is to run." Wu Yan helplessly obeyed, raising her jade pendant.
The door immediately opened, and both of them swiftly fled, leaving Linfan to watch the scene in stunned silence. Suddenly, he revealed a sinister smile and cursed, "Stupid." In the next moment, he extended his hand, signaling to Qin Jing.
"Miss Qin, you rest here.
I'll go inside and take a look."
She nodded, understanding his intention.
Linfan confidently walked up to the door.
"Yes, empty barrels make the loudest noise."
He pressed his fiery arm against the solid surface of the door, and the force of his breath gathered in his palm, circulating as he willed it. The large door was shattered into pieces by Linfan's power. At the same time, the two individuals, Wu Yan, rushed toward a certain spot. Mr. Qin abruptly halted, and white smoke began to rise in thick waves.
He looked at what lay before him and said with a laugh, "Young lady, we've arrived."
Quickly, he introduced the formation beneath the ground to her. This was the statue of the ancestor.
Uncle Qin explained it in detail.
"Young lady, place the jade pendant in the center of the formation and use your own blood, and you will inherit the power."
Wu Yan eagerly raised the jade pendant high. "All right."
She quickly placed it in its proper position. A purple light shot up from the formation. Linfan, still on his way, clearly felt the vibrations that caused debris to fall from above.
He vaguely looked ahead, sensing the surge of power from this disturbance.
After the light flared up, Wu Yan dropped her blood onto the ground. The formation immediately emitted strange symbols that spread across the earth. The jade pendant soaked up Wu Yan's red blood. Suddenly, something resembling an evil creature shot out from the darkness. Uncle Qin saw this and laughed maniacally.
It's here, it's here."
Linfan quickly quickened his pace and rushed toward the purple light before him. A warning bell rang in his mind as he sensed an ominous presence. The purple smoke dissipated, revealing a massive, greenish creature standing in front of him.
Linfan exclaimed in astonishment.
This is a foot with sharp claws emitting sparks of electricity, and on its fierce face, long, sharp teeth protrude. It let out a roar and released dangerous red streams of air around its body. Linfan quietly assessed, so it's actually a vicious beast. Suddenly, Wu Yan's mad laughter echoed.
Ha, she can't hide her arrogance, so this is the heir left behind by the ancestral patriarch.
At that moment, she finally noticed his presence. Wu Yan's inner thoughts were slightly surprised, he actually got in here. She then bared her teeth and smiled cunningly, arriving at the perfect moment, immediately issuing an order.
Vicious beast, go and kill him for me.
It opened its mouth and let out a loud growl, but one of the beast's feet shot towards Wu Yan. The powerful force sent her flying, crashing violently into the stone wall, causing her to lose consciousness, her eyes turning white with pain. The sudden scene left Uncle Qin wide-eyed.
What?
Near Wu Yan, a powerful white vortex suddenly appeared, rendering her completely immobile before she fell to the ground, lying motionless. Linfan, on the other hand, was extremely cautious in his heart. The ferocity of this beast was overwhelming, and it needed to be eliminated immediately. He continuously fired thick beams of spiritual power at it. Wherever they hit, explosions occurred, causing the beast to cough up blood. It was completely driven mad by him and, in a fit of rage, tightly gripped one of its legs before ferociously leaping toward Linfan. The ground where the beast landed created a large indentation, with such immense power that the surrounding area cracked open. Linfan easily dodged and then leapt onto large rocks that flew through the air. In his hand, he condensed an extremely powerful killing move and aimed directly at the beast's head. Linfan struck while shouting loudly, "Look at the massive surge of power coming towards us, it's creating a shield to block it."
To counter the incoming attack, the fierce beast just opened its mouth and took a deep breath. In an instant, all the energy was swallowed whole.
Linfan was stunned, his eyes filled with astonishment. It was actually absorbed, how interesting. Now it was the beast's turn to retaliate. It gathered the surrounding spiritual energy and poured it into its mouth. A massive column of spiritual power howled as it hurtled toward Linfan. Without missing a beat, Linfan dodged to the side, barely escaping with his life. Seizing the opportunity, Linfan raised 2 fingers and channeled his energy, then shouted, "Go!"
The gathered energy transformed into 2 ferocious dragons that flew toward the beast. The fierce beast was horrified. It never expected Linfan could turn spiritual energy into dragons.
The 2 spirit beasts coiled around its massive body and squeezed with incredible force, causing the beast to roar in pain. Without hesitation, Linfan shot into the air, a long sword appearing in his hand. He quickly grabbed the hilt and swung with all his strength. A sharp burst of energy screeched through the air and struck the beast, who failed to dodge in time. It took the full brunt of the blow, a fatal strike that caused it to cough up blood on the spot, signaling that it had sustained severe injury. The giant body of the beast crashed to the ground, losing consciousness. Linfan landed, leaning on his sword, panting heavily, sweat dripping continuously. He looked around the battlefield and sighed inwardly. This was perhaps the toughest battle he had faced since his resurrection. Suddenly, a proud laugh echoed through the air. A figure had appeared in front of the beast at some point. It turns out to be Uncle Qin. He grinned wickedly while casting a glance at Linfan. "Linfan, thank you for defeating the evil beast." Linfan furrowed his brows, unfazed, and softly replied, "Sure enough, your goal wasn't just to unseal the seal." Uncle Qin casually admitted, "That's right. Thankfully, with your help, I was able to obtain the essence of the evil beast." His eyes gleamed with malice, his voice darkening. "Without relying on myself, I wouldn't have been able to defeat it." Linfan pressed further. "Bringing me here was part of your plan, wasn't it?" Uncle Qin smirked triumphantly. "Exactly." Linfan's face darkened as he questioned, "How could you be so sure I would come to save Qin Jing?"
Quickly, Uncle Qin offered an explanation. Of course, I investigated you thoroughly and knew that you value friendship and loyalty. When you found out Qin Jing was in danger, you would definitely come to her rescue. Linfan closed his eyes, let out a long sigh, and slowly asked. Then how could you be sure that I would be able to kill it? Linfan furrowed his brows, his voice growing heavier. If I couldn't kill it, wouldn't your plan be in vain? Uncle Qin maintained his wicked grin, his eyes showing no sign of worry. That wouldn't be a problem. Worst case, we'd just wait a few more years. Linfan questioned skeptically. Why go through all this trouble to obtain the essence of the evil beast? Upon hearing that, Uncle Qin's face contorted, and he growled. Of course, it's for revenge, against those traitors of the Qin family. Linfan frowned, unable to hide his surprise. Traitors? Uncle Qin slowly took a step forward. He took a deep breath, suppressing his anger before beginning to speak. During those years of war, Ancestor wanted to revive the glory of the Qin Emperor. He hesitated slightly before continuing, and Ancestor knew from ancient texts that within the tomb of the Qin Emperor, there was a hidden secret. Then, with an air of mystery, he said, there was a monstrous beast sealed by the Qin Emperor. His voice remained steady. Ancestor had allied with the imperial capital Qin family and the current Qin family Xiling, and together we entered the ancestral tomb to break the seal. But in the next moment, his tone suddenly grew darker. To our surprise, after our success, both families, fearing that Ancestor had become too powerful, joined forces to kill my ancestor and wipe out our bloodline. Uncle Qin's hatred was palpable, his entire being darkened with fury. Yet, they had never expected that someone from our clan still survived. Enduring and patiently working as a servant for them, enduring countless schemes and paying a heavy price, he had finally succeeded. Finishing the story, he let out a wicked smile. Well then, the story is told. It was unclear when exactly, but Uncle Qin had placed his hand on the monstrous beast's head. It turned out that his true goal was to buy time. The spiritual energy began to swirl violently around him, his body gradually morphing, his eyes glowing a blood-red hue. You may leave now. Where their touch met, a strong gust of wind exploded outward. In the next instant, a brilliant column of purple light illuminated the entire space. From the grotesque flesh, a hand reached out, followed by a leg. The scene before Linfan caused his vision to go dark. This was. Uncle Qin completed the fusion, and the power surged violently through his veins, causing him to laugh maniacally. Ha, two sharp horns are growing on my head. Uncle Qin is showing his ferocity. This is the power of my vengeance. No longer holding back, he glared angrily at Linfan, then suddenly leapt into the air. From above, Uncle Qin threw a fierce punch with the spiritual power tightly compressed within his fist. Die! The collision exploded like thunder, and the ground cracked open into large fissures. He could not conceal his cruelty, laughing with delight. Ha ha! Linfan quickly raised his sword to block, the impact sending a violent shockwave that made him grit his teeth in resistance. Ugh! The aftershock of the blow caused the ground beneath him to sink, sending rocks and debris flying. Linfan quickly retreated, leaping into the air and launching two sharp sword strikes towards Uncle Qin. But with just one hand, Uncle Qin effortlessly parried the attacks. He crushed the sword strikes into pieces with ease and sneered contemptuously. Too weak, you are too weak. Linfan remained unfazed. He clasped his hands in front of his chest, a surge of spiritual power enveloping his body, preparing to test this new move. Just as the words left his lips, a thunderous array appeared above Uncle Qin's head. However, he only sneered dismissively. Poof! Then, he raised both hands to block the entire array bearing down on him. Uncle Qin growled, and his body erupted with force as sharp claws extended outward. A powerful jerk from him shattered the array above. Uncle Qin bared his sharp teeth in a challenge. You're too weak. If you have any stronger moves, then use them all. Linfan did not respond to the provocation but calmly observed the situation.
Suddenly, he glanced to the left, and something familiar caught his eye. The spiritual energy on the ground, glowing with a hint of faith, made him quickly recognize that this was the stone character coin formation. From that moment, Linfan devised a plan to deal with Uncle Chin. It seemed that anyone who caused trouble would end up being the one to suffer. With victory firmly in his grasp, he smiled confidently. Seizing the opportunity, Linfan accelerated and headed straight for the formation. Uncle Chin suddenly sensed something was off, his eyes widening in realization. Linfan had reached the center, and a surge of energy poured into the ground, activating the entire formation. Linfan observed the result, smiling in satisfaction. It seemed that this was indeed the formation's focal point. Uncle Chin, in a panic, rushed forward to stop him. "Stop!" He swung his clawed hand in an attempt to strike Linfan, but Linfan swiftly retreated, raising his hand to form a seal, fully activating the formation and trapping himself in the net. Uncle Chin couldn't believe it, and in his shock, he screamed, "What?" Energy quickly gathered, and a vortex surrounded him. Chains of spiritual power appeared, binding Uncle Chin's limbs. No matter how much he struggled, it only tightened the bonds, causing excruciating pain. Linfan stood before his prey, luring him into the trap, mocking his ignorance with a sneer. Uncle Chin realized he had fallen for the trap and, in a fit of rage, cursed, "You despicable coward." Linfan didn't care, his tone filled with mockery and disdain. "Pathetic, you're just an idiot." Insulted, Uncle Chin became even more frantic. "Like a wounded beast, I will kill you." He sneered, pretending to be contemptuous. "Pity, you're not capable of that." The old man was unwilling to back down, his muscles bulging fiercely as a surge of fiery red spiritual energy erupted from his body. Uncle Chin threw his head back and howled, "Even if I self-destruct, I will drag you down with me." Linfan remained unfazed, his eyes flashing as the old man's spiritual power was instantly sealed by an invisible force. The old man, stunned, stammered, "How? Is this possible?" Linfan drew a talisman, subtly activating it with his spiritual power, and sneered, "You think you can self-destruct in front of me? You're still too weak." A series of talismans immediately floated in mid-air, creating a circle of seals around Uncle Chin. Linfan extended his hand to control them and delivered another palm strike to the old man. Flames suddenly erupted from the talismans, burning him. Uncle Chin was severely wounded by the attack, blood gushing out and spilling onto the ground. One of his arms and part of his waist were completely burned away. He screamed in pain, "Aaaa." But the lost parts of his body quickly regenerated in an instant. Despite recovering rapidly, Uncle Chin seemed to have exhausted a great deal of energy, breathing heavily. Linfan smirked, evaluating, "Oh, impressive regeneration ability, that's interesting." He raised a finger, channeling his spiritual power to test it. 2 fiery swords appeared, followed by dozens, then hundreds more, as a powerful wave of spiritual energy erupted. Linfan swung his hand, directing the sword to strike. Uncle Chin widened his eyes in shock, watching the sword tips rapidly approaching. He couldn't dodge, only able to scream in pain as each blade tore through his flesh. "Ah, you're just standing there coldly. This is a sword formation that can erode flesh, refining the body and transforming the soul. Just take your time and enjoy it." His eyes grew icy as he gritted out, "Enjoy it." Uncle Chin spat out a mouthful of black blood, his voice choked with despair. "If you're capable, just kill me already." Linfan's face darkened, unwilling to let him off so easily. "Of course, I will kill you, but not right now." Linfan coldly waved his hand, delivering a fatal blow that sent Uncle Chin flying through the air. He crashed onto the ground, unable to catch his breath. Linfan stepped forward with heavy strides. When he reached him, Linfan forcefully placed a foot on his chest. Uncle Chin writhed in pain, no strength left to resist. "Beg in desperation, beg for me to let you die peacefully, and I'll tell you the secret method to merge with a savage beast." Linfan firmly rejected, disdain clear in his words. "That trash is of no use to me." The old man stared blankly, his eyes vacant as he saw the surge of spiritual flame erupt from Linfan's hand.
No. No.
His body quickly became consumed by the flames, his desperate screams filling the air.
No. Uncle Chin writhed in agony within the fire.
Suddenly, a girl rushed over. It was Qin Jing. She stopped, propping herself up as she gasped for air.
Then, she asked anxiously, "Linfan, are you all right?"
He closed his eyes and smiled, reassuring her.
"I'm fine."
Nearby, there was a person kneeling, hands pressed against the floor. Qin Wuyan opened her eyes wide in a daze, her whole body trembling, her mouth muttering repeatedly, "How could this be? How could this be?"
Qin Jing noticed her and asked Linfan, "How is she?"
His cold gaze swept over her, almost forgetting about her. He quickly moved behind Wu Yan and struck her sharply on the back of the neck.
The blow knocked Wu Yan unconscious.
After a few moments, his voice, calm as ever, echoed, "Sleep for a while." Uncle Qin's painful screams still hadn't stopped.
Qin Jing looked in that direction with a doubtful expression. "What is this?" Linfan answered nonchalantly, "The butler of Qin Wuyan."
She couldn't believe her eyes.
How did he end up like this? He sighed tiredly. This is a long story.
After a while, when she had heard everything, Qin Jing stood frozen, her face filled with disappointment. "So we were all deceived by him."
He nodded and sighed. "Indeed, there is no inheritance here."
Seeing Uncle Qin suffering like that, she felt a bit reluctant.
"Let him die quickly."
Linfan coldly agreed. Spiritual energy gathered in his hand. Despite his face being smeared and tortured over time, Uncle Qin still wanted to live and quickly shouted, "Wait, there is, in fact, an inheritance here." Linfan raised an eyebrow, his gaze flickering with interest. "Oh," he immediately extinguished the flames burning the old man, leaving behind a scorched body curled up on the ground. He coldly commanded, his voice harsh. Uncle Qin trembled in pain. Weakly, he begged. "Place the dear furnace sword in the jade pendant between the scabbard and the back of the Qin Huang statue to unlock the inheritance."
"I'm telling you this information, please, spare my life."
Linfan turned his head to look at the Qin Huang statue in the distance. Indeed, there was a place to insert them. After confirming, he turned back and threatened the old man. "If you dare deceive me, I will make your life worse than death." Without wasting time, Linfan quickly followed the old man's instructions. Immediately, a surge of powerful energy emanated from the statue. Then, the soul of Qin Huang appeared, floating in mid-air. The two of them stood facing each other, witnessing it all. He spoke in a tone of majestic authority, like a ruler. "Who are you? Why have you awakened me?" Qin Jing knelt on one knee, respectfully bowing with her hands clasped together, and announced, "Descendant of the 78th generation of the Qin family, Qin Jing, pays respects to Qin Huang immortal ancestor." Qin Huang closed his eyes as if reminiscing, his voice full of emotion.
"Has it really been so long?"
He waved his hand, signaling for her to rise.
"Get up." She stood up immediately.
"Yes." His gaze shifted to Linfan, and he asked suspiciously, "And who are you?" Linfan respectfully clasped his hands and replied,
"Junior Linfan pays respects to Qin Huang."
Qin Huang stared at him in astonishment. He scrutinized the aura surrounding Linfan's body, surprised, thinking, "Does this person really have such high cultivation?" He was not one to be stingy with praise, and he complimented. "Not bad." In an era where spiritual energy is so scarce, to achieve such cultivation is truly deserving of the title Heaven's proud son. Linfan shook his head modestly, "Qin Huang, you flatter me too much."
Immediately afterward, Qin Huang looked around anxiously.
"By the way, where is the sealed beast?" Without hesitation, he pointed at Uncle Qin, who was lying on the ground, barely breathing. "Qin Huang," he released the beast and then merged with it. The old man trembled, struggling to crawl, his voice weak. Immortal ancestor, he looked stern, his eyes showing anger, and an aura of Diwang began to swirl, exuding a mighty force. He was enraged. How could a descendant of the fruit bearer have such a rebellious and unfilial person? He deserves to die. Qin Huang's spiritual power gradually formed into a dragon, its enormous body hovering above him before charging towards Uncle Qin. Uncle Qin screamed in terror, "No!" Qin Huang raised a hand, releasing a tremendous energy toward the old man. He closed his eyes, as if unable to bear delivering the blow. Qin Jing, witnessing the scene, asked doubtfully, "Qin Huang, immortal ancestor, why don't you completely eliminate this beast?" At this, Qin Huang sighed softly, then slightly lifted his head, lost in a distant memory. Back then, after the fruit bearer unified the world, he intended to cultivate and preserve life, but the ancient beast sealed by the primordial immortal sage broke free of its seal and escaped. Qin Huang and everyone else tried their best to unite their strength and stop it, only managing to reseal the space once more. The beast, with its terrifying power, had left him struggling. However, he too was heavily injured, with no strength left to kill the beast. Fortunately, he managed to hold on to a single breath, only able to rely on time to torment and eventually kill it. But even that was just a temporary measure. Upon hearing this, Linfan quickly asked, "Qin Huang, what do you mean by the space you just mentioned?" He responded in a deep voice, "It was originally a part of the 9 continents, who would have known that within it, a fierce beast would have escaped. The ancient sages once fought a great battle with the fierce beast. He is deeply regretful, but could not kill the beast, only seal it." He gently rested his chin on his hand and pondered, "I see." Qin Huang looked at him sternly, "I am entrusting you with this task. I know that the seal of mine is about to disappear, and the mission to eliminate the fierce beast is now entrusted to you." Linfan quickly cupped his hands in refusal, "Qin Huang, my cultivation is too low. I am not capable of bearing such a noble task." He paused for a moment, as if considering something. His gaze shifted toward Qin Jing, "You step forward and receive my inheritance." Without hesitation, Qin Jing answered, "All right." Qin Huang raised his hand, his index finger lightly touching her forehead. Qin Jing widened her eyes in surprise as a golden light enveloped her body. Energy and knowledge flooded into her, causing her to cry out in pain, clutching her head. Seeing this, Linfan rushed over with concern. Could it be possession? Before he could get any closer, he was blocked by the barrier set up by Qin Huang. The elder calmly reassured him, "You don't need to worry, little one. I do not use such methods." Once the inheritance was complete, he withdrew his hand, while Qin Jing lost consciousness. She collapsed to the ground, and Linfan was beside her, looking worried. Linfan closed his eyes, sensing the surge of spiritual energy pouring into his body. He quickly sat cross-legged on the ground, focusing his mind to absorb the spiritual power. Streams of energy from all directions gathered, swirling in continuous waves. After finishing his cultivation, Linfan took a deep breath and exhaled gently. Phew! He raised his hand, feeling the new surge of power flowing through his meridians, and said with joy, "Peak of the Void Realm, Qin Huang has given me so much." Before he could relax, Qin Jing was enveloped by a surge of green power. Linfan became cautious of the sudden change as a majestic dragon appeared, circling around her. He watched the scene with concern, unsure if Qin Jing had changed her temperament. The dragon disappeared, leaving behind a legacy mark on her forehead. The layers of black fabric with golden dragon patterns adorned her, and her clothes had transformed into a dragon robe at some point. Linfan took notice of the design on her attire. Qin Jing, appearing stern, scolded, "Kneel, mortal, how dare you look at me directly?" A sword shot forward, its tip stopping just before her neck, and she widened her eyes in fear. Qin Jing scratched her head in confusion, quickly laughing it off, Truly, I can't even joke anymore." But Linfan didn't laugh, his hand gripping the sword's hilt, giving her a stern warning to rearrange her words. Qin Jing forced a smile, retreating with a tactical move, "I was just joking with you, who knew you'd be so serious?" He crossed his arms, looking at her with a disdainful gaze. "I thought you had been possessed by Qin Huang." Qin Jing immediately retorted, with immortal ancestor's temper, he wouldn't do such a thing.
She tugged at her sleeve, revealing the intricate design even more clearly. With a joyful expression, she spun around, showing off, "Look at me wearing the dragon robe, doesn't it look impressive?"
Linfan closed his eyes, contemplating, and then skillfully complimented, "It's not bad, it really looks like a queen." Qin Jing smiled with her eyes squinting and gave him a strong pat on the shoulder, "Not bad, you have a good eye for people. I will appoint you as my national defense general." He could only smile awkwardly. "Your Majesty, Great Qin has been destroyed for a long time." To his surprise, she reacted strongly, shouting randomly, "As long as I am here, Great Qin is still here." As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Jing froze, not expecting to say such words. Linfan looked at her seriously, assessing her. It seemed that Qin Huang still had some influence on her. Qin Jing calmed down and began to explain slowly.
"When I received the inheritance, I saw a past life of ancestor."
She continued, revealing a lot of things. At this point, Linfan seemed to remember something important. He immediately asked,
"Do you know the location where Qin Huang sealed the fierce beasts?" Qin Jing didn't hide anything, smiling confidently.
"Of course, it's in the Shu land." Without hesitation, he turned around and began preparing to depart.
"All right, then we should go."
But she raised her hand and stopped him.
"Wait."
Linfan stopped, puzzled. Qin Jing asked with a tone that was half joking, half serious,
"Don't you want to see the treasures of immortal ancestor?"
He was a bit curious.
"Treasures?"
She answered with a slight smirk. "Of course." She raised a finger and winked mysteriously.
"Do you think a powerful empire like this has no treasures hidden away?"
In Linfan's mind, countless jewels, elixirs, spiritual herbs, and magical artifacts immediately appeared.
He nodded slightly.
Since she said so, it seemed there were indeed many treasures.
He quickly made up his mind. "Let's go take a look then." Qin Jing's mood brightened. "I'll lead the way." The two of them stepped forward towards the treasure vault.
The destination was an ancient room with a large door covered in intricate, old-fashioned carvings. She raised two fingers to channel her spiritual energy. Qin Jing's spiritual power activated the formation's resonance, causing the door to slowly open.
She turned around to remind him. "Let's go." Linfan nodded slightly and followed her.
The door opened to reveal a treasure trove filled with gold bars, pearls, gems, swords, spears, and halberds scattered all around. Looking at the heap of treasures in the vault, Qin Jing couldn't help but exclaim,
"Wow, there's so much."
Her eyes sparkled as she generously offered,
"Take it all, just move it out."
Then, Qin Jing suddenly shivered. She raised her head and declared like a queen, "These treasures are the rewards for my conquest of the world." He couldn't help himself and gave her a sharp smack on the head.
"Stop being so silly."
Qin Jing rubbed her head, pouting in protest.
"I just wanted to be a queen."
Linfan pointed toward the treasure, his voice dripping with disappointment.
"These are the treasures you were talking about? Stop pretending you don't understand, isn't this still not enough?
To me, all of this is just trash.
I'm done wasting time here, I'm leaving."
Realizing she had gone too far with her playful teasing, Qin Jing hurriedly grabbed his hand and panicked.
"Wait, why can't you joke around a little?"
"Of course, there's something even better." Linfan looked at her with a skeptical gaze.
"Oh."
Qin Jing led Linfan to a corner of the secret chamber, and it was right here. She pointed to the wall in front of her with a gleaming gaze. "The family's most treasured letters are inside here. If you break through this wall, you'll get them." He wasn't in a hurry, instead channeling his spiritual energy into his eyes to observe carefully. After a while, he sneered, his cold voice ringing out.
"Your immortal ancestor is quite interesting, isn't he? If you really break through this wall."
Linfan continued indifferently.
It would trigger a mechanism, leading to quite a bit of suffering. With that, he gathered his inner force into his hand and gently touched the wall. In an instant, a flash of light appeared, and a circular entrance materialized. Seeing this, Qin Jing sighed, a hint of disappointment crossing her face. She seemed quite displeased. Linfan glanced at her, his eyes scrutinizing. "Miss Qin, I've noticed that ever since you inherited the legacy, your personality has changed quite a lot. What's going on?" She turned her face away with a pout. "Really? I don't see any difference." Not wanting to continue the back and forth, Linfan stepped through the entrance. "Let's go." Inside, weapons were neatly arranged on racks. He smiled with interest. "Oh, Qin Jing, you couldn't resist when you saw so many secret manuals of martial arts, could you?" Wow, his attention was suddenly drawn to an object surrounded by flames. It was a furnace with intricate carvings, its flames still burning fiercely despite the passage of time. A thought flashed through Linfan's mind. This pill furnace is no ordinary item. He raised his hand, releasing a surge of spiritual energy, and sent it into the furnace to try and open the lid. He murmured under his breath, and a spirit pill, glowing with a blue hue, flew into his hand. The pill in his hand exuded an extraordinary aura. Qin Jing closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, unable to hide her longing. "It smells so good." Linfan chuckled softly. "This is the heaven-mending pill." She tilted her head, her expression confused as if a huge question mark had appeared. "What is the heaven-mending pill?" "Heaven-mending pill is suitable for a martial artist who has just been enlightened like you. It can not only increase cultivation but also stabilize the foundation," he explained. After finishing his sentence, he tossed the spirit pill to Qin Jing. Qin Jing happily caught it. "Then, I'll accept it." Linfan only smiled faintly. "It's nothing, it was originally yours." He pointed to a path nearby. "There's another deeper path here. Try going inside." At the end of the path was a room filled with swords stabbed into the ground. Qin Jing pointed to the swords embedded in the ground. "Look there, why are all those swords stuck in the ground like that?" Linfan smiled with great interest. "It looks intriguing. Let me see if there's anything special about that sword." A hand gripped the sword's hilt tightly. Immediately, a red flame erupted fiercely, swirling around him like a whirlwind. Using all his strength to pull the sword out, yet it didn't move at all. But Linfan realized it was reacting, and moreover, his spiritual energy was being gradually absorbed. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted, forming a provocative smile. "Ah, the strength from my body surges, spreading throughout the sword. If you like my spiritual power so much, then I'll let you have your fill." The surge of energy pressed against the sword to its limits, and the layer of rust accumulated over the years began to crack. Finally, it recognized its master, allowing Linfan to easily pull it out of the ground. He raised the sword high in his hand, emitting an immense aura of pressure. Excitedly, she flashed a delighted smile, and it turned out to be a spiritual treasure. Qin Jing's eyes sparkled like stars. A great deal for the spiritual treasure. Linfan raised his hand to withdraw his magical power, conveniently collecting the sword as well. "Well, give me the sword, I have a use for it." She nodded decisively. "No problem." Eagerly heading forward. "It seems there are spiritual herbs and spiritual bodies over there, let's go take a look." The large wooden beams were neatly arranged, with colorful gemstones beside them. Qin Jing's gaze was mischievous and full of excitement. "All of these are yours." Linfan was surprised. "Don't you need them?" She shrugged indifferently, a helpless expression on her face. "It wouldn't be of any use to me if I took them." A faint smile curled on his lips. "All right." Linfan took out the storage ring and gathered everything inside. "Then I won't be polite." A moment later, the two of them emerged from the mystical magic gate. The ground was covered in mist, and Qin Wu Yan lay motionless. Qin Jing let out a soft sigh. She raised her hand, using her magical energy to lift the person into the air. Linfan asked, puzzled. Where are you taking her? Qin Jing seemed reluctant. After all, she was still part of the Qin family. Qin Feng was waiting outside the stone gate, the little boy clearly worried, unsure of how his sister was doing. In front of the little boy, the water-like space shattered, forming a swirling vortex that spiraled deep into the void. Qin Wuyan was roughly dropped, and Qin Feng stared blankly at Linfan and the others. Sister. The little boy stuttered in fear. Sister, sister, sister. Qin Jing was furious. Sister? What sister? The little boy shivered and called for Linfan's help. Brother-in-law, are you not going to take care of me? Are you just going to throw me aside like this? Linfan was confused. This is a long story. Qin Jing's eyes widened in surprise, and her face unknowingly flushed with embarrassment. Brother-in-law is embarrassed and angry to hide his feelings. Who's the brother-in-law here? Don't talk nonsense. Linfan let out a soft sigh and spoke. I'm not, though. Qin Feng snapped his fingers at Linfan, his tone clearly teasing. Brother-in-law, don't deny it. As soon as something happened to my sister, you immediately came to help. Qin Jing's eyes sparkled with joy. Is that true? Linfan hesitated before explaining. No, she's my teacher. If something happens to her, of course I have to help. The joyful expression froze in an instant, and Qin Jing stood still, unable to say anything. Despite her best efforts to hold it in, her disappointment was impossible to hide. Is that so? A silent figure appeared from behind with an alluring voice. She was the descendant of Qin Huang, with an appearance identical to Qin Jing's but a completely different, sinister aura. She had inherited Qin Huang's legacy. What do you want? Do you still need others' approval? Qin Jing clutched her head with both hands, as if her mind were being torn apart. No, feelings are something that should come naturally, they can't be forced. The demonic spirit hovered around her, whispering sweet words that gradually eroded Qin Jing's reason. No. If he's unwilling to stay with you, then force him to stay beside you. Each enchanting word rose, mingling with a devilish smile. She was the Empress of Great Qin, after all. Qin Jing's pupil contracted as if her soul had been seized. Her expression completely changed, a shadow of sinister energy surrounding her, exuding an air of terror. That's right, I am the Empress of Great Qin. Do I still need anyone's permission to get what I want? Realizing something was wrong with Qin Jing, Linfan immediately became on edge. Miss Qin, what's going on with you? A hand reached out as if trying to grab something. Qin Jing moved closer, gently lifting Linfan's chin, her voice filled with authority and possessiveness. Linfan, from now on, you can only belong to me. He coldly swatted her hand away. Don't joke. Her anger flared up violently. I'm not joking. When I say you belong to me, you belong to me. Linfan furrowed his brow. Miss Qin, you've been possessed. A firm denial rang out. No, I'm fine. Suddenly, a block of ice rose around Qin Jing's legs. It slowly encased her like a prison of ice, as Linfan spoke. My apologies, Miss Qin. Qin Jing's eyes turned blood red with fury, her powerful aura condensing into a mighty dragon, charging toward Linfan with overwhelming force. Qin Feng screamed in horror. Sister, don't. The massive dragon coiled tightly around Linfan, as though trapping him in a vice-like grip. In that moment, Qin Jing easily shattered the ice that had bound her, reducing it to fragments. She slowly advanced, her voice dripping with possessiveness. You are mine. Qin Jing gazed at Linfan with intense passion, her eyes filled with longing. You won't escape from my grasp. Suddenly, his hand swung up, brushing aside the other hand as if trying to avoid it. Linfan was behind her in the blink of an eye,
and the strike to the back of her neck caused Qin Jing to freeze. She staggered forward, and at that moment, a firm hand reached out to catch her. Linfan lifted Qin Jing in his arms and could only sigh. He silently observed her carefully, assessing her condition. Her cultivation had suddenly risen a level, but the realms were incompatible. As expected, her mental state was lacking. Qin Feng rushed over. "Sister." Worry was evident on his face. "Lin, big brother, why has she suddenly become like this?" Linfan spoke in a deep voice. "The demon of the heart has infiltrated, causing this condition." Qin Feng's voice was full of urgency. "Will she continue like this in the future?" Linfan reassured the little boy. "It's nothing serious, a few days of rest will be fine." The little boy couldn't hide his joy. "That's great." At Kong Mansion, Kong Xian was focused on her cultivation, as if absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. She slightly tilted her head, as if hearing a strange sound, her eyes wide with surprise and caution as she scanned her surroundings. A powerful step crashing down on the ground shattered the silence. Linfan flashed a light smile. "It's me." Surprise and joy were clearly visible on Kong Xian's face. "Master, is that you?" He looked at her with a gaze full of admiration. "Not bad. Even when I wasn't here, you've still been working hard on your cultivation." Kong Xian couldn't hide her joy and pride. He. Linfan seriously instructed, "Xian, I need to refine pills. Tell the servants in your household that no one is to disturb me, do you understand?" She replied with a firm tone, "Okay, I will tell them." Kong Xian curiously asked, "Master, what kind of pill are you planning to refine?" Linfan's face became somewhat stern. She pondered for a moment, recalling what her master had said. The Pygia pill was a medicine that weakened the lightning tribulation, aiding cultivators in advancing to the immortal platform. Her eyes filled with admiration. No wonder her master was so revered, even this type of pill was something he knew about. She turned to leave. "I won't disturb you anymore, master." He responded indifferently, "All right." Linfan leisurely walked through the large open door, a flash of light gleaming from her storage ring. Immediately, the Medicine King cauldron appeared, flames blazing and swirling around it. The aura around Linfan transformed into fire, enveloping the cauldron as she began the pill refining process. In Qin Jing's room, Qin Feng sat quietly beside her. She let out a soft groan, and her face clearly showed discomfort. Her eyes fluttered slightly before slowly opening. Qin Feng anxiously asked, "Sister, you're awake?" Qin Jing propped herself up with her hands, slowly sitting up, her face showing slight fatigue and confusion. "Where am I?" The little boy spoke in a tense voice, "Sister, this is your room. Have you forgotten what happened when you attacked Master Linfan?" She widened her eyes in surprise. "What?" She was completely confused about what had happened. All she remembered was being rejected by Linfan, and after that, everything was a blur. Suddenly realizing something, Qin Jing's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. She pointed directly at Qin Feng's face, "Little brother, if you dare to talk about this outside, your life is over." The little boy raised his hand and swore, "Don't worry, sister, I definitely won't tell anyone else." Her expression softened gradually. "Remember that." Qin Feng felt a little tense. Linfan had once told her that she should take the medicine from the ancient tomb. The door opened, and a figure appeared. Qin Jing's father walked in, his face beaming with a mix of joy and emotion. "Jing, you're awake?" he asked. She smiled reassuringly at him. "I'm fine, Dad." He seemed to think for a moment. "It's good that you're fine, but..." Qin Jing suddenly jumped up in alarm. "What happened?" A heavy sigh escaped from him. His face showed deep concern. "The elder of the family from Qin Wuyan's side found out that you've inherited the legacy, and they're forcing us to hand it over." Qin Jing's eyes sharpened. "What?" Killing intent surged within her, strong and powerful, as she walked toward him. "Are you all enjoying this?"
The pressure was so intense that Qin Jing's father couldn't stand, and he collapsed in fear. His face twisted in pain as he struggled to speak. Jing heir. Qin Jing snapped out of her trance, her face full of shock. She hurriedly withdrew her strength, panic written all over her face. Qin Jing rushed over. "I'm sorry, Dad, I couldn't control myself." He smiled gently. "It's all right." A warm feeling spread as his hand gently patted her head. His eyes shone with pride and mixed emotions. "Daughter, you've really grown up, you're maturing now." At Kong's exit, a pill shot out from the Medicine King cauldron in Linfan's hands. With a gentle motion, he reached out to catch it, a confident smile spreading across his face. Success, he thought to himself. A delicate fragrance slowly spread and reached Kong Xian. "It smells so good." Joy filled her eyes. "Master has finished his seclusion," she said, her steps hurried as she quickly moved forward. Seeing two people already waiting, she couldn't help but be surprised. "Ha!" Kong Xian excitedly waved her hand. "Grandfather." Hearing the call, old Kong turned his head. "Xian heir," his voice was filled with surprise. "Grandfather, why are both of you here?" Kong Xian asked. He smiled, his face relaxed. "Ha, I followed the scent here," he replied. "Come, let's go to Master Lin's room." The door opened gently, and a figure slowly stepped out, Linfan firmly holding the completed pill in his hand. Kong Xian's face lit up. "Master," old Kong asked slowly with a respectful tone. "Has little friend Lin completed his seclusion?" Linfan responded indifferently, Old Kong pointed toward the spot where radiant light was shining and misty smoke swirled in the air. Inside, little friend Lin, who was Linfan, nodded to show his finished product, several spirit pills he had made for Xian heir to use. Old Kong smiled broadly, his eyes filled with satisfaction. "Old Kong, you've gone through trouble for nothing," Linfan said. He smiled in return. "After all, I'm Xian heir's master. Helping her is only right." Linfan handed the spirit pills he had just made to Kong Xian. Xian heir carefully received them, her hands gently cradling the sparkling pills. "Thank you, master." Linfan was slightly surprised when he noticed that old Kong was still standing there, not leaving. "Is there something else you need?" The old man appeared a little confused. Nothing at all, I'll be on my way now." Immediately, he and his servant leisurely turned and left. Linfan and Kong Xian silently watched as the two figures gradually disappeared. He handed the bottle of medicine to Kong Xian, which, combined with Qing Xian's ongoing cultivation, would help her improve her practice. A joyful expression appeared on her face. "Thank you, master." The night cloaked the nameless mountain peak, and Linfan entered a deep meditative state next to the Medicine King cauldron and treasure sword. His entire body exuded a powerful spiritual force, with flames blazing around him. Lightning flickered between the dark clouds that swirled above, thunder rumbling loudly. Lightning bolts gathered high above and suddenly descended upon Linfan. The sword spun in midair, releasing strange vibrations, as if it had an instinct warning of imminent danger. Then, it shot upward, blocking the violent anomaly. The lightning tribulation, carrying destructive power, struck down, shaking the very fabric of space. The red eyes gleamed brightly, and the spiritual consciousness of the sword awakened, emanating an aura of dignity. Thunder and lightning crashed down like the wrath of heaven and earth. The treasure sword, ablaze with fire, spun wildly, slicing through each bolt of lightning descending from the sky. It not only blocked the strikes but also began to absorb the violent energy, transforming it into strength. The dark clouds dispersed. The thunder grew sparse, and suddenly, a majestic phoenix of fire appeared, spreading its wings and charging forward. At this very moment, the Medicine King cauldron also rose up as if to greet the occasion. The phoenix transformed into a whirlwind and entered the cauldron. The Medicine King cauldron spun wildly in midair, its brilliant light bursting forth, radiating an immense heat that enveloped everything.
Linfan tightly gripped the sword hilt, and sparks of electricity ran down his arm. He swung his sword, the sharp slash tearing through the sky. The dark clouds gradually dispersed, and light illuminated the entire space with a mystical glow. Linfan continued in his meditative posture, stabilizing his spiritual energy. The brilliant flames engulfed his body, merging with the source of true energy that slowly spread around him. His energy gradually restored, and Linfan let out a light sigh of relief. Whoosh! He stood on the cliff, his gaze fixed on the distance. Then, from the shadows, a figure quietly emerged, speaking in a tone full of hidden meaning. Not bad, you're young but already reached the immortal platform realm. Sensing something, Linfan quickly turned around and looked behind him. From within the Medicine King cauldron, Xian Mo, bound by chains, flew out, hovering in midair. Linfan's eyes flashed with a cold glint. Who are you? How did you come out of the cauldron? The boy raised his head high, a smug smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I am the spirit of this cauldron, my name is Xian Mo. The little boy slowly circled around Linfan, his mischievous eyes seemed to be contemplating something, and his squinting eyes clearly showed a sense of admiration. I am very pleased with you. Become my new master. Linfan, teary-eyed but seemingly indifferent, replied. This cauldron originally belongs to me. Do I need your approval? With a firm tone, he added, besides, I've already investigated long ago. There has never been a spirit here. Xian Mo patted Linfan's head and said, that's because this great one was injured and fell into a deep sleep here. Linfan, curious, asked, then why did you wake up now? Xian Mo's small hand lightly patted Linfan's shoulder, and the boy smiled contentedly, luckily, you, brat, have successfully crossed your tribulation. The heavenly Tao has granted you a reward, which also allowed me to recover. Pointing to something stuck in the ground, Xian Mo continued, it also allowed your sword to gain spiritual energy. Then, quickly adding, but still in the midst of a whisper, but. Linfan, surprised by this, asked, really? Xian Mo, with a confident expression and a proud tone, said, if you truly believe, you can obtain everything. Unprepared, Xian Mo was suddenly flicked away by him. Move aside. The boy groaned, holding his swollen forehead. Oh my. At this moment, Linfan seemed to realize something, and he immediately became serious. The treasure sword in his hand shone brightly, with blazing red flames emanating from its blade. He smiled brightly, indeed, it has gained spiritual intelligence. Energy flows gathered and surged into his palm. Then, Linfan observed the remaining items around him and quickly stored them all away. Suddenly, Xian Mo cried out anxiously, wait. Linfan, unable to hide his frustration, snapped, what are you trying to do now? Xian Mo hesitated, fearful, well. His tone faltering, I want to go with you and see the outside world. I don't want to go inside you. Without hesitation, Linfan bluntly refused, no. Xian Mo was startled, unable to believe the words he just heard, huh? The small body flew over and tightly clung to Linfan's leg, not letting go. Xian Mo's eyes were filled with tears as he whispered, don't worry, I won't cause you any more trouble. Suddenly, the frail body of the boy was lifted up into the air. Linfan asked once more to confirm, you really won't cause me any more trouble? Xian Mo nodded firmly, yes, yes, yes. Meanwhile, in a different scenario, a tense meeting was taking place in the Qin family's conference room. Elder Qin wasted no time in making a decision, insisting that Qin Jing must hand over the inheritance from the immortal ancestor. One of the subordinates immediately echoed, the elder is absolutely right, and another stood up to support, exactly, this way we can make our family stronger. The door to the meeting room was suddenly thrown open, and a figure entered. Qin Jing and his father stood at the door with serious expressions. He looked around and frowned in frustration. A crowd of people. Zhuo Qi was surprised to see the new arrival, his displeasure clearly visible on his face. Qin Jing, enraged, shouted, hand over the inheritance from the immortal ancestor so we can use it to strengthen our family. Qin Jing was so angry he could hardly contain himself, you. Suddenly, a hand shot up to stop her. Xin Jing's father declared loudly, Jing heir has received the inheritance from the immortal ancestor, and will surely pass it on to the family. Zhuqi, losing patience, said, What nonsense is this? Hurry up and hand it over. Xin Jing's father, though annoyed, restrained himself and said, What's the rush? I never said we wouldn't give it to you. Just wait until Jing heir has fully absorbed the inheritance from the immortal ancestor, then we will give it to everyone. Suddenly, a hand pointed directly at his face. Cut the crap, hand it over now. Zhuqi, with a scowling face, could not hold back and continued to threaten, saying that he would strip him of his position as the clan leader. Xin Jing's eyes were filled with fury, and the fiery red symbol on her forehead immediately appeared. In an instant, she seemed to transform into a different person, her aura emanating so strongly that the air around her seemed to freeze. With every step she took, a cold chill followed, making everyone in the room feel the pressure. Her voice, full of authority, showed no mercy. You people are truly delusional. The anger inside Qin Jing surged. This is the inheritance of the immortal ancestor given to me. What right do you have? She raised her hand, and a brilliant green light, accompanied by a powerful killing intent, shot out. In just one move, the tables and chairs in the room were shattered, flying in all directions. Everyone stood frozen, unable to believe their eyes. What? Qin Jing coldly glanced at them. This is a warning to you all. She continued sternly. If there's a next time, I'll send you all to the retirement home early. With that, she turned and left, leaving behind a scene of devastation. Father, let's go. Under the night sky, Linfan sat on the cliff, gazing into the distance. He sighed lightly. Haze. Xianemo noticed the unusual mood and asked with concern. Something on your mind? Linfan looked frustrated, his expression slightly gloomy. Time really flies. He smiled faintly, as though he had lived for centuries. Linfan suddenly inquired about the boy's condition. By the way, how did you get hurt? Xianemo flitted up to Linfan's shoulder and comfortably sat down. Looking up at the bright moon, he quietly shared, his voice soft and a bit long-winded. You're joking, then make it short. Xianemo took a deep breath and began to speak. I used to be the head of Lu Yun at the Academy of Authors. Linfan, surprised, couldn't help but ask, the Academy of Authors? I've never heard of it before. Xianemo stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, Could it be that the Academy of Authors no longer exists? Then, Linfan could only vaguely respond, perhaps it has disappeared into the stream of history. He continued his story. At that time, human survival was extremely difficult. There were the 100 clans and ferocious beasts targeting us. Linfan, curious, asked, What happened next? Xianemo recounted the ancient memory. A great war broke out between humans, the 100 clans, and the ferocious beasts. The land was shattered. When I was still Lu Yun, in the end, humans sealed the ferocious beasts and drove back the 100 clans. He nodded, as if beginning to understand the situation, so that's what happened. Xianmo's tiny hand kept patting Linfan's shoulder. The boy made a prediction, I have a feeling they'll rise again. You should focus on cultivating. Linfan calmly responded, Don't worry, I will definitely protect this place. The serious atmosphere didn't last long, as Xianmo suddenly grinned mischievously, Brat, tell me, do brothels still exist? Unable to tolerate his attitude any longer, Linfan punched the boy into the air. Xianmo, furious, yelled, You brat! Linfan casually stood up, brushed off his sleeve, and walked away. The boy, enraged, chased after him. Stop right there. Somewhere, in a dark and eerie space, someone with a pale green body suddenly kneeled down. The great king respectfully reported before a towering figure, The seal is starting to weaken. Immediately, the eerie green eyes opened, and the demon king appeared excited. Really? It responded respectfully. Yes, great king. The enormous foot stomped hard on the ground, creating a loud crashing sound. He stood up, a sinister aura emanating from his entire body.
Ha, after being sealed for so many years, I can finally once again taste something that suits the human palate. One eye trembled in fear. Congratulations, great king. The demon king gripped his iron staff tightly, determination for revenge in his heart. He removed the weapon from his shoulder and commanded to assemble his forces. It immediately began to prepare and obeyed the order. The next morning, the sky was clear, with birds chirping cheerfully among the trees. Kong Xian stretched, took a deep breath, and with a bright expression, enjoyed the fresh air. Suddenly, a black car sped toward her, slamming the brakes in front of her. Then, a pair of shiny leather shoes stepped down. Fan Zhu, holding a bouquet of fresh flowers, wore a beaming smile. Xian heir. Kong Xian frowned, clearly annoyed. What are you doing here? He kneeled down without hesitation, with sincere intentions as he confessed his love. Xian heir, be my girlfriend. She didn't respond, turning and walking straight into the house, slamming the door behind her. Go away. But Fan Zhu didn't give up. He rushed to the door and knocked persistently. Xian heir, open the door, I really like you. At that moment, Linfan and Xian Mo, who had just returned, caught sight of him standing outside, desperately calling for Xian heir. Xian Mo raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Brat, that girl is your disciple. Linfan smiled proudly. Of course. How is she? Not bad, right? The young man nodded in approval. It's not bad at all. The Taiyan's sacred body truly is an extraordinary talent, which makes me even prouder. Of course, who would choose someone mediocre? Xian Mo, feeling disheartened, chose not to respond any further. Oof. Fan Zhu persistently knocked on the door for a while, but in the end, he let out a disappointed sigh. A soft laugh suddenly echoed, causing Fan Zhu to turn around in shock. Upon seeing Linfan, Fan Zhu immediately scowled. What are you laughing at? Linfan shrugged indifferently, just thought it was funny. Embarrassed to the point of anger, Fan Zhu lunged forward and grabbed Linfan by the collar. I think you're mocking me. Linfan raised his chin in defiance, so what if I am? No sooner had he spoken than Fan Zhu's fist flew toward him, but in a flash, Linfan easily dodged the punch. In the next instant, Linfan swiftly locked Fan Zhu's arm behind him. With a sharp, powerful kick, he sent Fan Zhu flying, causing him to tumble and fall flat on the ground. Fan Zhu struggled to get up, coughing uncontrollably. Realizing he was no match for Linfan, he gritted his teeth in anger. If you're capable, just wait here. I'll go get someone. Linfan coldly glanced at him before nonchalantly turning to knock on the door. Kong Xian immediately opened it, shouting in frustration, What are you knocking for? Stop bothering me, I won't agree to anything. However, she froze in place when she saw that it wasn't someone from the Gu clan, but rather Linfan and Xian Mo. Kong Xian was flustered. Oh no, why is it the master? She stammered, trying to explain, Master, I didn't mean to. But Linfan simply replied calmly, I know. She widened her eyes in surprise, How do you know? He softly reassured her, Don't worry, with the master here, anyone you don't like, I will stop them for you. These words made Kong Xian feel a sudden warmth in her heart. The master was really kind. A while later, as she sat down to meditate, a stable aura spread around her. Linfan quietly observed beside her, when suddenly, loud noises came from outside. Where's old Kong? Get out here now. He turned around, about to check the situation, when Kong Xian called out to the master, Should we go out and see? He nodded and casually said, All right. At that moment, 3 people were arguing fiercely outside. Xinggu spoke angrily, her voice full of frustration. This old man didn't keep his promise, did he? Despite the anger, old Kong remained calm. Master Fan, when have I ever broken my word? He said, causing the other man to glare at him angrily and point towards Fan Zhu, who was trembling. Weren't we supposed to have the 2 families tied together? My grandson hasn't even come to propose yet, and he's already been beaten up. Old Kong still answered slowly and calmly, wasn't that just talk after a drink? Did you take it seriously?
But the man was so angry that his face turned purple, and he shouted, I don't care.
Kong Xian happily ran over and waved her hand, Grandpa.
Old Kong turned to her with a smile, Xian you've arrived. Fan Xingwu grinned slyly, his eyes scanning his people.
You've really found a good wife for your grandson. This is Kong Xian, right?
She's so pretty, I really like her. The old man was annoyed at the introduction, saying, This is Fan Xingwu, an old man.
He angrily shouted. Why are you introducing me to your daughter-in-law like this? Kong Xian awkwardly smiled. Hello, Mr. Fan.
As soon as Linfan appeared, he called out to Old Kong. The old man was momentarily surprised.
Oh, little brother Lin. Old Kong eagerly stepped forward, making a brief introduction. This is Qingwu, who suddenly erupted in fury.
Thunderous, he yelled.
I told you, why did you refuse to form a connection? Turns out, Xian already has a boyfriend. Old Kong, how are you doing business?
He was dissatisfied, pointing a finger at Linfan. That brat of yours stole my daughter-in-law and even beat up my grandson. I'm going to settle this with you. Old Kong hurriedly intervened.
Old man, what are you trying to do? Linfan is my guest.
He shoved the old man aside and shouted.
Get out. Qingwu took a stance. Today, I'm definitely going to teach him a lesson.
Linfan leisurely extended his hand, made a gesture to invite him, and said with interest.
Come on.
Qingwu, furious, charged forward wildly and kicked ahead, but Linfan easily dodged, disdainfully asking.
Is that all? Qingwu swung a punch, but it missed.
Linfan mocked. You're getting old, don't use your hands and feet anymore.
What if something happens? How are you going to blame me?
Furious, Qingwu kept attacking, saying less and doing more.
Linfan snapped his fingers, and immediately, Qingwu's body was frozen, unable to move. The old man angrily demanded. What kind of technique did you use?
Linfan casually walked past him. Sir, calm down a little.
Qingwu blared at him angrily. Remove the seal for me. Old Kong stepped forward to explain, Old man, this is my granddaughter's master. He growled irritably, Master? I don't believe it. Don't try to fool me. Besides, didn't you say your granddaughter's health wasn't good? How could she possibly practice martial arts?
Old Kong replied gently, since she acknowledged little friend Lin as her master, her illness has been cured.
He scoffed, him? Are you saying he's some kind of immortal?
The old man answered confidently, exactly. Xiao Xian, show this old man a little something. Immediately, she performed a spell, conjuring a glowing lotus flower in her hand, surrounded by blue flames.
Qingwu's eyes widened in shock. Is this real? Old Kong asked with a touch of weariness. Now do you believe? Qingwu replied calmly, I believe. Remove the seal for me.
Linfan waved his hand, and flames surged around him, startling the old man.
His expression turned gloomy.
I didn't expect Xian to already be a cultivator.
We're not worthy. Farewell. The old man quickly called out to him, Don't leave, old man. But Qingwu kept walking without looking back.
Night fell as the crescent moon rose high in the sky. Inside the house, the three of them sat together, having dinner. Linfan gently set down his chopsticks.
He said his farewell, after this meal, it's time I take my leave. Kong Xian quickly stood up, Master.
Linfan placed his hand on her head, everything I could teach you, I've already taught.
The road ahead is yours to walk alone. Kong Xian sobbed, Can you not go? But he firmly shook his head, then immediately turned around and left.
Watching his retreating figure, determination surged in her heart.
I must practice hard, I must stand by Master's side. He walked out of their house with ease, and Xianmo flew over, puzzled. Are you really just leaving like this?
Linfan answered confidently, of course, I feel something big is about to happen.
A green eye gleamed in the darkness.
In the night, a few houses still had lights on. The Demon King smiled sinisterly, not expecting that he could already taste the flavor of humanity so soon after stepping outside. He bent down and rummaged through the entrails of a dead body, shoving them into his mouth. A man holding a bundle of rice ran out, shouting angrily, "Die, monster!"
The Demon King licked his lips, then stood up, laughing with pleasure.
He swung his staff and struck the man's head. The next day, Linfan was sitting in the living room when suddenly someone knocked on his door repeatedly. Linfan, dissatisfied, thought to himself, who could be looking for me so early in the morning? Linfan opened the door, and Qin Jing stood outside, waving her hand in greeting.
Hi, Linfan, surprised to see me, huh?
What brings you here?
She purposely asked in return, aren't you welcoming me?
Linfan happily responded, of course, you're very welcome.
Please come in.
The two of them were now sitting on the sofa at a comfortable distance. Qin Jing took the initiative to speak. Thank you so much for what you did last time.
I hope you don't mind, it was just a small thing.
Suddenly, Linfan went straight to the point.
By the way, did you come to see me for something?
She raised one hand to brush her hair back, then suddenly remembered, oh my, I almost forgot to mention the main matter.
Qin Jing's expression became serious. Did you see the news this morning? Do you have a bad feeling about it? What's going on?
She held up her phone. A small village on the outskirts was attacked by wild beasts, and the bodies were also eaten by them.
Linfan still didn't understand, showing no interest. What's so strange about it?
She slowly explained, at first, I thought it was nothing, but seeing the huge footprints, I realized something was off. His face turned serious.
What's wrong?
Qin Jing made a guess. I think it's possible that a demonic beast attacked the village. Linfan looked slightly confused.
A demonic beast? With the spiritual energy so scarce now, how could a demonic beast be born? She answered calmly, what if it's from before? Ah, you're referring to the blood moon from the other day.
Linfan understood what Qin Jing was implying, that the seal placed by her ancestor had a problem, which allowed the vicious beasts to escape.
Qin Jing affirmed, yes, I suspect so. Do you think it's possible? We'll know if we go see it.
At the ruined village, only piles of debris were left. Qin Jing and Linfan were observing the scene before them.
Xianmo floated beside Brat. The demonic aura here was overwhelming.
His expression darkened.
Indeed, the demonic energy was thick. From the nearby mountain, a purple magical aura was emanating.
Xianmo pointed at it in surprise. Brat, look over there. In his eyes, the shape of the power was reflected. Linfan made a decisive decision.
Let's go.
His figure moved, leaving Qin Jing behind, standing and waiting.
Qin Jing observed Linfan's actions and couldn't help but ask, where are you going?
He tilted his head slightly, I'm just going around to take a look. She gently replied, be careful.
Linfan's response was full of confidence, all right.
At that moment, he stood in front of the dilapidated pavilion emanating a strange, powerful aura. Xianmo pointed towards the source of the energy. Brat, looks like the beast is inside. Linfan's gaze became somewhat serious. Inside, the sharp nose of the Demon King seemed to have caught a scent. His ugly face showed signs of hunger, as if the human with spiritual energy was right outside. The Demon King grabbed his mace and walked out to investigate. His heavy footsteps echoed all the way to where Linfan stood. Xianmo seemed a bit flustered. Brat, he's coming outside. Linfan remained calm. It's fine if he comes out, it saves me the trouble of going in. At that moment, the figure of the Demon King slowly became visible, his sharp eyes glinting. He leaned his hand on the stone threshold, looking surprised at the small cultivator standing at his door.
Ha, the little boy eagerly assessed, Brat, this beast is a real treasure.
Linfan's voice was filled with nothing but disdain.
I haven't even figured it out yet. Shen Mo's expression was filled with nothing but longing. This beast's scent is truly tempting, and it could even enhance the cultivation of low-level cultivators. Yet, he remained completely uninterested. It's all useless to me. The little boy spoke up to explain. It would be useful to your disciple and that girl. Linfan's face brightened.
Right, the Demon King still doesn't realize the danger right in front of him.
Come on, crawl into my mouth obediently.
His gaze towards him was full of provocation, as if daring a beast to speak so recklessly. The Demon King immediately raised his mace and charged forward, gripping the weapon tightly with both hands, ready to strike.
He would descend into hell and repent.
The mace was about to land, just a hair's breadth away from Linfan's head. The Demon King grinned in delight.
See? You look down on this grand master of mine.
Just as he was about to succeed, Linfan's mouth suddenly curled into a smirk. Your whole body is radiating spiritual power.
He raised a hand to block the mace, unimpressed by such weak force.
Immediately, the stone weapon was crushed to pieces.
His remaining right eye seemed like it was about to split open. This treasure has been with me for hundreds of years. I want you dead.
Linfan slipped his hand into his pocket, his tone full of challenge. Then come here if you have the guts. The Demon King roared in fury.
You forced me into this.
The Demon King's nose began to lengthen, and his legs grew larger. He had reverted to his original wild boar form to launch an attack. His eyes suddenly widened in fear. Linfan grabbed his nose with one hand, pressing it firmly, completely blocking him.
Shen Mo, standing nearby, reminded him, "Brat, stop fooling around."
Linfan smiled casually.
All right.
With that, he raised one leg. The Demon King was kicked to the ground, his body battered, but he still tried to rise. In the end, he could only collapse miserably.
The Demon King's voice was filled with terror. What kind of ancient monster are you?
Linfan calmly explained.
No, I'm only 20. Not an ancient monster.
The Demon King stared in shock. He couldn't believe that, after being sealed for hundreds of years, humans could still produce such a genius like you. Linfan seemed puzzled.
Sealed? Did you just escape from the 100,000 Great Mountains?
The humiliation made him hesitant to reveal his true identity. That's right, but I was just a soldier sent by the Great King to scout the way. Linfan tilted his head, probing.
How many of you are there?
The Demon King carefully observed him. You want me to betray my own people? He spoke with determination.
Impossible.
Shen Mo felt somewhat discouraged, not expecting the seal to be broken so quickly. Linfan was using fire to burn and distract the Demon King, indeed. Suddenly, Qin Jing approached from behind him. Linfan, he tilted his head in confusion. Why are you here? Her expression was somewhat worried.
I was afraid something might happen to you, so I came to check.
Then, Qin Jing looked at the destroyed ground in front of them.
Have you already dealt with the demon beast? Linfan calmly replied, yes.
In a cave somewhere, a group of demons was gathered.
Snake Commander closed his eyes and used his powers to sense something.
His face showed a hint of surprise.
Ha! Hu Yao seemed curious. What's wrong with Snake Commander?
He furrowed his brows and analyzed.
I can't sense that foolish pig's presence anymore. She looked puzzled. Didn't that foolish pig go out to scout the situation? Why did his presence suddenly disappear?
An earthquake suddenly shook the cave. Hu Yao was thrown to the ground.
The oppressive aura was too much. Snake Commander was forming a purple orb.
It created a shield to protect the demons from the strange gaze. Then the orb exploded. Hu Yao quickly got back on her feet, feeling terrified. He gritted his teeth in anger.
That damned wild boar. She raised her hand and suggested. Snake Commander, how about I go to the human city and investigate? His expression showed a hint of satisfaction. All right, be careful. Hu Yao leaned slightly as he responded. No problem, there are white currents seeping through the rubble.
Qin Jing was watching Linfan use his spiritual power. Worried, she asked.
Did you notice anything? He replied. Nothing.
At last, Qin Jing smiled in relief.
Then it's all clear.
Linfan made a plan to prepare a pork feast that evening to help her improve her cultivation.
She looked a bit hesitant. Could she bring someone else along? Would he be okay with that? Qin Jing happily agreed. All right.
In the evening, at Linfan's dining hall, Kong Xian stood in front of the dining table and asked,
Master, why did you call me here?
He briefly explained, helping her improve her cultivation. Her eyes sparkled with interest.
Master can improve cultivation?
Linfan confirmed firmly.
Yes, this is good stuff.
Kong Xian smiled with her eyes curved.
Thank you, Master.
At that moment, Qin Jing walked up to introduce.
Linfan, this is my father. He glanced over politely.
Hello, sir. As he spoke, he gestured to the empty seats nearby.
Please, have a seat. Amid the dazzling nightscape of the city, someone was quietly sighing. Only 100 years have passed. Hu Yao looked around. Why had humans changed so much?
Suddenly, a man in a sports car pulled up in front of her.
Hu Yao tried to sidestep him and said, How would I know if you're a good person or not?
Yang Fan's mouth curled into a smirk, once again facing a naive young girl.
He acted with deep affection to lure her in. Miss, you can go and ask around. Who doesn't know the reputation of young Master Yang in this area?
Yang Fan closed the distance between them. I've always been a good person. Suddenly, someone gripped his shoulder from behind. Before he could react, Kong Xian's fist came flying toward him.
He cried out in pain and anger. Who the hell dares to hit me? She slowly approached him. Yang Fan, you're something. Really something. You have the guts to harass women in the middle of the street. Want me to tell your grandfather? Yang Fan's expression quickly turned into one of flattering eagerness. No, no, no. Kong's sister, I know I was wrong. I won't dare next time. Kong Xian's face darkened. Dare there be a next time? He was terrified and hastily denied. I won't. She then pointed and ordered. Get lost, now.
The few people quietly watched as Yang Fan drove off. Inside, Hu Yao was deeply frustrated. His plans had been ruined. Meanwhile, Kong Xian was gently checking on her.
Are you okay? Is everything fine?
Her expression turned pitiful.
I'm fine, just a little confused. Did you just arrive here?
Tears welled up in the corners of Hu Yao's eyes. All her luggage had been lost as soon as she entered the city.
Kong Xian hurriedly comforted her. Don't cry. How about I take you to a place where I've stayed for a while? She feigned innocence and asked again, really? Then she secretly smiled. Humans are indeed kind-hearted.
I can follow her, there will be more things to learn. She took Hu Yao's hand and led the way. Before you find a job, you can stay at my place. She informed Linfan, I'll take her home first.
He casually responded, then you two go ahead.
The figures of Hu Yao and Kong Xian gradually disappeared from Linfan's sight.
Xian Mo appeared and reminded, Brat, the girl has demonic energy on her.
His gaze sharpened. I can tell, and she's a promiscuous fox demon.
The boy observed Linfan in confusion, then why aren't you taking action?
His voice revealed calculation.
Last time, I couldn't find their hideout. There must be something that hides their aura. This time, I'm setting a trap. Xian Mo seemed a bit amused and tilted his chin. Let's see what you do.
Chang Chang stood in front of Linfan.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lin.
Linfan's expression showed some impatience, but he still maintained a very polite smile.
Sorry to trouble you a bit.
Linfan evaluated the people in front of him.
It seems I don't know you.
Chang Ching politely introduced himself. I'm Wei Changqing, currently an advisor for the National Safety Bureau of Nation H.
Linfan grew even more annoyed. It seems I have no connection with you at all.
His face remained unchanged.
Mr. Lin, please don't be too hasty in rejecting me.
It's better to wait until I finish speaking before you decide. Finally, Linfan compromised. I only have 1 minute.
Chang Cheng went straight to the point. I want to invite you to work for our department. He immediately declined. Sorry, I'm not interested.
The business card in Chang Ching's hand was handed to Linfan. We're not in a hurry, please think it over carefully.
Then he decisively turned and left. Manhwa, who had been silent, spoke up. Boss, why is he so arrogant?
Chang Ching calmly responded, he has the strength to be arrogant. The frustration was evident on his face.
No matter how you put it, we're from the National Security Bureau, and he's treating us like this. Doesn't he fear that we might take action against him?
Suddenly, he turned to him and shouted, shut up. Meanwhile, Linfan had walked off for a while, staring at the National Security Bureau business card. Under the night sky, the streetlights had been turned on, casting a faint yellow light on the figures of Hu Yao and Kong Xian.
She struck up a conversation to probe for information. Kong Xian, young lady, is that guy your boyfriend?
Her face flushed as she shook her head. No, he's my master.
She displayed a look of surprise. So young, and already a master? He must be quite powerful. Kong Xian happily responded, of course.
Suddenly, a sinister aura rushed toward them. Both were staggered by the cold wind. Out of nowhere, a diagonal energy bolt struck them unexpectedly.
Kong Xian quickly reminded, be careful.
She swiftly used her spiritual power to form a shield to block the source of the attack.
A figure appeared, hovering in mid-air, and the flesh-eating female ghost laughed excitedly. Quick reaction. Kong Xian assessed the figure before her. What the hell is that? Why is it attacking us? The female ghost repeated her words. What the hell? I'm a ghost, a flesh-eating ghost. The ghost's face turned frenzied. Little girl, come here and let me drain you dry. Kong Xian's face was full of determination. Are you dreaming? The flesh-eating female ghost shot up into the air, her eyes showing madness. Then don't blame me for being rude.
Meanwhile, Kong Xian focused and cast a spell, summoning numerous ice flowers. They spread into rows and then shot toward the flesh-eating female ghost. She quickly changed direction to dodge. The female ghost was stunned when the entire group of ice flowers followed her. What? They rushed toward her like a storm. Then, she quickly retreated to avoid the attack.
The female ghost's eyes were filled with rage. She bent her hand and tiptoed, preparing to strike.
Suddenly, the flesh-eating ghost lunged at Kong Xian.
Die!
The corner of her mouth curled into a small smile. A wall of ice suddenly appeared, catching the ghost off guard. The entire body of the flesh-eating ghost slammed into the shield.
Kong Xian had to endure the impact and was thrown far away.
The other nearby demons suddenly sensed something and were all astonished, looking towards some distant direction.
Kong Xian is filled with smugness. Do you realize how powerful I am?
But at this moment, Kong Xian and Hu Yao had already been surrounded by a group of demons.
Kong Xian felt a little confused. Why are there so many demons here?
The flesh-eating female demon slammed her hand, covered with countless wounds, onto the ground, and she smiled excitedly. I want to make sure you die without a place to be buried.
Suddenly, Linfan appeared just in time and spoke. Is that so?
A protective circle appeared around Kong Xian and Hu Yao, formed by a red dragon manifested in the form of spiritual energy. It opened its mouth and spat fire towards the demons. The flesh-eating female demon widened her eyes in fear.
This is...
she asked as Linfan walked out from the flames.
Who are you? Linfan's expression grew sharp. You. I will kill you.
The flesh-eating female demon was so terrified that she stood frozen in shock. She hurriedly turned around, trying to escape. Linfan raised his hand, and with a surge of power, chains of spiritual energy wrapped around her midair. She trembled and spoke.
Please, spare me. I won't dare again.
In Linfan's hand, a ball of spiritual energy appeared.
He nonchalantly pushed it forward. Then it's impossible.
Streams of power continuously radiated from him.
The flesh-eating female demon was burned in the flames, screaming in agony. My master will never forgive you.
At a luxurious hotel, someone suddenly spat blood in shock. Old Fu gritted his teeth in anger. My precious is dead. At this moment, Linfan was standing in front of Kong Xian. All right, the demon had been eradicated. She quickly ran over. Master, you're so impressive. His expression seemed a bit reluctant. Linfan gently pulled away from Kong Xian.
He turned to leave, not forgetting to give his order, follow me yourself.
Hearing this, she happily replied, all right. Meanwhile, Hu Yao's gaze was full of contemplation. That guy is so terrifying, I should find a way to slip away.
Kong Xian reminded her, let's go. Linfan gave a warning, if you don't want your divine form to be destroyed, you'd better follow.
Hu Yao suddenly widened her eyes in shock, her face showing clear signs of fear. In the end, Hu Yao quietly followed the two into the living room.
Linfan was the one to speak. Xian, you can stay here for now. Kong Xian replied without hesitation, all right.
She then intended to go back to her sleeping quarters. You talk to my master, I'll go tidy up our room a bit. Hu Yao sighed inwardly, I don't want to talk. Yet on the outside, she forced a smile.
All right. Kong Xian let the two sit and then left the living room. An invisible circle seemed to form around Linfan and Hu Yao.
His face became sharp as he spoke, you immediately stay away.
Sweat began to trickle down her forehead as she said, what do you mean?
Linfan quietly leaned back in his chair, when suddenly a shockwave caused his hand to tremble. Hu Yao was so frightened that her mouth hung open, the pressure causing tears to unexpectedly spill from the corners of her eyes. She was knocked to the floor by the force of the power. It was only then that she finally confessed the truth. It's the place where you previously used your divine sense to probe.
Linfan gritted his teeth in discomfort. Do you dare lie to me?
Hu Yao broke out in a cold sweat at the hand reaching towards her, too scared to meet his gaze. No, it's just that our snake commander has a treasure that allows for long-distance probing, so you didn't detect it. He directly touched her ear without hesitation, and the large room fell into complete silence. He paid no attention to her explanation, coldly saying,
take it back now. Hu Yao didn't dare delay and immediately retracted her two fox ears.
Kong Xian suddenly returned, and upon seeing the posture of Linfan and Hu Yao, he couldn't help but misunderstand.
Master, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. I just left for a moment. His expression was calm, showing no emotion. I saw something on her head and was just taking it down.
Then, he casually returned to his room as if nothing had happened.
But before leaving, he secretly transmitted a warning to Hu Yao.
If you dare to reveal even a single word of what I've asked, I will make it so that you wish you were neither alive nor dead. Before he left, he only left one sentence behind.
I'm tired today. The next day, in the commercial district, sunlight poured down on the tall buildings.
Inside a certain clothing store, Kong Xian excitedly picked out several magnificent outfits. Hu Yao over there also smiled brightly, while Linfan had to stand outside carrying large and small bags. Inside, he silently sighed, thinking that shopping with girls really was quite terrifying. Suddenly, his gaze froze, and his face gradually turned serious. Old Fu, with his hands clasped behind his back, wandered around the store, releasing a dark purple, eerie aura. Linfan followed him closely, not blinking, silently noting to himself that the aura was too cold and sinister. It felt strange, so Kong Xian approached to inquire, "Master, what are you looking at?" Linfan felt it was better not to mention it. "Nothing." She handed her bags to Hu Yao. "Alright, let's head back now." He forced a smile, but his expression was stiff. "Got it, it's like you've been saved from a terrifying mental torture, finally, it's over." Turning his head to look outside, the old man from before was no longer there. The three of them, Linfan included, walked along the crowded street, which gradually became quieter as fewer and fewer people passed by. Suddenly, Linfan stopped in the middle of the street, pausing for a moment. Kong Xian, confused, didn't know what was happening. "What's wrong? You must have noticed something while shopping. Don't you two feel that something's off?" Only then did Kong Xian look around, and the streets around them were eerily silent. "Yeah, it's so quiet, it's scary." Out of nowhere, someone stepped up and blocked their path. It was old Fu. The old man stood there, silent and motionless, staring at them, causing the atmosphere to instantly grow heavy. Linfan spoke up first to probe, "What's going on?" Suddenly, the old man shouted angrily, "You have killed my little darling." Linfan's face turned grim. "Those demons, did you raise them?" The old man summoned a group of monsters behind him. "If you killed the demons I raised, then pay for it with your souls." After saying this, he gave the order for them to charge and attack. Linfan simply raised his hand and shot out countless fireballs, quickly obliterating all the monsters. Old Fu, defeated yet still unwilling to accept it, cursed, "Damn it." Linfan gathered spiritual energy into his hand, forming a force ball. Looking at the old man with disdain, he said, "Is this all you've got?" With that, he threw the ball at him, the speed so fast that only a blazing afterimage was left in the air. Old Fu, refusing to give up, raised his staff and threw it out to counterattack. The two forces collided violently in mid-air, creating an explosion of firepower with devastating force. These moves couldn't cause Linfan any harm at all. "This guy is too strong. With my current power, I can't kill him. Looks like I have no choice but to use my last trump card." The old man raised his hand high, summoning a large formation above his head, and chanted a spell loudly, using his own life as the offering. He screamed with all his might, determined to trade his life to send Linfan to the afterlife. "I call upon the Supreme Beast, come forth and take form, kill this man." Behind the formation, a legendary beast slowly began to emerge, its powerful breaths hissing through the air, sharp claws gradually breaking free from the seal. Xiang Lu, standing before him, was enormous, its roar ferocious, as if it wanted to use that sound to threaten the fragile humans below. The destructive power was so immense that it nearly blew them all away. Hu Yao, terrified, immediately revealed his true form, with fox ears automatically appearing. "This monster is too terrifying, it's over, we're about to be eaten." Upon hearing the familiar voice, all four heads simultaneously turned towards him. Linfan, unfazed, looked at it with a hint of contempt. "I thought it was someone important. Turns out, it's just you, the snake." It roared in anger, correcting his words. "I am the demon king who overthrew Gao Tian Yuan, and you disregard my words like they mean nothing. Gao Tian Yuan, you can only cause trouble there." Upon hearing this, it was enraged. Insulting the great god, it vowed to kill him. With a final roar, Xiang Lu swung its tail straight towards him. Golden spiritual energy radiated from Linfan's hand, about to go on the offensive. The skill might not be great, but the tone was certainly bold. With a single wave of his hand, the spiritual energy sliced through the tail of the beast, severing it. He lightly shook his hand, as if in disdain, showing that the creature didn't know its own strength. The severed tail quickly reattached to the monster, further infuriating it. All four serpent heads simultaneously threatened the lowly humans. "I will make you suffer until you die." As soon as the words were spoken, it immediately opened its mouth to expel toxic gas, aiming at Linfan's group. A silver-white spiritual energy flickered and appeared, protecting the group from the hidden attack, as thick white smoke spread everywhere. From within the smoke, the Medicine King cauldron, accompanied by a thunderous sound, shot upwards. As it reached the sky, it absorbed all the poisonous smoke, preventing the toxin from harming anyone. Linfan noticed a figure with golden spiritual energy rushing past his shoulder, the distinctive arrogant grin of Xian Mo still unmistakable. The little boy sitting on Linfan's shoulder patted his chest and sighed, "Xiang Lu, you're still as hard to handle as ever." He turned to the little demon and asked, "Xiang Lu, isn't he the legendary eight-headed, eight-tailed serpent from the demon kingdom?" The boy narrowed his eyes and explained, "Brat, you don't know, do you? This guy caused chaos during King De Wu's reign, flooding the land." The boy's tone sounded helpless. Then, he got one of his heads chopped off by De Wu with an axe, and ran off to die in some desolate place. Xiang Lu, understanding that Xian Mo was exposing his past, growled, "Shut up." The boy just sneered at him. "You're already upset after just 2 sentences." No sooner had the boy finished speaking than the serpent's tail swung to attack the group. Linfan raised his hand, using spiritual energy to form a shield to block the creature. Its eyes widened in surprise. The spiritual barrier could actually repel its attack. But that wasn't all. On Linfan's hand, a yin-yang seal appeared, continuously spinning. The artifact carrying a powerful spiritual aura shot out, soaring directly upwards towards Xiang Lu and activating the 8 trigrams formation to suppress it. The stones beneath its claws shattered into pieces. Linfan sternly warned it, "Stop struggling, you can't escape." Xiang Lu's head growled in fury, "Daring to destroy my avatar?" It roared as if threatening him, "Wait until my true body arrives to kill you." Linfan was not at all intimidated, "Daring to set foot on the Jouzhou mainland, I will kill you first." A golden yellow sword formation appeared, with the tip of the sword aimed directly at the demon, ready to finish it off. Countless swords, glowing with radiance, descended from the sky. Linfan descended as well, raising his hand and commanding, "Die." Xiang Lu was pinned to the ground by the sword formation, each divine sword suppressing several of the demon's heads. The snake demon writhed in desperation, "Damn humans, wait until I recover." But before it could finish its sentence, the illusion of Xiang Lu dissipated with the wind. Hu Yao watched as those people were easily controlled by Linfan, and couldn't help but feel fear in her heart. This human is too strong. Kong Xian, seeing the 2 fox ears, couldn't believe her eyes. Ji reminded her, "You're not mistaken, she is a demon." She immediately understood, her expression turning to one of anger. Hu Yao was still half kneeling, half sitting on the ground with her head bowed, saying nothing. Kong Xian couldn't hide her disappointment and questioned, "Why did you deceive me?" Hu Yao did not dare to look directly into her eyes, softly replying, "I don't want to deceive you, it's just that you're being too proactive." Her indifferent attitude infuriated Kong Xian, who raised her fist to strike her. Linfan quickly stopped her, reminding, "Don't kill her, she still has some use." Linfan smiled gently, "I will teach you a forbidden technique. From now on, her life or death will be in your hands." With that, he placed his index finger on her forehead and cast the spell. At this moment, Kong Xian was still in shock as a beam of light emanated from her back. "The spell is successful." She smiled brightly, "Thank you, master." She turned and looked at Hu Yao, lying on the ground with a displeased expression. Kong Xian moved as fast as lightning, tapping her 2 fingers onto Hu Yao's forehead before she could react. Hu Yao was terrified, her eyes wide, sweat dripping coldly down her face. Hu Yao collapsed to the ground. Kong Xian looked at her trembling body, her gaze cold and unsympathetic, and spoke, "From now on, you are my servant. If you have any ill intent, I will kill you." Hu Yao stopped sobbing, lifted her eyes to look at her, and softly responded, "I understand." Linfan warned her, "Hide your ears, someone's coming." Just as Hu Yao retracted her ears, Wei Changchang and Nya will walk towards them. Linfan calmly looked at them and asked, "What brings you two here?" Changcheng stepped forward and explained, "We detected strange fluctuations in spiritual energy here, so we came to investigate." Linfan's expression remained calm, as if nothing had happened.
He casually offered an explanation. It seems your machinery has malfunctioned. There's no strange fluctuation of spiritual energy here.
Manhwa stepped forward, pointing a finger at Linfan's face. Who do you think you're fooling?
Hand it over to me, now.
His actions annoyed Linfan.
In an instant, his face darkened.
Suddenly, both of them seemed to be weighed down by an invisible force, their faces turning pale in an instant.
Linfan glanced down at Manhwa, who was kneeling on the ground, and spoke coldly. Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to suspect me? Manhwa gritted his teeth and threatened, you better tone it down, or you will regret it.
As soon as Manhwa finished speaking, the invisible force grew even stronger, making them feel drained of energy, forcing them to fall to the ground. Chang, frustrated with himself, silently cursed, why did I bring this idiot out here?
Terrified, he shouted, scaring Manhwa, shut up.
Chang, now in despair, quickly begged Linfan, we were wrong, please give me a chance. Linfan didn't bother to argue with them, turning away and leaving with a final remark, there won't be a next time.
Chang obediently responded, yes, no next time. The three of them quickly left, leaving the two kneeling on the ground.
As their figures disappeared into the distance, Chang furrowed his brows and immediately slapped Manhwa across the face. Manhwa covered his face with a look of innocence, his eyes brimming with tears, and asked, why did you hit me?
He was still seething with anger, you almost killed me. How dare you act so arrogantly without any power? Manhwa lowered his head hesitantly, I know I was wrong, but... Chang spoke coldly, no buts. Just because we can't handle this doesn't mean no one else can. Looks like we'll have to find that person.
Hearing that someone could solve the problem, Manhwa immediately brightened up.
Are you talking about the senior who's in closed-door meditation?
Chang paused for a moment, then spoke thoughtfully, given that person's special skills and strength, perhaps they could see through him. He smiled with delight, unable to hide his excitement. The senior was preparing for a breakthrough before. They'd been in closed-door meditation for so long, maybe they'll be coming out soon.
He walked ahead, coldly calling out to Manhwa, let's go. We'll find that senior. Manhwa responded eagerly, all right. The two arrived in front of a large villa.
They politely knocked on the door a few times.
Wang Jun opened the door slightly and asked, who are you? What business do you have here?
Chang smiled and formally introduced himself.
We are from the National Security Department, here to see Immortal Li. Wang Jun's face darkened, and he responded without any courtesy, our master said he doesn't need anyone.
With that, the door was immediately slammed shut. Manhwa, angered by Wang Jun's attitude, spoke up, Captain, look at this. Maybe we should report it to our superiors and take care of these people ourselves.
Chang quickly reminded, shut up.
As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared out of nowhere. The man gave a strange smile, his voice cold and menacing, you have some nerve. The two others immediately found themselves suppressed by a force and collapsed to the ground. Despite their best efforts, they could not stand up. Friend's anger had not yet subsided, he shouted fiercely, that old man wouldn't dare to be so disrespectful in front of me.
Do you all want to die?
After these words, the two men turned pale and spat out a mouthful of black blood. A duster was flicked, and the Taoist priest raised it high, a golden orb surrounding the three of them. The Taoist priest stood before the two men kneeling on the ground and spoke respectfully, please, friend, forgive them.
It's my fault for not disciplining them properly.
I hope you can show some mercy. The person called friend spoke sternly, there won't be a next time.
The Taoist priest sighed deeply upon hearing this.
He turned back to look at the two men still kneeling on the ground and lightly flicked his fingers, sending two pills toward them. Manhwa and Chang were surprised as the pills entered their mouths, immediately feeling a positive change in their bodies. Both of them raised their hands in a salute and spoke in unison, thank you, old ancestor. Meanwhile, three people were walking into a luxurious room. Linfan took out a bottle of medicine.
Drink this.
Kong Shin grabbed the bottle from his hand, excited, thank you, master. Linfan then took out a sword and a set of clothes, handing them over to her as well. He gave her 2 treasures, one for offense and one for defense, both capable of significantly enhancing her strength. She took the 2 precious items, deeply grateful.
"Thank you, master."
At that moment, the boy suddenly spoke up.
"Horror."
Linfan gave a gentle smile, encouraging her.
"Go back and practice well. I have a feeling that chaos is coming soon. In times of chaos, strength is everything."
Upon hearing this, her eyes were filled with determination.
"I understand. Xian will definitely practice diligently and will not disappoint master."
Outside the room, a purple snake seemed to sense something, thinking to itself.
"The scent of that fox is truly unforgettable." It transformed into a man. The snake commander slowly grasped the door handle and stealthily entered the room.
Hu Yao screamed as she saw someone enter.
"Who?"
Upon seeing her scream, he raised his hand, signaling her to quiet down.
"Silence. Keep it down. It's me."
Hu Yao sighed in relief.
"Ah, it's you, Lord Snake Commander."
But then she realized something was wrong, a sense of panic rising in her heart.
Why is he here now? Could he have found out I betrayed them? Is he here to silence me? The Snake Commander got straight to the point. "Did you discover any useful information?" Hu Yao didn't hesitate to answer.
Of course, my report to you, Lord Commander. Little Demon found that there are no more high-level cultivators among the humans.
The mortal world is now ruled by a group of people without cultivation. He smiled upon hearing this, satisfied. "Very good, well done. The opportunity for our beasts has arrived."
Snake Commander turned around and waved his hand. "Let's go, follow me back, and I will reward you."
"Hu Lord, please forgive Little Demon for not being able to return with you.
Little Demon staying in the human world might be of greater use, and I can gather more information."
He thought to himself, that makes sense. What if there are still old monsters hiding among these humans?
It would be better to leave the fox behind to continue gathering intel.
After thinking it over, Snake Commander faced the door. "All right, I'll go ahead."
As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished into a wisp of smoke. Once he left, Hu Yao sighed wearily. Suddenly, a voice came from behind her. It was Kong Xian.
"Who came to find you?"
Looking at the sword in her hand, Hu Yao trembled.
"Why are you here?" Kong Xian didn't answer.
She placed the sword against Hu Yao's neck and, with a stern expression, gave a command. Hu Yao tried to push the sword away from her neck, explaining, "Put the sword down, I can tell you everything. Just now, it was our commander who came to ask for intel. Don't worry, I will never betray you."
Kong Xian just scoffed at that. "I dare you not to."
The next morning, at the school gate, Linfan walked into the school and saw everyone gathered around the bulletin board.
He thought to himself, what's going on? Why is everyone so happy? At that moment, Luo Quan approached him. Seeing this, Linfan quickly asked, "Hey, is there some good news at school recently?"
He began to explain, saying that the Safety Bureau was about to come to the school to select good seeds for cultivation.
Luo Quan propped his chin up and continued, "Classmate Lam, after hearing this news, aren't you excited? This is cultivation, the chance to become an immortal, capable of moving mountains and filling seas."
A voice full of disdain interrupted, "People know their own limits.
No matter how good your medical skills are, you're still just an ordinary mortal. How could you possibly compare to someone cultivating immortality?" Luo Quan, displeased with the tone, replied, "Who are you to talk so arrogantly?"
Nie Zheng frowned and insulted, "You're not worthy to know my name." Luo Quan, angered by this, swung his fist forward.
"Who are you calling useless?"
Nie Zheng grabbed his wrist.
"Dare to strike me?" He threw a punch at Luo Quan's face. "Looking for death?" He then kicked hard into Luo Quan's stomach. Linfan couldn't stand by any longer and walked toward Nie Zhang.
"If you can spare him, then spare him.
Nie Zhang sneered, "Are you even worthy?" He lifted his foot to kick, but Linfan easily dodged the strike. Nie Zhang shouted, "Useless thing, not worthy to stand, only fit to kneel." Before he could finish his words, Linfan appeared behind him, causing Nie Zhang to turn around, stunned and unable to believe his eyes. "What? How is this possible?" Linfan pointed forward, as if releasing some kind of power. Then, Nie Zhang fell to his knees after Linfan's words, "Kneel down." Nie Zhang knelt on the ground, his face a mixture of anger and fear. "Damn it, how dare you lay a hand on me? Do you even know who I am? My grandfather is not someone you can touch." Linfan stood tall in front of him, unfazed by the threat. "Your life is in my hands, and yet you still dare to be arrogant." He slapped Nie Zhang's head hard, causing him to scream in pain. Nie Zhang fell to the ground, while Linfan turned and walked away. He went over to help Luo Quan stand up. "Let's go," he said with a tone of gratitude. "Yes, thank you." Behind them, Nie Zhang trembled, trying to get up. "Wait." As if sensing something was wrong, he screamed in anguish. "Someone, quickly, get me out of here." The students around them began to whisper among themselves. "Isn't that the young master of the Nie family? How did he end up like this?" Nie Zhang, embarrassed by the gossip, yelled out. "What are you looking at? Wait until I get out of here, and I'll show you all." Seeing his anger, the crowd quickly dispersed. His face was contorted with veins, showing his intense hatred. At this moment, in the conference room, the Taoist priest was observing a green turtle shell on the table. Flames surrounded the shell, and it had cracked. The space was filled with a voice that startled him. Chang Qing entered from outside, and upon seeing him, spoke. The Taoist priest remained silent, not responding. Suddenly, he rushed toward the table, his face showing excitement as he looked at the turtle shell. "The heirloom of the sect, why did you ruin it?" The whisk in his hand struck the man's head with force. The Taoist, feeling helpless, explained, "You brat, isn't this all because of you?" Hearing that, Chang Qing boldly speculated, "Master, what did the old man predict?" But with such power, it could destroy the very essence. A murderous glint appeared in his eyes. Chang Qing didn't understand the meaning behind the words. What is this great calamity of the apocalypse? Seeing the confused expression on his disciple's face, he could only explain, "These matters are not for you to concern yourself with. What you need to do is travel across the country, visit all the establishments, and select students with basic skills. As for the old immortal, I will personally handle that." Chang Chang lowered his head in respect. "Yes, disciple will go immediately." Meanwhile, in a cave, Snake Commander was unleashing his power. A sparkling crystal stone began to show signs of disturbance, and a grotesque monster appeared before him. Snake Commander looked at it and spoke respectfully, "Great King, according to our investigation, Jiuzhou no longer has any powerful experts." The monster, upon hearing this, smiled approvingly. Good, Jiuzhou is ours." It continued to congratulate its leader, "Congratulations, Great King Eternal Ages, for becoming the ruler of Jiuzhou." It then carefully instructed, "The seal is about to be broken, be prepared to welcome this king at any moment." Snake Commander lowered his head and responded, "I obey the command." At the school sports field, the students were stepping onto the stage to do something. Linfan found it quite surprising. The master on the stage shook his head at a student, "No, next one." He shook his head inside, feeling bored. Luo Quan, who had been behind him, noticed and eagerly walked up to Linfan. "Lin brother, what a coincidence, you responded quickly too." "So it's you." Luo Quan happily chatted with him. "Lin brother, are you here to check this out too?" Linfan, with a gloomy expression, replied as he walked by uninterested. Suddenly, footsteps could be heard behind them. Nie Zhang came down the stairs and laughed coldly. He walked toward the two and suddenly spoke, catching Luo Quan off guard. "Hey, you two." Nie Zhang smirked, pointing to himself, "Do you see this? From now on, I'll be a cultivator. Kneel and apologize to me, and I might consider forgiving you." Luo Quan, clearly angry upon hearing that, retorted, "You?" But he secretly thought to himself, "Annoying, but there's no way I can defeat him." Nie Zhang noticed Luo Quan's trembling legs and smiled smugly. At that moment, a hand landed on his shoulder. Linfan looked at Luo Quan with a very serious expression. "Maybe you do have some talent after all." Luo Quan was flattered by the praise but could only sigh. To everyone else, "I'm just a waste." The teacher's voice interrupted their conversation. "Next, Luo Quan." Luo Quan struggled as he pulled his pants up. Linfan smiled from behind, silently cheering him on. "Go ahead, you'll astonish everyone." Nie Zhang scowled, immediately spitting in disdain. "That useless piece of trash can't possibly do it." Meanwhile, Luo Quan took a cautious step toward the podium. The teacher's voice slowed down as he closed his eyes and focused his spirit on the stone. Luo Quan was so tense that cold sweat dripped down his forehead as he touched the stone. The stone began to assess his abilities, and his internal energy gradually began to manifest. A phoenix soared out of the stone, its sharp gaze and delicate feathers breathtaking and overwhelming. Even the teacher couldn't believe his own eyes. Golden Crow sacred body? Luo Quan was overjoyed, almost brought to tears. "Ha ha ha." Luo Quan excitedly ran toward Lin Fan. "Lin brother, I also have a talent for cultivation." Lin Fan wasn't surprised, only giving him a warm reminder. "You are a cultivation genius, just be diligent in your practice." Luo Quan, beaming with happiness, turned back to Nie Zhang. "How about now? I'm a genius cultivator too." Nie Zhang fumed, gritting his teeth in anger. "A genius cultivator? Don't get so smug. Compared to my master, you're still nothing." With that, he flicked his sleeve and turned to leave. Nie Zhang still couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. How could this be? That guy. How can he possibly be a sacred body? The students around began to surround Luo Quan, their eyes filled with admiration. "You're amazing." Linfan stood there with his arms crossed, silently laughing to himself. A while later, in the luxurious Nie family mansion, a glass of water was thrown and shattered into pieces. Nie Zhang stared at the broken glass, gritting his teeth. "Damn it!" A figure appeared behind him. Nyahua's face was dark, and he spoke in a cold voice. "What's going on?" Upon hearing the question, Nie Zhang vented all his frustration, explaining that it was just someone who had recently awakened, yet dared to offend him in public. Hearing his disciple's words, Nyahua was also displeased. It was just a little thing that hadn't even cultivated yet. "Tomorrow, I'll help you teach him a lesson." The next day, at the school, Nyahua and Nie Zhang stood in the schoolyard. Nie Zhang pointed at a classroom, saying, "It's this one." Both of them still had angry expressions on their faces. Nyahua gave an order. "Go call them down here." Nie Zhang immediately agreed. "Okay." He began shouting loudly. "Luo Quan, bring Lin brother down here for me." Luo Quan, who was upstairs, saw the two men below and felt a bit frightened. A moment later, he came down and stood facing them. "What do you want?" Nie Zhang saw that it was just Luo Quan alone, and seemed displeased. "Why is it just you?" But he quickly changed his mind. "Forget it, deal with you first, then we'll handle the others." He turned to his master. "Master, help me kill him." Nyahua extended his hand, and a purple energy enveloped his palm. The energy shot rapidly toward Luo Quan, like a rope binding him tightly. Nie Zhang smirked maliciously. He rushed forward and punched Luo Quan hard. "This is the result of messing with me." Lin Fan, coming from the other side, happened to witness this scene. Nie Zhang was about to deliver a decisive blow. "Die!" A shadow flashed before him. Lin Fan quickly saved Luo Quan. the two appeared on the other side. After saving Luo Quan from the attack, Linfan turned to ask with concern. Are you okay? Luo Quan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Though he was badly beaten, he remained calm. I won't die.
As soon as he saw Linfan appear, Nia Zhang immediately pointed and shouted.
Master, it's him.
Recognizing his old enemy, a thought flashed through Nia Huoyel's mind. What a small world, no one will stop me today. Thinking quickly, he took action, casting a spell while warning. Let's settle all old and new scores today. Knowing his opponent wasn't worth worrying about, Linfan mocked.
So it's you, the useless one.
Nia Hua gathered energy in his hand and shot a column of purple energy directly at him. Luo Quan, fearing for his benefactor, quickly stepped in front to shield him.
If you're going to harm Lin brother, you'll have to go through me first.
As he spoke, suddenly a hand grabbed the collar of his shirt and pulled him back. Linfan held the troublemaker with one hand and struck back at Nia Hua with the other.
Witnessing Linfan's strength, Luo Quan was so shocked that his mouth hung open. Lin brother, how are you so strong? Breaking through the enemy's technique effortlessly, you mocked their petty tricks.
In just a few seconds, the aura of Nia Hua was completely shattered. He cursed inwardly, damn it, I can only use forbidden techniques now. Not wanting to lose, he raised his hand to the sky and began chanting a spell. When a Bagua circle appeared above his head, he shouted loudly, Immortal, help me. Immediately, another Bagua circle appeared beneath his feet. Amidst the purple aura, a monstrous creature with red eyes slowly materialized behind him. This technique finally piqued Linfan's interest. You praise me, looks like it's not bad, Linfan remarked. On Nia Hua's side, he began integrating the monster into his body. Feeling the surge of vitality once the fusion was complete, he grinned smugly, this power is incredible. Today, I'll take you down completely. Nia Hua instantly transformed into a gust of wind, rushing straight towards Linfan. Quick as a flash, Linfan leaped into the air to evade, simultaneously counterattacking. Seeing this, Nia Hua grew even more arrogant, sneering, what's the point of dodging? If you've got the guts, fight me head on. Linfan smiled at the challenge, responding, as you wish. Nia Hua began spiraling in a helix towards him. The two of them could now only see two streams of purple and golden aura clashing against each other. Suddenly, his punch was stopped by Linfan with just a single finger. Linfan smirked in disdain, haven't eaten today? With this little strength, do you think you're scratching an itch for me? Provoked by his opponent, Nia Hua's gaze hardened, his expression tightening into a scowl. He exerted all his strength, delivering a series of rapid punches aimed at Linfan. Go to hell! Before Nia Hua could even land a blow, Linfan had already maneuvered behind him, preparing to counterattack. Linfan raised his clawed hand, grabbing his opponent's neck from behind, then forcefully slammed him down into the ground. A portion of Nia Hua's body sank into the earth, and with his throat in Linfan's grasp, he couldn't resist. He could only threaten in desperation. Let me go, kill me, and you'll regret it. The threat backfired, only provoking Linfan further. Regret? I've never regretted anything I've done. Hearing this, Nia Hua secretly pulled a piece of paper from his pocket. With one hand, he tore it into several pieces. Once finished, he issued another warning. Just wait and see, I've called someone to come. These words had no effect on Linfan's resolve. Oh? Well, I'll wait then. Let's see who comes to kill me. No sooner had he spoken, a red aura appeared in the sky. The aura shot down directly in front of Linfan and Nia Hua. Shortly after, a Taoist priest materialized in front of them. Upon seeing the priest, Nia Hua's face lit up with hope, and he immediately called out. Master, save me. Linfan, unbothered by the Taoist's presence, voiced his stance bluntly. The person I want to kill, no one can save. Seeing this, the priest quickly stepped in to intervene. Hold on, friend, but it's already too late. Linfan had already made his move on Nia Hua. Around you, only drops of blood remain scattered on the ground. Seeing this scene, the Taoist was at a loss for words. You watched as the other person stammered, and you pretended to show concern. What's wrong? He angrily questioned, why did you kill him? Hearing this, you looked directly at the person in front of you, showing clear displeasure. Are you trying to teach me a lesson? At this moment, your anger reached its peak. He shouted loudly, he had no grudge with you, so why did you act so ruthlessly? In stark contrast to his reaction, Linfan replied coldly. He provoked me repeatedly, even aiding the wicked in their misdeeds. Isn't he deserving of death? It seemed that he didn't want to hear any explanations and began to issue warnings, focusing his energy in preparation for an attack. You killed my beloved disciple, so now it's time for you to pay with your life. Linfan, following his lead, flew into the air and launched sword strikes formed from his energy toward the Taoist. Not wanting to waste time, he declared that one strike would end it all. Looking at Linfan's moves, the Taoist's heart filled with anxiety. Where did this brat summon a monster from? Realizing the strength of his opponent, he proposed a suggestion. Friend, wait, the old Taoist admits defeat. After hearing this, Linfan pointed at him, mocking. You say you're fighting when you're fighting, and then when you're not, you just stop. Don't you care about your face anymore? The Taoist, knowing his limits, explained. Friend, you're young but already possess such cultivation, the old Taoist can't match you. His thirst for victory surged, not wanting to hear what the old man had just said. Stop wasting words, take my move first. After saying that, he directly launched his strike. The Taoist priest saw how powerful Linfan's attack was, and panic secretly arose in his heart. What? Knowing his own limits, he dodged Linfan's attack and immediately turned to flee. Linfan watched his figure running away, only able to sneer in disdain. After handling everything, Linfan flew down to where Luo Quan was standing. Luo Quan had witnessed the entire event and was extremely impressed. Lin brother, you're truly incredible. Seeing his excitement, Linfan humbly responded. It's nothing. Suddenly, he remembered there was still one person left to deal with. Luo Quan asked for Linfan's opinion. What should we do with him? Since the opponent was not worth worrying about, he left the decision to Luo Quan. Do as you wish, but remember, if you hold a grudge, you must take action, otherwise, it's easy to develop a demonic heart in the path of cultivation. Understanding his guidance, Luo Quan's expression became even more serious. Can I kill him? Linfan didn't answer immediately but asked him back. Do you want to kill him? Luo Quan's gaze hardened, and he made his decision clear. I want to see it. At this, Linfan focused his energy into his hand, transforming it into an object. When the sword took shape, he handed it to Luo Quan. Go ahead. Luo Quan took the sword, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. Nie Zhang witnessed the scene firsthand as Luo Quan held the sword, preparing to kill him. He trembled and begged. Please don't kill me. Luo Quan was not a careless person. He gave the boy a chance. Give me one reason not to kill you. Nie Zhang immediately made an offer. I can give you money, a lot of money. Seeing that this reason was not convincing enough, Luo Quan questioned him. What I want is to become a cultivator. What do I need money for? What Nie Zhang could offer was not what Luo Quan needed. The boy, in his panic, made the wrong decision. I can give you my sister. Luo Quan could not believe what he was hearing. For his life, he would even sell his sister. Nie Zhang still hadn't realized his mistake. He clicked his tongue and said, women aren't important, after all, they're just tools for marriage alliances. Luo Quan was at a loss for words in the face of his disdainful attitude towards women. You really are scum. The boy thought Luo Quan had been swayed by his offer. He smiled and asked again, can you spare my life now? Seeing the other's attitude, Luo Quan became even angrier. He raised his sword. A piece of trash like you, who would even sell out your own sister, What right do you have to live in this world? With that, Luoquan immediately struck, go die. Nie Zhan was instantly obliterated, leaving no trace. The only thing left was the blood dripping onto the ground from the sword. After finishing, he turned back to express his gratitude to Linfan once again.
Lin brother, thank you.
Linfan waved his hand and generously handed a gift to Luoquan.
This sword is for you.
As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around, preparing to leave the place.
Just like that, goodbye.
Seeing his benefactor about to leave, Luoquan called out, Lin brother, wait.
Linfan, surprised, stopped, is there something else?
Luoquan scratched his head, awkwardly suggesting, Lin brother, you've done such a huge favor for me.
Let me treat you to a meal.
Linfan waved his hand and continued walking away, just focus on your cultivation, that's how you'll survive through the tribulation.
Upon hearing Linfan's words, Luoquan was puzzled and asked himself, tribulation, what tribulation?
At the same time, in another part of the conference room, the master, dressed in disheveled clothes, hurriedly ran in.
Wei Chongqing laughed, squinting his eyes and teasing, your clothes are all messed up, master. Did you go on a date with a girl and get caught by someone? And did they beat you up too? He didn't know what else to say except sigh. Not seeing the master rebut, he continued joking, am I right? Did the master really get caught cheating? The master, hearing this, angrily questioned his disciple, am I the kind of person who would do that?
Changqing, still unaware of what had happened, continued joking.
Just then, as if sensing something, he curiously asked, Master, what happened?
At that moment, the master slowly closed his eyes, suppressing his sorrow, and answered, Manhwa is dead.
This sentence left Chongqing completely stunned, and he exclaimed, What? How did he die?
The old master wasn't clear about the deep reasons, and could only explain simply, not knowing where exactly he had provoked a monster. Despite his youth, his cultivation level was incredibly high, and he was killed by that person. The words master just said made him think of a young monster, Linfan. He was very surprised.
Ha? Do you know this person?
He scratched his head and recalled, originally, Manhwa and I wanted to recruit this person, but Manhwa was too arrogant, provoking Linfan repeatedly. He deserved to die. The old master still didn't believe it, rebutting.
Ridiculous, Manhwa's crimes weren't serious enough to deserve death. Chongqing, annoyed by the old master's favoritism, said.
He deserved to die. Linfan had spared him multiple times. Suppressing his grief, the master reassessed the situation. This time, Manhwa truly let his anger cloud his judgment, relying on his own cultivation to bully others. In the end, he was still my disciple. Seeing the master's reaction, he secretly smiled, and his face turned sinister. Manhwa's death isn't tragic, but the power behind him probably won't be willing to accept it, especially his grandfather. Before the master could respond, he revealed his plan.
Master, let's inform them about Manhwa's death.
I also want to see how capable this Linfan truly is.
Will he be able to survive the vengeance of the Manhwa family?
The master still didn't fully understand the ultimate goal, unsure how to respond. Chongqing gave the signal, taking advantage of the situation for personal gain, with the fisherman benefiting from the chaos. At the Manhwa family home, the surroundings were quiet, with not a soul in sight. After receiving the bad news about his grandson, Manhwa Yan was furious.
What and I, your grandfather will definitely avenge you.
Having said that, he turned and shouted loudly.
Where are the people?
Upon hearing his call, his son immediately rushed over, worried that something urgent had happened.
Father, what's going on?
As soon as Manhwa Yan saw his son arrive, he immediately gave an order. Go investigate for me, find out who killed my grandson. His son quickly replied, informing him that people had already been sent to investigate. At the same time, in another location, the Taoist priest and the monk were arguing in the street. The Taoist priest shouted loudly.
Do you believe I won't beat you?
This bald-headed man. The two of them stopped mid-argument, both of them noticing something unusual about the approaching person.
This person has powerful spiritual energy.
Noticing that Linfan was about to get closer, the Taoist priest lowered the bald man's head and bowed.
Do you not understand what their purpose is? Do you two have business with each other?
As he covered the monk's mouth, he asked with a smile.
Little brother, have you been taught by a master?
Linfan did not respond, simply shaking his head.
Seeing this, the Taoist priest happily made a proposal. Little brother, here's the deal.
You can take me as your master, and I will teach you everything the ancestral patriarch passed down. Linfan coldly rejected him, showing no interest.
At that moment, the monk took the opportunity to break free and retaliated.
This Taoist priest really was as despicable as ever. It was no different from the man's objective, he also seized the opportunity.
Amita Buddha.
Little brother, just by looking, I can tell you're someone with a connection to the Buddhist path. This time, Linfan had lost all patience, and he directly told him to leave.
Get lost.
After saying this, he cast a spell to turn and leave.
The Taoist priest, unable to see him, wondered aloud. Where did that little brother go?
The two of them searched for a long time while Linfan was hiding right in front of them. Suddenly, the old monk was punched directly in the face, making him yelp in surprise. Not only was he hit, but he was also scolded. It's all your fault for wanting to compete with me, now you've scared him off. This time, the old monk couldn't hold back anymore and kicked the Taoist priest squarely between his legs.
It's your fault.
The two of them continued to fight, exchanging punches and kicks in the middle of the street. At the Nye family, a servant was rushing in to report to Nye Fu.
Clan head, he said. Nye Fu turned around and asked, what happened?
The servant immediately handed over the report. Clan head, we've investigated thoroughly. After reading it and grasping the situation, Nye Fu's face turned ashen with rage.
A useless fool actually dared to kill my son.
At the same time, Nye Yan also received the news and went to find Nye Fu.
Upon seeing Nye Yan arrive, Nye Fu quickly reported.
Father, we've figured out the cause of Huani's death.
Without needing to hear the details, Nye Fu impatiently shouted.
Then what are we waiting for?
Send people to kill them right now.
Fearing that his father might lose control, Nye Yan quickly reassured him.
I've already arranged everything.
At night, in the school dormitory, Luo Quan was sleeping so soundly that he didn't even notice the blanket nearly falling off the bed. The window in his room was open to let in the moonlight when suddenly, a figure appeared, climbing the wall.
This assassin, with a knife in his mouth, silently entered the room.
Just as he reached the foot of Luo Quan's bed, he swung the knife, ready to strike. The cold gleam of the blade startled Luo Quan, waking him up. Seeing someone trying to kill him, he quickly rolled to the side, reaching for his glasses on the bedside table. As he put them on, he anxiously demanded, "Who are you?" The assassin did not answer, only charging at him to attack.
Sensing the danger, Luo Quan couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Without hesitation, Luo Quan leapt straight out the window to escape.
Though his body was somewhat plump, he luckily landed safely. At that moment, the assassin had arrived at the window and was observing Luo Quan's escape route.
After running for a while, Luo Quan quickly turned into a small alley on campus. Knowing Luo Quan's direction, the assassin followed closely behind.
But as soon as he entered the alley, he lost track of him because the end of the alley split into two different directions. Frustrated by the lost trail, the assassin muttered to himself, "He runs fast."
Not long after, one of the trash cans at the end of the alley shifted, making a noise.
Luo Quan slowly emerged from the trash can, cautiously observing the situation.
Oh, luckily he's gone.
Only then did he dare to carry his smelly body back to his room. The next day, at school, when the sun had risen high, Linfan was strolling with his hands in his pockets, enjoying the warm sunlight of a new day. Suddenly, someone hurriedly called out, "Lin brother." As soon as he turned around, he saw Luo Quan collapsing face first onto the ground after rushing over in a hurry.
Linfan pretended not to know him and asked, "Who are you?" Luo Quan had fallen so hard that his eyes were filled with stars. "Lin brother, is that you?" Seeing Luo Quan's miserable state, Linfan showed concern. "You fatso, how did you end up like this?" As soon as he heard this, Luo Quan started crying and tried to throw himself into Linfan's arms. "Ho hoo!" Seeing this, Linfan quickly pushed Luo Quan away. "Stay away from me." Luo Quan, with teary eyes, whimpered, "Lin brother, I almost didn't get to see you. Last night, someone came to kill me, and to save my life, I had to hide in a trash can." Seeing Luo Quan in such a pitiful state, Linfan took out his phone, but still reminded him, "I'm making a call, you stay away from me." After saying this, he pressed the phone to his ear. Not long after, a car appeared and stopped in front of the two of them. As soon as the car stopped, a girl in black stockings stepped out. Xin Jing, wearing sunglasses, exuded an impressive aura, and her whole body seemed to shine. As soon as she took off her glasses, she happily greeted, "Linfan, it's been a while." Seeing Luo Quan, who looked miserable standing next to him, she immediately guessed who the mentioned person was. "So, this is the fat guy who was being chased and almost killed?" He immediately responded, while entrusting the other person to her. "That's right, please protect him for a while. I'll go take care of this matter." Xin Jing saw that Linfan quickly came up with a solution and asked in confusion, "Do you know who took action?" He smiled and shared his analysis, which wasn't hard to guess. "Since Manhwa was killed by me, and the only people at the scene were me and the fat guy, the attempt on my life was most likely orchestrated by the Nye family." Hearing this name, she felt a bit anxious. "Nye family, you need to be careful." Linfan, noticing that she seemed to know about this family, asked in surprise, "You know the Nye family?" Xin Jing confidently patted her chest. "Of course, I'm now the clan head of the Qin family." Curious, he asked her to elaborate on the Nye family's background. She then provided the information she knew. The Nye family is an ancient hidden sect. This did not pique his interest much. "Is that all? What's there to worry about? I've destroyed quite a few hidden sects. Isn't the Bai family also such a family?" Linfan looked down on his opponents, but Qin Jing countered, "Not the same. The cultivation of the Nye family's old ancestor and elders is incredibly profound." Linfan still scoffed. "Profound? To me, it's nothing special. Don't waste my time." Linfan then turned to Luo Quan. "Fatty, go with Qin. She'll protect you." With Linfan's help, Luo Quan happily obeyed, trusting Lin brother. Xin Jing sighed and scolded, "I really admire you, you're just finding more work for me to do." Linfan shamelessly smiled, "Who told you we're friends?" She helplessly gave in. "All right then, you can consider me your babysitter." Seeing Luo Quan standing around, he ordered, "What are you looking at? Get in the car." Luo Quan eagerly ran over. "I'm coming right now." As the car started moving, someone approached Linfan. Niechi stopped Linfan from leaving and spoke up, "Mr. Lin, may I trouble you for a moment?" He coldly asked, "What is it?" Niechi took out an invitation and handed it to him. "Our master invites you to a lunch gathering." Linfan held the invitation in his hand and agreed with interest, "Nye family, all right, I'll be there." After Niechi left, Linfan muttered to himself, "A treacherous feast by Organization A, interesting." At noon, at the entrance of the restaurant, as Linfan arrived, Niechi quickly came out to greet him. He smiled and welcomed him, "Mr. Lin, please." The well-dressed female servers stood in a line, smiling. "Hello, Mr. Lin." The two walked through, with the servers bowing to them. Their demeanor was very professional. Linfan praised the warm welcome. "Your arrangement is quite good." Niechi smiled with squinted eyes and politely replied, "You're the guest our master invited, of course the proper etiquette must be observed." Niechi stopped at the door and gestured for him to enter. "Please, the master has been waiting for a long time." In the room at this moment, the Nia family had gathered around the table, with only 2 empty seats reserved for Linfan and him. As soon as Nia Yan saw him, his face turned purple with anger. Nia Lan and Nia Fu exchanged glances, showing clear displeasure. The expression of Nia Shan, sitting opposite, was no different from the other 3. When they saw him enter, the attendant reported, "Master, the person has been brought here." Nia Yan turned and commanded, "All right, you can leave." As soon as Linfan entered, he sat down and went straight to the point. "I've arrived, don't tell me you're actually inviting me to a meal. I don't believe any of the nonsense you're going to say." Seeing the other party's arrogance, Nia Fu slammed the table, stood up abruptly, and shouted, "Don't be so presumptuous. Do you believe I can make sure you don't walk out of this door?" The son's unhinged attitude made Nia Yan order, "Sit down." Nia Fu dared not disobey, suppressing his anger and complied. Once he had settled everything, Nia Yan turned to Linfan and asked, "You are Linfan, and it was you who killed Hui and I?" Linfan didn't explain much and replied straightforwardly, "That's right." Nia Yan's eyes widened in fury as he questioned, "Why did you kill my grandson?" Linfan responded nonchalantly, "He wanted to die, so of course, I granted him his wish." Seeing the young man in front of him calmly admit to it, Nia Yan presented an offer. "Well, good. Since you admit it, I'll give you 2 choices today. 1. Die here. 2. Become a Qing elder of the Nia family. Choose." Upon hearing Nia Yan's proposal, Nia Fu slammed the table in protest. He stood up abruptly and shouted loudly, "Father, he won't let his son cause a commotion, his throat is shut again." Nia Fu, fearing his father was being reckless, reminded him resentfully, "He killed Hui and I." Nia Yan angrily shouted, "Do you dare doubt my decision?" He stammered in panic, No, I wouldn't dare, everything will be according to your wishes." Seeing his son finally settling down, Nia Yan's face darkened as he repeated the question, "Have you made your choice?" Linfan arrogantly raised his hand and made his choice, "I choose the 3rd option, to kill all of you." For the first time, someone dared to defy him. The old man yelled in anger, "You really want to die, I will grant your wish." With that, he gathered his internal power and energy core, preparing to strike. The aura he generated was incredibly powerful, spreading throughout the room. The intense currents of energy formed into tight ropes, binding Linfan to the chair. Once the target was securely locked down, the energy transformed into a dragon that flew before him. Without hesitation, it opened its mouth and lunged at Linfan. He remained calm, leisurely extending his hand to break the chains and spat the energy back in retaliation. Having shattered the previous attack, he smirked disdainfully. Was this all that Nia family's hidden power amounted to? Nia Yan, supported by a cane, stood up and warned, "You are underestimating the Nia family. Next time, you won't leave here unscathed." After making the declaration, he turned and ordered, "Let's go." Everyone in the room began to stir and leave, leaving Linfan alone sitting at the table. Linfan, who never liked to be at a disadvantage, struck back. "Don't rush to leave, there's always a give and take to settle things, so take a hit from me too." Saying that, he raised his hand and controlled the water from the glass, causing it to rise into the air. Then, slowly standing up, he flicked his wrist in a gentle motion. The water, seemingly alive, immediately split apart, and with the small amount of water, they twisted together, transforming into a massive dragon that surged toward the Nia family. Nia Shan, furious, turned around, gathering his strength to counterattack. He was determined to make Linfan pay. The 2 sides immediately collided, a violent clash of energy, but every strike from Nia Shan was devoured by the water dragon. Horrified, he exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Taking advantage of Nia Shan's momentary distraction, the water dragon seized the opportunity and attacked his opponent's abdomen. Grunting in pain, Nia Shan staggered backward, and Nia Lan hurried over to support him. Nia Shan's younger brother appeared severely wounded, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Nia Yan, standing by, witnessed the entire event and anxiously thought to himself, "This young demon is so powerful at such a young age, how are we going to handle this?" Left with no choice, he asked Linfan directly, "Exactly what do you want?"
Linfan spun the glass in his hand and smiled.
I don't want anything.
I'm just curious how much your lives are worth. Nye Yen, enraged, pointed a finger at Linfan, warning him.
Aren't you afraid that we'll drag you down with us to the depths?
Linfan casually slid one hand into his pocket, set the glass down on the table, and coldly replied. Well, that depends on whether those fish have the ability to do so. As soon as he finished speaking, he used one hand to crush the glass into many pieces. Nye Yen was so angry that he burst out laughing. Good, good, truly a young hero. After speaking, he took off the ring from his ring finger. Linfan caught the ring that he threw at him. Once the item was passed over, Nye Yen's face turned serious as he ordered, "Let's go."
Watching the Nye family leave, Linfan silently assessed them.
As expected, they were still a prominent family, with so many valuable things.
At the Nye family's luxurious mansion, as soon as they entered, Nye Fu immediately rushed forward and questioned, "Father, why did you give him something?" Nye Yen didn't answer, but instead, slapped him across the face.
After the slap, he continued to scold, his face hardening, "I did that to keep you all alive.
Do you want an old man to bury his young children?" Nye Fu, holding his cheek with one hand, still couldn't understand the reasoning behind this choice.
"Father, how can you be sure that the four of us together can't defeat him?" Nye Yen stroked his beard and explained to his slow-witted son, "We can't kill him, and you might not even be able to withstand a single move from him."
Nye Fu's face turned purple with anger after hearing this.
"Father, I can't swallow this insult."
He closed his eyes, trying to suppress his rage. "How can I be willing? Unless someone is willing to join forces with us to deal with him." Upon hearing this, Nye Fu was overjoyed. "Father, do you have someone in mind?" Nye Yen didn't answer.
He simply waved his hand and ordered, "Leave.
I'll arrange this."
On the way back, Linfan suddenly spotted Hu Yao standing absent-mindedly by the roadside. Curious, he approached and patted her shoulder.
"What are you doing?"
Hu Yao turned around and was surprised to recognize a familiar face.
Why are you here?"
He didn't answer, but instead asked her back.
"Why can't I be here?"
Hu Yao didn't quite know how to respond, so she just scratched her head and gave an awkward smile.
It's fine. As long as you're happy."
Linfan continued asking.
"Why aren't you at home? What are you doing out here?"
She fiddled with her fingers and explained gloomily. "Miss Kong told me to go buy something, but I got lost." Hearing this, he teased her unexpectedly.
"A demon like you got lost?"
"Yeah, only you could manage that." Upon hearing that, Hu Yao retorted angrily.
"Why can't a demon get lost? Some demons have poor sense of direction too, you know."
Linfan didn't know what else to say, so he turned away and sighed. Then he started walking ahead while motioning with his hand.
"Come on, I'll take you there."
Hu Yao was about to say something when her stomach suddenly let out a loud growl. The sound didn't escape Linfan's ears, and the corners of his mouth curved slightly.
"Come on, I'll take you to eat."
The moment she heard that, Hu Yao's eyes lit up.
"Really?"
Linfan didn't say much, only urged her.
"Let's go."
On the way, Hu Yao kept munching on sugar-coated hawthorn skewers. After finishing the stick of candy, she smiled in satisfaction. That was delicious. As the two of them turned onto another street, they suddenly ran into Snake Commander coming from the opposite direction. As soon as he saw the two of them, he sneered and teased, "Fox Spirit, you're really something." After a brief pause, he added, "Raising a fat prey for us."
Hu Yao was terrified. "Where did you see him as food?"
Linfan pointed at the astonished opponent, "And yet you eat humans." The Snake Commander licked his lips and said calmly, "I am a fox spirit, and humans, you are the premium food for us."
Upon hearing this, Linfan was even more surprised and turned to Hu Yao to confirm, "And you're also a spirit?" She was speechless and thought to herself, "The big boss is overacting."
The Snake Commander didn't waste words, he rushed straight toward the prey. "Let me taste what your flesh tastes like." Hu Yao, in sheer panic,
covered her face and screamed. What she feared had finally come. Linfan only used one hand to grab his neck and lift him up. He sneered disdainfully, "Demon, do you guys have no brains?" The snake commander was so frightened that tears streamed from his eyes. Who are you?" Linfan gave an air of mystery. "Guess." At that moment, he was furious. "You're the one from the mountain." Linfan gently restrained him, recognizing that he was somewhat clever. The snake commander was nearly choking and turned to curse at Hu Yao. "Fox spirit, how dare you betray us and conspire with human cultivators?" She frantically waved her hands and backed away. No, I didn't." Linfan tightened his grip. The snake commander struggled, but it was in vain. Linfan smirked. "Stop flailing, our strength is worlds apart." "You can't escape." Snake commander cried and begged. "Master, please spare me. I can be your spy, just like the fox." Linfan refused outright. "No, you're too ugly." Immediately, his hand emitted a flame that spread to Snake Commander's neck, causing his body to blur and gradually dissipate, leaving only the sound of a painful scream echoing. He transformed into a purple spiritual pill that lay in Linfan's hand. Linfan generously handed it to Hu Yao. "Here, take this." She happily accepted it, thanking him. "Thank you, master." At this moment, on a mountain, a man was kneeling before the entrance of a large cave. He yelled, "Please, old ancestor, come out and meet me for a moment." Finally, the large door opened, and an old ancestor appeared at the entrance, asking, "Who are you?" Nya Yen lowered his head to the ground and kowtowed. "I, the unworthy descendant Nya Yen, greet the old ancestor." Old ancestor Nya quickly helped him up. "So it's Xiaoyan Zi, quickly get up." Nya Yen clasped his hands respectfully. "Thank you, old ancestor." Old ancestor Nya was puzzled. "Why aren't you guarding the family? Why have you come all the way here to disturb our seclusion?" Nya Yen sorrowfully explained. "Old ancestor, there is a young man who, relying on his strong cultivation, killed my grandson and now wants to exterminate our entire family." Upon hearing this, old ancestor Nya became furious. "What?" he shouted angrily. "Damn it, how is that possible? Has the prestige of our family lost its effect?" Nya Yen helplessly explained, "Old ancestor, it's been 200 years since you went into seclusion. A lot has changed outside." The old ancestor, feeling powerless, shrugged, "All right, I'll go with you. Let the boss and third brother continue their seclusion." At the same time, at a luxurious building, a black car stopped in front of the gate, followed by a group of bodyguards to welcome them. The driver quickly got out and respectfully opened the car door, and then a pair of long, fair legs stepped out. Qin Jing happily walked in with Linfan. Jianwen greeted them warmly. Jing, you're back." His gaze fixed on the arms that were linked together, and his face darkened as he muttered, "Where did this country bumpkin come from, messing up my plans?" Qin Jing sternly reminded him, "Li Jianwen, we're not close enough for you to address me like that. Please call me by my full name, or my boyfriend might misunderstand." The words boyfriend that she just uttered made Jianwen's frown deepen, his gaze anything but friendly. However, Jianwen still controlled his emotions and politely greeted Linfan. "Mr. Lin, is it? Welcome to our Heavens Club." In his heart, he thought, "This guy, I'll make sure he pays for this." Linfan smiled politely in return. Qin Jing pointed directly at his face and questioned, "Are you spying on me? Why do you always appear wherever I am?" Jianwen gave a slight smile and responded, "If Jing is here, of course, I have to personally welcome her." Then the man casually suggested, "You two arrived early, the auction won't start for a while yet. How about we head to the first floor and play a bit, then come back when the auction is about to begin?" Qin Jing tugged at Linfan's sleeve coquettishly. "Xiaofan, how about we play a few rounds?" He indulgently agreed, "All right then." As they stepped into the first floor lobby, a lively atmosphere immediately hit them.
Laughter and conversation filled the air, with groups of people gathered playing various games. There were bettors, card players everywhere seemed packed. Seeing this, Jianwen suggested, "It's too noisy here, let's go to the VIP lounge on the second floor."
Qin Jing eagerly asked, "What do you think?"
Linfan smiled, "I'm fine with whatever.
You lead the way." When they reached the second floor lobby, it was just as bustling. Li Jianwen skillfully asked Jing Jing, "What do you want to play?"
Qin Jing beamed, "I'll listen to Xiao Fan."
Linfan waved his hand in refusal, "How about we just watch? I don't really know anything about gambling."
Jianwen, however, continued to press, "What's the point of coming to a casino if you're not going to play a few rounds? You should at least test your luck." Linfan remained indifferent to his words. "Mr. Lai, I appreciate your kind offer, but I'm really not that interested in this." Jianwen, shameless as ever, persisted, "It's all right.
If you win, I'll take my share. If you lose, then I'll take the loss."
Qin Jing chimed in next to him, "Xiao Fan, since Mr. Lai is insisting, let's play a few rounds." Linfan slightly curled his lips into a smile.
"Since you've said that, I'll try my luck too." Jianwen's eyes turned extremely crafty. "Mr. Lin, what are we playing now?"
He replied, "Let's stick with the dice.
It's simple, just know the high and low, and that's it."
Jianwen signaled to the waitress behind him to lead Mr. Lin to change some coins. They walked over to a table with all sorts of chips and coins laid out.
Linfan asked in confusion, "What's the minimum bet here?" The waitress explained, "Sir, this is the VIP lounge. The smallest chip is 10,000, and once you place it, it's immediately yours."
With a tone as charismatic as a CEO, he said, "Change one chip for me."
Jianwen urged him to bet more. "Mr. Lin, don't you think one chip is a little too little? It'll be hard to get into the game properly." Linfan calmly took a chip. "It's fine. My luck has always been pretty good. One chip will be enough."
Jianwen chuckled heartily.
"Mr. Lin is really confident."
Linfan walked over and patted his shoulder.
"What can I do?"
"Qin Jing likes this confident side of me." Jianwen hit the sore spot. He happily called out to Qin Jing,
"Let's go, let's bet a few rounds."
They began to sit at the table, playing dice with this gentleman.
Betting on high and low.
He placed his hand on his stomach, signaling something, and the waitress understood the cue. The game had to be played according to the rules of the jungle. She placed the dice on the table.
"Mr. Lin, please have a seat."
Linfan placed a single coin down and chose the large numbers. The waitress chuckled softly, "You really are something, Mr. Lin. You're quite decisive."
"I'll begin now."
The dice she threw showed 1, 1, and 2, all small numbers. Jianwen looked at him with satisfaction. "Mr. Lin, it seems your luck isn't as good as you imagined." Linfan glanced at him, "It's fine, this is just the beginning."
Linfan continued to place another coin.
"This time, I'll still bet on large numbers." Jianwen, standing at a distance, spoke in a sly tone, "Mr. Lin is truly confident.
She hasn't even started shaking the dice yet."
Linfan's expression darkened, "Just roll them."
"You're talking too much." Jianwen laughed mockingly, "Seems like luck is not on your side, Mr. Lin."
Linfan arrogantly pointed at himself, "You're wrong.
This round, I'll win."
The three of them were all shocked when they saw the result in front of them, a table full of large numbers.
Qin Jing exclaimed happily, "We won, we really won."
Jianwen shot a furious glance at the waitress, which made her surprised as well. How could this happen?
A dark aura surrounded Linfan. "I'll keep betting on large numbers."
The waitress's face grew dark, and she kept shaking the dice in her hand. When she let them fall, all of them were large numbers. Linfan smugly said, "I told you, luck will definitely be on my side."
Half an hour later, the table went from a single coin to 100 coins. Jianwen gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly, "Damn it, how could he win so many coins? How am I going to explain this to my family?"
The man waved his hand slyly. Mr. Lin, it seems like your luck is really good today. Linfan glanced at him. Mr. Lai, the little games at your place are quite predictable. Jianwen, fuming, pointed directly at his face. You dare to come over and threaten me? If you think it's going well, you'd better hold back, or else Linfan won't let you off the hook. But what if I don't? The table was covered with coins of various sizes, all of which Linfan had claimed. The people on the other side, who were playing dice, were also puzzled. What's going on today? Jianwen continued to tempt him. Do you dare to play around with my people? Linfan cheerfully agreed. Let's play. Qin Jing stepped forward to inform him, the auction is about to start. He reassured her, trust me, it will be quick. Zhao Wushang then slowly walked out, surprising everyone. No one expected that Mr. Lai would actually invite Zhao Wushang. Jianwen greeted him warmly. Mr. Zhao, sorry to trouble you. Wushang exuded an aura of deadly intent around him. It's fine. After all, you invited me here to deal with the trouble. Linfan calmly ordered, hurry up, I have things to do. Wushang, unaware of his own limits, pointed directly at him and said, looks like you're in a rush to get lost money. Linfan didn't let himself be distracted by him. Who wins and who loses isn't certain yet. Jianwen stepped forward to show off. Mr. Lin, I'm sure you don't know who the person standing in front of you is, right? He's the betting saint, Zhao Wushang. Wushang was pleased with the introduction. It seemed Mr. Lin was very confident in himself. Linfan raised his hand and signaled them, come on, let's play. Wushang took the cup with the dice, shook it, and then placed it face down on the table. He provocatively said, place your bets. The corner of Linfan's mouth curled up again. He happily followed along, bet on 3 sixes. His words shocked everyone. Was this guy crazy? This was $1 billion coin, how could 3 sixes possibly come up? Wushang cunningly thought to himself, I'll shake out a 1, 2, 3, and yet he guesses 3 sixes. Looks like his previous wins were all thanks to luck. As he threw the dice, it turned out to be exactly 3 sixes, just as Linfan had predicted. Everyone was stunned. 3 sixes had actually come up 160 million at stake. Even Jianwen couldn't believe it and asked, how is that possible? How could that be? Wushang, still holding the dice, couldn't comprehend it. How could this happen? Clearly, I shook a 1, 2, 3. Unhappy with the outcome, Wushang invited him for another round. As expected, Mr. Lin is a master. Let's play one more round. What do you say? Linfan didn't hesitate any longer, visibly unimpressed. No more. It's too easy to predict. With that, he left with Qin Jing, adding, by the way, transfer the money to Qin Jing's account. Another figure unexpectedly blocked the path of both of them. Brat, don't you want to live anymore? You dared to cheat in our Heavens Club? Linfan faced him directly. Do you have evidence to prove that I cheated? Or is it just because we won, you're not letting us go? The man pointed directly at his face. You've won continuously several rounds, and on top of that, you bet big every time. It's definitely cheating. Linfan glanced at him. What's the matter? Mr. Lai, are you embarrassed? Using these tactics? Jianwen felt humiliated, so he accepted the blame. How could that be? Opening a business, naturally, the payment should be made. Someone exchanged the coin for Mr. Lin. But on the surface, he kept sneering at him. Linfan, after today, I will definitely make you pay for this. At the auction, where Qin Jing and Linfan had both arrived, they sat next to each other, their eyes focused ahead. The people at the auction started to present the items for display. Welcome, honored guests. The auction will now begin. The female server brought out a black gourd. The corner of Linfan's mouth curled up once again. Qin Jing, curious, wondered what was so special about this black gourd. Linfan lightly reminded her. Don't you want to use your spiritual sense to check it out? Xin Jing instinctively puffed smoke from her head, using her spiritual sense to inspect the gourd. What she saw left her stunned, an intense spiritual vitality flowing within.
What is this?
Linfan explained to her.
The spirit-containing gourd can convert spiritual creatures it absorbs into spiritual liquid.
Xin Jing's eyes widened as she witnessed such a treasure, wondering which fool had sold this at the auction. Linfan helplessly didn't know how to respond.
Over here, the female attendant raised the gourd-shaped vase high.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the item put up for auction by the Nye family. The starting price is 100,000, and we begin the bidding.
Jianwen stepped forward to interrupt. Excuse me, I need to say something. This item has already been claimed by Xianji Grandmaster, and I've been entrusted to bid on his behalf. I'll offer 1 million. The crowd below began to feel manipulated. What exactly is this vase? I don't see anything special about it. Why would Xianji Grandmaster be interested in it?
Another person agreed. Nye family's items are certainly good, but if Xianji Grandmaster has already set his eyes on it, then I'll have to step back.
Jianwen shot a glance at the female attendant. All right, you can finalize it now. The girl called out the price, 1 million, once. 1 million, twice.
A hand suddenly shot up, 10 million. Jianwen's face turned red with anger.
Linfan, what do you think you're doing? Didn't you hear me say this is the item Xianji Grandmaster has taken a fancy to?
Linfan smirked. I don't care who this so-called Grandmaster is.
All I know is that I want this.
Jianwen's anger flared as he pointed at him.
Fine, let's see who has more money.
Jianwen started, 20 million. Linfan, unyielding, called out, 50 million. His own people tried to intervene. Young master, let him have it. Let's wait until the auction ends, then Xianji Grandmaster will take it back. Jianwen's face twisted into an ugly skull.
All right, I'll leave this broken gourd to you.
Xiaofan chuckled, but it was dripping with sarcasm. Then I must thank the generosity of the young master, giving away both the money and the treasure. His words made Jianwen so angry he nearly spat blood.
Directly reminding the female attendant. That girl over there, if no one is contesting with me anymore, shouldn't it be time to close the bid? The sound of the hammer closing the bid echoed.
This gentleman had offered 50 million once, 50 million twice. Congratulations to this gentleman for winning the auction item this time.
Xin Jing pulled Linfan away. Now that the item you wanted to bid on is over, let's go. Linfan agreed. Someone's mysterious footsteps approached. Everyone was astonished. Xianji Grandmaster has arrived. Xianji Grandmaster is here. He held a whisk in his hand, dressed in a wizard's robe, walking forward. Jianwen was excited upon seeing Xianji Grandmaster. This is great, the Grandmaster has finally arrived. He arrogantly relied on him. Brat, you're as good as dead. How dare you compete for a treasure with Xianji Grandmaster? Now that the Grandmaster is here, you're definitely doomed. Linfan exuded a subtle aura. I'll give it to him. You can ask him if he dares to take it. Xin Jing couldn't help but join in the fun. Don't talk like that, at least save some face for him. Jianwen arrogantly approached the two. At this point, you still dare to talk big? Just wait and see how the Grandmaster deals with you later. He warmly greeted the Grandmaster. Xianji Grandmaster, you finally arrived. Xianji Grandmaster didn't waste words and went straight to the point. How did it go with what I asked you to do? Did you get the item? Jianwen honestly reported everything. At the auction, I said in front of everyone that it was the treasure you were interested in, but that brat still snatched it away. He really doesn't take Grandmaster seriously. Xianji Grandmaster's face darkened. Someone actually dares to not take Xianji seriously. I'm really curious to see who this so-called divine being is. Xin Jing joined in the fun. Linfan, hurry up and show Grandmaster that gourd.
He held the gourd tightly in his hands. Here, the gourd is here. Take a look, Grandmaster. Jianwen hadn't stopped shouting, truly a case of not shedding tears until one sees the coffin.
Grandmaster, it's this brat who doesn't know his place.
Please, Grandmaster, teach him what it means to be a proper person.
Linfan gave him a side eye. Well, I'm waiting to see.
Xian Grandmaster muttered under his breath in disdain.
You dare speak to me like that?
But then he noticed something was off. Xian Grandmaster's face turned pale when he saw Linfan.
Why is it him?
The one who couldn't even be handled by the Nye family.
Why am I running into him now? He quickly clasped his hands together in respect. Grandmaster, it's all just a misunderstanding.
Xin Jing whispered into Linfan's ear.
Do you know this person? Linfan couldn't help but blush. Brother, who are you?
Jianwen, displeased, became flustered.
Xian Ji Grandmaster, you just said you were going to teach him a lesson.
In front of Linfan, even Xian Grandmaster had to lower himself.
Grandmaster, don't listen to his nonsense. If I had known you wanted this treasure, I would have personally auctioned it off and given it to you.
Xian Grandmaster happily held the bag of money in his hands.
This is the lifetime savings of mine.
I hope Grandmaster can show some mercy considering this accumulation and spare my life. A thought flashed through Linfan's mind.
Could it be that I've already gained such a notorious reputation outside so quickly?
The corners of his mouth lifted as he took the money Xian Grandmaster had gathered in his hands.
Well, it's not bad. You directly changed your attitude, saying, hurry up and leave.
Xian Grandmaster, with his four limbs coiled like a spring, started running.
Jianwen grabbed his sleeve and blocked his way. Grandmaster, your magic is profound, why fear this brat?
Xian Grandmaster casually waved him aside. If you want to die, don't drag me into it. He didn't forget to leave a warning. That person was someone even the Nye family dared to kill. Jianwen, the humble servant, realized that he was once again the loser.
What? Scene shifts back to Linfan's bedroom.
He raised the treasure he had just obtained from the auction. The transformation ability of the spirit-containing gourd was indeed impressive. It had already transformed 5 spirit stones so quickly.
However, he still wasn't satisfied. The gourd was still too weak, the energy too little, and useless to him.
He needed to find some high-level spiritual herbs instead. Linfan dumped the stash he had taken from Shen Grandmaster, which was filled with sparkling gold and silver jewels. However, these were useless to Linfan. Although they weren't light, they were all trash. His gaze fixed on the stones on the table. With a wave of his hand, he picked up a red gem, still some good stuff.
The fiery red gem released a torrent of energy, and as it lay between Linfan's palms, its power surged even more.
He squinted his eyes, feeling a bit intrigued. Suddenly, dark energy poured out from the gem, transforming into a strange red demon. It grinned broadly. 1,000 years have passed, thank you for releasing me, human.
To show my gratitude, I will give you the honor of becoming my food.
Linfan looked at it with disgust.
1,000 years have made your brain rot, hasn't it? The red demon, enraged, shouted, You want to die? From its body, countless waves of dark energy shot toward Linfan. As soon as the index finger was raised, the dark aura dissipated.
The red demon panicked, its eyes bulging in shock. Damn it, it suddenly puffed its cheeks, preparing for its next ultimate move. A black dragon rushed out from the red demon's mouth and charged swiftly toward him. Linfan immediately cast a protective barrier around himself to defend against its attack. His index finger gathered energy and decisively pointed forward. The energy shot forth with great power, striking the red demon directly. It gritted its teeth in pain, its heart filled with confusion.
Damn it, how can this human be so strong in cultivation?
I'll retreat for now. Once my cultivation is restored, I'll come back for revenge. The red demon suddenly flew away, attempting to escape, but it was unfortunately surrounded by countless talismans. Linfan glanced at it with a cold smile.
Trying to run? It suddenly smiled at him warmly. Powerful human cultivator, let's make a deal.
Linfan seemed uninterested.
Oh? What kind of deal? Tell me.
The red demon slowly approached and changed its terms. Spare my life, and I will tell you where the treasure I hid earlier is. Linfan closed his eyes and thought for a moment.
All right, but you tell me where it is first. Without hesitation, the red demon smiled and then revealed its plan.
In a cave on 8 Caves Mountain, there is also a formation I set up inside.
Without me, you won't be able to take it.
These words immediately darkened Linfan's face, and he threatened.
I believe you, but if you dare to lie to me, no matter where you go, I'll make sure your soul is scattered.
The red demon pleaded earnestly.
Everything I say is the truth, please, spare my life. The talismans surrounding it began to glow before vanishing, and it seized the opportunity to fly outside.
But Linfan leisurely used the treasure, causing the red demon to be sucked back. It screamed in horror, "You broke your promise.
Without me, you won't be able to open the first formation." He calmly watched as the red demon was drawn into the gourd. There is no formation in this world that I can't solve. You might as well obediently go inside, he said. He then seemed satisfied with the result. Not bad, a great harvest.
At this point, Hu Yao and Kong Xian had already stood beside Linfan.
Kong Xian, a bit curious, asked, "Master, did you call us here for something important?"
He held the gourd in front of them and emphasized, "Of course, it's for something good." He then poured 2 small cups from the liquid inside. She took it, looking puzzled.
"Master, what is this?"
Linfan explained calmly, "This is a spiritual liquid that can enhance your cultivation."
Hu Yao asked cautiously, "If it's such a good thing, why don't you use it yourself? Are you giving it to us to be your guinea pigs?"
He immediately gave her a hard smack on the head. Hu Yao cried out in pain, feeling wronged. Linfan gave her a tired look.
"I could have killed you directly, why would I go through this trouble?"
"Then," he ordered, "drink it quickly, or the spiritual energy will dissipate."
Kong Xian was taken aback. Why does it disappear so quickly?
Meanwhile, Hu Yao had finished drinking the spiritual liquid and suddenly transformed into a small fox. Seeing this, Kong Xian drank hers as well, then sat down to circulate her energy. She immediately began sweating heavily, her face showing signs of discomfort. Linfan suddenly realized in alarm, this isn't good. The spiritual energy in the liquid is too difficult for Kong Xian to absorb at her current level.
He quickly reached out and pressed on her forehead acupoint.
Suddenly, 2 tall figures appeared and approached in front of Linfan's house. Nya Yan followed behind old ancestor Nia and spoke up. "This is the place." After confirming, he held the treasure pagoda in his hand. Old ancestor Nia raised it high, and a beam of light immediately shot straight up. The pagoda gradually enlarged, then pressed down on top of his house. Linfan disdainfully observed, thinking to himself, "I spared you last time, and now you come to give your lives away." Before the 2 men, Nya Yan summoned a small whirlwind. Linfan appeared and faced them. Impatiently, Nya Yan cursed. "Brat, today is your day to die." He calmly responded. "2 of you are still not enough." Those words drove the old man into a fit of rage. "With my old ancestor here, you'd better surrender obediently." Old ancestor Nia gave him a displeased look. "Enough, stop wasting words." Nya Yan, unable to control his anger, hissed. "I'll go first." He immediately spat out a large flame to attack Linfan, while an energy stream began to condense in Linfan's hand, transforming into a gigantic water dragon to counter the attack. The 2 forces collided, creating a huge explosion, the sound echoing so loudly that even Kong Xian inside the house was disturbed. "Don't even think about it." Nya Yan targeted him and continued his assault. The strike was countered by Linfan with a single hand. Powerful sparks shot up into the air, and his hand now contained 2 different energies. "Now it's my turn." Two beams of light suddenly shot out from Linfan's hands, wildly charging towards Nya Yen and old ancestor Nya. He was deeply worried, thinking to himself, "This isn't good, I can't withstand this." The two of them had no choice but to quickly run to avoid the massive explosion caused by the collision of the two streams of energy. Under the sunlight, sand and rocks were sent flying into the air, and Nya Yan's eyes turned a fiery red, filled with aggression. The two old men stood frozen, staring at the chaotic mess ahead.
Old ancestor Nya is more anxious, you're no match for him.
Nya Yen bitterly glanced at him but immediately received advice from old ancestor Nya.
Alright, calm your breath.
Without hesitation, Nya Yen sat cross-legged on the ground to focus his energy. Linfan leisurely walked over.
What's the matter? Do you also want to experience my martial arts? Old ancestor Nya showed signs of anger.
Young friend, I see you're also a powerhouse in the Void Cave realm.
Why not join the Nya family as a servant? He laughed heartily. Indeed, if we're not of the same family, we shouldn't be in the same house. I've said the word decline enough times.
Suddenly, a burst of powerful energy erupted from the old man, and he gritted his teeth in frustration.
Arrogant. Don't think you're the only one with this level of power.
A massive flaming hand suddenly appeared, attempting to strike at him. Linfan quickly formed a bagua circle, and the two moves collided, creating a thunderous explosion.
Old ancestor Nya stared in disbelief. It can't be. He's only 20 years old, how can his magic power be so strong?
However, he still kept up his tough exterior.
Alright, truly, heroes emerge from the youth. I'll give you one more chance.
Linfan quickly got into a boxing stance and impatiently spoke. Old ancestor Nya charged forward through the thick smoke. With a swift wave of his hand, a burst of flame shot forward, roaring through the air as it attacked relentlessly. Linfan smirked and then complimented, "Not bad, you've got some skills.
Let's see how you handle this." With that, spiritual energy erupted from his hand, transforming into large fireballs.
They blazed fiercely, making old ancestor Nya wary. Linfan raised his index finger and commanded, "Fall." As soon as the words left his mouth, the fireballs plummeted to the ground. Under the barrage, the empty arena was filled with swirling smoke.
Old ancestor Nya ground his teeth, "Brat, you've really pissed me off."
So he was using a fire shield to protect himself. "Since you didn't join me, you'll definitely die at my hands." He then focused his energy, shouting as he performed a technique, and a massive fire-based avatar materialized in front of Linfan.
Linfan watched with interest. It wasn't bad, much stronger than Nya Yen. Old ancestor Nya, in his new form, appeared smug. "This is a technique I've meticulously refined. It's not something you can even dream of matching."
After speaking, he launched an attack toward Linfan, his fist growing stronger and closer with each passing moment. At just the right moment, Linfan stomped his foot on the ground, and a sturdy shield rose up to block the attack. The strike was halted, leaving old ancestor Nya frustrated. "Even this can't defeat that brat." At that moment, Kongxian suddenly ran out, her face full of concern.
"Master, what's going on?"
Linfan reassured her, "It's fine, it'll be over soon." He then turned his attention back to the old man.
"Alright, I'm done playing with you."
With a swift motion, Linfan channeled his energy, forming a golden hand that shot towards the fire avatar, crushing it with a firm squeeze.
Old ancestor Nya weakened and fell to the ground. He stared in shock, unable to believe it. How could this be? My Dharma body is so strong, how could it be destroyed in an instant? Linfan replied indifferently, "This is the gap in strength between you and me."
Then, he grabbed a corner of the old man's robe and lifted him into the air, showing a hint of reluctance. Nya Yen, standing aside, frowned in worry.
"Damn it, what should I do?"
The old man glanced at Kongxian and came up with an idea. "I can use this girl to threaten Linfan." He immediately rushed toward her, his speed so fast that it left Kongxian stunned.
"Ah, where did this golden chain come from?" It quickly wrapped around Nya Yen.
It turned out that Linfan had returned and was about to touch his disciple.
Do you want to die?
The chain tightened around him, making Nye Yen feel the threat. He began to tear up and begged, "Spare me, I won't dare again." But Linfan had no intention of giving him any chance.
You should just obediently die.
As soon as Linfan finished speaking, Nye Yen turned into a cloud of black smoke inside the chain. With one down, Linfan darkly stared at the remaining one.
You should die too.
Old ancestor Nya broke out in a cold sweat from fear. "I can give you all the Nya family's wealth," he quickly offered.
Linfan responded by asking, "What use is mundane wealth to me?"
Old ancestor Nya hurriedly changed his offer, "Spare me, I'll serve you as a servant." Linfan continued to refuse, "A weak servant like you is of no use to me."
Begging won't work. The old man then resorted to threats.
"If you dare kill me, big brother and second brother won't let you off." But the deathly black spiritual energy continued to rise from Linfan's hand, which still gripped the old man's robe. Linfan said to the figure that had turned into nothingness before him, "I will wait." He then planted his feet firmly on the ground, and Kong Xian, worried, rushed over to him.
"Master, are you all right?"
Linfan replied with a tone of disdain, "A bunch of clowns."
In a certain cave, faint light flickered as old ancestors Nya Wuji and Nya Di were cultivating.
Suddenly, Nya Wuji opened his eyes wide, and the two quickly stood up before leaping into the air as he shouted, "Third brother, something's happened, let's go." In the blink of an eye, the two old men appeared above the battlefield from earlier. Nya Di, feeling displeased, used his spiritual power. This was the place where third brother had died. But Nya Wuji hurriedly grabbed Nya Di's hand, stopping him.
"Are you crazy? You dare to take action in a civilian area? Our National Security Bureau isn't something we can provoke."
Nya Di, unwilling, retorted, "Is third brother just going to die like that?
Are we just going to let him go?"
At that moment, Nya Wuji pulled out a piece of paper with a malicious expression. "Humph, killing him like this would be too easy for him. I will make sure he dies in agony under everyone's eyes." Then, he threw the piece of paper down.
"Linfan, do you dare show up for the Mount Yin battle tomorrow?"
Linfan seemed to sense it, letting out a faint smile, and then used his spiritual power to ignite the paper from a distance, yawning as he replied, "Sure." Only Kong Xian remained anxious. "Master, we have to fight tomorrow, but you still seem so calm." Linfan, full of confidence, said, "My master is invincible.
With one hand, I can wipe out those flies. What's there to be afraid of?"
However, Kong Xian showed no signs of believing him, and said sarcastically, "By the time you get to Mount Yen, be careful not to be killed by the two old ancestors Nya." Linfan still paid no heed to the warning. "You want to kill me badly, but no one has succeeded so far," Linfan said, making Kong Xian worry for him.
"Master, aren't you worried that they'll set up a formation there first?" Kong Xian asked.
Of course, he was full of confidence. A formation can be defeated with just one finger. At that moment, Linfan suddenly turned his face dark and glanced towards the door.
"Eldest Miss Qin Jing, if you've arrived, please come in."
The person who entered, upon hearing that, walked in and said, "You're fighting two old ancestor niece, it's too dangerous, but you're still so confident.
Isn't my strength very clear to you? They're just two useless old men. What's there to worry about?"
Linfan responded. Qin Jing, hearing this, also relented. "You're right. After all, you've inherited the immortal ancestor's power." Then, Linfan stood by the floor-to-ceiling window and said, "Tomorrow, I will destroy the Nye family." She then walked up and hit him on the back.
"You're so annoying, making people worry to death."
He turned and grabbed her hand.
"Miss Qin, stop messing around, my disciple is watching."
Both turned to see Kong Xian happily munching on some melon seeds, eavesdropping. Immediately, Qin Jing blushed, retracted her hand, and quickly turned away. Linfan then moved over and wiped the stain at the corner of Kong Xian's mouth.
"Aren't you going to practice cultivation?"
Hearing that, she grabbed her chair and ran off.
Oh. The next morning, at a vast area, the two old ancestor niece stood by the cliffside. Nya Di spoke first. What do you think? Will Linfan come? Nya Wuji replied ominously, he will definitely come. On a different rock outcrop, the master and disciple stood waiting. Wei Chongqing asked the master, Master, can't we wait for the news? Must we come here in person? But the Taoist only glanced at him without saying anything, then turned away, silently thinking, a talented individual of the next generation and the trump card powerhouse of the Nye family, who will ultimately prevail. At the foot of the mountain, the two girls stepped out of the car together. Kong Xian felt very anxious and wasn't sure if the master would win. However, Qin Jing grabbed her hand and reassured her, don't worry, the men I choose to trust won't lose. On the second mountaintop, a group of people had gathered, while Linfan continued to stride up the steps leisurely. As soon as his foot stepped onto the next step, old ancestor Nya Wuji of the Nye family immediately sensed it. Spiritual energy surged from the two elders. The moment Linfan's foot landed, his own spiritual energy burst forth, enveloping him in a torrent of power. Then, the three forces collided, and the spiritual energy shook the entire area, creating a powerful shockwave that shattered the surrounding trees. The trees around Linfan instantly collapsed. Soon after, the two old ancestors of the Nye family appeared before him. Nye Di immediately shouted, Linfan, prepare to die. However, Nye Wuji quickly stopped him, you are no match for him. He has already reached the immortal stage. Nye Di couldn't believe it, how can that be? How old is he? Wuji, his face darkened, replied, nothing is impossible. Then, he turned to Linfan and said, Linfan, you are the most extraordinary genius I have ever encountered. I can see your desire for praise, but I too am not without merit. In this world, where spiritual energy is so scarce, to be able to reach the immortal stage is no small feat. Nya Wuji laughed out loud with great interest. He spread his hands and channeled his spiritual energy, with powerful spirals of force swirling in his palms. Linfan slightly curled his lips. Nya Wuji, there's no need to probe me like this. As soon as the words left his mouth, he too unleashed a surge of spiritual power as intense as flames. The two forces collided, emitting a brilliant flash, creating a powerful shockwave that rumbled through the air. The whirlwind shattered the surrounding rocks, leaving the onlookers stunned and speechless. Wei Chongqing exclaimed in disbelief. Is this even human? The master stroked his beard, muttering to himself. Truly worthy of the immortal realm, this has already surpassed the limits of humanity. Kong Xian's eyes sparkled with admiration. Master is truly formidable. Meanwhile, Qin Jing was focused on another matter. When would he be able to catch up to his pace? At that moment, Nye Wuji could no longer maintain his composure. Linfan, take this strike of mine. As he spoke, a burst of power surged from his body, transforming into a fierce, fiery red dragon. But Linfan merely waved his hand, speaking a single word. Slash. The dragon of spiritual energy was instantly decapitated, disintegrating into nothingness, leaving only Nya Wuji standing alone. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth as he struggled to stay upright. Fine then, try my final move. Yet Linfan calmly replied. Bring it on. Once more, spiritual energy flickered at Nya Wuji's fingertips. The divine fire seal, a series of golden characters like a spell, blazed to life before Linfan's eyes. Linfan immediately summoned his spiritual sword and sent it flying toward the attack. The sword sliced through, splitting Nya Wuji's technique in half, resulting in a tremendous explosion, and the sound of earth and stone shattering filled the air. The spiritual sword was still pointed at Nya Wuji. He bowed his head in acceptance, saying, It's over, it's over. In the end, I still can't defeat you. Nya Di, rushing from behind, shouted, Big brother. At that moment, a Taoist priest holding a whisk appeared, blocking Linfan's attack. Linfan questioned, What does this mean? The master humbly replied, I beg you, please spare his life. Linfan was clearly displeased, Give me one reason. But the Taoist priest did not immediately answer. Instead, he countered, do you know that humanity is about to face a great calamity? Linfan sneered, of course I know. What does that have to do with me killing him?
The master pointed to Nya Wuji. After all, he is a high-ranking expert of the immortal stage, a powerful force in battle. I hope you, out of consideration for the survival of mankind, will spare his life. However, Nya Di screamed, if you want to kill him, just do it. No need to ask him. Upon hearing this, the master turned and shouted, shut up. Linfan, upon hearing this, immediately suggested, here's the plan. Let me place the soul seal, and I will spare them. Nya Wuji closed his eyes, surrendering. Fine, but Nya Di still feels dissatisfied, big brother. However, he only said one thing, accept it. Linfan gathered his spiritual power in his hand and slowly walked over, swiftly pressing the soul seal onto the foreheads of the two old men. The master standing nearby clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Thank you, friend. Linfan merely turned his back and waved his hand. No need to thank me. I'm doing this for our kind. His words made the master secretly scoff. Truly a demon. As Linfan approached, the two girls also ran over to him. Kong Xian called out, Master. Qin Jing, feeling shy, scratched her head and congratulated him. Linfan simply smiled and responded, Ha, let's go. At this moment, a voice sounded from behind. Senior, please stop. Linfan turned around and saw the master approaching. What's the matter now? He smiled humbly. Ha, I have a question. The master hesitated and gestured towards the two girls beside him. Friend, look here. Linfan understood and walked over to him, saying, what's going on? The master stroked his beard and got to the point. Senior, have you ever heard of Burial Immortal Valley in Kowloon? Linfan was slightly startled. Burial Immortal Valley? I've never heard of it. Tell me more. The master continued, Burial Immortal Valley in Kowloon looks like an ordinary valley, but in reality, it is a huge magical array. Linfan stroked his chin and thought for a moment. I see, so that's how it is. Then, the master added, I learned from the ancient books of my sect that deep inside Burial Immortal Valley, there still exists the Immortal Gate. This statement surprised Linfan. Immortal Gate? The master replied firmly, yes, the Immortal Gate was built by the Immortal Cultivation sect to isolate themselves from the world. Linfan closed his eyes, nodding as if he understood. Finally, the master shared, according to my information, the Immortal Gate seems to be about to open. Those words made Linfan quietly reflect, so much to worry about. Another person, Tianren, was more optimistic and thought, one must also give others a bit of fate. Hearing this, Tian decided to let it go. Well then, I suppose we should continue living leisurely in the secular world for a little while longer. Then, Tianren turned to ask the other girl, what about Shui Fairy Maiden? But she didn't respond and walked away. Outside the forest, the three of them, Linfan included, were walking in. He walked while pondering, I wonder if we could ask the Immortal Gate to help us deal with the culprit? At that moment, Kong Xian suddenly asked, Master, what are you thinking about? But Linfan just gave a casual smile and replied, nothing. Kong Xian, sensing something, asked again, Master, looking at your eyes, it seems like something's bothering you, right? He only ruffled her hair and said, what could possibly be wrong with me? Are you imagining things with that little head of yours? Suddenly, Qin Jing jumped out to defend her, are you bullying Xian Er behind her back again? So, Kong Xian also joined in. That's right, exactly. Linfan crossed his arms and laughed, I am Xian Er's master. Our statuses are different, yet you mock me. Come on, aren't you still my student? You think you're right? Didn't you already resign? Go be your clan head, there's no more teacher-student relationship now. Then, he laughed and chased after him. Isn't there an old saying, once a teacher, always a father? Now, call me mother. Linfan was helpless when he heard Qin Jing's words. He opened the car door and said, you can say anything. Once in the car, his spiritual power surged around his body. Linfan opened his eyes and saw Xian Mo appearing, smiling mischievously.
So, brat, you actually have time to come here? Came to visit my peak, huh?
His expression was serious.
Calm down a bit. I'm asking if you know about Immortal Gate?
He frowned and asked in return. Where did you hear that from? Linfan answered, from an old Taoist priest.
I don't understand Immortal Gate, so I'm asking you. Xian Mo crossed his arms, clearly displeased. Those cowards had fled into Kowloon when the savage beasts invaded before. So, you're concluding that people from Immortal Gate won't help us then? Xian Mo spat. They're running for their lives, what help could they offer you?
In the end, Linfan replied in a low voice.
I understand. With that, he turned and left. Thanks. He walked ahead.
On the martial arts arena, the sun blazed brightly. Ba Tian used a move to send his opponent flying, leaving the audience in shock. He stood on the stage, disdainful.
You're just too weak. You couldn't even withstand one finger of mine.
The spectators below were astonished.
Who is this martial artist? Even during the Wei dynasty, no one could defeat him.
Chang Ching had been struck so hard he was spitting blood, his cultivation was much too shallow to match his opponent.
He stood amidst the wreckage and timidly asked, Senior, are you from Immortal Gate? Ba Tian smiled excitedly.
Indeed, didn't expect someone from the secular world to have some knowledge.
Chang Ching weakly replied, It was my master who told me about it. Then, Ba Tian turned to the crowd below. You're all just too weak. Not a single one of you can stand up to me. How boring. Chang Ching suggested, Senior, would you like to find someone to practice with? Ba Tian immediately turned around with a joyful expression, Not bad, do I have an equal rival in the secular world?
Upon hearing this, the other man gestured affirmatively.
How is the junior leading the people? He laughed heartily in agreement.
All right, the two of them stepped down from the competition platform together. In Linfan's room, the space fell into stillness. He was forming hand seals, while Xian Mo hovered beside him, observing. The boy silently marveled at Linfan's growing cultivation skills.
He had even managed to refine immortal energy into a form.
The spot of spiritual energy took shape into the form of a fan, and Linfan smiled as he reached out to catch it. Xian Mo watched the fan, which was still brimming with spiritual energy.
This is bad, the fan is about to undergo its tribulation.
He suddenly realized, oh no, I completely forgot that immortal tools need to undergo a tribulation. Soon enough, he appeared on a rock ledge, and below him, the fan was filled with spiritual energy. Both of them looked at it.
Xian Mo, delighting in another's misfortune, teased, Brat, aren't you worried that this fan won't survive the immortal tribulation?
But Linfan remained calm. The immortal tools of this venerable immortal are of the highest quality.
Lightning tribulation? It's nothing to worry about.
Yunjie transformed into a gigantic dragon and charged toward the fan. The clash of the two forces created a powerful impact. From a distance, Ba Tian saw this and chuckled with pleasure. I didn't expect such a fortunate encounter. He then grabbed Chang Ching and flew towards the fan.
MC, in an unhappy tone, reminded, Brat, someone's coming. Linfan looked at the newcomer in confusion. Who is that? Why are they bringing a grown man?
Ba Tian immediately issued a threat, Brat, this immortal tool belongs to me. You'd better leave now, or don't blame me for being rude.
He frowned, Who are you?
In this world, everything must be considered carefully, before and after. Yet, the man laughed and said, I come from the dominant blade sect Immortal Gate. If you give up competing for this immortal artifact with me now, I might consider granting you a chance at immortality.
Linfan crossed his arms mockingly, Is everyone from the dominant blade sect as shameless as you? Upon hearing this, the man pointed his blade at Linfan, Mortal, how dare you insult the dominant blade sect? Do you seek death? Linfan laughed in defiance. Then let's see.
The spiritual energy around him gathered towards the immortal artifact fan and was summoned back into his hand. Linfan held the fan and spoke leisurely, "It seems I should test the power of this immortal artifact." Ba Tian still remained aggressive. "Hurry and hand over that fan."
"How dare a mere mortal like you possess an immortal artifact?"
His tone made Linfan's face darken.
"Whether I am worthy or not is not for you to say. If you have the ability, come and take it." The challenge infuriated Ba Tian. "Fine, if I kill you, this immortal artifact will be mine." He then shouted, "Unrivaled under heaven."
As soon as he finished speaking, spiritual power surged from the blade in his hand. The blade rushed toward Linfan, but Linfan stopped it with just a single finger. He then spoke mockingly, "Blade intent is impure, and the dominance is insufficient. Truly garbage."
His comment further enraged Ba Tian. "What do you understand?"
But Linfan ignored him, muttering to himself, "Still, I should test the power of this fan." With that, he swung the fan with great force, summoning a violent whirlwind toward Ba Tian. He took a defensive stance and swung his saber toward the whirlwind.
Yeah.
The saber's energy and the wind collided, canceling each other out.
"He's so arrogant. Is this all he's got? Might as well hand over the celestial artifact now. I might even spare you for your disrespect." But Linfan wasn't one to back down.
"I'm afraid that if I kill you, you'll start doubting life itself."
This only infuriated Ba Tian more. "You, a mere mortal, dare to look down on me like this?"
He sneered, flicking his fan.
"I'm just speaking the truth. What's the matter? Getting mad because you're too complacent?"
Enraged, he swung his saber again, charging forward.
"Die, brat!"
Linfan smirked slightly and landed a punch straight into Ba Tian's stomach.
The shock left Ba Tian stunned, quickly stumbling backward.
He held his chest, contemplating.
"This brat is not someone I can defeat right now. It's better to retreat for the moment."
After thinking this, he feigned calm and said,
"Brat, don't get too cocky. I'm just not in my best condition today.
I'll deal with you later." Linfan raised an eyebrow, showing no sign of letting him go.
"Think you can leave?" "Not happening."
With that, Linfan leaped forward and kicked Ba Tian across the face, sending him crashing to the ground. As he got up, Ba Tian cursed angrily.
"Brat, damn you, keeping your life is more important." Ba Tian's tone shifted completely. "Hey, my friend, I apologize for today. I hope we can leave it at that. It's better to have one more friend than one more enemy. What do you say?"
However, Linfan had no intention of going along with it.
"Oh, it's easy to say things, but who's to say whether you'll regret it later?
Or how about this, make an oath of great determination to cast away all evil thoughts, and I will let you go immediately."
He was irritated again.
"I've already apologized, don't take it too far," Linfan said with a mocking smile. "Well then, it's just that you're not as good as others," Linfan said as he summoned dozens of swords, causing Ba Tian to tremble in fear. "If you dare kill me, Immortal Gate will never let you off," Ba Tian threatened. However, Linfan was still reaching out, preparing his strike. "I'm quite curious to know more about this Immortal Gate you're talking about," Linfan remarked as the sword shot toward Ba Tian, leaving him with no choice but to watch, knowing that his life was about to end.
A voice suddenly rang out, "Amat Ba Buddha." At that moment, a monk appeared and blocked the attack for Ba Tian. Ba Tian, overjoyed, shouted loudly, "Baldi!"
But Linfan was not pleased.
"Who are you?" Linfan asked. The monk replied, "I am Xian La." Linfan landed on the ground. "The grudge between the two of us, does a little monk like you also want to intervene?"
The monk smiled warmly and said, "This is my dearest friend, and I hope you can spare his life." Linfan was quietly considering this, noting that the monk's cultivation was now at a level similar to his own. If they fought, there would be no gain. So he decided to go with the flow. "In honor of you, I will let him leave." Xianla was overjoyed and quickly clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, benefactor.
But Linfan has a condition. He added, I haven't finished yet. He must make a great oath, vowing never to cause me trouble again in the future. How about it? The man laughed insincerely and said, the request of the benefactor is very reasonable. I agree to take his place. However, Ba Tian still seemed dissatisfied with him. Nevertheless, the man reminded him. Mr. Lei, this person is someone I, Ben Dao, cannot defeat. It is better to seek peace. Reluctantly, he gritted his teeth and agreed. All right, I will swear the great oath of the heart demon. Then he raised his hand and began his vow. The heavenly Tao is supreme. I, Ba Tian, hereby swear the great oath of the heart demon. This time, as long as Linfan lets me go, I, Ba Tian, will never seek revenge on him. If I break this oath, I will die under the oath's binding. Having finished, Xianla warmly asked, is the benefactor satisfied? Linfan did not respond, but simply turned and walked away. The two watched his figure gradually fade into the distance. Ba Tian was furious, his anger burning with a sense of unfairness. The man reminded him again. Ba Tian, be careful with your words. We have already underestimated people from the secular world. On Linfan's side, he was surprised by the scene before him. Such a large anomaly is moving toward the sea? Could it be that the legendary Three Immortals Island has appeared? I must go see. With that, he leaped into the air, hovering in the sky to observe. Why can't I see anything anymore? Linfan suddenly realized that there had been a spatial fluctuation, so he immediately pointed his hand and shot a stream of spiritual energy toward the spot. The spiritual energy met a barrier and could not pass through. Linfan was thrilled as if he had struck gold. There indeed was an array, one that had concealed the whereabouts of the Three Immortals Island. He used the immortal fan to swipe through the air with great force, and the spiritual energy from the fan collided fiercely with the barrier, creating a crack on it. Then, Linfan quickly rushed through the gap. He sighed, this truly is the blessed land of immortals. Linfan looked around at his surroundings, the spiritual energy here was dense. He thought, once I find the center of the formation, if Immortal Island is still unclaimed, it could be the perfect place for my cultivation. Having made up his mind, he landed on the ground. Immediately ahead, he saw a giant eagle and a python fighting each other. The giant eagle stomped on the snake's head, pushing it down to the ground. Linfan watched with great interest. The giant eagle really has some spirit. No sooner had he spoken, the giant eagle sensed his presence and rushed toward him. It blew a gust of wind, breaking the trees around Linfan, but he remained unfazed and said, small magic from the void cave won't work on me. The giant eagle, undeterred, continued to dive toward him. Linfan extended a finger. To me, you're far too weak. And with that, he struck its wing with a burst of spiritual power. The giant eagle immediately fell heavily to the ground, then turned back in horror and cried out, only to be immediately pinned down by a colossal hand. It was Linfan using his spiritual power to control it. The giant eagle, trapped and crying out in distress, finally chose to surrender. Linfan praised it. You know how to surrender, huh? Looks like you're not too dumb. Fine, I'll spare your life. It was released and bowed its head in submission.